Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 10. Compared to life and death. How this guy comprehended the laws of the Great Tao was no longer important. However, the heaven-splitting emperor still felt that this matter was inseparable from Baiyi. He took a deep look at Sumyu Bai before speaking. If I fall, the entire death domain will trigger a phenomenon. At that time, all the masters of law in the death domain will know that I have perished in the undead realm. Having said this, the heaven-splitting emperor looked straight at Sumyu Bai, baring his teeth in a smile that looked even more miserable than crying. There are currently a large number of powerhouses in the death domain searching for your whereabouts. You surely wouldn't want to see the attention of these powerhouses drawn to the undead realm, would you? So you cannot. Before the heaven-splitting emperor could finish his sentence, Sumyu Bai's eyes lit up. Is that true? He was just about to head to the death continent. And if he could attract the attention of some powerhouses to the undead realm, that would be perfect. However, this reaction completely baffled the heaven-splitting emperor. Wait, it's one thing that you aren't afraid, but why do you look so excited? Is this development not going in the wrong direction? Clearly, Sumyu Bai's reaction was completely beyond the heaven-splitting emperor's expectations. Although he couldn't understand why, this was his only hope for survival. Therefore, the heaven-splitting emperor nodded heavily. Absolutely true. As long as I fall, the attention of a large number of powerhouses will definitely be drawn to the undead realm. To increase his bargaining chip, he added immediately. There are at least 100 Realm Master level powerhouses on the Death Continent right now. You had better think this through. So many Realm Masters. Brian's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but glance at Sumyu Bai. Lord Bai's ability to attract trouble is truly formidable. A cold glint flashed deep in Sumyu Bai's eyes. Do they really think I am Tang Monk? Everyone wants to take a bite. But who is the hunter and who is the prey remains to be seen. Thinking of this, Sumyu Bai smiled slightly at the heaven-splitting emperor. In consideration of this information, I won't torture you. Hearing this, the heaven-splitting emperor was slightly stunned. Then his eyes widened abruptly. Was this guy taught by that madman Sakonyu? Knowing that it would attract the attention of many powerhouses, he still dares to kill me. Just as the heaven-splitting emperor was filled with shock and doubt, a vast aura of death suddenly descended. A phantom of the materialized death law condensed behind Sumyu Bai. Two gray-white rays of light shot out from the pupils of the phantom in an instant. Death Authority Annihilation. Boom! I like the judgment. The authority Sumyu Bai mobilized this time was a pure attack. If the heaven-splitting emperor were at his peak, this attack would have caused him some injuries, but it would certainly not have been life-threatening. But now, he was already at the end of his rope. The moment the two gray-white rays of light entered his soul, the light in the heaven-splitting emperor's eyes vanished. The master of the soul-splitting realm had fallen. Even at the moment of his death, he could not figure out why Baiyi dared to kill him. Extra update for today, Chapter 743. Happy to soon. Forbidden Land. No. A powerful aura soared into the sky. All the 9th rank mythical level powerhouses in the entire Divine Dragon Empire looked up toward the location of the imperial capital. This is the aura of a Saint Extermination level supreme powerhouse. The Divine Dragon Emperor has broken through. I'm so envious. I wonder if I have any hope of breaking through to the 10th rank Saint Extermination level in this lifetime. There will be a chance. Now that the human race has returned to the 10,000 races ranking, our potential has also greatly increased. Ha ha ha. That's true. Everyone, let's work hard and strive to have our Forbidden Land know. 7. Produce a few more 10th rank Saint Extermination Supreme Powerhouses. Let's not talk about Supreme Powerhouses yet. The Saint Extermination level can't even be considered a powerhouse in the myriad worlds. That is still not something a 9th rank mythical level can compare to. The mythical level powerhouses in various places had looks of envy in their eyes. The 10th rank Saint Extermination level was once an unreachable dream for them. At that time, in the entire Forbidden Land. No. 7. Apart from the outsider Huijian, there were only 6 Saint Extermination level existences in total. In the past, they hardly dared to hope that they could break through. But now it was different. The human race had already ascended the 10,000 races ranking, and it was ranked at 4. 380, which was not a low position. The bonuses brought by this ranking did not just greatly improve their combat power, their potential also far exceeded what it was before. It had only been a short time since they made the list, so the changes weren't very obvious yet. But as time passed, the overall strength of the human race would advance by leaps and bounds. Now, feeling that the Divine Dragon Emperor had successfully broken through, these mythical level powerhouses felt hope ignite in their hearts. In time, they might also become members of the 10th rank Saint Extermination level. If the human race's ranking could continue to climb, breaking through to the 11th rank Master of Lorelm and achieving the status of a true god would not be impossible. Divine Dragon Imperial Palace. When that aura soared into the sky, a group of Divine Dragon Palace powerhouses arrived above the Imperial Palace. As a portal opened, the Vice Hall Master stepped out. Everyone disperse, I have this handled. The Vice Hall Master coughed twice and waved his hand at the crowd. After everyone left, he took a step forward and entered the Imperial Palace. He was met by the Divine Dragon Emperor, who had just opened his eyes. Senior brother, congratulations on your successful breakthrough. The Vice Hall Master cupped his hands toward the Divine Dragon Emperor and grinned. There is nothing to congratulate. Compared to the eldest senior brother, I am still far behind. The Divine Dragon Emperor waved his hand modestly, but when his gaze fell upon the Vice Hall Master, his brows suddenly twitched. Junior brother, you are also close to a breakthrough, aren't you? Hearing this, the Vice Hall Master smiled and nodded. I can't fall too far behind you, senior brother, can I? Just as the two were exchanging pleasantries, a series of system announcements suddenly resounded throughout the entire God-forbidden land. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to the Divine Dragon Empire player Bai for becoming the first among all players in the Blue Star region to comprehend a second rule Dao. This is hereby announced. We hope the vast number of players will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to player Bai for being the first to comprehend a second rule Dao, while no other players in the Blue Star region have even comprehended one. This is hereby announced. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to player Bai for the two rule Daos he has comprehended, both of which are supreme rules. This is hereby announced. We hope the vast number of players will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. This series of system announcements immediately caused the Blue Star Region chat channel to boil over. Awesome! The gold content of Big Brother Bai just keeps increasing. The Myriad Worlds game is pretty good, at least it knows that the content of the second announcement is impossible to learn. The Myriad Worlds game doesn't actually think we can learn the situations mentioned in the other two announcements. Right, as expected of Big Brother Bai, we haven't even figured out what the path of laws is. And he has already comprehended a second rule Dao. Bai, everyone sit down. It's just a basic operation, don't be surprised. The rule Dao announcement has appeared before. But what is this supreme rule? Are you stupid? Supreme rule, as the name implies, is the supreme existence among rules. What you said makes so much sense that I am actually speechless. Although Big Brother Bai left the God-forbidden land long ago, his legend still circulates here. This is the man I have my eyes on. He is simply insanely strong. This announcement was far too high level for the God-forbidden land. So much so that those 9th rank mythical level powerhouses reacted much like the ordinary players in the Blue Star region. The rule Dao had already far exceeded their scope of understanding. At this moment, just like the ordinary players in the Blue Star region, they had no idea how far Bai had actually progressed. In the entire God-forbidden land 7, only the two people in the Divine Dragon Imperial Palace vaguely knew a little bit about the situation. Listening to the system announcements ringing in their ears one after another, the Divine Dragon Emperor and the Vice Hall Master looked at each other, frozen in a state of shock. As disciples of Feng Yuan, though only nominal ones, they knew far more than others, although much of the information was only told to them by Feng Yuan before he left. They still understood what comprehending a rule Dao meant. After a long while, the Divine Dragon Emperor finally regained his senses and murmured involuntarily, "Has Bai already become so heaven-defying to this extent?" The Vice Hall Master's expression was also somewhat strange. This is the rule Dao, after all. Is Bai starting to wholesale them now? And the two he comprehended are both supreme rules. This is simply inconceivable. Compared to him, the two of us are truly like frogs at the bottom of a well. The Divine Dragon Emperor and the Vice Hall Master exchanged a glance. Their old faces slightly flushed, and they fell into silence. Just before the announcement rang out, they were still feeling happy about reaching the 10th rank Saint Extermination level and the impending breakthrough. Now it seemed they had been happy too early. This achievement was simply not worth mentioning compared to Bai Yi. After a moment, the Divine Dragon Emperor slowly stood up and patted the Vice Hall Master on the shoulder. Breakthrough right here. I will guard you. Although Bai Yi has left us far behind, we cannot give up on ourselves. The Vice Hall Master nodded heavily, sat cross-legged on the spot, and began to attempt his breakthrough. While he called it guarding, the Divine Dragon Emperor didn't actually need to do anything. Because the current God-forbidden land No. 7 had long since become the territory of the Divine Dragon Empire, and he was the only one who had reached the 10th rank Saint Extermination level. No one dared to be blind enough to come and disturb them. Except for, thinking of this, the Divine Dragon Emperor turned his head to look in the direction of the ruins of the Sakura capital. Frowning slightly, what kind of power existed there? Even after reaching the 10th rank Saint Extermination level, he could not feel anything special about that abyss at all. He couldn't even detect a trace of unusual aura. But the more this was the case, the more it indicated that something was wrong. Withdrawing his gaze, the Divine Dragon Emperor looked at the Vice Hall Master, who was in the middle of his breakthrough. Junior brother, after you break through, I will personally go to the abyss to investigate. Chapter 744. Great upheaval in the soul-splitting realm. The Death Domain, soul-splitting realm. This great world was the base camp of the Rift Clan. Although it was a great world just like the undead realm, it was far inferior to the undead realm in terms of both territory and the number of powerhouses. However, for the Rift Clan, which ranked over 5,000th, this was already enough. If it weren't for a world lord like the Rift Heaven Emperor, it would have been impossible for the Rift Clan to control such a great world. The reason the Blood Clan and the Werewolf Clan could rank over 4,000th on the Myriad Races ranking was not solely because of the Blood Ancestor and the Wolf Ancestor. These two races had no gaps in their power structure, and their powerhouses were distributed relatively evenly. Therefore, even though Calvin and Ferdinand, the second strongest of their respective races, had fallen at the hands of Sumubai, the rankings of the Werewolf Clan and the Blood Clan did not drop. But the Rift Clan was different. Having had a large number of their powerhouses slaughtered back then, their current situation was no better than that of the human race. Apart from the World Lord, the Rift Heaven Emperor, they didn't even have many powerhouses at the peak of the Upper God realm. At this moment, the soul-splitting realm was no different from usual. The powerhouses of the Rift Clan were still the high and mighty existences here. But the moment the Rift Heaven Emperor fell, a sudden system announcement rang in the ears of the Rift Clan players, and they were instantly stunned on the spot. The sky had collapsed. Myriad World's Rift Clan announcement. It has been detected that the Rift Clan's sole world lord, Emperor Lichian, has fallen. The overall strength of the Rift Clan has significantly declined, and their ranking in the Myriad Worlds has dropped to 657th. This is hereby announced. In an instant, the expressions of all Rift Clan players changed drastically. At the same time, the aura they emitted also dropped by a significant margin. The bonus for being ranked in the top 8. 0 of the Myriad Races ranking is far lower than that of being in the top 5. After their ranking dropped, their racial bonuses also changed. Of course, those affected by the attribute bonuses were only players below the Law Lord stage. Once they break through to the 11th tier Law Lord stage and condense a divine body, even if the Myriad Worlds game were to revoke the racial bonus, it would not affect their current combat power. However, the true gods of the Rift Clan at the Law Lord stage still looked extremely grim at this moment. A decrease in racial bonuses meant that the difficulty of comprehending laws had increased. Although their combat power would not decrease, it would affect their future achievements. Lihun World, Soul-Devouring Valley, Conference Hall. A group of Rift Clan elders sat around the conference table. Some were their true bodies, while others were merely projections. Yet, every one of these individuals was a powerhouse at the High God stage. Emperor Lichian's fall was so sudden that they were completely unprepared. How could this happen? The Emperor had already mastered the level 1 soul authority. Who on earth killed him? The Emperor went there to rescue our clan's prodigy. Could this be a conspiracy aimed at us? Could it be that the undead world lord made a move? Impossible. Our Rift clan has never offended the undead race, let alone dared to provoke the undead world lord. He has no reason to strike. The high-ranking members of the Rift clan frowned, clearly caught off guard by this news. The main seat at the conference table was now empty. That was the position of Emperor Light. Everyone, be quiet. The first elder of the Rift clan, sitting to the left of the main seat, stood up with a solemn expression. The top priority now is to consolidate our clan members. The second elder, sitting to the right of the main seat, also nodded. That's right. After the Emperor's fall, our clan's crisis has arrived. These two were the strongest individuals in the Rift clan, second only to Emperor Light. However, their strength was only at a mediocre level among peak high gods. Otherwise, the fall of Emperor Light would not have caused the Rift clan's ranking on the myriad races ranking to drop by nearly 3-0 places. Hearing the words of the first and second elders, the other elders' expressions changed drastically as well. Indeed, without the Emperor as their anchor, how would the Rift clan face their former enemies? What's more, the human race had already risen once again. Thinking of this, the Rift clan elders felt a tremor in their hearts and immediately began preparing for the impending upheaval. As the saying goes, when a wall is about to collapse, everyone gives it a push. After Emperor Light's fall, the races that previously feared the Rift clan would inevitably seize the opportunity to strike. If not handled well, that 657th ranking would only be the beginning. With the slightest carelessness, the Rift clan might even fall off the myriad races ranking entirely, just like the human race once did. No, it should be said that they would be even worse off than the humans, because the humans still had the means to deceive the myriad worlds game and hide their strength. But the Rift clan did not. In an instant, the entire Lihun world fell into chaos. Countless Rift clan players returned to various secret realms and planets, waiting for instructions from the higher-ups. Aside from the Rift clan players, players from other races in the Lihun world were also in an uproar at this moment. All of this stemmed from two announcements. Lihun world announcement. The Lihun world lord Lichian has been confirmed dead. The position of Lihun world lord is now vacant. Lihun world announcement. Since the former world lord Lichian was from the Rift clan, members of the Rift clan who meet the requirements may be given priority to become the new world lord. If no one from the Rift clan meets the requirements within 10 days, they will lose this priority status. Times 15. Click to view details. Once these two Lihun world announcements were released, the entire world exploded. What? The world lord actually fell. The Rift clan is finished. Aside from Emperor Lichian, where could they possibly find another powerhouse who meets the requirements for a world lord? 10 days. After 10 days, the opportunity for my soul leech race will come. The Lihun world is going to be in chaos. It seems I must leave this place of trouble quickly. Heroes are born in troubled times. Chaos is exactly what we need. That old bastard Emperor Lichian actually fell. Heaven really is helping me. Rift clan, are you ready to endure the revenge of the Yuzu race? A debt of blood must be paid in blood. You little brats of the Rift clan, go to hell. The announcement of Emperor Lichian's fall instantly made the entire Lihun world boil over. Some powerhouses set their sights on the vacant position of Lihun world lord, while other races that had been suppressed by the Rift clan and dared not resist in the past were now gloating. Although the Rift clan was not particularly strong overall in the past, as long as Emperor Lichian was there, these races dared not retaliate, because they could not withstand the wrath of the world lord, Emperor Lichian. But now that Emperor Lichian had fallen, things were different. Many of the Rift clan's former enemies stood up one after another, beginning to vent their past grievances. Some had even started attacking the secret realms and planets controlled by the Rift clan. And all of this was something the human race had experienced before. It was even more perilous than what the Rift clan was currently facing. For a race to rise, hegemony is unavoidable. And hegemony inevitably brings hatred and enemies. The myriad worlds is simply too vast. It is almost impossible to completely exterminate a race. The Rift clan was only ranked around 5,000 before. which was far behind the human race of the past. One can only imagine what kind of dangerous situation the human race faced after they fell off the myriad races ranking. Chapter 745, The Death Domain Trembles, Extra Chapter. The fall of Emperor Lichun did not just cause a sensation in the Lichun world. The entire Death Domain experienced strange phenomena because of his demise. Across every major world, secret realm, minor world, and planet in the Death Domain, the laws of heaven and earth trembled violently at the same moment, manifesting a series of shocking anomalies. The starry sky seemed to be torn apart by a pair of invisible, giant hands. The once clear firmament was covered by clouds interwoven with blood red and ink black hues. The thick, blood-like clouds churning incessantly, vaguely. Countless wandering souls surged from the fissures, opening their blood-stained maws and letting out roars that seemed as if they would tear the soul asunder. This was the lament the Death Domain offered for a Realm Lord-level powerhouse. Regardless of how Emperor Lichun conducted himself, he was a lord of a realm within the Death Domain, having controlled the soul-splitting realm for countless ages. As the saying goes, even if there is no merit, there is still the toil of labor. The fall of any Realm Lord would cause the entire Death Domain to tremble. This was also a symbol of the Realm Lord's status. If a being at the Rule Sovereign stage were to fall, it would not just be the Death Domain trembling. Every single domain across the myriad worlds would emit a lament. The roars of the wandering souls within the anomaly spread throughout the entire Death Domain, causing all players below the 11th rank to fall into a terrified silence. For the vast majority of players who had not yet achieved the status of a Master of Laws, this was their first time witnessing the fall of a Realm Lord. Although they did not understand what the anomaly represented, the moment it appeared, they had an epiphany in their hearts. The Realm Lord of the soul-splitting realm had just fallen. Even though many did not clearly understand what a Realm Lord signified, they could tell from such a terrifying anomaly that a Realm Lord was an extremely powerful existence. In various worlds, the true gods at the Master of Laws stage were also shocked by this scene. Compared to ordinary players, they perceived one additional piece of information from the anomaly. The place where the soul-splitting Realm Lord fell was in the undead realm. In an instant, the gazes of countless powerhouses were drawn to the undead realm, especially those at the center of the Death Domain, the Death Continent. Because Sumubai had comprehended the great Tao of rules at the 9th rank, countless powerhouses had come from the myriad worlds and were currently waiting for him on the Death Continent. This sudden anomaly immediately captured the attention of all these powerhouses. Although Emperor Lichun had hidden his means of rule authority and was not considered particularly strong among realm lords, his sudden fall in the undead realm still triggered a series of speculations among the powerhouses of various races on the Death Continent. That guy Lichun actually fell. Sean doesn't seem to have any grudge against him, right? Is there a possibility that Lichun's fall wasn't caused by Sean? Besides Sean, who else in the undead realm has the ability to make it so that Lichun couldn't even escape? Exactly. Even though that guy's strength wasn't much to speak of, he was still a Realm Lord. How could he fall so easily? Interesting. This monster Bai suddenly appears. The human race is rising again. And now Lichun suddenly falls. Coming to the Death Domain was truly the right choice. Perhaps Lichun died at the hands of a human powerhouse. That possibility isn't non-existent. Perhaps Lichun only fell in the undead realm because he found Bai. Anyway, we can only wait here. No matter how likely that is, we have to go to the undead realm to see for ourselves. Let's go, together. Similar conversations were taking place all over the Death Continent. Having had no news of Bai for so long, the powerhouses of various races had long since grown impatient. Now that a change had occurred in the Death Domain and such a major event as the fall of a Realm Lord at that they naturally had to go and investigate. Regardless of whether it was the handiwork of the human race, and regardless of whether Bai was truly in the undead realm, the fact that a Realm Lord could fall meant that something major must have happened in the undead realm. Death Continent, headquarters of the Nether Immortal Chamber. The anomaly of the Realm Lord's fall could be clearly seen even from within the buildings. Inside a certain divine-grade private room, Aoshin's expression changed drastically. Others might not know, but he knew very well. Bai was currently in the undead realm. He had just seen several powerhouses from other divine grade rooms leave the Nether Immortal Chamber. There was no need to guess. They were clearly preparing to head to the undead realm to find out what was happening. He had to notify Lord Baiyi immediately. A look of anxiety flashed in Aoshin's eyes. Ignoring the fact that Zhu Xiaoyu was still by his side, he took out his communicator and dialed. However, since Sumubai was currently in a time acceleration zone, he naturally could not receive the call. Listening to the busy signal from the communicator, Aoshin's expression grew even uglier. Zhu Xiaoyu, standing to the side, blinked, a few guesses forming in her mind. Seeing Aoshin put down the communicator with an anxious expression, she asked directly, Baiyi is in the undead realm, isn't he? Yes. At this point, Aoshin no longer hid it. He nodded, stood up, and looked at Zhu Xiaoyu with a solemn gaze. Your god race. The god race is the god race, and I am me. Zhu Xiaoyu seemed to understand what Aoshin was about to say and interrupted him directly. Afterward, she felt that refusing like this might be a bit inappropriate, so she specifically added, you should know that even though a prodigy can have a certain amount of influence within the clan, they are ultimately not the decision makers. I have put you in a difficult position. Aoshin sighed. He understood that what Zhu Xiaoyu said was indeed the truth. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Zhu Xiaoyu intently. You should go back. I am going to the undead realm. It is very dangerous there now. Having said this, Aoshin paused, then added, once the crisis is resolved. Before he could finish, Zhu Xiaoyu extended a finger to block his lips. A look of displeasure appearing on her face. Little Shinshin, do you think anyone would dare to touch me? As she spoke, she turned and opened the door to the private room. Let's go. I also want to see what kind of ability the person you are willing to follow actually has. Hearing this, Aoshin was slightly stunned, staring at Zhu Xiaoyu's back in a daze. Hurry up and follow. Don't worry. I won't let Baiyi die before he has fought me. Hearing these words, a flash of joy appeared in Aoshin's eyes, and he flashed to Zhu Xiaoyu's side. You are truly kind. Get lost. Don't try to cozy up to this lady. I didn't do this for you. That's fine too. As they spoke, the two figures vanished into the nether mortal market. The fall of the heaven-splitting emperor instantly made the undead realm the most bustling place in the entire death domain. Extra update for today, Chapter 746, Deducing the Future, Notification, Death Authority Effective. Soul Fragments Come 100, Notification. You have obtained Top Tier Godhead ×1, Notification. You have obtained Extra Large Space Ring ×1. The moment the heaven-splitting emperor fell, a series of system notifications rang in Sumubai's ears. The world tree retracted its numerous vines and, along with the Sea of Death, disappeared into the reincarnation divine domain. Left in its place was only the heaven-splitting emperor's mummified corpse. His life force had been completely drained by the world tree. A corpse like this shouldn't affect the creation of the netherworld, right? Looking at the shriveled remains of the heaven-splitting emperor, Sumubai couldn't help but frown. Nevertheless, with a flicker of his divine sense, he stored the corpse into his internal world. Regardless, this was still the corpse of a world lord-level entity. Even if it couldn't be used for creating the netherworld, it could always be used as a bomb. The corpse disposal skill, which carried the catastrophe trait, had later been replaced by the SS rank skill Death Destruction, but the catastrophe trait still remained. And the skill Death Destruction was derived from the law of Death Destruction. By now, Sumubai had already fused the Great Tao of Death rules to 87%. Which naturally included the law of death destruction. Therefore, let alone a world lord level corpse, he could even detonate the main god level corpse of the pale dragon god. After the heaven-splitting emperor's corpse was put away, 3 items appeared in Sumubai's hand. He immediately stored away the treasures inside the extra large space ring. The next 2 items were the most important. First was a crystal with 999 facets, the heaven-splitting emperor's top-tier godhead. I wonder, if I apply the catastrophe trait first, and then try to freeload and upgrade on this thing, would I be able to summon a main god through it? Examining the top-tier godhead in his hand, Sumubai narrowed his eyes slightly. In the past, he would have only gotten the answer after actually trying it. But now, things were different. Golden light flickered in Sumubai's eyes, and the vertical pupil at the center of his forehead suddenly opened. A black and white Teiji symbol slowly rotated. emitting a profound and mysterious energy fluctuation. Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil. That wasn't all. The wheel of time and space appeared in Sumyubai's palm. As his divine sense stirred, the rules of time were immediately mobilized. Simultaneously, the rules of fate, which he had fused to 15.01%, were also activated. Under the blessing of these three mysterious powers, the top-tier godhead in Sumyubai's hand slowly began to change. The original 999 facets gradually became rounded, and the 10th rule mark, which had been slightly shorter, slowly elongated, appearing as if it were about to become the same length as the other 9. Crack, faintly. Sumyubai seemed to hear a shattering sound, and immediately after, the godhead in his hand erupted with blinding light. Bang, with a crisp sound, the entire godhead exploded, dissipating into specks of starlight. A top-tier godhead, which even main gods could barely destroy, clearly could not withstand the energy infused by the catastrophe. Following that, the entire scene reversed. The top-tier godhead appeared once again, as if nothing had ever happened. Sumyubai's gaze sharpened, and the image of a successful freeloaded upgrade appeared in his eyes again. However, no matter how many times he tried, he could not see a scene where the freeloaded upgrade succeeded. A main godhead, as expected, isn't so easily upgraded through freeloading. Sumyubai shook his head, the vertical pupil on his forehead closed, and the golden light in his eyes slowly faded away. The top-tier godhead left behind by the heaven-splitting emperor hadn't actually shattered. All of this was a scene he had deduced using the rules of time, the rules of fate, and the mystic heaven divine pupil. These images were the future and destiny of this top-tier godhead after triggering the catastrophe talent. With his current abilities, he was already capable of deducing the future and destiny of inanimate objects. But to deduce the future of living players or events that had yet to occur, he was still far from capable. Whether he could summon a main god to assist in battle by applying the catastrophe trait first and then freeloading an upgrade, Sumyubai still didn't know. But he already knew the result of the freeloaded upgrade. Forget it. Adding this godhead will be just enough to restore both Jinmi and Mengri to their complete states. Sumyubai sighed, abandoning the idea of freeloading an upgrade on this godhead. With a flick of his divine sense, the other top-tier godhead he hadn't used yet also appeared in his palm. Sumyubai's gaze fell upon the two top-tier godheads, and he mobilized the power of his profession's catastrophe trait. A somewhat different force of death was instantly injected into the two godheads. Sumyubai didn't even have time to properly sense this power before the transformation was already complete. Notification: you have successfully modified to top-tier godheads. The next moment, the two modified top-tier godheads vanished from Sumyubai's palm simultaneously. In the second internal world, Mingrai and Jinmi, who were in seclusion, suddenly opened their eyes, seeing the godheads radiating powerful energy before them. A sharp glint flashed in their eyes, absorbed them. At the same time, Sumyubai's voice echoed in their ears. Without a word, they reached out to grasp the godheads and then soared into the sky. The sea of death instantly splashed with two sprays of water as the figures of Mingri and Jinmi cut through the sky, arriving at Yui's place of seclusion. Absorbing a godhead required absolute concentration. Under such circumstances, they naturally could not remain in the sea of death. As for tempering their divine souls, it wouldn't be too late to do that after they had completely absorbed the power of the top-tier godheads. The two of them glanced at Yui, whose aura was now significantly more powerful and eerie, and immediately sat cross-legged on the spot, beginning to absorb the power of the godheads. Buzz tilde. The 999 facets of the dark-type godhead left behind by Ferdinand shimmered with light, instantly transforming into a dazzling little black sun. The other godhead, of the soul type, underwent the same transformation, though the light it emitted was a profound, deep purple. Strands of powerful dark divine power and soul divine power were continuously injected into Mingri and Jinmi. Their auras also gradually began to differ from those of normal living beings. Just like Yui, they would also require several decades to absorb and complete the transformation of these top-tier godheads. However, the time flow within this small world had been accelerated by Sumyubai to 500 times the normal rate. In less than a month of external time, the three of them would be able to officially become complete god-level netherworld beings and reach the peak of the upper god realm. Most importantly, Once that time came, Sumyubai would be able to create new god-level netherworld beings once again. The appearance of 10 god-level netherworld beings would inevitably bring about changes to the myriad worlds. This was because the netherworld race was something that did not exist in the myriad worlds. By then, even if the entire netherworld race consisted of only 10 individuals, 10 powerhouses at the peak of the upper god realm would absolutely have the capability to propel the netherworld race onto the myriad races ranking. Sumyubai was very eager to see what kind of expressions the various races of the myriad worlds would have when faced with this brand new, powerfully rising race. Beyond that, what he wanted to see even more was how a god-level netherworld being could find a unique path to break through to the 12th tier rule sovereign realm. Seeing that all three were immersed in the absorption of the top-tier godheads, Sumyubai finally withdrew his divine sense. Within the reincarnation divine domain, Sumyubai looked at the last item in his hand, recalling the system notification that had rung in his ears earlier. A look of contemplation flashing in his eyes. This thing seemed a bit troublesome. Chapter 747, World Master Token, Notification. You have obtained the soul-splitting World Master Token. The final item left behind after the fall of the heaven-splitting emperor was, unexpectedly, his World Master Token. However, the function of this item was not what Sumyubai had imagined. World Master Token soul-splitting world not activated and tradable, indestructible, and droppable. This is the symbol of a World Master's status in the Myriad Worlds game. But possessing it does not mean you will necessarily become the World Master of the soul-splitting world. Only after successfully activating this World Master Token can you become the new World Master of the soul-splitting world. When a World Master is within the great world they control, they will gain certain permissions and be protected by the power of the great world. Click to view details. It originally belonged to the heaven-splitting emperor, but now it has fallen into your hands. Whether to choose to become the World Master of the soul-splitting world seems to be a question. Sumyubai had never harbored the delusion that obtaining the World Master Token would automatically make him the World Master, but the method to activate the token made him feel it was quite troublesome. View details. 1. Travel to the soul-splitting world and complete the World Master trial to activate this World Master Token and become the new World Master of the soul-splitting world. You possess the World Master Token and have equal priority to the Riftmouth race. 2. If someone completes the soul-splitting World Master challenge before you, they will be able to know your identity information and coordinates, and will have the authority to initiate a challenge against you at any time. The winner will obtain the activated World Master Token and become the new World Master of the soul-splitting world. Please note, this challenge cannot be refused. Looking at the text in the detailed description, Sumyubai could not help but frown. If someone else completed the challenge first, his identity and location would be completely exposed. In other words, he had to travel to the soul-splitting world and be the first to complete the World Master trial. Although controlling a great world would indeed be a good thing for Sumyubai, the problem was that meeting the conditions to participate in the World Master trial was required. The very first condition alone already barred Sumyubai from entry. To become a World Master, one must reach the peak of the upper god realm and also comprehend a certain rule great Tao to the 9-patterned extreme. Sumyubai checked and saw that both he and the Riftmouth race only had a short priority window of 10 days. In such a short amount of time, let alone fusing a rule great Tao to the 9-patterned extreme, even breaking through to the peak of the upper god realm was not guaranteed. And this was even after accounting for the 1,000-fold time acceleration and the buffs from the Sea of Death and the World Tree. Otherwise, wanting to break through from the early stage of the upper god realm to the peak would require endless ages just to temper one's divine soul and divine body. And tradable. It really is a hot potato. Sumyubai weighed the World Master Token in his hand and couldn't help but glance at Brian beside him. My lord, what is it? Nothing. Sumyubai shook his head. If he couldn't meet the conditions himself, it went without saying for Brian. After thinking for a moment, he raised his wrist and dialed Feng Yuan's communication channel. Beep, beep, beep. It took a full 10 seconds before the other side connected. But before Sumyubai could speak, Feng Yuan spoke first. Little friend Bai, don't worry about the World Master Token. Just proceed according to your own plans. Beep, beep, beep. Feng Yuan was clearly very busy, and his speech was extremely rapid. As soon as he finished speaking, a busy signal came from the communicator. Sumyubai had just opened his mouth, but the other party had already ended the call. Is old man Feng busy as a spinning top? Looking at the communicator on his wrist, Sumyubai couldn't help but chuckle. However, with those words from the old man, he felt much more at ease. It seemed now that the heaven-splitting emperor being able to find the frost prison divine kingdom was clearly something the human race had intended. I wonder if Senior Yumu has left yet. Sumyubai looked around, but he could not sense a trace of Yumu's aura. Although he could now easily finish off a world master like the heaven-splitting emperor, there was still a massive gap between him and a rule sovereign level main god. However, there was one thing he was very clear about. It was definitely after Yumu saw him easily slaughter Calvin and Ferdinand, and that he deliberately let that unlucky fellow, the heaven-splitting emperor, come to deliver his own head. However, Sumyubai still had a lingering doubt in his heart. What was the situation with the heavenly pride that the heaven-splitting emperor mentioned earlier? How could he not know when he had captured a heavenly pride of the Rift clan? Could it be the Scourge Legion? Thinking of this, Sumyubai moved his divine sense, lifted the time acceleration in this area, then retracted the reincarnation divine domain, and brought Brian back into the Frost Prison Divine Palace. The previous battle had taken place within the dark space, so this great hall remained unchanged from before the heaven-splitting emperor's arrival. The only difference was that after losing Brian's power, those emergency wartime portals had all shut down. Brian. Sumyubai nodded at Brian, who immediately flashed to the center of the hall. As he activated his sovereign permissions, the emergency wartime portals opened once again. The next moment, a sturdy figure rushed out from one of the portals, reporting to the sovereign. We have an unexpected harvest. The Lion Man believer held an immobilized Rift Clan player in his hand, the joy on his face impossible to hide. Sumyubai's gaze swept over the Rift Clan player, and he immediately understood. Bullet, Rift Clan freelance bounty hunter stateless. Top-tier Rift Clan organism. Tier 10 Saint Extermination level. Health points, 118 trillion. Soul, Peak Saint Extermination level. Combat power, Demigod Law. Soul Devouring Law. Bullet is a peerless genius unique to the Rift Clan and is the current heavenly pride of the Rift Clan. Clearly, this guy named Bullet was the fuse for everything. As a heavenly pride of the human clan himself, Sumyubai naturally understood the status of a heavenly pride within their own race. As long as Bullet could grow, it was highly likely that the Rift Clan would gain another World Lord level powerhouse. If that happened, the Rift Clan's ranking on the 10,000 races list would also improve. This was a matter concerning the future potential of the entire race. It was no wonder that the heaven-splitting emperor, a world lord, had come to the undead realm in person. I remember you. Your name is Simba. Right. Sumyubai withdrew his gaze and nodded at the Lion Man believer. Simba responded with visible excitement. Yes, Sovereign. The Sovereign actually remembered his name. He would have something to brag about for a long time. Well done. Go back to your duties. Sumyubai smiled slightly and waved his hand at Simba. At the same time, a spatial ring landed in Simba's hand. Inside were resources that were extremely generous for a Saint Extermination level being. Thank you, Sovereign. Simba gripped the spatial ring tightly, bowed to Sumyubai, and then excitedly stepped through the portal to continue his mission. As for Bullet, he was left behind, completely bewildered. At this moment, his eyes were filled with despair. When he was first captured, he hadn't been this desperate, because he had already received a message from within his clan, knowing that the heaven-splitting emperor had come personally to save him. It was just a mere frost prison divine kingdom. Could it really turn the world upside down in the face of the heaven-splitting emperor, a world lord? But just a moment ago, the announcement of the heaven-splitting emperor's fall had left him completely stunned. What was going on? How could the emperor suddenly fall? Then what was he supposed to do? Chapter 748, I killed him. Any objections? Bonus chapter, Death Domain, Undead Realm, Starry Sky Graveyard. Shan and Sekong Yu stood in the air, surrounded by hundreds of powerhouses with astonishing auras. The Sovereign of Water had clearly reached some kind of deal with Yumu, so Shan was now half an ally. Previously, regarding the cross-world teleportation coordinates, he, as a world lord, had been very cooperative. After the heaven-splitting emperor left the teleportation hall, Sean, at Sikonyu's request, had forcibly set all subsequent cross-world teleportation coordinates entering the undead realm to the outskirts of the Starry Sky Graveyard. This was a level of authority he, as a world lord, still possessed. Of course, this could only restrict those peak high gods who came via cross-world teleportation arrays. If it were a main god, there would be no need to use a cross-world teleportation array at all. Besides that, if one possessed abilities like Sumubai's, they could also bypass the cross-world teleportation arrays and tear through the world barrier to descend into the undead realm directly. However, the Gate of Death was a power of authority attached to the rule-level treasure. The Death Cannon. Was it really so easy to master? Among the 10,000 worlds, those who had mastered the power of authority were extremely rare, and spatial type authority was even rarer. Therefore, after Sean forcibly set the cross-world teleportation coordinates, he was already able to restrict the vast majority of powerhouses coming to the undead realm. And this was the biggest reason why Sikonyu had sought out Sean. Although these powerhouses were all at the peak high god realm, they were clearly divided into different tiers. More than half of them didn't even dare to breathe loudly when facing Sean. Another portion had very grave expressions. They were also World Lord level existences, but compared to Sean, the World Lord of the undead realm, their strength was far inferior. These people were basically in the same tier as the heaven-splitting emperor, who had hidden his power of authority. There were a few others whose expressions didn't change much. They might not be as strong as Sean, but the gap wasn't too large. At the very least, if they joined forces, Sean wouldn't be able to finish them off easily. Only the person at the very front had sharp eyes, killing intent flowing from his body, looking at Sean with displeasure, and saying coldly, "Sean, what is the meaning of this?" From his appearance, this person was indistinguishable from a human. However, he was not human, nor was he of the God clan. He was from the Monster clan, ranked second on the 10,000 races list. It means nothing. If you all are here to visit my undead realm, you are welcome. Sean narrowed his eyes slightly, then changed his tone. But if you try to cause trouble, don't blame me for being impolite. As he spoke, Sean's gaze remained fixed on the person who had just spoken. Jinkai, you wouldn't be planning to act recklessly, would you? Among this batch of arriving powerhouses, only Jinkai was on par with him. The most critical point was that this guy was a lunatic, and like Sikongyu, who was a battle-crazed maniac, Jinkai was far too bloodthirsty. Once he went mad, even the great world he governed would suffer the consequences. Moreover, it was rumored that this guy had gone insane again for some unknown reason recently, which caused Sean's expression to grow a few shades more solemn. Reckless. Lord Jinkai narrowed his eyes. What do you define as reckless? I only want to know one thing now. Why did Lishan fall here? Upon hearing these words, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to them. Gazing at Sean, he frowned. As far as I know, you and Lishan didn't have any friendship, did you? The implication was clear. Since Lishan died here, what business was it of yours? He naturally wasn't qualified to claim friendship with this lord. Lord Jinkai let out a disdainful cold snort. Enough with the nonsense. You should know why I came. Hearing this, before Sean could speak, Sikonyu stepped out carrying his metal staff, looking at Lord Jinkai with a provocative expression. I killed him. Do you have a problem with that? Insolent. Lord Jinkai's gaze sharpened. Violent killing intent materialized into countless flying feathers of slaughter, raining down upon Sikonyu from all directions. The surrounding people retreated reflexively, terrified of being caught in the attack range of this madman. In an instant, only Lord Jinkai, Sikonyu, and Sean remained in the center, facing the oppressive killing intent of Lord Jinkai. Sikonyu did not dodge. Instead, he puffed out his chest and met it head-on. Ding, 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 ding. A series of crisp clashing sounds rang out. Sikonyu yawned and spoke with dissatisfaction. Are you trying to scratch an itch for me? Facing Sikonyu's provocation, Lord Jinkai did not get angry. Instead, a cold sneer curled his lips. I remember you. The lunatic of the human race. The undefeated war god Sikonyu. Right, enough talk. Eat me, and I'll tell you why I killed Lishan. Sikonyu couldn't be bothered with more nonsense and swung his long staff directly at Lord Jinkai. Sean wouldn't fight him. which had been driving him crazy, HMPH, seeking death. Killing intent erupted in Lord Jinkai's eyes. He took a step forward, and both of them vanished from the starry sky graveyard simultaneously. The demon race and the human race were natural enemies, although he never cared about the race of those he killed. Since the other party was seeking death, he was more than happy to oblige. Sekonyu actually dared to provoke Lord Jinkai. Why else would they call him a lunatic? It seems that one of the few powerhouses the human race managed to keep alive might fall today. Is the myth of the undefeated war god about to be shattered? Nonsense. The reason he was undefeated is because he never challenged a true top-tier world lord. When Lord Jinkai goes mad, he even kills demon world lords. What does Sekonyu have to survive with? Seeing the two enter the dark space, the remaining powerhouses began to discuss the situation. However, no one dared to enter to watch the battle. They only extended their divine senses into the dark space to observe, as they were all afraid that the madman Jinkai would become blinded by bloodlust. Likewise, no one left, because Sean was still standing there. It was clear there was no chance of him letting them leave easily. Since Sekonyu, a human powerhouse, was here, the probability of Baiyi being in the undead realm had soared to 90%. These people were waiting for Lord Jinkai to kill Sekonyu, or for more powerhouses to cross over. When that time came, even Sean would not be able to stop so many powerhouses. Extra update for today. Chapter 749, The Shock Powerhouses, Sean's Brainstorming, Death Domain, and Dead Realm. Outskirts of the starry sky graveyard, Sean stood with his arms crossed, single-handedly surrounding the group of powerhouses who had crossed over. He hadn't even drawn his rusted battle blade, clearly not holding these remaining peak-upper gods in high regard. After all, aside from Lord Jinkai, there was no one here on his level. The gap between world lords was also immense. This could be seen from the battle where Sekonyu crushed Emperor Lishan. Sean's powerful aura enveloped the entire starry sky graveyard. If these people attempted to leave, he would strike. After the Sovereign of Water reached some sort of deal with the human race, he had clearly told Sean something, and everything he was doing now was also for his own benefit. However, the powerhouses of various races had no intention of leaving for the time being. Beyond their weariness of Sean, the Lord of the Undead Realm, they also wanted to see if any information would leak out after Sekonyu was defeated. Although none of them dared to compete with Lord Jinkai, they all had their own agendas. At this moment, parts of their divine souls were probing into the dark space, observing the battle between Sekonyu and Lord Jinkai. Although the violent collision of their divine domains caused the entire dark space to tremble incessantly, preventing their divine souls from seeing the specific visuals, they could still sense the general state of the battle. Such terrifying killing intent. Truly worthy of Lord Jinkai, no kidding. He is one of the substitute gods of slaughter. It's said he once emptied an entire divine kingdom. How could his killing intent not be strong? This guy Sekonyu really has a death wish, daring to provoke even a substitute god of slaughter. He just has something wrong with his brain. Doesn't he know that every substitute god of slaughter is a lunatic? That's a strange thing to say, as if Sekonyu isn't a lunatic himself. That's true. But this time he's kicked an iron plate. I wonder how Lord Jinkai will ravage him. How long do you think Sekonyu can hold out? 1 hour at most. I heard this guy's defense and recovery are freakishly strong. I estimate he has a chance of lasting half a day. The heated discussion among the powerhouses reached Sean's ears. Hearing these words, a smile couldn't help but curl his lips. 1 hour, half a day. As long as that guy Sekonyu was willing, dragging Jinkai out for decades wouldn't be a problem at all. Hey, at least I'm not the only one who has had to suffer through this ordeal. I hope Jinkai doesn't get pushed to his breaking point too quickly and keeps Sekonyu company for a while longer. Having fought Sekonyu not long ago, he knew better than anyone exactly what this guy's combat power was currently worth. Although, truth be told, Sekonyu still had a slight gap to bridge before reaching the level of top-tier world lords like them. But that gap was not enough to guarantee them an easy victory. Add in Sekonyu's monstrous defense and recovery, and he was practically an unkillable cockroach. If Jinkai really lost his mind and kept fighting Sekonyu like this, it might even push that guy's combat power to the next level. Sean knew very well that Sekonyu's strength had not yet reached its true limit. Soon, The expressions of the onlookers began to turn strange, their pupils dilated slightly, and their eyes were filled with obvious bewilderment and shock. Something's not right. How is Sikanyu managing to trade blows with Lord Jinkai? How can this be? Is Lord Jinkai holding back? Are you kidding me? Have you ever seen a substitute god of slaughter hold back when he strikes? Why do I feel like Lord Jinkai has become a bit weaker? Your feeling is great. Keep it to yourself next time. I'd probably be crushed in a single move. And you're saying he's become weaker? It's not right. Something is a million times not right. Logically, Lord Jinkai should be suppressing Sikanyu. So why does it look like they are evenly matched now? It's not exactly evenly matched. Lord Jinkai still has a slight upper hand, but the advantage isn't obvious. The situation within the dark space was completely beyond the expectations of all the experts present. They couldn't fathom why Sikanyu's strength had increased so drastically. At their level, increasing one's combat power even by a sliver was an extremely difficult task, especially for World Lord level experts who had already fused their rule douse to the 9-pattern peak. Their strength was almost set in stone. Those capable of comprehending a second rule Dao were extremely rare, even among World Lords. Moreover, even if one had comprehended a second rule Dao, without a high enough degree of fusion, it wouldn't provide any boost to combat power. The leading World Lords frowned, a look of contemplation flashing in their eyes. They were certain that Lord Jinkai was definitely not using his full strength. But what could be the purpose of this? With Sikanyu provoking him like this, is Lord Jinkai still going to act as his sparring partner? What kind of logic is that? Unlike the confusion of those World Lords, a strange glint flashed deep in Sean's eyes. He could clearly sense that Lord Jinkai had indeed become weaker. Under the full investigation of his divine soul, Sean suddenly frowned. It's the mark of the Slaughter God. The aura of the mark of the Slaughter God is gone from Lord Jinkai. No wonder his rule of destruction is weaker than it used to be. The Slaughter God Ash. Although he used the word slaughter in his title, what he had actually comprehended was the rule of destruction, one of the 9 supreme rules. It was only because the rule of slaughter was a part of the rule of destruction, and Ash loved slaughter above all else, that he used the title of Slaughter God. He was not only the strongest high god of the rule of slaughter, but also the strongest high god of the rule of destruction. Back then, in order to challenge the death god Bak, the Slaughter God Ash had sought help from the Sovereign of Destruction and exhausted his life's work to forge the mark of the Slaughter God, a high-level low-grade treasure. Thinking of the Slaughter God Ash, Sean couldn't help but sigh. It was just a pity that as soon as Ash finished forging the mark of the Slaughter God, Bak, the Death God, had already fallen, and he never got to see that legendary battle between the strongest high gods of the myriad worlds. Because of this, even though Ash, who possessed the mark of the Slaughter God, stood at the very pinnacle of the high god realm, he never acknowledged the title of the strongest high god of the myriad worlds, simply because, in his entire life, he had never managed to defeat the Death God. In Ash's view, if one hadn't defeated Bak, one couldn't be called the strongest high god of the myriad worlds. Later, although the Slaughter God Ash fell, the legend of the mark of the Slaughter God continued to circulate throughout the myriad worlds. Now, although the mark of the Slaughter God had been split into 9, each fragment could still greatly increase the strength of true gods in the destruction and slaughter lineages. Even a top-tier world lord like Lord Jinkai could receive a significant boost. It was no wonder that news of Jinkai going mad again had spread not long ago. It was said that if a certain sovereign god of the demon race hadn't appeared to stop him, the crazed Jinkai would have slaughtered an entire demon world. But who on earth could have snatched Jinkai's mark of the Slaughter God? This question was the reason for Sean's frown. He had only just realized this now. He hadn't received even a shred of information about it before. This was clearly abnormal. How could such a major event be hidden from the entire myriad world? At this thought, a grave look flashed in Sean's eyes. Was it Gustav, or was it Webster? Whoever it was, it didn't seem like good news. Chapter 750. Rival of the God Race Experts. High-level low-grade treasures also had distinctions of strength. Sean's rusty battle blade and Sikanyu's metal staff, while also high-level low-grade treasures, were a bit lacking compared to the mark of the Slaughter God. After all, The mark of the slaughter god was something Ash had painstakingly forged to challenge the death god Bach, and even the sovereign of destruction had infused it with power. This treasure, like the scythe of the death god, was second only to rule-level supreme treasures. Treasures of this level were no more numerous than rule-level supreme treasures. Even a top-tier world lord like Sean cared deeply about the whereabouts of such items. But how could Sean have imagined that Lord Jinkai's mark of the slaughter god had been forcibly plundered by Sumyubai's catastrophe talent? Even Lord Jinkai, the victim himself, still didn't know who had snatched his treasure. The battle in the dark space continued, but the onlookers had already become completely numb. Although they were unwilling to believe it, the facts told them that Sekonyu had indeed left them far behind, becoming a powerhouse capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the Golden-Winged Sovereign. The current battle had fallen into a complete stalemate. Unless one side truly wished to stop, there was no telling how long this fight would last. The soul and divine power of a world lord could not be exhausted in a short amount of time. Previously, when Sumyubai released the Teru-level creations, the World Tree and the Sea of Death, he still needed to utilize 1,000-fold time acceleration to finish off the Heaven-Splitting Emperor within a few hours. And the combat strength of the Heaven-Splitting Emperor was far inferior to the two currently locked in fierce battle. One could only imagine how long they would be able to fight. After all, neither the Golden-Winged Sovereign nor Sekonyu possessed rule-level treasures or rule-level creations to assist them. After a long while, the leading world lords exchanged glances. One of them took a deep breath, looked up at Sean, and said in a deep voice, "Sean, if they continue to fight like this, do you really intend to keep us trapped here indefinitely?" As soon as these words were spoken, the gazes of all the powerhouses turned toward them. During the time the Golden-Winged Sovereign and Sekonyu had been battling, more powerhouses had arrived through the cross-boundary teleportation array. These powerhouses came from various races, but without exception, they were all at the peak of the High God realm. Moreover, they were all at least at the 8-pattern stage. No one who dared to covet Baiyu was weak. Without a level of rule fusion at the 8-pattern stage, one didn't even have the qualifications to scavenge for scraps or try their luck. Of course, strength was relative. Although an 8-pattern peak high god could be considered a powerhouse throughout the myriad worlds, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of Sean, a top-tier world lord, let alone them. Even some of the weaker world lords dared not speak at this moment. They could only pin their hopes on the leading world lords to make Sean relent. Sean glanced at them, his voice cold. "Does this small group give you the confidence to question me?" As soon as this was said, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and everyone felt their hearts tremble. Sean's terrifying aura even forced some of the weaker peak high gods to mobilize their divine power just to resist. The leading world lords froze, clearly not expecting Sean's attitude to be so unyielding. He hadn't given them any face at all. Just as they were wondering how to back down, the space not far away vibrated, and the cross-boundary teleportation array lit up once again. Two figures stepped out one after another, their appearances indistinguishable from humans. They were a man and a woman. The man had a sturdy build, his fiery red hair resembling raging flames. The woman had an elegant posture, her azure-long hair fluttering in the wind, giving off a feeling as gentle as water. The moment they appeared, the pressure brought by Sean was swept away. It wasn't that Sean had withdrawn his aura, rather, his aura had been shattered by the two of them. "Even you to have come. This is truly a headache." Sean's pupils constricted slightly as his gaze fell upon them. At the same time, some of the peak high gods from the god race in the crowd bowed to the two in unison. "Greetings, Lord Fire God. Greetings, Lord Water God." In addition to the powerhouses of the god race, some powerhouses of the fire and water elements also performed the same gesture. Water God, Fire God. These were divine titles. It meant that the two of them were the strongest high gods of the water and fire elements. This was recognized by the Myriad Worlds game, and no one would ever question it. It's the fire god Chixio and the water god Roxy. Has the god race actually dispatched even these two? The surrounding powerhouses felt a surge of joy upon seeing the newcomers. Now, surely Sean wouldn't be able to stop them, right? Although the rules of fire and water were not supreme rules, how could the strongest high gods of a specific elemental rule be ordinary? Even though neither of them was a match for Sean individually, If they joined forces, it was not certain that Sean would be able to win. Moreover, Chixio and Roxy were famous model couples in the myriad worlds. Their coordination was seamless, and their combined strength was far more than just 1+1. Coupled with the multiple world lord level powerhouses and peak high gods present, it was clear that Sean could no longer keep everyone trapped in the starry graveyard. Yo, I didn't expect it to be so lively here. Looking at the crowd of powerhouses, Chixio raised an eyebrow and grinned. Immediately after, his soul probed directly into the dark space. As there were two extremely powerful fluctuations coming from there, the golden-winged sovereign, Chixio's gaze sharpened, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. The undefeated war god is still alive, and his strength has improved to such a degree. Watching Sakongyu trade blows back and forth with the golden-winged sovereign, Chixio felt a shock in his heart. Back then, Sakongyu had challenged him, the fire god. Although he hadn't been defeated, he had been on the defensive the entire time, appearing quite wretched. But after only 9+ epochs, the other party was already able to fight the golden-winged sovereign to this extent. It was simply incredible. And the strength of the golden-winged sovereign was even a notch higher than Chixio. The fire god, the human race truly was a race adept at creating miracles. Withdrawing his thoughts, his gaze fell back onto Sean. Sean, you don't intend to keep us here too, do you? As Chixio spoke, Roxy's gaze also landed on Sean. Although there was no clash of divine power between the three, their soul power had already begun to confront one another. While there was no irreconcilable hatred between the god race and the undead race, their relationship had never been good. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd retreated a distance, leaving space for the three. A moment later, Sean's soul power trembled visibly, and his expression changed slightly. However, in an instant, his demeanor returned to normal, and he sighed softly. Sigh, it seems I truly cannot stop you all. If there were only two of them, Sean would still have the confidence to hold them back. But if that were the case, he wouldn't be able to keep the others in check. After all, there were several World Master level existences present here. If these people were to flee, there would be little point in him stopping Chixio and Roxy. Since that is the case, we shall take our leave first. Chixio laughed heartily. Beside him, Roxy glanced at Sean and added a remark. Rest assured, we will not cause trouble in the undead realm. As her voice fell, the two prepared to turn and leave. The surrounding experts also wanted to take this opportunity to escape this starry graveyard. The battle within the dark space clearly no longer held any significance to watch. However, Sean still had no intention of letting them leave. Don't be in such a hurry. I admit I cannot stop all of you by myself. But Chapter 751, The Crimson Enchantress, bonus chapter. Before Sean could finish his sentence, the cross-realm teleportation array not far away flickered with light once more. A beautiful, curvaceous young woman stepped out, her movements graceful and light. She was dressed in a pale purple cheongsam, her hair coiled behind her head, and she held a small round fan in her hand. Every step her bare, jade-like feet took left behind a trace of dark red patterns. Those patterns rippled through the starry sky for a moment before slowly dissipating. Threads of faint, ethereal soul fluctuations merged into the starry sky as the dark red patterns faded away. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn to her. Some peak upper gods at the 8th or 9th rank even felt their eyes grow hazy, as if they had caught sight of their lifelong love. But Sean is not alone. The beautiful woman's pace was not fast, but in the next instant, she appeared beside Sean and finished the sentence he had left hanging. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes swept across the crowd, finally landing on Chixio and Roxy. Everyone, why not stay a while longer and play? How about it, Yachu? I didn't expect that old geezer Yuan to actually send you here. Sean nodded toward Yachu, a look of obvious surprise flashing in his eyes. Chixio and Roxy's pupils also constricted. The Crimson Enchantress. At the same time, everyone present confirmed one thing in their hearts. Bai Yi was definitely in this undead realm. Otherwise, how could the human race possibly send both the invincible war god and the Crimson Enchantress here at the same time? Knowing was one thing, but Yuchu's arrival made these people shelve their plans to leave. Sean was right. After Chixio and Roxy appeared, He alone could not have stopped everyone. But with the addition of Yachu, the Crimson Enchantress, it was a different story. Roxy's gaze remained fixed on Yachu, her eyes filled with suspicion. The demon race actually let you leave just like that? Her voice was very gentle, instantly soothing everyone's hearts. Those peak-upper gods who had been dazed suddenly snapped back to reality at this moment. Their pupils shrank, and they cast a lingering, fearful glance at Yachu before hurriedly averting their eyes, as if terrified that one more look would cause them to fall under her spell again. The affairs between the demon race and my human race need not trouble the water god. Yachu revealed a faint smile, but that natural, innate allure made even Roxy, the gentle water god, seem dull by comparison. Beside them, Chixiao frowned. The Crimson Enchantress Yachu had become famous long before the invincible war god Sakonyu. The opponent's strength had already been revealed previously. Even if she wasn't his match, she certainly wouldn't be far behind. With the human race rising again, the demon race naturally wouldn't sit idly by. The god race was, of course, aware of the great battle that had taken place not long ago. At the very beginning, the human race had been retreating steadily, but with the entry of the dragon race, the situation had suddenly taken a turn. Although the dragon race had already separated from the demon race, there were still many experts within the demon race who were on good terms with the dragons. It was just that the true top-tier powerhouses of the dragon race could not yet leave the ancestral dragon ruins, so they could only do their best to use their friendships to tie down a portion of the demon race's experts. Once the battle reached a stalemate, the god race hadn't paid much attention to it. However, that battle had caused the name of the Crimson Enchantress to once again resound throughout the myriad worlds. This was a terrifying woman who even the succubus race had to admit they were inferior to. Do not be fooled by her harmless appearance. The number of experts who had died at her hands was by no means small. Even Chixiao did not dare to guarantee that he would remain unaffected if he were to cross blades with her. It seems your human race has quite a few hidden cards. Roxy blinked, her beautiful eyes shimmering like flowing water as she locked horns with Yachu. Not something the god race can compare to. Yachu swayed the small round fan in her hand, her gaze sweeping over Chixiao as if by accident, and she chuckled, "Brother Fire God, would you like to have a bout with me?" Chixiao was clearly stunned, and his expression shifted slightly as he felt a chill emanating from beside him. "Shut up. Chixiao won't fight with a vixen like you." Roxy glared at Yachu, though she had no intention of making a move. Yachu's arrival caused the crowd, who had been eager to stir, to abandon their plans to leave for now. For a time, the starry graveyard became unexpectedly quiet. Sean moved his divine sense, and his voice rang directly in Yachu's mind. "Are we just going to keep blocking them like this? No need." Yachu probed her soul into the dark space, and upon seeing the state of the battle between Sakonyu and the golden-winged venerable, a curve immediately appeared on her lips. "I can only stay in the undead realm for 9 days. If they still haven't given up by then let them be. 9 days. Hearing this time frame, Sean's gaze immediately sharpened. With the human race in its current state, they still want to meddle with the soul-splitting realm. Has that old geezer Yuan gone mad? Do you think you are capable of understanding his arrangements? Yachu rolled her eyes at Sean, who immediately curled his lip and fell silent. Compared to that old schemer, he, the world master of the undead realm, felt like a mere greenhorn. Forget it. If he couldn't understand, then so be it. In any case, he wasn't part of the human race. He just needed to finish the task entrusted to him by the Master of Water. As for everything else, what did it have to do with him? Withdrawing his thoughts, Sean stood side by side with Yachu, and the two of them alone were enough to make all the experts present afraid to leave easily. Among them were even the existences known as the God of Water and the God of Fire, both bearing the title of God. Meanwhile, within the dark space, the fierce battle between Sakonyu and the golden-winged sovereign continued to rage. From time to time, one could hear Sakonyu's hearty, joyful laughter. "Hiss, ha ha ha. Refreshing, golden-feathered chicken. Come again, TSK, TSK. Sk. Why are you out of steam? You're really not up to the task, are you? If I were to chop off this pair of wings to make roasted chicken wings, they'd probably be delicious, right?" Once he started fighting, his mouth remained as foul as ever. The golden-winged sovereign was clearly pushed to his breaking point, his murderous roar echoing throughout their respective divine domains. "You're the chicken. Your whole family is chickens. Die for this sovereign. If I don't kill you today, I swear I am no chicken huffed. I swear I am no golden-winged pang emperor." Extra update for today, chapter 752. Wouldn't this be making too much of a fuss? Everything that happened in the Starry Graveyard did not affect the undead realm. With top-tier powerhouses like Shun and Yachu present, the peak upper gods of the various races had no chance to leave. Chixio and Roxy exchanged a silent glance and said nothing more, merely projecting their divine senses into the dark space to watch the battle between the golden-winged sovereign and Sakongyu. Given Chixio's fiery temper, even if he knew he couldn't win, he would usually insist on fighting first. But the recent fall of the God of Thunder had caused him to temper his disposition significantly. To this day, the God race had yet to discover at whose hands the God of Thunder had fallen. Of course, this was partly because the rule sovereigns of the God race had not paid attention to the matter. It seemed that the death of the God of Thunder was, to those at the main God realm, merely a trivial, insignificant affair. But Chixio knew very well that this was by no means a small matter. Even within the God race, a peak upper god bearing the title of God was definitely considered high-level leadership. In the absence of the main gods, it was people like them who usually decided the affairs of the God race. In the past, a major event like the fall of the God of Thunder would have shaken the entire myriad worlds. But this time, the news of the God of Thunder's fall had not spread. Therefore, Chixio and the other high-ranking members of the God race now harbored great doubts in their hearts. Why did the main gods not investigate the death of the God of Thunder further? And why did they not say anything more in front of them? Clearly, there was something involved here that even they were not permitted to participate in. In other words, the death of the God of Thunder was very likely linked to existences at the rule sovereign realm. Otherwise, there was no reason to keep them in the dark. Before coming to the undead realm, Roxy had repeatedly reminded Chixio to restrain his temper. The current myriad world seemed to have become somewhat different, but did all of this have anything to do with the resurgence of the human race? At this thought, the gazes of Chixio and Roxy involuntarily swept over Yachu. Both of them had lived for who knows how many years. They were already the god of fire and the god of water before the human race had even risen. So they naturally knew what had happened back then. If not for the invasion of the Void Monarch, the God race's position as number one on the myriad races ranking would very likely have been toppled by the human race. To be precise, the human race of that time had already stood at the pinnacle of all things. The only reason they hadn't entered the top 10 of the myriad races ranking was that the vast majority of human powerhouses had fused their bloodlines and were not judged as human by the myriad worlds game. Otherwise, the God race would have lost their number one spot on the myriad races ranking long ago. Now, for this race that excelled at creating miracles to rise again was clearly no easy task. Although the God race was not hostile toward the human race and had not even hindered their development, the human race had offended quite a few races during their initial rise. Not every race possessed the same broad perspective as the God race. As the most powerful race in the myriad worlds, they knew very well who the true enemies of the myriad worlds were. At the very least, the rise of the human race could alleviate a great deal of pressure for them. As for the god of fire and the god of water coming to the undead realm to seize the rule treasure in Sumubai's hands, that did not conflict with the strategic policy of the god race. Not being hostile or targeting the human race did not mean they wouldn't seize treasures, let alone the human race. Competition existed within every race, and the God race was no exception. Treasures belonged to those capable of holding them. This was an eternal truth. Frost Prison Divine Palace. Sumubai sat upright on the divine throne, his gaze scrutinizing the despairing Bulle. The two prodigies of their respective races now held vastly different statuses. Bulle, the prisoner, looked up at Sumubai, his eyes filled with confusion. What exactly was the purpose of this powerhouse, whose information was completely unreadable, in capturing him? Although he didn't know who the figure on the divine throne was, Bulle could sense that the other party was also a prodigy, yet, for some reason, the urge to fight that he usually felt when meeting other prodigies couldn't even spark a single thought. Just how strong was this guy? To make a prodigy like himself lose even the courage to contend with him. Bully's heart trembled. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Sumyubai couldn't be bothered to waste words on him and directly initiated a prodigy duel. After defeating Aoshin last time, the title Human Prodigy had received an upgrade. Since he had accidentally caught a prodigy now, why not put the waste to good use? The notification sound ringing in his ears left Bulay visibly stunned. Could it be that he went to such great lengths to capture him just for a prodigy duel? Wouldn't this be making too much of a fuss? Even the only world lord of my Riftmouth race fell because of this. For such a small matter, couldn't you have just asked? Would I have even dared to refuse, because he was stunned? Bulay did not agree immediately. A prodigy duel could be refused if he did so. Even if Sumyubai killed him, the prodigy title would not be upgraded because the two were not in the same realm. A prodigy must be invincible within the same realm. This point was the same, whether within one's own race or against outsiders. Sumyubai frowned. He had no time to waste on a weakling like Bulay. As his gaze sharpened, a dark purple light instantly flickered in his eyes. Death rules soul control. Sumyubai did not use soul control this time to completely dominate Bulay. He only intended to influence his soul, compelling him to voluntarily accept the prodigy duel. Because once a soul is completely controlled, one loses the title of prodigy. How could a prodigy of a clan be controlled by someone else? But by merely influencing him, Bulay would not lose his prodigy status. A mere 10th tier Saint Extermination level player stood no chance against the power of Sumyubai's rules. Bulay's gaze instantly turned vacant. However, influencing his soul was not as easy as Sumyubai had imagined. There was clearly a defensive barrier protecting the other party's soul. Was this left behind by the heaven-splitting emperor? Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. With such a powerful soul barrier, only the heaven-splitting emperor in the entire Rift clan possessed the strength to create it. From this, one could also see the status Bulay held as a prodigy within the Rift clan. You're already dead, so stop putting up a futile struggle. Sumyubai let out a cold snort and immediately mobilized the full power of his death rule. At the same time, the death scripture appeared in his palm, emitting a grayish-white glow. Although the heaven-splitting emperor had been powerless in Sumyubai's hands before, that was due to the added strength of the reincarnation divine domain, the world tree, and the sea of death. In terms of pure rule power alone, the current Sumyubai was far from being a match for the heaven-splitting emperor. However, the heaven-splitting emperor had already fallen, and the power he left within Bulay's soul was rapidly fading. Coupled with the amplification of the death scripture, Sumyubai was fully capable of breaking the soul barrier he had left behind. Bang! A soft sound echoed from within the soul, instantly jolting Bulay awake. The next moment, a dark purple light flickered in his eyes. Immediately after, both of their figures vanished from the spot. Inside the divine hall, only Brian remained. He glanced at the empty throne and couldn't help but mutter to himself, I wonder if I am qualified to become a prodigy of the undead race now. The position of an undead prodigy was not a delusional fantasy for him. Having begun to fuse the rule Dao at the early stage of the upper god realm and possessing the combat power of a peak upper god, he was absolutely qualified to compete for the position of an undead prodigy. Chapter 753. The significance of SSS Great Talents. Aoshin, a dragon race prodigy, had not reached the peak of the upper god realm in combat power even when he was at the late stage of the middle god realm. He was merely at the late stage of the upper god realm. The only thing Brian lacked confidence in was rule authority. For a top-tier race like the undead, a prodigy must possess the power of rule authority. This was Brian's current disadvantage. Although he had been freeloaded by Sumyubai to promote his rule Dao, he had only fused 0.1%, which was merely the beginning. Compared to rule authority, he was still far behind. Even if a prodigy's rule authority didn't reach the first level and consisted of only a tiny fraction, it was still not something the rule power Brian currently controlled could compare to. It seems I must master the power of authority first. The soul fire in Brian's eyes flickered slightly. Aside from Sumyubai's unique forbidden grade talent Catastrophe, the most powerful talents in the myriad worlds were SSS grade talents. However, the bonus effects provided by talents became negligible after breaking through to the true god realm. Whether it was divine power, soul strength, or the power of laws, None could be shaken by an SSS grade talent, let alone the power of rules. But SSS grade talents remain the most important thing for true God Realm powerhouses, especially after condensing a godhead and breaking through to the upper God Realm, because it was the key for all upper gods to master rule authority. Only after condensing a godhead could one potentially use their own SSS grade talent to comprehend a sliver of rule authority. But that sliver was enough to keep the vast majority of upper gods out. Moreover, a sliver of rule authority was of little use to a true powerhouse. From a sliver to a tiny fraction, then to a portion, every step was a massive breakthrough. Beyond that was the first level of rule authority. This was the level Sumyubai could currently mobilize. And the first level of rule authority was theoretically the limit that a peak upper god could reach. Most world lord level existences could not master such power. Brian glanced at his own talent. To compete for the position of an undead prodigy, the most important thing to do now was to comprehend a sliver of the power of authority. However, unlike other upper gods, he had a shortcut to comprehending rule authority. Thinking of this, a sharp light flashed in Brian's eyes, and his gaze fell upon the scythe of the death god in his hand. This high-level law-grade treasure did not urgently have the function of helping others comprehend the power of authority. Even many rule-grade treasures lacked this ability. But after the scythe of the death god was imbued with the catastrophe characteristic by Sumyubai, it was different. Brian could borrow a portion of the death god box power through it, which naturally included box power of authority. And the death god Bach was also a powerhouse of the undead race, which meant his SSS grade talent was nearly identical to Brian's. This allowed Brian to quickly comprehend the power of authority by borrowing box power. This was also the reason why the human race appeared so special. Apart from the human race, the variety of talents in other races was extremely limited. Only the human race blossomed with 100 flowers, capable of awakening any type of talent and possessing infinite possibilities in this regard. Even the god race and demon race, which also possessed multiple types of talents, were far inferior to the human race. Just as Brian was preparing to borrow box power to further experience the power of authority, his gaze suddenly froze. "Go!" Accompanied by a sharp shout, the space within the great hall was suddenly torn open. Brian's aura soared instantly. His soul and divine body were suddenly elevated to the late stage of the upper god realm, and box power was already imbued upon him. This frost prison divine palace has truly become a place where anyone can come and go as they please. Brian frowned, his gaze fixed on the spot where space had been torn asunder, the soul fire within his pupils surging upward. Back when he served as a realm lord, such a situation had never occurred. The rays and barriers here were, after all, generated by the power of the undead realm's lord. Even if they were set up casually, they were not something an ordinary high god could ignore. But now, people were breaking in one after another, and Brian felt quite helpless. Ever since he began following Lord Bai, the powerhouses he encountered had become increasingly monstrous. Last time it was the heaven-splitting emperor, and this time, who could it be? Brian gripped the scythe of the death god, his divine power already mobilized. He stared intently at the suddenly appearing spatial rift, ready to strike at any moment. The next instant, two figures stepped out side by side, a man and a woman. As his gaze swept over the cold-faced woman, Brian's pupils constricted sharply. The god race, and a prodigy of the god race at that. This was truly troublesome. Lord Bai, I fear only you can handle this. Juxiao traveled across the myriad worlds and never hid her identity. Therefore, Brian saw her basic information at a single glance. A god race prodigy, let alone Brian. Even many realm lords would not dare to offend her. The other party might not yet stand at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds, but her status was far beyond what an ordinary realm lord could compare to. However, the next moment, Brian withdrew his divine power, feeling a secret sense of relief in his heart, because he sensed the aura of one of his own from the dragon beside Juxiao. As fellow followers of Bai, although the two had never met, they could instantly recognize each other's identity. "You must be Brian, right?" Aoshin nodded toward Brian, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings as he frowned. "Where is Lord Bai, brother Aoshin? I have long heard of your great name." Brian also nodded slightly, though he did not answer Aoshin's question directly, instead letting his gaze fall upon Juxiao. "Don't worry, she's one of us. Aoshin grinned and reached out as if to put his arm around Juxiaoyu. But after receiving a glare, he retracted it sheepishly. Let me introduce you. This is my fiancée, Juxiaoyu. Tao, wait until you can actually beat me before you talk about that. Juxiaoyu glanced at Aoshin, then nodded toward Brian, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. He has already begun to fuse with the rules of the Great Tao while only at the early stage of a high god. When did the undead race produce such a genius? Why hadn't I heard even a whisper of this? Following that, her gaze fell upon the scythe of the death god in Brian's hand. This weapon, the strongest offensive high-level low-grade treasure in the myriad worlds, was known to everyone. Judging from the terrifying aura emanating from the scythe of the death god, the item in the other party's hand was undoubtedly the genuine article. Give me some face in front of my own people, would you? Aoshin laughed awkwardly. Who told him he really couldn't beat Juxiaoyu? Otherwise, why would she still just be his fiancée? If you can't even beat me, what face do you need? Juxiaoyu withdrew her gaze and rolled her eyes at Aoshin with dissatisfaction. She was merely a little interested in the scythe of the death god, though not particularly so, because this weapon did not suit her. Moreover, as a prodigy of the god race, she was not without high-level low-grade treasures of her own. Although they might not compare to the scythe of the death god, they were not far off. Chapter 754. Wait, what did he just say? Bonus chapter. Hearing Juxiaoyu's words, the corners of Aoshin's mouth twitched. My dear wife, do you even hear what you're saying? Before Baiyi appeared, you were the undisputed #1 prodigy of the myriad worlds. If I could beat you, would I still be stuck as #2? This damn time authority. Thinking of the roguelike effects of the time authority, Aoshin couldn't help but sigh. In reality, if he didn't use the power of the authority, he was not weaker than Juxiaoyu. But the time authority was too monstrous, with their strength being equal. He had yet to find a way to break it. Juxiaoyu had long since grown accustomed to Aoshin's resentful gaze. She looked deeply at Brian. Where is Baiyi? I want to have a match with him. Aoshin's expression suddenly turned serious. Not now. He had come on this trip to notify Baiyi of the current emergency. Due to the fall of the heaven-splitting emperor, a large number of powerhouses had arrived in the undead realm. If they continued to stay here, there was a high possibility of being exposed. That would be dangerous. After all, no one knew if there might be a rule sovereign level existence hiding in the shadows. Shounen had forcibly changed the coordinates for cross-realm teleportation, but Aoshin, who could manipulate the space authority, had not been affected. Therefore, after sensing Sumubai's location through the follower contract, he had torn through the world wall and appeared directly inside the Frost Prison Divine Palace's main hall. Under normal circumstances, he would not travel like this, because with his current power, after tearing through the world wall once to force a cross-realm teleportation, he would be unable to mobilize the space authority for a short time. But given the urgency of the situation, he couldn't care about that anymore. Not to mention his status as a follower. If something were to actually happen to Baiyi, wouldn't Bang Xuan go absolutely insane once she emerged from the ancestral dragon ruins? The reason he didn't let Juxiaoyu challenge Baiyi right now, besides fearing the loss of time, was for another purpose. Juxiaoyu certainly wouldn't leave until she had fought Baiyi. With her here, if they encountered a realm lord from the god race, there would be room for maneuver. Although this was somewhat suspicious of using his own fiancée, Aoshin knew that what Juxiaoyu had said earlier was not wrong. In the myriad worlds, truly no one dared to touch her. Not even a rule sovereign would dare. A prodigy who had mastered the time authority was valued within the god race far more than someone who merely held a divine title like the god of thunder. You must know that the supreme throne of the master of time is currently still vacant, and the person in all the myriad worlds with the most hope of becoming the next master of time is Juxiaoyu. Aoshin had previously believed this to be the case as well. But ever since meeting Baiyi, he had begun to feel uncertain. Although you are strong, compared to Lord Baiyi, she seems to fall a bit short. Facing Aoshin, whose attitude had suddenly turned firm, Juxiaoyu surprisingly did not retort. The reason she insisted on following him, aside from genuinely wanting to spar with Baiyi, was mostly out of concern for Aoshin's safety. It was just that she was too proud to admit it. Helping Bai Yi was merely a secondary matter. Wu told Aoshin, that disappointing fellow, to become a follower of Bai Yi. Taking advantage of the two flirting, Brian had quietly put away the scythe of the death god. During this time, he had also added Aoshin as a friend, and the two had exchanged some thoughts through their divine senses. After confirming the intentions of Juxiayu, the prodigy of the god race, he slowly spoke. Lord Bai Yi is currently with another prodi. Before Brian could finish his sentence, the space within the grand hall fluctuated once more. Immediately following, two figures appeared simultaneously. However, Sumyu Bai sat directly upon the throne, while Bule slumped to the ground, his eyes vacant and lifeless. At this moment, he already knew Sumyu Bai's name. Is this the strength of Bai Yi? Under the same cultivation stage, I didn't even have the power to fight back. How? Prodigy of the Rift Race, what an ironic title that is. Notification. Congratulations to player Bai Yi for winning this prodigy clash. The effect of the title Human Prodigy has been enhanced. The expected system notification sounded in Sumyu Bai's ears. But the extent of the Human Prodigy enhancement left him quite disappointed, having defeated Bule, a prodigy of the Rift Race. The title's effect only increased his luck by 10 points and comprehension by 5 points. Nothing else had changed. Luck points were meaningless to Sumyu Bai, as his luck value had long since become 3 question marks. In other words, the harvest from this battle was merely 5 points of comprehension. Is it because the Rift Race's ranking is too low? Sumyu Bai frowned and looked up at the 2 additional people in the hall. He had already learned the purpose of Aoshin's rival through his divine soul, but he had become interested in Juxiayu, the prodigy of the god race. Of course, it was purely out of a desire to see the strength of a god race prodigy. If he were to defeat a god race prodigy in a prodigy clash, the enhancement to the human prodigy title should be quite significant, right? Thinking of this, Sumyu Bai stood up and appeared before the two in the next instant. How about we have a fight once we reach the Death Continent? That is exactly what I intended. A fighting spirit emerged in Juxiaoyu's eyes. She did not shrink from the battle in the slightest. Even though Sumyu Bai had comprehended the great Tao of rules, Lord Bai Yi, let's leave first. The undead realm is too dangerous right now. Aoshin helplessly clutched his forehead, unable to stop himself from offering a reminder. He knew this would happen the moment these two met. At least they didn't lose their heads and knew to wait until they reached the Death Continent to fight. Where did he just say? Aoshin and Brian reacted abruptly and spoke in unison to persuade him. My lord, you absolutely must not. The Death Continent is even more dangerous than the undead realm. Although the fall of the heaven-rending emperor had attracted some powerhouses to the undead realm, there were even more remaining on the Death Continent. Isn't this just walking right into a trap? Today's extra update is here. I just discovered there's a live-action audiobook version. I listened to a few dozen chapters today, and I must say, it's actually quite good. Bored foster fathers can listen from the beginning to review the story. By the way, please send gifts. Please leave a 5-star review. Please recommend the book if you're in a book drought. Chapter 755. Death Authority Soul Amplification. Hearing that Bai Yi actually wanted to go to the Death Continent and walk straight into a trap, even Juxiaoyu gave him a look of astonishment. This guy, is he sick in the head? Go into the Death Continent now. Isn't that just seeking his own death? Previously, when she and Aoshin were at the Nether Immortal Market, they had gathered information on quite a few Realm Lord level powerhouses. The ones who had actually come to the Undead Realm were only a small portion. No need to be nervous. Scanning the crowd, Sumyu Bai smiled and said, sometimes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. But Brian's face still carried a deep look of worry. They don't know my strength, but don't you? Sumyu Bai patted Brian on the shoulder, and the latter realized he had been blinded by his own concern. The previous heaven-rending emperor had been completely powerless before his lord. With such combat power, unless he encountered an existence at the 12th tier rule sovereign realm, who could possibly take his lord's life? Thinking of this, Brian couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. My lord, when shall we depart? Hearing this, Sumyu Bai shook his head. You stay in the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom for now. There are still matters that require your handling. The wanted posters Brian had previously issued would inevitably draw high-level gods from various races to investigate the situation. Although the heaven-rending emperor had fallen in the undead realm, no one knew exactly where he had perished. As long as Sumyubai left this remote, backwater place of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom would not attract too much attention for the time being. Sumyubai estimated that the high-level gods sent by the races on the wanted posters would not be too strong. After all, the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom could only be considered a minor force in the undead realm. Now that Brian had begun to fuse with the great Tao of rules and his combat power had stepped into the realm of a peak high-level god, he was perfectly suited to deal with these people. I understand. Brian nodded with a hint of regret. After possessing the combat power of a peak high-level god, he also wanted to venture out to the Death Continent, but compared to that, the affairs of Lord Baiyu were clearly the most important. The Golden Scourge Legion here is now in your hands. Sumyubai shifted his divine sense and applied a soul amplification to Brian. To be precise, it should now be called Authority of Death Soul Amplification. This was not a combat-oriented authority, but rather a way to empower a target through the power within the Book of the Dead, without consuming too much of Sumyubai's own authority power. Compared to the previous soul amplification, the Authority of Death Soul Amplification possessed only one additional ability. It allowed the empowered target to hold secondary command authority over the Golden Scourge Legion. In other words, even if Sumyubai were to leave the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom or the Undead Realm, Brian could now command the Golden Scourge Legion to fight for him. Of course, if Sumyubai did not permit it, Brian wouldn't even be able to mobilize a single golden skeleton. Furthermore, the effects of the Authority of Death Soul Amplification would not vanish just because Sumyubai traveled to the Death Continent. This was because the coverage of his authority power encompassed the entire Death Domain. As long as Sumyubai remained within the Death Domain, Brian would retain secondary command of the Golden Scourge Legion, unless his orders conflicted with those of Sumyubai, the Master. Rest assured, my lord, with the Golden Scourge Legion, Brian will certainly be able to expand the territory of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. A flash of excitement crossed Brian's eyes. As a Lich god, he could naturally summon a Scourge Legion of his own, but compared to Lord Bai's Golden Scourge Legion, his were far inferior. With such a powerful army, he could already foresee a future where the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom successfully conquered all the surrounding divine kingdoms. Sumyubai nodded slightly. Don't worry. Once things here are settled, I will have you come over. The Scythe of the Death God was still with Brian. If he were to truly enter the underworld abyss, Sumyubai would certainly summon his follower, Brian, to join him. He was also very tempted by the secrets and wealth left behind by the Death God Bach. As the strongest upper god of the myriad worlds, his wealth would surely be an astronomical figure. If he combined that with his own freeloading promotion method, wouldn't he just take off instantly? However, Sumyubai did not take back the Scythe of the Death God from Brian, because he was not lacking a high-level low-grade treasure, and leaving it in Brian's hands was the best way to make full use of it, unless he could freeload the Scythe of the Death God into a rule-level treasure in the future. Sumyubai didn't have much interest in it, however. He dared not perform a freeloading promotion to create a new rule-level treasure in the outside world, especially during such a sensitive period. Such things could wait until he entered a tributary of the River of Time. There was no rush. Moreover, he hadn't even obtained the wealth left by Bach yet. So how could Sumyubai possibly freeload a promotion for the Scythe of the Death God right now? After making arrangements for Brian, Sumyubai's gaze fell upon Aoshin, and he asked casually, "How is Bingshuang doing?" It had been a long time since he received any news from Bingshuang. This little guy had been by Sumyubai's side ever since the Land of Oblivion. Now that he hadn't heard his voice for such a long time, Sumyubai felt a bit unaccustomed to it. He has entered the ruins of the ancestral dragon. Even the Great Elder doesn't know when he will be able to come out. When Aoshin said this, a clear look of confusion flashed in the eyes of Jushayu, who stood beside him. The Dragon Clan had produced another genius qualified to step into the ruins of the ancestral dragon. Why hadn't the God Clan received even a shred of information about it? Bingshuang. What a strange name indeed. Jushayu did not interrupt. She merely glanced at Sumyubai calmly. From their conversation, she knew that this Dragon Clan genius named Bingshuang must be related to Bai, the ruins of the ancestral dragon. This was the first time Sumyubai had heard this name. Anything that could be linked to the ancestral dragon clearly wouldn't be simple. Although he didn't know the full extent of the ancestral dragon's strength, the pale dragon god was a genuine existence at the Rule Sovereign realm, and yet he was merely a descendant of the ancestral dragon. However, upon hearing that no one knew when Bing Shuang would emerge, Sumyubai couldn't help but frown. What exactly is the ruins of the ancestral dragon, Lord Bai? The ruins of the ancestral dragon involve the secrets of my dragon clan. Without the Great Elder's permission, I cannot tell you. Aoshin shook his head, then added, but please rest assured, Bing Shuang will definitely not be in any life-threatening danger within the ruins of the ancestral dragon. Although there was no danger to his life, he would certainly have to endure a great deal of suffering. As a dragon clan prodigy who had entered the ruins of the ancestral dragon himself, Aoshin was the most qualified to speak on this. Recalling those days beneath the ruins of the ancestral dragon, he couldn't help but shudder inwardly. That was no life for a normal dragon to lead. However, Aoshin did not say this out loud, as he feared Bai Yu would worry about Bing Shuang. The ruins of the ancestral dragon was a step that every true dragon clan genius had to experience. Once Bing Shuang emerged from it, his strength would surely advance by leaps and bounds. Because the flow of time there was not the same as in the myriad worlds. Is that so? Sumyubai nodded slightly. Then I won't ask. After speaking, he checked his communicator and nodded at Brian, then swept his gaze over Aoshin and Yu Xiaoyu, saying, let's go. Before we head to the Death Continent, accompany me to retrieve something first. Chapter 756, A True Madman, Undead Realm. Graveyard of the Stars. As the core region of the entire undead realm, although it was called a graveyard, it was actually extremely prosperous. Organizations such as the Nether Immortal Workshop, the Myriad Worlds Transport Group, and the Death Domain Bank had all established their undead realm headquarters in the central area of the Graveyard of the Stars. Shan had forcibly set the coordinates of the cross-boundary teleportation array to a location on the uttermost edge of the Graveyard of the Stars, and this area had long been sealed off by a barrier he had set up. Therefore, these powerhouses arriving from the Death Continent did not affect the Graveyard of the Stars. Within the dark space, the battle between Sakongyu and the Golden Winged Sovereign remained intense. One was a battle-crazed madman, and the other was so furious he was practically fuming. Clearly, neither had any intention of stopping. The Golden Winged Sovereign had long since reverted to his true demonic form, though for the sake of combat, he had intentionally shrunk his size down to several dozen meters. Sakongyu, go to hell. A pair of sharp talons shimmered with a cold, lethal light as they struck directly toward Sakongyu. The surrounding space was torn asunder. A terrifying killing intent swept through both of their divine domains. And as powerful divine power intertwined with the laws of reality, it sealed off every possible path of escape for Sakongyu. However, the madman Sakongyu had no intention of dodging at all. His entire body shimmered with a metallic luster, and as he pointed his long staff toward the heavens, he prepared to meet the attack head-on. Boom! The moment they collided, a terrifying force erupted, causing both of their divine domains to tremble violently. The Golden Winged Sovereign and Sakongyu were both sent flying backward. A trace of blood hung from the corners of both their mouths. Clearly, both had sustained injuries in the exchange. Yet, their expressions were entirely different. The Golden Winged Sovereign's eyes flashed with a crimson light, not the color of blood, but the manifestation of raw, tangible killing intent. At this moment, he wished he could tear this foul-mouthed bastard Sakongyu into 1,000 pieces. In contrast, Sakongyu simply wiped the blood from his mouth, far from being displeased. His face grew even more excited. Ha 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 ha, golden feathered chicken, you're quite obedient. Come on, keep entertaining me. Hearing this, the Golden Winged Sovereign's feathers stood on end in a rage. You're courting death. Though he said this, after fighting for so long, the Golden Winged Sovereign understood that he simply could not kill this foul-mouthed wretch. Sakongyu, as things stood. At this thought, the killing intent in his heart grew even more intense. Damn it. Which heaven-forsaken bastard stole my mark of the killing god? If the mark of the killing god were still here, he would have torn Sakongyu's mouth off long ago. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The Golden Winged Sovereign flapped his wings and vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, his attack was already closing in on Sakongyu's face. The speed of the Golden Winged Rock clan was among the best in the entire demonic race. Let alone the Golden Winged Sovereign, who was the emperor among them. Looking across the myriad worlds, aside from those at the 12th tier rule sovereign realm, his speed was absolutely ranked in the top 5. Speed was clearly not Sekongyu's forte. Facing the Golden Winged Sovereign at full speed, he was visibly unable to block the incoming attack. But why would he need to block it? His title as the Invincible God of War was not earned by blocking attacks. In an instant, Sekongyu's divine body was shredded by the Golden Winged Sovereign, and divine blood instantly splattered across the divine domain. Despite suffering such an injury, Sekongyu didn't even frown. Instead, he burst into laughter. That's the stuff. Refreshing. Now you take a hit from my staff. The next moment, the Golden Winged Sovereign's expression shifted, and he cursed under his breath, calling him a lunatic. The sky suddenly turned dim, and a terrifying pressure locked firmly onto the Golden Winged Sovereign, above his head. The metallic staff, now grown to an immense size, descended like a collapsing heaven. As the power of authority surged, the Golden Winged Sovereign found himself with nowhere to hide. Sekongyu had actually abandoned all defense, using himself as bait, willing to suffer damage to his divine body just to land this one strike. I'm not playing your crazy games. The Golden Winged Sovereign roared in anger. He retracted his talons, stopped his divine power from further ravaging Sekongyu's body, and instead mobilized his own power of authority to defend. Sekongyu dared to play like this because, in addition to the law of metal, he also mastered the law of life, granting him immense regenerative capabilities. But the Golden Winged Sovereign did not possess the law of life, and thus, he was unwilling to trade injury for injury with Sekongyu. Golden Feathered Chicken, don't be a coward. Didn't you want to kill me? You won't be able to do it like this. Sekongyu's mouth was as foul as ever. Once the Golden Winged Sovereign withdrew his divine power and laws, his shredded divine body instantly recovered as if nothing had happened. As the divine power of life circulated within him, the spilled divine blood was even sucked back into his body. Of course, this was only a superficial recovery. Although the Golden Winged Sovereign's previous strike hadn't fully erupted, it wasn't something that could be completely healed so quickly. Looking less miserable, Sekongyu's divine power surged. He transformed into a 100-meter giant, grabbed the Golden Winged Sovereign's wings with both hands, and forcibly dragged him into the sky. Swish, swish, swish. The Golden Winged Sovereign's protective aura transformed into thousands of sharp blades, frantically scouring Sekongyu's divine body. Countless gashes appeared on his body instantly, and trickles of divine blood slowly seeped out. But Sekongyu ignored it entirely, frantically circulating his divine power of life and the laws to constantly repair his divine body. At the same time, his divine power of metal and the laws surged into the Golden Winged Sovereign's body, disrupting his defenses. Let go, you lunatic. The Golden Winged Sovereign's heart trembled. If the two of them crashed together like this, Sekongyu would definitely be injured as well. He never imagined that this guy could be this insane when he went crazy. What kind of normal person uses such a suicidal fighting style? Although the Golden Winged Sovereign was also a madman, his was a madness of slaughter, not a disregard for his own life. Only now, encountering a ruthless person like Sekongyu, did he understand what true madness was. Boom! The massive metallic staff, like a pillar supporting the heavens, finally descended, influenced by Sekongyu. The Golden Winged Sovereign failed to fully defend against the attack. As the terrifying shockwave swept outward, both of their divine domains were instantly torn apart. Crack, bang! The moment the divine domains shattered, both of them suffered a backlash. However, compared to that last strike, this bit of backlash was nothing. As the divine light dissipated, Sekongyu, whose divine body was nearly shattered, stood proudly in the dark space, with his metallic staff resting on his shoulder. His eyes, overflowing with battle intent, stared excitedly at the Golden Winged Sovereign below. Golden Feathered Chicken, this isn't a place to sleep. Get up and keep going. As he spoke, a verdant green light shimmered on his skin, and as the divine power of life circulated, his injuries rapidly mended. Below, the Golden Winged Sovereign's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Countless golden feathers had fallen from his body, and a small, dramatic bald patch had appeared on his head. from which trickles of golden divine blood overflowed. In reality, however, he had mobilized the power of his authority to defend himself. Although he was affected by Sekolnu, the defensive effect was not ideal, but his injuries were much lighter. How else could one say that Sekolnu was a true madman? This was a suicidal fighting style that dealt 200 points of damage to the enemy while suffering 1000 points of damage to himself. Since you want to die, then this venerable will grant your wish today. The golden-winged venerable, whose divine body was wounded, was completely enraged. His monstrous killing intent transformed into blood-red divine light as he flapped his wings and flew toward Sekolnu. That's more like it. Come on, hit me with everything you've got. Sekolnu did not dodge at all. He raised his metal staff and met him head-on. At the same time, both of their divine domains expanded once again, and they disappeared together into the dark space. Chapter 757 My Lord, I have missed you so much. Bonus chapter. The players of various races in the Starry Sky Graveyard did not know that a fierce battle between top-tier world lords was taking place here. Everything here was as usual, with nothing out of the ordinary. In the central area of the Starry Sky Graveyard, a continent shaped like a tombstone floated quietly in the cosmic void. Surrounding the continent, countless stars revolved slowly on it, and over 100 massive suns provided light to this land. This was the most prosperous territory in the Starry Sky Graveyard Tombstone continent. The most common things here were various types of undead creatures, though low to mid-tier undead clearly did not have the qualifications to stay here. Those who could set foot on Tombstone continent were at least high-tier undead creatures. The Undead Realm headquarters of the Dead Zone Bank was located in the central core area of Tombstone continent. The level of luxury at the Undead Realm headquarters was clearly incomparable to that of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom branch. The decoration style of the Dead Zone Bank was very simple, highlighting only one word: wealthy. The massive signboard was covered in inscriptions, forming the four large characters for Dead Zone Bank, which could be seen clearly from any direction. Below it were a few smaller characters: Undead Realm Headquarters, Cling Clang. The familiar sound of metal colliding rang out. This was the sound made by the soul coin bone trees in front of the bank as the breeze blew through them. As the Undead Realm Headquarters, there were hundreds of soul coin ancient trees planted here, distributed on both sides of the main entrance, forming a beautiful landscape. Walking along this avenue filled with soul coin ancient trees, even the wind blowing past carried the copper stench of money. The glass door opened automatically, and a succubus woman with a bombshell figure walked out slowly. Her ample chest heaved with every step, making even the dark elf greeters standing on both sides of the entrance unable to help but take a few extra looks. So big, however, these highly professional greeters quickly withdrew their gazes and bowed respectfully in unison to the succubus woman. Manager Vivian, are you heading out, picking up a VIP? Thinking of the person she was about to welcome, a smile could not help but appear on Vivian's face. After nodding to the group of greeters, she walked straight out of the Dead Zone Bank, waved her hand to summon a pink flying vehicle, and sat inside. Soon, the flying vehicle shot into the sky and disappeared from the sight of the greeters. Outside Tombstone Continent, in the cosmic void, this area was not on the orbital path of the outer planets, so it appeared very empty. A moment later, the space here suddenly fluctuated and distorted. Following that, with a flash of light, a small private spaceship suddenly appeared in this starry sky. This small private spaceship was none other than Sumubai's Star Dome. The Sovereign Tier Star Dome had a maximum spatial jump range of one great world, so it was able to jump directly from the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom to the vicinity of Tombstone Continent. As for inside the continent, due to the restrictions of various barriers and the power of rules, no spaceship could fly directly in. Even a spatial jump from a Sovereign Tier spaceship would not work. This was not something that a world lord like Sean could achieve. It was a rule of the Myriad Worlds game. Inside the spaceship sat Sumubai, Aoshin, and Yushayu. They did not find anything strange about Sumubai owning a Sovereign Tier spaceship, because they also had such small private spaceships. The two of them were prodigies of the God race and the Dragon race, respectively, so they naturally possessed many good things. Moreover, a Sovereign Tier spaceship was not a rule treasure, it was merely a means of transportation. However, What the two did not know was that Sumyubai's sovereign tier spaceship had infinite energy. Lord Bai, you really do head straight for wherever it is most dangerous. Aoshin's gaze passed through the spaceship to look at Tombstone Continent, his voice sounding very helpless. Beside him, Zhu Xiaoyu also looked at Sumyubai with a strange expression. It's fine. They cannot sense my aura from a long distance. Sumyubai waved his hand dismissively. The three of them looked in another direction simultaneously. The moment they arrived here, they felt the presence of many terrifying auras over there. However, those auras were still extremely far from Tombstone Continent, almost at the edge of the Starry Sky Graveyard. This is the auras of Chixio and Ruoxi. Zhu Xiaoyu accurately sensed the presence of the god of fire and the god of water among those auras. From the way she addressed them, it could be seen that her status within the god race was no lower than that of these two holders of divine titles, and perhaps even slightly higher. Aoshin frowned upon hearing this. Even they have come. He then looked at Sumyubai with a grave expression. My lord, we should finish our business and leave quickly. There will definitely be more and more powerhouses arriving in the undead realm. It shouldn't take too long. Sumyubai nodded, then asked with interest, who are Chixio and Ruoxi? Judging by Aoshin's reaction, these two are clearly not simple, high-level members of my god race. Zhu Xiaoyu spoke up suddenly. At the same time, they are the god of fire and the god of water, respectively, holders of divine titles. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. He had not yet encountered such powerhouses. Although the water god and fire god are merely ordinary rule-based entities, far inferior to the death god Bok, the #1 high-level god of the myriad worlds, their strength is still vastly superior to that of the heaven-splitting emperor. Sumyubai was very curious to know if he could currently contend with such existences. But now was clearly not the time, because there were simply too many powerful auras in that direction. Sumyubai did not believe he could simultaneously fight so many peak high-level gods. Once he reached the Death Continent, there would be an opportunity. As the three of them conversed, a small private spaceship approached rapidly and came to a steady halt not far from the Star Dome. Seeing this, Sumyubai waved his hand and put away the Star Dome. Immediately after, Vivian also stepped out of the spaceship. My lord, I have missed you so much. Today's bonus chapter is served. Chapter 758, my lord. My future happiness depends on you, my lord. I have missed you so much. Vivian hurried forward, grabbing Sumyubai's arm and burying it deep between her breasts. In her peach blossom eyes, there was no one else but Sumyubai. With her tier 10 saint extermination level strength, even if Aoshin and Zhu Xiaoyu did not conceal their information, she would not be able to discern anything at all. Therefore, Vivian naturally assumed the two were Sumyubai's followers, just like Brian and the Angel Sisters had been in the past. Aoshin took a deep look at Sumyubai, then snuck a peek at Zhu Xiaoyu, feeling incredibly envious in his heart. When would you ever treat him like that? Although he was being stealthy, Zhu Xiaoyu still caught onto his behavior. Her hand silently found its way to Aoshin's waist, instantly giving it a 360-degree twist. Little Shinshin, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. The expression on Zhu Xiaoyu's face remained cold, but her gritted teeth voice echoed in Aoshin's mind. Hiss! Aoshin feigned a grimace of pain, looking at Zhu Xiaoyu with a pitiful expression. The latter glared at him before finally withdrawing her hand. Aoshin rubbed his aching waist, forcing out the divine power Zhu Xiaoyu had left behind. However, the voice that followed in his mind caused an unconcealable look of joy to appear on his face. It's not impossible for me to be like that. Hearing this, Aoshin looked at Zhu Xiaoyu in surprise. The latter turned her head away naturally, letting out an almost imperceptible huff. Wait until you can beat me before you talk. All right. Aoshin's gaze was exceptionally firm. Never before had he desired to become stronger so intensely. From this day forward, I shall assert my authority as a husband. Thinking of this, Aoshin's voice sounded directly in Sumyubai's mind. Lord Bai, my future happiness depends entirely on you. Sumyubai gave Aoshin a puzzled look. What was going on? Why did this guy suddenly bring this up? However, after glancing at Zhu Xiaoyu beside him, Sumyubai nodded at Aoshin. If you want a happy life, then hurry up and break through to the high-level god realm. My lord, shall we enter in my spaceship? Vivian could not hear their conversation. Nor was she aware of Sumyubai's current combat power. With others present, she did not address Sumyubai as master, a point Sumyubai had specifically requested. The influence behind Vivian was not to be underestimated. Her father was one of the 13 directors of the Death Domain Bank, until the next Death Sovereign appeared. His status was second only to the two deputy presidents. When he first learned this information, Sumyubai did not yet understand the significance of peak high-level gods. But now it was different. He himself had become a top-tier existence at the peak high-level god realm. So, he naturally understood it clearly. The Death Domain Bank was a powerful organization whose business covered the entire Death Realm. In the myriad worlds, it was an existence second only to top-tier organizations like the Myriad Worlds Transportation Group and the Bounty Hunters Home. Those who could become directors of the Death Domain Bank could never be ordinary peak high-level gods. Sumyubai could be certain that the directors of the Death Domain Bank were definitely at the Realm Master level. In the vast Death Realm, there were many Realm Masters, but there were only 13 directors of the Death Domain Bank. It was easy to imagine that even among Realm Master level existences, they were definitely at the forefront. As for the other two deputy presidents, about whom he knew nothing, their strength must be even more terrifying. Sumyubai even suspected whether these two deputy presidents might be Tier 12 rule sovereign level existences. Therefore, Sumyubai did not want others to know the true relationship between Vivian and himself. His soul control could only be detected by someone who had fused the soul rule to the 9 pattern limit. And even then, they would only be able to detect it, to undo it. Only a soul sovereign, death sovereign, or life sovereign could do so personally, and these 3 sovereigns currently had no successors. Before Vivian returned to the Death Domain Bank headquarters on the Death Continent, Sumyubai was not worried about anyone discovering that her soul had been completely controlled by him. Moreover, he had come this time with the intention of releasing her soul control. The faith of a fanatic was already enough to make Vivian serve Sumyubai wholeheartedly. However, now was not the time to release it. Sumyubai shook his head at Vivian. No need, put your spaceship away. And by the way, tell me the location of the Death Domain Bank. Hearing this, Vivian obediently put away her small private spaceship. The next moment, a spatial portal appeared in front of the 4 of them. This place was not far from the Tombstone Continent. Sumyubai did not even need to rely on the power of the Wheel of Time and Space. Clang clang. As soon as they stepped through the portal, they heard a series of metallic clashing sounds. This was the noise caused by the wind blowing through the soul coin ancient trees outside the Death Domain Bank. Sumyubai could not yet crack the barriers and formations of the Death Domain Bank's Undead Realm headquarters. Therefore, his portal could only open onto this welcoming boulevard. Ashin, you to go ahead and wander around for a bit. I'll notify you once I've finished my business. After leaving those words behind, Sumyubai, led by Vivian, walked toward the main entrance of the Dead Domain Bank. If it were just Aoshin, he could naturally have brought him along for what he was about to do. But with Ju Xiaoyu added to the mix, things were different. Although Ju Xiaoyu was Aoshin's fiancée, this was their first meeting, and Sumyubai could not possibly trust her without reservation. Furthermore, Ju Xiaoyu came from the god race. Sumyubai did not know much about this, the strongest race in the myriad worlds. Even though he was very confident in his current strength, he still needed to be cautious when facing the god race. It wasn't just the god race. Sumyubai now had to treat all the top 2 races ranked in the top 10 of the myriad race rankings with caution. Aoshin and Ju Xiaoyu clearly understood the implication of his words. The 2 of them simply nodded and turned to leave. As for Ju Xiaoyu, she only wanted to have a proper fight with this human monster. Bai Yi. As for what secrets Bai Yi might have, she didn't care at all. Dead Domain Bank and Dead Realm Headquarters Manager's Office. Sumyubai sat in the main seat, picked up the tea Vivian had just brewed, and took a sip. Master, please rest for a moment. Fujiya Qiangxia will be here shortly. Vivian whispered gently in his ear while kneading Sumyubai's shoulders. With no outsiders present, she had reverted to her usual way of addressing him. Sumyubai set down his teacup and nodded slightly. Previously, when Fujiya Qiangxia emerged from the God-forbidden land, it was Vivian who had gone to receive him. However, Fujiya Qiangxia did not stay at the Dead Domain Bank. Instead, He relied on the God of Wealth contract to conduct remote cooperation with Vivian. The resources Sumyubai had obtained through his freeloading promotion and given to Vivian had long since been deposited by her at the Frost Prison God Kingdom branch, only to be withdrawn again at the Undead Realm headquarters. However, these resources were no longer in Vivian's hands. They had been handed over to Fujiya Qiangxia to manage. Setting aside Fujiya Qiangxia's commercial acumen, the effect of his God of Wealth talent alone was enough to ensure that the soul diamonds, which possessed currency attributes, would increase through compound interest. Sumyubai felt a sudden sense of anticipation regarding the resources he now controlled. Fujiya Qiangxia did not keep him waiting long. Just over 10 minutes later, a knock sounded at Vivian's office door. Chapter 759, Astronomical Figures, Sumyubai's Doubts. Fujiya Qiangxia still maintained his round, chubby appearance. By now, his level had already risen to 300. The effect of the God of Wealth contract allowed him to gain a certain amount of EXP from valid transactions determined by the Myriad Worlds game. With the massive capital provided by Sumyubai, leveling up was as simple as breathing for him. As for the 3 steps of breaking limits and advancement quests, as a God of Wealth class, his path was inevitably different from ordinary combat classes. Fujiya Qiangxia was dressed in the God of Wealth set. The style of the outfit looked just like the interior decoration of the Dead Domain Bank. It simply highlighted one word: wealthy. However, in terms of strength, he was somewhat mediocre. Fujiya Qiangxia: race, human. Status, freelance bounty hunter. Stateless. Rank, 10th Order Saint. Extermination level, HP, 2.4 trillion. Soul, Early Saint. Extermination level. Combat power, 0. Mark Saint. Extermination level. Oz, non-main skills, God of Wealth contract, Wealth Shield. Wealth dispersal to avert disaster, Money offensive. Although his level was maxed out, his soul was still only at the Early Saint. Extermination level, and he hadn't even begun to comprehend any laws. However, Fujiya Qiangxia was never a combatant to begin with, so it was understandable that his combat power was weak. He was already very satisfied with his current strength. After all, Blue Star players like Senkai King Feng, who possessed combat type SSS grade talents, were still struggling with leveling and breakthroughs. While the God of Wealth class might be lacking in combat power, as long as one had enough money, their survivability was absolutely top tier. Boss, it's been a long time. After entering the room, Fujiya Qiangxia greeted Sumyubai immediately. Even back in the God-forbidden land, he knew his boss was a completely hands-off manager, but he didn't expect him to be this hands-off. How long had it been? He hadn't even asked about things once. If it weren't for the fact that they occasionally communicated via their devices, he would have thought his boss had forgotten about him. After entering the Myriad Worlds, when Fujiya Qiangxia received the over 40 billion soul diamonds from Vivian, he finally understood just how wise his initial choice had been. If he hadn't decisively signed a soul contract with his boss, how could he have ever walked out of the God-forbidden land? Not to mention witnessing the wonders of the Myriad Worlds. Sit. Sumyubai nodded slightly. Vivian also waved her hand gently, and a cup of tea appeared in front of Fujiya Qiangxia. It was something she had prepared in her spatial ring beforehand. Naturally, it couldn't compare to the one she had brewed personally for her master. Although the two of them cooperated very well in business, this was actually only their second time meeting in person. Boss, these are all the resources we have currently. Fujiya Qiangxia understood that Sumyubai had other matters to attend to, so he directly took out an extra-large spatial ring. Vivian, acting as a competent secretary, stepped forward immediately to take the spatial ring and handed it to Sumyubai. A sharp glint flashed in Sumyubai's eyes as he immediately probed it with his divine sense. However, he did not rush to inspect the contents. Instead, he moved his divine sense with a thought: catastrophe target. All resources within the spatial ring. Notification: if you force an upgrade to Spirit of the Divine Soul, there is a high probability of failure. Do you confirm you wish to proceed with the upgrade? The long-lost system notification sounded in Sumyubai's ears. The grade of the Spirit of the Divine Soul was 2 tiers higher than the Essence of the Divine Soul, and each one could increase soul power by 10,000 points. This resource had clearly reached the limit of the 11th Order Law Lord realm. If it were upgraded again, it would become a rule-level resource. So the success rate was naturally very low. This was not a matter of the success rate of the promotion, but rather that the spirit of divine soul could not withstand the terrifying energy during the process. Cancel. Sumyubai moved his divine sense, canceling the catastrophe. He then immediately excluded the spirit of divine soul, which were already few in number within the spatial ring, from the range of influence of catastrophe. Following that, he activated the catastrophe talent once again. Terrifying energy appeared out of thin air, surging madly into the spatial ring in Sumyubai's palm. He had long since set up a miniature version of the Mystic Heaven Grand Array in this office, ensuring that no energy fluctuations would leak out. Although the resources within the spatial ring were vast, the commotion caused by this catastrophe was still far from comparable to the freebie promotion of a rule Dao. Vivian and Fujiya Tiangxian naturally knew of Sumyubai's heaven-defying methods, and at this moment, both were staring intently at the spatial ring in his palm. After a long while, the energy fluctuations completely subsided, and only then did Sumyubai inspect the quantity of resources inside the spatial ring. Even though he had been mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the resources that filled the spatial ring. Divine Crystal, 158.6587 billion marrow of divine soul, 400,000 spirit of divine soul, 87,000. The two people who had been granted viewing permissions by Sumyubai also widened their eyes at this moment. So many. Vivian covered her red lips with her jade-like hand, her eyes filled with shock. Nearly 160 billion divine crystals. What kind of concept was this? If converted into soul crystals, that would be a full 160 quadrillion. If this amount of money were to appear on the market in a short period, it would absolutely cause a massive shock to the entire monetary system of the undead realm. Beside her, Fujiya Tiangxia's pupils also dilated sharply. Having done business in the undead realm for some time, he naturally understood the value of divine crystals. It could be said that even the headquarters of the Dead Zone Bank in the undead realm could not produce so many divine crystals at once. For a moment, both of them stared blankly at Sumyubai, not knowing how to express the excitement and thrill in their hearts. If Dylan knew that the little wealth he had left behind had now turned into such a massive amount, he would probably be excited enough to come back to life. Catastrophe. This unique forbidden level talent had once again demonstrated its heaven-defying nature. This quantity is indeed somewhat unexpected. Sumyubai couldn't help but sigh urgently. What he had handed over to Vivian was only a little over 45 billion soul crystals. The reason why there were nearly 160 billion divine crystals now was entirely due to the efforts of Fujiya Tiangxia, the god of wealth. However, this was not the real reason for Sumyubai's sigh. It was because he still clearly remembered that to sublimate the death canon into the Endless Codex, a special treasure of the rule-breaking realm, it only required 1 trillion soul crystals. With the perspective Sumyubai had when he first entered the undead realm, he had once thought this cost was too high. He had even doubted whether the resources of the entire undead realm would be enough for the sublimation. But looking at it now, what was a mere 1 trillion soul crystals? If it weren't for Zhu Xingchen repeatedly reminding him not to promote items to the rule-breaking level for the time being, the divine crystals in this super-large spatial ring in his palm would be enough to sublime it 1/600 special treasures of the rule-breaking realm. This was simply too inconceivable. It had reached a point where Sumyubai felt it was extremely surreal. Currently, the only existences he had confirmed to have reached the 13th tier rule-breaking realm were only two. The first, naturally, was Zhu Xingchen, the master of time and space who was rejected by the myriad worlds. The second was the Void Monarch who had once fought fiercely against Zhu Xingchen. Thinking of this, Sumyubai couldn't help but frown. One had to know that the resources in the spatial ring were not the final amount. The undead realm might not be enough, but next, he would be heading to the Death Continent. Once he collected these resources again there, that would be a truly astronomical figure. However, was it really as simple as needing only 1 trillion soul crystals to sublimate an item to the rule-breaking realm? Chapter 760, Fujiya Tiangxia's Goal. Bonus Chapter. Master, what's wrong? Boss, are you troubled because there is too much money? Seeing Sumyubai frown, Vivian and Fujiya Tiangxia asked simultaneously. By this time, they had already recovered from their shock. It's nothing. Sumyubai shook his head. and his brow smoothed out. Regardless of whether sublimating a supreme treasure of the rule-breaking realm was truly that simple, having more resources was never a bad thing. As for what the specific situation would be, he would only know the answer when he met Zhu Xingchen again. Before that, Sum Yubai would not attempt it. It was not just because of Zhu Xingchen's warning, but also because he already knew that items of the rule-breaking realm would definitely be rejected by the myriad worlds. If he were to attempt it recklessly, not only would he gain nothing, but he would also lose a rule supreme treasure. That would be a complete loss, however. This astronomical figure was not without great use. Although he couldn't sublimate items to the rule-breaking realm for the time being, he could definitely try it for rule supreme treasures. Sublimation corresponded to an increase of 2 tiers. In other words, he could directly sublimate Saint Extinction level equipment into rule supreme treasures. Although the success rate would certainly be minimal, as long as he could succeed even once, it would definitely be a profitable business. After all, any rule supreme treasure was something that could not be bought with any amount of money. Withdrawing his thoughts, Sum Yubai stored the 87.0 spirit of divine soul from the spatial ring into his own inner world. If all these spirit of divine soul were absorbed, they would be enough to raise his soul power to an exaggerated 870 million points. In the short term, whether it was for catastrophe items or adding catastrophe characteristics, he would no longer lack soul power. Although rule supreme treasures like the death cannon could not be promoted to the next tier for the time being, after absorbing these spirit of divine soul, Sum Yubai would be fully capable of adding catastrophe characteristics to them individually. This was the catastrophe trait of rule level treasures and products, something Sum Yubai had yet to witness. However, the absorption speed of the spirit of soul was not that fast. Therefore, to imbue them with the catastrophe trait, it would still take some time, one by one, slowly but surely. But for Sum Yubai, who possessed the wheel of time and space, this was not a problem. As long as he wished, he could fully activate time acceleration to imbue these rule-level treasures with the catastrophe trait in a short period. While absorbing the spirit of soul, Sum Yubai handed the space ring back to Vivian. If these resources are deposited again, will it cause too much of an impact, Master? This amount of resources is truly vast. Vivian's pupils constricted. She took the space ring, pondered for a moment, and then spoke slowly. If it were in the undead realm, it would certainly be impossible. Such a massive influx of resources at once would inevitably cause a shock to the undead realm. She had not expected her master's ambition to be so great. He actually wanted to follow the same pattern and do it all over again. Even for someone like her, who was accustomed to seeing vast amounts of wealth, it was hard to imagine what astronomical figure these resources would reach if they did this once more. Hearing this, a look of contemplation flashed in Sum Yubai's eyes. What about the Death Continent? Can you ensure that the resources withdrawn later won't be this same batch? Vivian's delicate brows furrowed. In that case, I would need to use my father's authorization. As long as it's possible, that's fine. Sum Yubai nodded slightly, his eyes suddenly flickering with a bright purple light as he looked at Vivian. Death Rule Soul Control Release, Master Hugh. Vivian's strength was far inferior to Brian's, so she had only just reacted to what Sum Yubai was doing when the mark deep within her soul had already dissipated. Immediately following, a look of resentment appeared on Vivian's face. She simply looked at Sum Yubai with teary eyes, not saying a word. This expression of hers was not fake. After all, the faith of a fanatic was not false. After the soul control was lifted, a feeling of being abandoned naturally arose in her heart. It was as if the deity she worshipped no longer needed her. All right, I didn't say I didn't want you anymore. Sum Yubai smiled and ruffled Vivian's hair. To go to the Death Continent, the mark of soul control definitely cannot remain. This lowly one understands, Master. Confirming that she had not been abandoned, Vivian immediately broke into a smile through her tears. From now on, just like Fujia Chanjia, call me boss. Now, this lowly one likes calling you master. Vivian shook her head repeatedly, clearly not wanting to be a mere worker like Fujia Chanjia. Fine, as long as you like it. Sum Yubai smiled, withdrew his hand, and turned his gaze toward Fujia Chanjia. Are you ready to show off your skills on the Death Continent? Boss, I've been waiting for this moment. Fujiichi's eyes shone, and he spoke impatiently. Sumyubai had his goals for this trip, and so did he. The god of wealth talent, although not a combat type, was stronger than any SSS rank combat talent. What he was best suited to manage was not the myriad world's chamber of commerce, but a bank. The Death Domain Bank was Fujiichi's target. During this time, he had already made many preparations for this. Of course, in the end, he still needed Sumyubai's help. After all, the Death Domain Bank was urgently an asset of the Death Sovereign. However, truly wanting to control the Death Domain Bank required more than just possessing the Death Cannon. The 13 board members and 2 vice presidents would never easily hand over this goose that laid golden eggs, unless Sumyubai became the true Death Sovereign, and Vivian, along with the forces behind her, was the stepping stone for Sumyubai to take control of the Death Domain Bank in advance. But before we set off, you still need to improve. Sumyubai looked at Fujiichi, his gaze sharpening. Catastrophe target. Today's extra update is here. The second volume, Undead Realm, has officially concluded. Next is the third volume of this book, Contention of Myriad Worlds. Moving forward, Sumyubai will enter the much broader myriad worlds to clash with the true powerhouses of every race. The human race will also rise once again and stand at the peak of the myriad worlds. Dear readers, please look forward to it. Chapter 761, An Unprecedented Situation. I still need to improve. Hearing this, Fujiichi was slightly stunned, and immediately after, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He clearly already understood what Sumyubai meant by improve. Back in the know, 7 God Forbidden Land, Sumyubai had helped Fujiichi unlock the God of Wealth profession early and helped him freeload some profession skill upgrades. At that time, due to the restrictions of the God Forbidden Land, it was impossible to freeload the promotion of the God of Wealth unique hidden profession. Now that they were in the myriad worlds, there were no such restrictions. Therefore, before heading to the Death Continent, Sumyubai prepared to give Fujiichi another boost. Thus, his gaze fell upon Fujiichi, and his divine sense stirred. Catastrophe, target God of Wealth profession, promote by 1 tier. God of Wealth was a unique hidden profession, and the highest tier in the myriad worlds was the exclusive hidden profession. Therefore, the God of Wealth profession could only be upgraded by 1 tier. But the significance of this 1 tier was extraordinary, because a player possessing an exclusive hidden profession meant they could become a candidate for a sovereign. Sumyubai was very curious. After the God of Wealth profession was promoted via freeloading, which line of sovereigns would it correspond to? And which rule was related to wealth? While he was pondering, the catastrophe talent had already been activated, but this time, the reaction was completely different from the past. Although the notification sound indicating that it could not be promoted did not ring in Sumyubai's ears, the energy that catastrophe usually brought out of thin air did not appear either. Sumyubai frowned. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. After confirming it multiple times, the catastrophe talent had indeed been activated. But what was going on here? Even if the God of Wealth class was powerful, it shouldn't be enough to cause the catastrophe talent a unique forbidden level talent to glitch out, right? At the very least, when he had freeloaded a promotion for the rules of the Great Tao, nothing like this had ever happened. Fujiichi mistakenly thought Sumyubai was still waiting for him to prepare. So, he patted his chest. His eyes filled with anticipation. Boss, let's start. I'm ready. The corner of Sumyubai's eye twitched slightly. Do you even need to prepare? I already started a long time ago. Seemingly sensing Sumyubai's awkwardness, the catastrophe talent finally began to exert its power after a brief delay. A powerful surge of energy condensed out of thin air and instantly merged into Fujiichi's body. The God of Wealth set on Fujiichi's body began to flutter without any wind, as if it had been inflated. His already round figure looked even more bloated due to the clothing. Immediately following this, the golden God of Wealth ingot appeared automatically, gradually becoming enveloped in a layer of purple gold light. Vivian, standing to the side, blinked her eyes at this sight, a look of contemplation flashing through her beautiful pupils. This was the first time she had seen the God of Wealth class. In the past, there had never been such a bizarre class in the myriad worlds. Now that this class had been upgraded by her master, What would it become? For a moment, Vivian became extremely curious as well. A short while later, the energy that catastrophe had snatched from the myriad worlds was completely absorbed by Fujieshiangxia, and he slowly opened his eyes. However, Fujieshiangxia didn't seem to have changed at all. The god of wealth ingot within that purple gold light didn't even reveal its new form before it turned into a streak of light and merged into Fujieshiangxia's body. How is the new class? Sumyubai picked up his teacup, took a sip, and asked with a hint of curiosity, which aspect did it primarily improve? He didn't expect Fujieshiangxia's class upgrade to provide much combat power, as long as it enhanced his commercial capabilities and survivability. That would be enough. Vivian, while kneading Sumyubai's shoulders, pricked up her ears, preparing to hear if this class, which had never existed in the myriad worlds before, had any special features. However, a strange expression appeared on Fujieshiangxia's face, and he shook his head at Sumyubai. I don't know. You don't know. Sumyubai was taken aback. How could the answer be I don't know? Immediately after, Fujieshiangxia displayed the system notifications he had received for the two of them to see. This series of system notifications truly left both Sumyubai and Vivian stunned. The two of them had never imagined that such a situation could occur in the Myriad Worlds game. Notification. Your class god of wealth has successfully promoted to a higher grade. Notification. Congratulations to player Fujieshiangxia for changing to the exclusive hidden class. Notification. The data for this class is still being generated. Please look forward to it. Notification. The bonuses will only take effect after the class is officially generated. Beyond the class itself, the same situation had occurred with Fujieshiangxia's class exclusive item. Notification. Your class exclusive item God of Wealth Ingot has successfully promoted to. Notification. The data for this exclusive item is still being generated. Please look forward to it. Notification. Before the new exclusive item is officially generated, you can still use the original effects of the God of Wealth Ingot. The data for the class and the exclusive item was still being generated. Could such a thing really happen in the Myriad Worlds game? For a moment, all three of them were filled with question marks. What the hell is please look forward to it? After the unique hidden class God of Wealth was freeloaded into a promotion, was it really this exaggerated? Even the Myriad Worlds game had to regenerate new data. Even Sumyubai, a player who had been cheating his way through, had never encountered such a situation. He suddenly thought of a place, the Void Rift. That was the database for the Myriad Worlds game. These system notifications meant that the class God of Wealth had promoted into something that simply did not exist in the Myriad Worlds database. Sumyubai also had a vague suspicion. In the Myriad Worlds database, it wasn't just the promoted class and exclusive item that were missing. Even the rules that the promoted class should correspond to hadn't been matched yet. This exclusive hidden class was derived from God of Wealth, and the only things that could slightly relate to it were the rules of luck and fate. However, Sumyubai felt that neither of these rules was truly suitable. Thinking of this, Sumyubai shook his head and said to Fujieshiangxia, it seems we can only wait until the class data is generated to know the result. The only good news now was that the catastrophe talent hadn't become unusable because of this. This was because the energy just snatched from the Myriad Worlds was already enough for Fujieshiangxia's class to complete its promotion. The reason it was stuck now was entirely due to the Myriad Worlds game failing to complete the data, which would not affect the use of catastrophe. I guess I have no choice but to wait. Fujieshiangxia nodded. Fortunately, it doesn't affect the original class and exclusive item. Did it give any hint as to how long it will take to generate the data? Sumyubai asked while dialing Aoshin's communication channel. Fujieshiangxia shook his head again. Not a single hint. All right then. Sumyubai nodded slightly, raised his wrist, and said to Aoshin on the other side of the communicator, it's time to go. After Sumyubai ended the call, Vivian and Fujieshiangxia's eyes lit up simultaneously. My Lord Master, are we going to the Death Continent now? Yes. Sumyubai slowly stood up and glanced at Vivian. You can contact your father now. Chapter 762. Vivian at a loss. Understood, Master. Vivian flashed a sweet smile and took out her communicator. At the same time, a trace of imperceptible cold light flickered deep within her eyes. She was finally going back to the Death Continent. On this trip, Besides acting as a bridge for Sumyubai, Vivian also intended to take revenge. If she hadn't met her master, Vivian wouldn't even know how long her soul would have remained under Edith's control, or what kind of terrifying influence it would have had on her father. Vivian didn't know exactly when her soul had been compromised, but she quickly guessed the approximate time. It must have been when she left the Death Continent to go to the undead realm for training. Otherwise, Edith would never have dared to do such a thing. Her soul control technique did not possess the blessing of the Cataclysm trait. It wouldn't even require her father to investigate personally. Any ecchi god who had comprehended the laws of the soul would have been able to see through the ruse. Therefore, Edith only had the opportunity to strike during that specific window, any earlier or later, and she would never have succeeded. Once Vivian entered the undead realm, she had stayed almost exclusively in the various branches of the Death Domain Bank. She had almost no opportunities. Thinking of this, a cold sneer curled the corners of Vivian's mouth. Edith, you bitch. Just wait for your death. Father might not have a good way to deal with you, but my master is coming. Although Vivian knew that Edith often stayed in the 100 Flowers divine kingdom of the Hell realm, as long as the other party still wanted to usurp her father's position as a director, she would have to come to the Death Continent. The fact that the mark left in her soul had been erased would surely make Edith worry that her father had already discovered the truth. In this way, no matter what schemes or plots she had, she would be forced to abandon them or carry them out ahead of schedule. Based on Vivian's understanding of Edith, the other party would absolutely never give up. In other words, it was highly likely that the bitch Edith was currently on the Death Continent, just as Vivian was preparing to contact her father. The communicator in her hand rang first. Vivian raised her hand to look, and her brows immediately furrowed. Father. He was contacting her suddenly. Had something happened? Vivian couldn't help but glance at Sumyubai before answering the call. Her father's slightly weak voice immediately rang in her ears. Vivian, do not return to the Death Continent under any circumstances right now, father. What exactly happened? Vivian's expression immediately became anxious. However, her father seemed not to have heard her question at all, merely urging her once more. Remember, do not come back now. It is best to stay in the Death Domain Bank for the time being and do not go out unless I contact you myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Vivian's father ended the call, as if he didn't even have time to say another word. Listening to the busy signal coming from the communicator, Vivian's face turned somewhat pale. Although Sumyubai couldn't hear the content of their conversation, he could tell from Vivian's expression that something had definitely gone wrong. What happened? Beside them, Fujita Tiangxiu also spoke up to comfort her. With the boss here, no matter what has happened, there will surely be a turning point. These words brought Vivian back to her senses instantly. She grabbed Sumyubai's hand, her tear-filled eyes truly heart-wrenching. Master, please. You must save my father. Sumyubai helped Vivian up from where she had knelt before him and said softly, don't be anxious. Tell me slowly. What exactly happened to your father? Vivian shook her head repeatedly, her voice laced with sobs. I don't know. Father didn't say anything. He just told me not to return to the Death Continent under any circumstances, and not to leave the Death Domain Bank. This succubus beauty, who was usually charming and always maintained the demeanor of a mature woman, was now like a helpless little girl. Since she was a child, her father had been her only relative. Although her father was powerful and one of the 13 directors of the Death Domain Bank, he did not have much say within the succubus race. Of course, this was only because her father had never fought for it. Otherwise, with his strength as a top-tier world lord, he would definitely be one of the best in the succubus race. After all, the succubus race was merely a branch of the demon race, and not even the purest of the demon race. Their strength and status were far inferior to the 3 great royal demon clans. Vivian understood that the reason her father was at odds with the succubus race had a great deal to do with her mother, whom she had never met. Besides that bitch Edith was definitely involved as well, now that her only relative was facing a crisis. Vivian's heart began to panic uncontrollably. She gripped Sumyubai's hand tightly, as if clutching her last hope. Master, my father, he won't. Listening to Vivian's choked voice, Sumyubai's expression also turned solemn. He won't. Your father is, after all, a top-tier world lord. It is by no means an easy task to make him fall. Don't be too anxious. We will head to the Death Continent immediately. I won't let anything happen to your father. Perhaps it was Sumyubai's steady voice that gave Vivian a sense of security. As she gradually stopped sobbing, Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. As one of the 13 directors of the Death Domain Bank, Vivian's father was Sumyubai's highest stepping stone to controlling the Death Domain Bank. Even if it weren't for Vivian, he wouldn't let anything happen to the man. But I have no idea where my father is right now. Vivian's delicate brows were tightly knit. The Death Continent was unimaginably vast, far beyond what any great world could compare to, even a massive galaxy, if placed on the Death Continent, would be nothing more than a drop in the ocean. Moreover, the density of space there far exceeded that of any great world. Even a fierce battle between ordinary high gods would find it difficult to shatter the space of the Death Continent. For creatures below the level of a Master of Laws at the 11th tier, even flight is impossible. To find someone whose specific location is unknown in a place like this, how could it be easy? Given your father's reputation, if something had happened to him, it certainly wouldn't have gone unnoticed. I imagine it will be quite easy to inquire about. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Besides, even if I can't find out, I have other ways to locate him. The Dead Zone Bank is one of the top-tier forces in the entire Death Realm. For a director to meet with trouble is, while perhaps not as significant as news regarding Bai Yi, still a major event for the Death Continent. Information of this nature would certainly be available at both the Bounty Hunter's home and the Nether Immortal Market. Furthermore, Sumyubai recalled a tool he had used while in the Forbidden Land of Gods called the 10,000-mile tracking talisman. Such items must surely exist within the myriad worlds, and their effects would be even more powerful if he were to imbue it with the catastrophe trait. Sumyubai was highly confident he could find Vivian's father. Master, I'm counting on you. Vivian was no longer as panicked as before. Sumyubai nodded slightly and gestured toward Fujiya Tiangxia. The latter understood immediately and pushed open the office door. With a flick of his divine sense, Sumyubai retracted the miniature Zhuanshan Grandery and stepped outside. Let's go. It's time to head to the Death Continent. Chapter 763. How on earth did Bai Yi do it? Bonus chapter. In the center of Tombstone Continent, in front of the Dead Zone Bank's Undead Realm headquarters, cling clang, the sound of the soul coin ancient tree rang out incessantly, as if tempting passing creatures to come and plunder it. However, it was clear that no one would be foolish enough to seek death for a few soul coins, regardless of the strength of their race. Once they reached the Death Realm, they would show some respect to the local powerhouse that was the Dead Zone Bank. In this regard, even the Bounty Hunter's home and the Myriad Worlds Transport Group were no exception. After all, a strong dragon does not bully the local snake. Although these two major forces were powerful, they had too many interests to look after. Under normal circumstances, they maintained a cooperative attitude with the top-tier forces of every major realm. Of course, if any force truly lacked common sense, they would make them realize what it meant to be a super force that spanned the myriad worlds. After Sumyubai entered the Dead Zone Bank, Aoshin and Zhu Xiaoyu had not actually gone far. For the two of them, who frequently traveled across the myriad worlds, there really wasn't much to see on a mere Tombstone Continent. Therefore, as soon as Sumyubai sent word, Aoshin brought Zhu Xiaoyu over. Unable to wait any longer, the two had already met Vivian, but Fujiya Tiangxia, who followed behind Sumyubai, made Aoshin and Zhu Xiaoyu take a second look. God of Wealth. What kind of profession was that? Aoshin rubbed his chin, his eyes filled with contemplation. Why had he never heard of this profession before? A strange look also flashed in Zhu Xiaoyu's eyes, because even she, a prodigy of the god race, had never seen such a bizarre profession as God of Wealth. Can wealth connect to the divine? But once wealth reaches a certain amount, it is merely a number. Truly top-tier items cannot be bought with any amount of wealth. If it were just Fujiya Tiangxia alone, the God of Wealth profession naturally wouldn't have garnered their attention. But since Fujiya Tiangxia was with Bai Yi, the situation was naturally different. Neither of them believed that Bai Yi would keep an ordinary person by his side. After taking a deep look at Fujiya Tiangxia, Aoshin withdrew his gaze and turned to greet Sumyubai as he walked out the door. My lord, are we leaving now? Yes. Sumyubai did not stop. Walking along the Soul Coin Ancient Tree Avenue toward the exit, Ju Xiaoyu looked indifferent, walking silently beside Aoshin, her gaze occasionally sweeping over Sumyubai. Once they reached the Death Continent, she would find an opportunity to have a proper fight with this guy. HMPH, this lady wants to see exactly what you have that made Aoshin become your follower. Aoshin naturally did not know what Yu Xiaoyu was thinking, otherwise he would have tried to persuade her otherwise. Give it up. Bai Yi is a cheater, however. He was unaware of her thoughts at the moment. So, he simply followed beside Sumyubai and said with some embarrassment, "My lord, my authority power still needs some time to recover. So this time we will have to rely on the cross-realm teleportation array." Under normal circumstances, his authority power would not be depleted to such an extent, but because he had been worried about Bai Yi's safety earlier, he had directly used his space authority to open a cross-realm portal from the Death Continent to the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Therefore, he would be enabled to use it again for a short time. It is of no concern. Sumyubai waved his hand lightly. The moment he stepped off the Soul Coin Ancient Tree Avenue, his divine power surged out, pulling everyone into the dark space. The next moment, the reincarnation divine domain manifested, enveloping everyone. These were all his own people, so there was no need to worry. Yu Xiaoyu's pupils, however, shrank suddenly. This is the divine domain. Bai Yi has already reached the level of a high-tier god. How is this possible? Why is his rate of improvement so fast? Since arriving in the undead realm, Ju Xiaoyu had been unable to probe Sumyubai's strength or information. Therefore, the moment she saw Sumyubai unfold his divine domain, she was this shocked. One must know that neither she nor Aoshin had yet reached the level of a high-tier god. How on earth did Bai Yi do it? She vaguely remembered the Myriad Worlds announcement triggered when he was at the 9th tier. It still felt like it was yesterday. How much time had passed since then? How could he break through so many bottlenecks in succession and step directly into the realm of a high-tier god? But clearly, no one was there to enlighten her at this moment, because Aoshin, who had come to the undead realm with her, also had his eyes wide and in shock. No way. Is this the improvement speed of a monster? Last time, when he had a contest of prodigies with the Lord, his own realm had been suppressed to the 8th tier by the Myriad Worlds game. If it were to happen again now, the adult's realm would have to be suppressed to the late stage of a median god. How could a mere month feel as though tens of thousands of years had passed? The two were stunned into speechlessness, frozen like wooden chickens, simply because of the divine domain Sumyubai had suddenly unleashed. If they knew that the heaven-splitting emperor had fallen at the hands of Bai Yi, one could only imagine what their expressions would be. Of course, even if Sumyubai didn't say it himself, the two would soon find out once they reached the Death Continent, because Sumyubai's goal for this trip was those top-tier powerhouses at the World Lord level. Ignoring their shock, Sumyubai moved his divine sense, and a vast power of death descended instantly, condensing into a gateway within the reincarnation divine domain. Death Authority Gate of Death. With the Gate of Death, one could perform cross-realm teleportation as long as there was a marker. In the Death Realm, however, Sumyubai didn't need a marker at all to use it, and he could even designate the coordinates on the other side of the gate at will. The only cost was a bit of Nirvana Death Chi. Now that Sumyubai's Death Rule Great Tao had been 87% integrated, as long as the power of the Death Authority was not exhausted, there was no cooldown time for using the Gate of Death. Because Vivian's father was in danger, Sumyubai did not set the coordinates for the abyss of the underworld this time, but instead set the destination to the most prosperous location on the Death Continent. As the Gate of Death slowly opened, Sumyubai retracted the reincarnation divine domain and disappeared into the dark space with the four of them. Today's extra chapter is served. Chapter 764, Death Continent. Death Realm, Death Continent. If the tombstone continent of the undead realm looked like a tombstone, then the overall appearance of the Death Continent was like an open death scripture. The book was divided into two halves from the center, forming the eastern and western continents. And in the center of the two continents lay the forbidden land famous throughout the myriad worlds, the abyss of the underworld. How the abyss of the underworld was born remained a subject of much debate to this day. Some say that the abyss already existed when the Death Continent first appeared. Others point to the former Death Sovereign, claiming that the abyss was created by the Death Sovereign. But regardless, The secrets of the abyss of the underworld have yet to be unraveled by anyone. The territory of the Death Continent spans countless light years. Only those at the Rule Sovereign Realm, with their supreme power, can see its full picture. As for why beings below the Rule Sovereign Realm know of it, it is entirely due to the star charts drawn by the Myriad Worlds Transport Group. In terms of prosperity, the Eastern Continent is clearly superior. Both the Death Domain Bank and the Nether Immortal Workshop have their headquarters located on the Eastern Continent. Eastern Continent, City of Nirvana. This is the most prosperous city on the entire Death Continent, and also the location of the headquarters for the Death Domain Bank and the Nether Immortal Workshop. While called the city, the actual land area of the City of Nirvana exceeds that of a large divine kingdom. The space here is more resilient and solid than anywhere else on the Death Continent, due to the existence of a vast number of formations and restrictions. The vast majority of beings at the 11th tier Law Lord realm are unable to fly within the city. 10th tier Saint Extermination level beings are almost the weakest existences in the City of Nirvana. Low-level gods are seen everywhere here and have no status whatsoever. Only by breaking through to the median god realm can one have a modicum of status in the City of Nirvana, where experts gather. The streaks of light flashing across the sky from time to time each represent a being at the upper god realm. In the death realm, possessing the combat power of an upper god is barely enough to be called an expert, and that was already a thing of the past, not long ago. Due to the announcement triggered by Bai's early comprehension of the Rule Great Tao, the number of powerhouses from various races arriving in the death realm skyrocketed. Even World Lord level existences had arrived in significant numbers. Except for those powerhouses attracted to the undead realm by the fall of the heaven-splitting emperor, the vast majority of the rest remained in the City of Nirvana. Although they had used various methods, they were unable to track the coordinates of Bai's location. Helpless, these powerhouses had no choice but to wait for a rabbit to hit a tree. They certainly didn't believe that after Bai arrived in the City of Nirvana, they wouldn't be able to sense him, unless Bai had already broken through to the Rule Sovereign Realm. But was that possible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. And as long as Bai wanted to continue improving, he would inevitably choose to come to the Death Continent, because this was the place with the most abundant resources in the entire Death Realm. Not only that, even if Bai wanted to flee the Death Realm, he would have to pass through the cross-realm teleportation area within the City of Nirvana. Therefore, unless Bai was prepared to give up on progress, he would inevitably come to the City of Nirvana no matter what, as the hope for the resurgence of the human race. Would Bai give up on continuing to improve his strength? Clearly not. Therefore, these powerhouses remaining in the City of Nirvana and other parts of the Death Continent were banking on this point, which is why they chose to stay. They were indeed correct, because even though Sumyu Bai's Death Authority Gate of Death possessed the ability to cross realms, it still required a death mark to exist in the other realm. So, Sumyu Bai did indeed have to come here. The only thing these powerhouses got wrong was that they couldn't sense Sumyu Bai's aura at all. Even if Sumyu Bai himself were standing right in front of them, it would be the same. After the tribulation of eternal silence was completely absorbed by his divine body, the remaining catastrophe characteristics still applied. To see through Sumyu Bai's information, only an existence at the Rule Sovereign Realm could do it. And that would require seeing Sumyu Bai in person. City of Nirvana, Death Domain Bank. This is the only headquarters of the Death Domain Bank in the Death Realm. The building complex of the headquarters consists of strange structures that look like divine crystal grids. From the outer perimeter to the interior, and then to the core area, the divine grid architecture follows the standard design from primary divine grids to high-level divine grids. They respectively possess 9, 27, and 81 facets. Each divine architecture was fronted by a vast expanse of soul coin bone trees, numbering beyond count. At the very center of the area stood a crystalline structure so tall its peak was invisible, its edges appearing as if they were touching the stars in the cosmic void. This crystalline building possessed exactly 999 facets, identical to a top-tier godhead. This was also the place where the 13 directors of the Death Domain Bank usually held their meetings. Generally speaking, clients were unable to enter it. In front of the gates of this massive building, a towering giant tree stood against the wind, its posture upright and its branches lush and dense. And upon those verdant branches, There hung a dense cluster of purple-black crystals, soul crystals. This giant tree was the only soul crystal bone tree in the entire death domain. Although it was not a rule-level creation, it was equally rare and served as the calling card of the death domain bank. Beneath the soul crystal bone tree, a thick layer of soul crystals was piled up, radiating a rich aura of souls. Despite the abundance of soul crystals, the people coming and going hardly paid them any attention. This was simply because this was the headquarters of the death domain bank, the wealthiest place in the entire death domain. Of course, those capable of reaching the vicinity of the soul crystal bone tree would not care about these soul crystals. Outside the building complex of the death domain bank, countless players moved in and out. Many of the races present had never even appeared in the undead realm before. The players' conversations were not intentionally lowered. After all, they were merely gossiping. Have you heard? It seems something has happened to Director Bloomer of the Death Domain Bank. Who doesn't know about this? It has already spread throughout the Death Continent. Alright. It is said that there is internal strife within the succubus race, and someone wants to replace Bloomer's position as director. Several law lords walked out from one of the 9-faceted crystalline buildings, chatting animatedly along the way. Their words quickly attracted the attention of some. A youth clad in silver armor approached them nonchalantly and asked curiously, "Does the interior of the Death Domain Bank not manage such matters?" Faced with the sudden intrusion, those law lords had not intended to pay any heed, but they immediately discovered that they could not discern any information about the other party. The few people following behind the youth also caused their pupils to constrict. To be precise, it was the two powerful beings among them whose information was also unreadable. Although they could not see their information, they could sense the racial aura of the other party. Experts from the God race and the Dragon race. As for the other two Saint Extinction level players, a human and a succubus, they were directly ignored. It appeared that these people were led by this God race youth. The Death Continent had not been peaceful lately. Perhaps this was another God race expert attracted by Bai Yi. The law lord who reacted the fastest immediately flashed a warm smile at the silver-armored youth. "My lord must be new to the Death Continent, right? You may not know this, but although Director Bloomer has run into trouble, that is a private family matter, and the interior of the Death Domain Bank will not intervene." Chapter 765. The succubus race's seat, a family matter. The silver-armored youth frowned. This person was naturally Sumubai. There were quite a few experts waiting for him on the Death Continent, so to avoid trouble, he simply transformed into a high god of the God race Yuyi. With Sumubai's current level of fusion with the Death Rule, simulating the aura of the God race was not difficult at all. Unless it was a World Lord level expert, it would be impossible to detect the difference. Although Sumubai was confident that he could now stand toe-to-toe with top-tier World Lord level existences, if the numbers were too high, even a cheater like him could not handle it. Therefore, it was better not to be exposed if possible. In this way, the identities of the hunter and the prey could be reversed. Even Ju Xiaoyu, a God race prodigy who had never hidden her identity, chose to cooperate with Sumubai and voluntarily concealed her own identity. As long as she could have a good fight with Bai Yi, she did not care about small matters like hiding her identity. Yes, a family matter. The law lord nodded, and the others chimed in one after another. Internal matters of the succubus race are naturally family matters. The succubus race currently holds one director seat, and as for who exactly sits in that position, it is not important to the Death Domain Bank. Of course, if some directors are privately on good terms with Director Bloomer, they might choose to offer assistance, but that does not represent the official stance of the Death Domain Bank. Faced with Sumubai, a powerful existence from the God race, these law lords were willing to share everything they knew, and they quickly poured out all the information they possessed. Of course, this information was not really a secret, and there was no loss for them in sharing it. A moment later, Sumubai expressed his gratitude to them, then turned and left with his group. Now that Vivian's father, Bloomer, was missing and could not be contacted for the time being, there was no point in depositing those resources. After all, without Bloomer's authorization, Vivian could not guarantee whether the resources she deposited would be the same ones she could withdraw later. After all, the quantity of resources Sumubai had after his breakthrough was simply too massive. rather than depositing them into the bank. It was better to leave them with Fujiichanjia and continue to let the money generate more money. In addition to the information the others had gathered, Sumyubai had also learned some details from Aoshin and Yushayu. For instance, the 13 directors of the Death Domain Bank came from the undead race and the demon race. Among them, the undead race occupied 9 seats, while the demon race only had 4. Of the demon race's 4 seats, the 3 great royal clans each possessed 1. The final one had fallen into the hands of the succubus race. It was easy to imagine how brilliant the methods of the succubus race were. After all, the succubus branch could not be ranked at the forefront within the demon race. My lord, shall we head to the bounty hunter's home or the nether immortal market next? There was a clear look of worry on Vivian's face. In non-private settings, she did not address Sumyubai as master. As a local who grew up in the city of extinction, with her around, there was no need to even use the system map. The 2 places Vivian mentioned were both locations where one could purchase intelligence. However, the Nether Immortal Workshop offered services that were just as significant as their intelligence gathering. Let's go to the bounty hunter's home. Sumyubai spoke softly, choosing not to go to the Nether Immortal Workshop. In his view, while the intelligence from the Nether Immortal Workshop might be impressive, it likely paled in comparison to a super faction that spanned the myriad worlds like the bounty hunter's home. His purpose for this trip was not merely to purchase information on Bloomer. He believed the bounty hunter's home would also possess detailed intelligence on those world lord level powerhouses who had arrived from across the myriad worlds. After all, unlike the suddenly emerged Bai, these were world lord level powerhouses who had been famous for countless ages. How could the intelligence system of the bounty hunter's home not have them on record? As for how much money it would cost to buy this information, Sumyubai didn't care in the slightest. Holding a massive fortune of 160 billion divine crystals, he even wanted to purchase some intelligence regarding rule sovereigns. Having money meant being this willful. After Vivian confirmed the coordinates, Aoshin, standing to the side, moved his divine sense and directly opened a spatial portal. Transmitting within the city of extinction did not require the use of authority power. Therefore, this was his chance to show off. As a super faction spanning the myriad worlds, the headquarters of the bounty hunter's home in the Death Domain was also located in the city of extinction. The architectural style here was completely different from the Death Domain Bank. It lacked any sense of luxury and appeared quite plain. If not for the sign hanging at the entrance, Sumyubai would have thought he had arrived in some economically backward city. Despite this, it remained one of the safest places in the entire city of extinction, because even in the absolute center of this death domain, the 2 rules of the bounty hunter's home still applied. First, destroying any building within the city would result in a penalty of 10 times the cost of damages. Otherwise, the offender would be permanently blacklisted by the bounty hunter's home. Second, fighting indoors was strictly prohibited. Violators would be placed on the bounty hunter's home's wanted list. Although outdoor fighting was not prohibited here, very few beings dared to actually make a move. Bloomer clearly had not chosen to come here. Otherwise, Vivian would not have needed to worry about his safety at all. Even a top-tier world lord would not dare to openly violate the rules of the bounty hunter's home, especially in a place like their Death Domain headquarters, because such an incident had occurred in the past, and that top-tier world lord had fallen not long after. After all, behind the bounty hunter's home stood more than one existence at the rule sovereign realm. Of course, unless they were pushed to the brink of destruction, no top-tier world lord would ever hide inside the bounty hunter's home. After all, if such a thing were to spread across the myriad worlds, it would be more than just a loss of face. The interior of the bounty hunter's home was filled with various worries and restrictions. Unless one utilized the power of authority, non-members could not use spatial teleportation here. Even if one had fused the spatial rule Great Tao to the peak of the 9 patterns, it was still impossible. This was because the restrictions at the Death Domain headquarters were said to have been set personally by a rule sovereign. This was also the reason why Aoshin's spatial portal could only open at the entrance. Consequently, Sumyubai and his group had to take a flying vehicle to reach the interior. Because the level of intelligence he wanted to acquire was very high, he had to enter the core area. If they relied solely on the flying vehicle to reach the core area, it was hard to say how long it would take. as the bounty hunter's home was simply too vast. Fortunately, there was a teleportation hall here that allowed for internal transit. Moreover, the bounty hunter's home did not have as many rules as the Death Domain Bank. As long as one possessed the status of a free bounty hunter, they could enter and exit as they pleased. Before long, Sumyubai and his group arrived in front of a slightly more ornate building. As the top-tier intelligence trading venue here, the decoration of this building was noticeably more refined. Sumyubai looked up at the sign, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes, and stepped inside. Back when he registered as a free bounty hunter on Cold Abyss Star, he had given himself the codename Calamity of the Myriad Races. Previously, his strength had been insufficient, and he had only managed to sweep through the vampires and werewolves of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Now that his strength was sufficient, it was time to let the codename Calamity of the Myriad Races resound throughout the myriad worlds. Chapter 766. Issuing a Bounty Hunting Mission. Bonus Chapter. When Sumyubai and his group walked out of the building, half a day had already passed. Boss, you bought so much intelligence, can you really manage to kill them all? Thinking about the money spent on intelligence, Fujita Tianxia felt a genuine pang of heartache. 100 million divine crystals. What kind of concept was that? If converted into the mainstream currency of the myriad worlds, soul crystals, that would be a full 1 trillion. One could imagine just how much intelligence Sumyubai had purchased this time, despite carrying a massive fortune of 160 billion divine crystals. The miserly Fujita Tianxia still couldn't help but show a pained expression. Of course, he also understood that this money was definitely well spent. If nothing else, the specific strengths and weaknesses of those World Lord level powerhouses alone were worth the price. Moreover, the true owner of this wealth was not him, but Sumyubai. The reason Fujita Tianxia felt heartache was entirely due to habit. 10 minutes later, Sumyubai walked into another building alone. Aoshin and the others had already been tucked away into his internal small world. When they learned that Sumyubai's internal small world possessed a time dilation of 500 times, the expressions on their faces varied. Fujita Tianxia's face immediately lit up with ecstasy as he thought of his own talent effect, but to his regret, after spending 1 day in the internal world which was less than 3 minutes in the outside world, his talent had not taken effect. This meant that the triggering of the God of Wealth talent was based on the standard flow of time in the myriad worlds. P.S. The standard time of the myriad worlds is exactly the same as Blue Star time, so don't overthink it. Although there was a hint of surprise on Vivian's face, she was not overly astonished. Clearly, having a father who was a top-tier world lord, she had seen worlds like this before. As for Aoshin and Yu Xiaoyu, their expressions did not change in the slightest. Both hailed from races ranked 10th and 1st on the myriad races ranking, and both were peerless geniuses. Naturally, they would not be surprised by a mere 500-fold time dilation. Even though this was the acceleration of an entire small world, it was not considered a rare occurrence to them. In reality, time holds little significance for true gods at the Law Master stage. Whether it is comprehending the path of laws or fusing the great Tao of rules, progress cannot be achieved simply by piling up time. Even for the improvement of the divine soul and divine body, time acceleration is of little use, because staying in such an area makes it impossible to absorb the energy of the myriad worlds at all times. However, what they were unaware of were the functions of the World Tree and the Sea of Death. Because Yu Xiaoyu was present, Sumyubai had directly hidden these two rule-level creations within the small world. The building Sumyubai entered was also a bounty hall, but it was not a place for accepting missions, it was a place for posting them. Upon entering the mission posting hall, everyone's appearance and aura would be masked by the formation here, so that even internal members of the bounty hunter house could not discern anything. This is the method the bounty hunter house uses to protect mission posters. No matter what kind of mission you post, as long as you can afford the reward, it's fine. Unless the mission poster agrees to it themselves, absolutely no one will ever know their identity. Just like the faceless man from before, it was only after he agreed that Sumyubai learned the contact information of the mission poster. Are you sure you want to post a mission like this? The young lady at the front desk looked at Sumyubai in astonishment, confirming repeatedly whether he had misspoken. It wasn't that she had hearing problems. but rather that what the person in front of her had just said was simply too shocking. "And are you serious about this mission reward?" I am sure. Sumyubai nodded, his tone very calm, as if those shocking words had not come from him at all. "Okay." The soul fire within the pupils of the undead race receptionist flickered violently. Out of professional courtesy, she began to operate the system skillfully. While working, she confirmed the mission conditions with Sumyubai once more. "You wish to post a total of 58 bounty hunting missions, all of which are 11-star top-tier difficulty, mission clues, mission intelligence, mission time limit, mission reward." At this point, the receptionist paused before continuing. "Mission reward, yes, that's correct." Sumyubai nodded slightly, indicating that everything was in order. "Very well. You need to pay a total mission posting fee of 58 million soul crystals. How would you like to pay?" The receptionist wore a professional smile, though she was silently complaining in her heart. A lunatic, such a crazy mission. And with zero reward, who would take it? Normally, when posting a mission at the bounty hunter house, in addition to paying the mission reward in advance, one must also pay an additional 5% service fee. Furthermore, missions of different star levels have minimum service fees. The 58 missions Sumyubai posted were all 11-star missions. Even though he set the mission rewards to 0, he still had to pay a service fee of 1 million soul crystals to the bounty hunter house for each mission. Cash payment. Sumyubai's bank card had long been emptied. He handed the other party a spatial ring containing the 5,800 god crystals he had just placed inside. The exchange rate between god crystals and soul crystals is 1:10,0. Therefore, the god crystals in the spatial ring were exactly enough to pay this service fee. To him now, this amount of money was not even a drop in the bucket. "I have received a total of 5,800 god crystals." After checking the number of god crystals in the spatial ring, the receptionist continued her work. Before long, she looked up and offered a professional smile. "Your mission has been posted successfully and is now available for acceptance in the bounty hall. Is there anything else you need?" Sumyubai waved his hand and turned to leave. The plan for this trip still had one final step to go. Today's extra update is here. Chapter 767, Bounty Hunter Group, Bounty Hall. Unlike the hall where Sumyubai posted his missions, this building was the location where freelance bounty hunters accepted bounty missions. The Bounty Hunter House building complex in the City of Annihilation was not very tall, and this building was no exception, consisting of only 9 floors. Compared to the crystal buildings in the Death Domain Bank that towered into the firmament, the Bounty Hunter House's architecture was truly low-key. Those who came here to accept bounty missions were at least true gods at the Lawmaster stage. The first to 4th floors were all taverns, with the first 3 floors respectively hosting Lawmasters at the Lesser God, Median God, and Greater God realms. As for the 4th floor, it was prepared for peak Greater Gods. World Lord level powerhouses generally did not gather together, so the Bounty Hunter House did not specifically set aside a tavern floor for World Lord level existences. From the 5th floor upward was the actual hall for accepting missions. As the headquarters of the Bounty Hunter House in the Death Domain, there were naturally no low-level bounty missions here. The lowest difficulty bounty mission was 11-star lower tier, meaning that completing the mission required at least the combat power of a lesser god. This is why, although the Bounty Hunter House did not restrict the level of players entering, no Tier 10 Saint Destruction level players entered here. Without breaking through to the Tier 11 Lawmaster stage, they couldn't even accept the most ordinary missions here. After all, accepting a mission also requires paying a 1% service fee on the mission reward. The 5th through 8th floors of this bounty hall correspond to bounty missions with difficulty levels of 11-star low grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade, respectively. The final 9th floor is the only level in the bounty hall with restricted access. This is because the missions available on this floor are of 12-star difficulty. This level of difficulty means that to complete the mission, one must possess the strength of a Tier 12 Rule Sovereign. Only those at the Rule Sovereign realm are qualified to step onto the 9th floor. Of course, this is just what the Bounty Hunter House claims publicly. In reality, players from various races do not believe that beings at the Rule Sovereign realm would ever accept bounty missions. However, since even top-tier world lords cannot step onto the 9th floor, and beings at the rule sovereign realm are not something just anyone is qualified to see. No one has been able to refute this claim. 8th floor of the Bounty Hunter Hall. The hall is very spacious, and between each individual seat and wine table, there are formations and barriers in place. If freelance bounty hunters need to, they can fully activate these formations to isolate their seating area from the outside world, preventing their conversations from being overheard. However, under normal circumstances, very few people use this function. This is because the freelance bounty hunters who enter here generally hide their true identities, change their appearances, and present themselves solely by code names. Those capable of coming to the 8th floor to accept missions, even if their own cultivation realm is insufficient, must possess combat power that has reached the peak of the High God realm. Unlike the hall where missions are posted, here, the Bounty Hunter House does not provide protection for the information of the powerhouses from various races. If someone's true identity is discovered by another freelance bounty hunter, they can only blame their own bad luck. Who told you that your concealment methods were too poor? Of course, there are also freelance bounty hunters who are confident enough not to hide their identities at all. But that is a minority, after all. The vast majority of powerhouses traveling through the myriad worlds possess multiple identities. This is not because they want to play the pig to eat the tiger. It is simply a form of self-protection. After all, no one knows if they might offend an entity they cannot afford to provoke because of a certain mission. In any case, as long as you do not expose yourself, the Bounty Hunter House will absolutely never sell out the true identity of any freelance bounty hunter. In the center of the hall, there is a massive virtual light screen that updates in real time with the currently available bounty missions for everyone present to view. This is a high-tech product of the mechanical race, even if one is in the furthest corner of the hall. As long as they look up, they can clearly see the light screen floating before their eyes. If a freelance bounty hunter wants to view the specific details of a mission, they only need to use their divine sense to control the virtual light screen to instantly know all the information. What each person sees is the content they want to see, and it does not change due to the manipulation of others. At this moment, although there are not many people in the hall, there are still several hundred. While the vast majority of them are peak high gods at the 0 mark to 5 mark realm, there are also some truly powerful beings present. Everyone comes here not only to accept suitable bounty missions but also to exchange intelligence. Just as a group of peak high gods were chatting with one another, the virtual light screen in the center of the hall suddenly flickered with a faint glow. The light was not intense, but it immediately drew the attention of everyone present. This signified that new missions had appeared, and more than 50 had appeared all at once. One must know that every mission posted on the 8th floor is of 11-star top-grade difficulty. Even for a behemoth like the Bounty Hunter House, it is not common to have 50 missions of this level updated at once. For a moment, the powerhouses in the hall all became interested. Which race is making such a big move this time? I guess it's time for 2 of the top-ranked races to engage in a racial war again. I don't care which 2 races it is, I only know that with so many missions updated, there's money to be made again. As the freelance bounty hunters present chatted and laughed, they each used their divine sense to check the specific details of these missions. But just one look was enough to make the entire hall fall silent in an instant. A moment later, everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief, confirming that they hadn't misread anything. Immediately afterward, the hall erupted into a frenzy. No way! Who is so bored to post missions like this? How? A mission reward of 0. Interesting, very interesting. For missions like these, the reward must have already been given privately. Posting them now is just to spread the word. This is completely disregarding the mission targets. It seems a storm of blood is about to sweep through the myriad worlds. Ha 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 ha. I never thought I'd get to see such a grand drama. This is fucking interesting. I, for one, am very curious to see who would dare to accept such missions. Stop joking. Even I couldn't complete these missions single-handedly. I suspect it's that bounty hunter group. Could it be Star River? Aside from them, I really can't think of any bounty hunter group with this kind of capability. Star River has been missing for nearly 10 epochs. I'm afraid they perished in that great upheaval long ago. Bounty hunter groups are generally established by low-strength bounty hunters who need to huddle together for warmth. Powerhouses like these peak high gods are usually lone wolves. at most choosing to join forces temporarily when encountering troublesome missions. Only the Star River Hunter group, whose members are all-powerful, can be called a legend among bounty hunter groups. It is just that the Star River Hunter group has been missing for too long, and many powerhouses in the myriad world speculate that they were a force belonging to the human race, which had long since been wiped out in that great upheaval. Ding. Just as the group of powerhouses was filled with doubt, the elevator door on the 8th floor suddenly opened, and a person clad in blood-red battle armor, with flames burning all over their body, stepped out. Chapter 768. The Frost God of Death. Long Z. The powerhouse who had suddenly appeared on the 8th floor of the bounty hall was, naturally, Sumyu. However, he had already adopted yet another identity. When he appeared at the headquarters of the Dead Domain Bank, he had used the persona of Moonlight, but now, he was using Ash Extinction. Furthermore, this time, he had openly displayed the information he had modified through the effects of the calamity of eternal silence for everyone to see. Not only that, but even his aura, after being doubly bolstered by the World Tree and the Sea of Death, appeared exceptionally formidable. Generally speaking, no one would release their aura so recklessly here unless they possessed absolute confidence in their ability to suppress every powerhouse present. Sumyu-bai's ostentatious entrance, combined with the incredibly imposing appearance of Ash Extinction, immediately drew everyone's gaze. Many powerhouses narrowed their eyes slightly, a flicker of wariness flashing deep within their pupils. What a strong fellow! It seems he doesn't hold us in any regard at all. Hey, didn't you notice the aura of the god race on him, Ash Extinction? When did the god race produce such a powerhouse? How come there hasn't been a whisper of information about him? Could it be a disguise? Give it a rest. Sneaking around disguised as an ordinary member of the god race is one thing, but who would dare to so blatantly impersonate a powerhouse of the god race? That's practically suicide. His calamity of the myriad races. He even dares to take such a codename. Is the god race not even bothering to pretend anymore? The god race has long been accustomed to being overbearing. Who would dare to say anything? Do you think he came here to take on those previous missions? It's very likely, though it's hard to say how many missions he will accept. With this aura, he is definitely a world lord level powerhouse. I'll guess 5. The first few missions are among the top tier 11-star tasks, but the difficulty isn't too extreme. I'll guess 8. What if he looks down on those earlier missions? The last few are not easy to complete. I'd say taking on 3 would be the absolute limit. Inside the bounty hunter's home, violence was strictly prohibited. Therefore, even though Sumyu-bai used to rule-level artifacts to reveal a terrifying aura capable of suppressing the entire room, these peak-upper gods continued their conversation. Some powerhouses even began to openly speculate on the purpose of Sumyu-bai's visit. Sumyu-bai's gaze swept across the hall. Within the flame-shaped gaps in the center of his ferocious, dual-horn helmet, raging fires burned. Amidst the flames, a subtle golden light flickered, and he had already seen through the true identities of everyone present. After comprehending the great Tao of Fate rules, the effects of Sumyu-bai's mystic heaven divine pupils had been significantly enhanced. Information that was once impenetrable could now be easily seen through. However, the vast majority of these people were merely passers-by to him. The only one who caused his gaze to pause for a fleeting moment was a masked man drinking alone in a corner to his right. The individual was clad in azure battle armor and wore a silver faceplate that completely obscured his features. Yet, it was not his strength that had caught Sumyu-bai's attention. At the same time, a system notification rang in Sumyu-bai's ears. Notification. Another mark of the Killing God exists nearby. Killing God of Frost. Long Z Demon Race Freelance Bounty Hunter Codename Frost. Law Lord Realm Vitality 70 to World's Divine Soul. Late Stage Upper God Divine Body. Late Stage Upper God Combat Power. Peak Upper God Rule Great Daos. Rule of Destruction. Rule of Ice. Rule Great Tao Fusion Level 30.68%. 46.58%. 3 marks. 4 marks Authority. Partial Authority of Destruction. Due to the powerful formations and barriers of the bounty hall, it was only the moment Sumyu-bai stepped out of the elevator that he sensed the existence of the mark of the Killing God. Yet, neither the fact that Long Z possessed a mark of the Killing God nor that he had comprehended to rule Great Daos was the true reason for Sumyu-bai's interest. Interesting. Sumyu-bai withdrew his gaze. the corners of his mouth curling upward slightly. The demon race identity and aura that Longzi displayed were a disguise. Although his disguise was potent, under Sumyubai's mystic heaven divine pupils, his true identity was laid bare. Killing god of frost Longzi, human race currently disguised as demon race. Yes, this guy was actually a human, and not just an ordinary human, but like Sumyubai, a human player from the Forbidden Land of the Gods. However, Longzi did not come from Forbidden Land No. 7, but from Forbidden Land No. This was the first time Sumyubai had encountered a human player in the myriad worlds who remembered the Forbidden Land of the Gods. What Sumyubai found interesting was the brief profile of Longzi under the mystic heaven divine pupils. Longzi hails from Forbidden Land No. 1. Before the rise of Baiyi, he was the greatest genius of the human race within the last 10 epochs. Especially after breaking through to the upper god realm, his extraordinary comprehension was fully revealed. He comprehended the great Tao of the rule of destruction while still in the mid-stage of the upper god realm. He once single-handedly slaughtered all the powerhouses of a race at the bottom of the myriad races ranking, causing them to fall off the list. That battle left Longzi severely wounded, and he returned to Forbidden Land No. 1 to recuperate for a very long time. Longzi's greatest regret is that, due to his late blooming, he failed to attain the title of human prodigy, the strongest human genius in 10 epochs before my own rise. A look of contemplation flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. Judging by Longzi's status window, he was indeed worthy of that title. Even the current Aoshin and Zhu Xiaoyu were quite a bit inferior when compared to him. However, the title of prodigy could only be obtained by beings whose age was within a single epoch. This was something Sumyubai had learned from Aoshin. Clearly, the late-blooming Longzi had missed that opportunity. From this, one could also see just how much longer Forbidden Land No. 1 had existed compared to Forbidden Land No. In the corner, Longzi heard the system notification ringing in his ears. He immediately withdrew his gaze from the virtual screen and, acting on reflex, looked toward Sumyubai, who had just stepped out of the elevator. Before this, he had been staring intently at the new missions appearing on the virtual screen. If not for Sumyubai's sudden appearance, he would have already been prepared to accept one of them. It wouldn't have mattered even if the reward for the mission was 0, because some of those missions were perfectly aligned with his interests. To be precise, they were perfectly aligned with the interests of the human race. However, the appearance of Sumyubai and the sudden system notification in his ears caused Longzi's pupils to constrict sharply. To think he would run into a god race world master level powerhouse holding the mark of the god slayer here. Feeling the oppressive pressure radiating from Sumyubai's terrifying aura, a bead of cold sweat couldn't help but seep from the forehead hidden beneath Longzi's silver mask. Did he really have to be this unlucky? There were only 9 marks of the god slayer in total. Some of them hadn't even been synthesized yet. The myriad worlds were so vast. So how did he manage to run into one just like that? And it was a god race powerhouse he had never even heard of. After synthesizing the mark of the god slayer, Longzi had been constantly avoiding those infamous lunatics across the myriad worlds. For example, the Golden Winged Sovereign. But he never expected that, in the end, he still wouldn't be able to escape. Facing a god race world master level powerhouse, he was frantically thinking of countermeasures in his mind. Although fighting was prohibited inside the bounty hunter's home, that rule didn't apply once they stepped outside. Was he really forced to stay here for the time being? Longzi's brows were tightly locked, and he couldn't help but glance at his communicator. If it really came down to it, he would have to ask Senior Q for help. But Senior Q should be very busy right now. Right, Chapter 769, Sumyubai's Goal. Bonus Chapter. After hesitating for a moment, Longzi decided to wait and observe for now. Due to the powerful rise of Baiyi, the human race had been forced to reveal themselves and return to the myriad races ranking. Their current situation could be described as extremely dangerous. Although Longzi possessed the combat strength of a peak upper god, he was only at the level of 3 or 4 marks. To powerhouses like Feng Yuan who had survived that great upheaval, he could only be considered a junior who still needed time to grow. As a genius second only to Baiyi, he certainly wouldn't be sent directly to the front lines at this stage. After all, they were facing experts from powerful races like the demon race and the machine race. Longzi's current combat strength was still far from enough. His mission was to improve the fusion degree of his rule Daos as quickly as possible, especially the rule of destruction. However, the fusion of rule Daos required not just comprehension, but also an opportunity. That was why Longzi traveled through the myriad worlds, searching for his own destiny. And the reason he had come to the Death Continent was entirely because he wanted to help lighten the burden on Baiyi. Even if he couldn't kill any powerful existences, in his view, he was, after all, Baiyi's senior. Although his talent wasn't as monstrous as Baiyi's, his current combat strength could still help the other party clear away a few obstacles. Baiyi might be strong, but surely he couldn't have surpassed him so quickly, right? Longzi's face was hidden behind his mask as he cautiously kept his eyes on Sumyu-bai, this god race powerhouse. As long as he didn't leave this building, he didn't need to worry about his safety for the time being. Seeing the other party's gaze linger on him for a split second, Longzi immediately felt immense pressure. However, he still didn't show any abnormalities, preparing to see what the other party's next move would be. Fortunately, Sumyu-bai quickly withdrew his gaze, which made Longzi let out a long sigh of relief. But he was also clear that since he held the mark of the God Slayer, he had definitely been targeted by the other party. No one could remain indifferent to a high-level low-grade treasure that could be mentioned in the same breath as the scythe of the death god, even if the other party came from the god race. Ranked first on the myriad races ranking, it would be no exception. Longzi's psychological activity took place in only an instant. At this moment, everyone in the hall had their eyes fixed on the suddenly appearing Sumyu-bai. As they saw Sumyu-bai walk toward the central bar, everyone's breathing hitched reflexively. As expected of the god race, truly arrogant enough, accepting a mission without even hiding it. It seems he's planning to make a name for himself in the myriad worlds. Isn't that the standard operating procedure for the god race? The god of thunder rose to fame just like that back in the day. The god of thunder is too far in the past. If we're talking about the most famous one recently, it has to be that prodigy from the god race. TSK indeed. That prodigy has never tasted defeat in all their battles. And even at the middle god stage, they could contend with a peak upper god. Given time, the god race might just gain another existence at the rule sovereign realm. Generally speaking, for certain tricky missions, freelance bounty hunters could accept them from their own seats. In this way, no one would ever know who had accepted the mission. But there were also those who would make no attempt to hide it, naturally for the purpose of making a name for themselves. Sumyu-bai's current actions were clearly of this nature. In fact, this was not wrong. However, Sumyu-bai's goal was to stir up the waters of the death realm even more. Since so many powerhouses had come here looking for him, he would just set up another enemy for these people, and an enemy from the god race at that. Sumyu-bai hadn't originally cared about the crowd's discussion, but after hearing the remarks regarding Ju Xiaoyu, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. As expected of a god race prodigy, Ju Xiaoyu's reputation was truly resounding. No wonder that Gaiyoshin was so determined to surpass Ju Xiaoyu. After all, no one likes being kept under their wife's thumb forever, right? Unless, of course, it was on a different kind of battlefield. Despite this, Sumyu-bai's pace didn't falter in the slightest. He soon arrived at the central bar and raised his arm. The communicator on his wrist immediately projected his unique freelance emblem. The succubus receptionist immediately flashed a sweet smile. I wonder which mission the Lord of Myriad Races Calamity wishes to accept. Hearing this, the peak high gods in the hall immediately perked up. It's coming. They were about to find out how many missions this guy was going to take. In their view, since the other party wanted to become famous across the myriad worlds, it was obviously impossible for him to take just one mission. However, the words that Sumyu-bai spoke next caused their eyes to widen in unison. Even these peak high gods, who had existed for endless ages, could not control their facial expressions. I am taking all 58 of those 0 reward missions that were just released. Sumyu-bai spoke slowly, the flames on his body flickering gently, but every word he uttered felt like a giant hammer striking everyone's heart. Wait, buddy. Do you even hear what you're saying? Are these missions something a single person can complete? The young lady from the succubus race at the front desk was also stunned by Sumyu-bai's words. Even her breathing became rapid, her chest rising and falling slightly. After a long while, She finally recovered from her shock. And my lord, are you certain you want to accept these 28 bounty assassination missions and 30 bounty hunting missions all at once? Yes, Sumyubai nodded slightly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. The assassination missions were naturally targeted at those powerhouses from various races who coveted his rule treasures. As for the hunting missions, that was a different story. Today's extra update is here, Chapter 770, Bounty Hunting Missions. The 58 missions released by Sumyubai had no intelligence, no clues, and even the mission rewards were zero. Therefore, he did not need to pay any fees to accept them. After scanning Sumyubai's freedom badge, the young succubus at the front desk quickly helped him accept the missions. At the same time, the peak high gods in the hall finally came to their senses, and the hall, which had been somewhat silent due to shock, became noisy once again. Is this guy really not joking? If he can truly complete these missions, the name Calamity of Myriad Races will surely resound throughout the myriad worlds. Stop joking. How could he possibly complete these missions alone? If he can complete them all, I eat my own. Exactly. I think this guy is just posturing. Since there's no fee for taking 0 reward missions, I could take them all too if I wanted to. Do you dare to expose your identity and take them as blatantly as he did? Do you really think those mission targets are soft persimmons? He won't even need to walk out of here before the news of these missions spreads across the entire Death Continent. First it was White Knight, and now this Calamity of Myriad Races. It seems the god race thinks the Death Continent isn't lively enough yet. Longzi, in the corner, did not participate in the discussion but merely took a deep look at Sumyubai. He always had a feeling that perhaps this world lord level powerhouse of the god race could really complete all these missions. However, was the other party's goal in doing this really just to become famous across the myriad worlds? The other powerhouses of various races present might not have noticed, but Longzi was very clear about it, setting aside the targets of those 28 bounty assassination missions. The other 30 bounty hunting missions were clearly aimed at races that viewed the human race as food. As the former greatest genius of the human race, he was all too familiar with the names of these races. If not for that, he wouldn't have considered taking one of the missions earlier. Thinking of this, a look of contemplation flashed deep in Longzi's eyes. The person who released these bounty missions should be a member of the human race. But what kind of deal did this Calamity of Myriad Races reach with the mission issuer? 0 reward missions generally wouldn't appear in the bounty hall unless a deal had been reached in advance, let alone 58 missions of 11-star top-tier difficulty appearing all at once. Could this person have some ulterior motive regarding the human race? Thinking of this, Longzi quietly accepted one of the bounty hunting missions without drawing attention to himself. Missions without time limits could be accepted repeatedly by multiple free bounty hunters. However, unlike Sumyubai's high-profile approach, he accepted it quietly from his seat. In this way, no one except the bounty hunter's home would know he had accepted the mission. After Longzi accepted the mission, his eyes narrowed beneath his silver mask. Calamity of Myriad Races. What exactly is your goal? Notification. Respected Calamity of Myriad Races, you have successfully accepted an 11-star top-tier bounty assassination mission. Mission target: Lord of Black Souls Delethos. Mission time: unlimited. Notification. Respected Calamity of Myriad Races, you have successfully accepted an 11-star top-tier bounty assassination mission. Mission target: Dark Moon Heavenly God Motuo. Mission time: unlimited. Notification. Respected Calamity of Myriad Races, you have successfully accepted an 11-star top-tier bounty assassination mission. Mission target: Thunder Devouring Tyrant Michael. Mission time: unlimited. While everyone was heatedly discussing, the communicator on Sumyubai's wrist vibrated repeatedly. First were the 28 bounty assassination missions. These targets were all at least peak high gods of the 9-pattern realm. Each of their strengths was even greater than Ferdinand and Calvin, whom Sumyubai had previously slain. Some of these targets were even world lord level existences. After all the bounty assassination missions were accepted, Sumyubai's communicator still did not stop vibrating. Notification. Respected Calamity of Myriad Races, you have successfully accepted an 11-star top-tier bounty hunting mission. Mission target: Hunt the Rift race until they fall off the Myriad races ranking. Mission time, unlimited. Notification. Respected Calamity of Myriad races. You have successfully accepted an 11-star top-tier bounty hunting mission. Mission target. Hunt the Werewolf race until they fall off the Myriad races ranking. Mission time, unlimited. Notification. Respected Calamity of Myriad races. You have successfully accepted an 11-star top-tier bounty hunting mission. Mission target. Hunt the Blood race until they fall off the Myriad races ranking. Mission time, unlimited. There were exactly 30 bounty hunting missions, and the goal of every single one was to slaughter a specific race until they fell off the Myriad races ranking. Originally, Sumyubai had intended to issue missions to exterminate these races entirely, but the bounty hunter house did not support such a thing. This was because the Myriad worlds were simply too vast. With so many great worlds, divine kingdoms, small worlds, and secret realms, to completely exterminate any one race was an almost impossible task. The bounty hunter house could not even determine if the goal of such a mission had been achieved. Therefore, Sumyubai had to settle for the next best thing and chose to slaughter these races until they dropped off the Myriad races ranking. Even so, the difficulty of these missions was no lower than the previous 28 bounty hunting missions. In fact, it was higher. The top-ranked races among them had even reached the top 1,000 of the Myriad races ranking. For Sumyubai to accept such missions in public under the identity of the Calamity of Myriad races was equivalent to directly declaring war on these 30 races. It was precisely for this reason that he chose to disguise himself as a world lord of the god race. Even if these races found out, what could they do? Would they dare to question the god race? It was not that Sumyubai looked down on them. But even if these 30 races were given 10,000 guts, they would absolutely not dare to do such a thing. On the death list provided by Brian, there were races that viewed the human race as food. And it was not as if there weren't higher-ranked ones among them. It was just that Sumyubai had not yet issued missions to hunt those races. One must eat a meal one bite at a time, and walk a path one step at a time. He would solve these races first, and once his own strength had advanced further, it would not be too late to hunt even stronger races. He believed that his own strength would surely become increasingly powerful during the process of hunting and killing. Since the 12th tier rule sovereign realm was still somewhat distant for the time being, he would first seize the title of the strongest high god in the Myriad worlds. Sumyubai wanted the Myriad worlds to reach a new consensus. There are 3 types of true god realms: Bai, Bak, and everyone else. A sharp glint flashed deep in his eyes as Sumyubai's gaze slowly swept over all the peak high gods present, lingering on Longzi for a brief moment once more. Immediately after, Sumyubai turned and walked toward the elevator he had arrived in, never having spoken a single word to the peak high gods in the hall from start to finish. Everyone's eyes followed Sumyubai's footsteps until his figure disappeared into the elevator. At this moment, the World Lord level aura that had permeated the hall finally dissipated slowly. Only then did the experts of various races in the hall pick up their communicators to broadcast what had happened here. They also wanted to see what kind of sensation this event would bring to the Myriad worlds. Only Longzi, in the corner, had a face that turned extremely ugly. After that last glance, he clearly felt a trace of power that did not belong to him appear within his body. That was Sumyubai's space-time mark. Damn it, he really had been targeted. Longzi's brows were tightly locked as he secretly mobilized his destructive divine power and rule power, only to find that he could not eliminate this mark at all. Chapter 771. Realm Tracking Divine Scroll. Aside from the hall for issuing and accepting missions, the bounty hunter house also possessed all other types of buildings. This place could be completely regarded as an independent nation, no matter what your needs were. They could be satisfied to a certain extent here. There were even large auction houses here. Of course, the services here naturally could not compare to the Nether Immortal Workshop, and the auctions were not as good as the Dead Zone Bank. After all, these were not the main business of the bounty hunter house. They were merely there to make it convenient for free bounty hunters to replenish some commonly used resources. Today was not the day for a large auction, so Sumyubai had no intention of staying here. He also did not go to the tavern to gather clues about Vivian's father. After all, if even the bounty hunter house did not have intelligence on the specific location of Bloomer, It would be a miracle if he could find it in a tavern. If he were truly so easily found, Bloomer would have been caught long ago. He was currently somewhere unknown and was not even answering Vivian's communications. After leaving the bounty hall upon placing the space-time mark on Longzi, Sumyubai turned and entered the Divine Scroll Pavilion not far away. He was still quite interested in Longzi, this human genius. However, the most important thing now was to find Vivian's father first. The other party's status as a director was the best stepping stone for Sumyubai to take control of the Dead Zone Bank in advance. Now that Bloomer's situation was unknown, Sumyubai naturally had to find him at the first opportunity. Compared to the experts of various races waiting for him on the Death Continent, the succubus race targeting Bloomer was much weaker in strength. If he couldn't even resolve Bloomer's crisis, what would Sumyubai use to face the experts of various races who were eyeing him covetously? After buying a large number of Divine Scrolls at the Divine Scroll Pavilion, Sumyubai found a random hotel and checked into a top-tier suite. Divine Scrolls were a type of consumable suitable for use by those in the Lost Sovereign Realm. They had various functions, including attack types, defense types, and auxiliary types. Sumyubai naturally did not need attack or defense type Divine Scrolls. What he bought were all auxiliary types. The most important among them was, naturally, the Tracking type Divine Scroll. Small World Tracking Divine Scroll. Low-grade Divine Scroll. Tear the scroll to lock onto a target. You will obtain the target's current specific coordinates at the same time every day for 3 days. Requirement: the distance between yourself and the target must not exceed 10 small worlds. Cooldown time for use on the same target of 5 days. He flees, he pursues. He cannot escape with wings. Divine Scrolls were divided into 4 grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade, corresponding to the 4 major realms of the 11th tier Lost Sovereign Realm. To put it bluntly, this small world tracking Divine Scroll was a divine level version of the 10,000-mile tracking scroll, with the tracking range having been significantly increased. If the other party's means of concealing their aura exceeded the grade of the Divine Scroll, they could not be tracked. Even if the means of concealing their aura were merely equivalent to the grade of the Divine Scroll, it would still have a certain impact on the tracking results. A low-grade Divine Scroll, at the headquarters of the Bounty Hunter Association in the city of Nirvana, is at best considered a low-tier consumable. Sumyubai chose to purchase this grade of tracking Divine Scroll not because it was cheap, but to facilitate the use of his Cataclysm talent. Now that he possessed a full 87,000 spiritual souls, he naturally wouldn't care about the small amount of soul power consumed by the Cataclysm Divine Scroll. After upgrading a low-grade Divine Scroll by 3 tiers, it would become a top-grade Divine Scroll with the Cataclysm trait. Sumyubai believed that the Cataclysm trait would certainly not disappoint him. After setting up a miniature version of the Mystic Heaven Grandeur within the suite, Sumyubai flipped his hand and took out a small world tracking Divine Scroll. Immediately after, his gaze sharpened. Cataclysm, target, small world tracking Divine Scroll. Prompt: please select the upgrade tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Or attach the Cataclysm trait to it. Click to view details. Cataclysm Tier 3. There was no need to view the details. Sumyubai decisively chose Cataclysm. Prompt: do you confirm the consumption of 10,000 points of soul power to transform the low-grade Divine Scroll Small World Tracking Divine Scroll into a top-grade Divine Scroll Realm Tracking Divine Scroll and attach the Cataclysm trait to it? Confirm. As Sumyubai's divine sense stirred, the Cataclysm talent took effect instantly. Energy appeared out of thin air and was rapidly injected into the Divine Scroll in Sumyubai's hand. He could clearly perceive that the aura of the Divine Scroll was rising rapidly. At the same time, the law inscriptions carved on the scroll began to split continuously, forming more complex inscriptions. Gradually, the law inscriptions merged with one another, condensing into incomplete rule inscriptions, accompanied by a gentle vibration of the Divine Scroll. Its grade had transformed from low grade to top grade. Prompt: you have lost 10,000 points of soul power. Current soul power to 0.13 million, at 0.13 million. Prompt: you have obtained the top-grade Divine Scroll Realm Tracking Divine Scroll. Prompt: you have absorbed 1 spiritual soul. Soul power Kung 10. Current soul power to 0.14 million, hit 0.14 million. Each spiritual soul could increase Sumubai's soul power cap by 10,000 points. The soul power consumed by the Cataclysm Divine Scroll was replenished by just one spiritual soul. For the time being, he no longer needed to worry about soul power. However, to attach the Cataclysm trait to rule-based treasures like the Death Codex and the Wheel of Time and Space, he would still need some time to absorb more spiritual souls. While continuing to absorb spiritual souls, Sumubai examined the top-grade Divine Scroll in his hand. Realm Tracking Divine Scroll. Top-grade Divine Scroll. Tear open the scroll to lock onto a target. You will receive the target's current specific coordinates at the same time every day for 30 days. Requirement: you and the target must be within the same realm. Cooldown for using on the same target, 45 days. Tracking the target is one thing, but you must also be able to reach them quickly. It is recommended to use this in conjunction with cross-realm teleportation arrays. 30 days of tracking time is not considered long for a realm. In fact, it is somewhat too short. Sumubai still did not know exactly how large the Death Realm was. If he didn't possess rule-based treasures like the Death Codex and the Wheel of Time and Space, he would have found it difficult to even leave the undead realm. The effect of the top-grade Divine Scroll was about what Sumubai had imagined. If he were only using this item, he would certainly not be able to track the specific location of Bloomer. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to hide at all. After all, although top-grade Divine Scrolls are precious, they are still obtainable for those who dare to make an enemy of a top-tier realm master like Bloomer. What Sumubai truly pinned his hopes on was the Cataclysm trait attached to this top-grade Divine Scroll. Cataclysm trait. 1. Tracking time extended to 10 years. 2. Ignores any concealment methods below the Rule Sovereign realm. 3. No need for a fixed time. After use, you can check the target's current location at any time during the tracking duration. The Cataclysm trait, as expected, never disappoints, although it was only a one-time consumable. Each of the 3 effects added by the Cataclysm trait was extremely powerful. Chapter 772. Heading to the Nether Abyss. Bonus chapter. The myriad worlds are too vast. If one relies solely on a race and a name, it is impossible to track a specific target using a divine scroll. Therefore, with a stir of his divine sense, Sumubai released Vivian from his internal world. Master, I missed you so much. The moment Vivian saw Sumubai, she threw herself at him. Sumubai felt a momentary sense of suffocation, even though he no longer needed to breathe. Although not much time had passed in the outside world, for Vivian, who was in a world with 500 times the time flow, it felt like a very long time had passed. That was why she was so excited, especially seeing that her master was in a suite and had only released her. Her thoughts immediately went astray. Could it be that master has finally figured things out? For a moment, even her father Bloomer, who was in crisis, was temporarily forgotten. It wasn't because she wasn't worried about Bloomer, but because to save her father, she still had to rely on her master, Baiyi. After a long while, Sumubai struggled to break free and handed the realm-tracking divine scroll in his hand to Vivian. Master, what is this? A look of confusion flashed in Vivian's eyes. Shouldn't they be proceeding to the next step? Why did he suddenly hand her a divine scroll? Could it be one of those intimate divine scrolls? Thinking of this, Vivian's pretty face flushed slightly as she took the scroll and lowered her head to look at it. But the next moment, her pupils involuntarily dilated several times over. This is a realm-tracking scroll. This effect is too exaggerated. Vivian couldn't help but think of the sovereign-grade private spaceship that Sumubai had given her to use. As expected of Master, his methods are truly as terrifying as ever. As long as they can find her father, with Master's strength, he will surely be able to change the situation. Vivian took a deep breath. She understood what her master meant by giving her the divine scroll. So she decisively tore it open. System prompt: please select the target you wish to track. With a flicker of her divine sense, Vivian recalled the unique soul aura of Bloomer. The next moment, the torn divine scroll suddenly burst into intense flames. Powerful fluctuations of divine power and the laws of the universe rippled outward, instantly submerging into the dark space and beginning to search for Bloomer's aura throughout the entire Death Realm. After a long while, a soul projection of Bloomer slowly emerged within the raging flames. System prompt: You have used the top-tier Divine Scroll Realm Tracking Divine Scroll system prompt. For the next 10 years, you may check the target's current location at any time. No wonder I couldn't contact father, so that's where he is. Vivian covered her red lips, her eyes filled with deep concern. Clearly, the area where Bloomer was currently located must be extremely dangerous. As for a place capable of threatening even a top-tier world lord, a name instantly flashed through Sumyubai's mind. At the same time, the location Vivian revealed confirmed Sumyubai's conjecture. Master, my father is currently inside the abyss of the underworld. As she spoke, Vivian shared the specific coordinates of Bloomer's current location. He must have been driven into a desperate situation, otherwise, he would never have voluntarily entered the abyss of the underworld. Vivian's voice trembled, sounding very anxious. Upon learning that her father had likely fallen into a hopeless predicament, the lingering trace of romantic tension from just moments ago was instantly cast to the back of her mind. Her watery eyes looked up at Sumyubai, the plea in them self-evident. It really was the abyss of the underworld. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. He had originally planned to visit the abyss of the underworld after some time, but it seemed there was no need to wait now. It had to be said that Sumyubai and the abyss of the underworld truly shared a deep connection. This was already the 4th time he had encountered something related to the abyss. Since that was the case, he would go and see for himself what was so special about it. Don't worry, I am here. Sumyubai gently stroked Vivian's long hair, offering a soft word of comfort. Immediately after, with a thought, the yin-yang fish-shaped wheel of time and space instantly appeared in his palm. The abyss of the underworld spanned almost the entire Death Continent, its length immeasurable. Bloomer's location was a vast distance away from the coordinates recorded within the Gate of Death. Furthermore, since Sumyubai had just used the Gate of Death, that authority could not be used for the time being. But it didn't matter. The wheel of time and space was enough. As Sumyubai moved his divine sense, the spatial authority within the wheel of time and space was instantly mobilized. However, the next moment, Sumyubai frowned. Vivian noticed his confusion at a glance and hurriedly explained, Master, the restrictions within the abyss of the underworld are extremely powerful. It is said that they were set by the Death Sovereign himself. Level 1 spatial rule authority cannot directly enter it. Is that so? Sumyubai nodded slightly and immediately modified the location of the spatial portal, setting it at the edge of the abyss of the underworld closest to Bloomer. In an instant, the spatial authority opened a portal before Sumyubai capable of spanning endless distances. Although the City of Annihilation and the abyss of the underworld were both on the Death Continent, the distance between them was equivalent to being separated by several major worlds. Let's go and see what kind of schemes your clan has been up to. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow and led Vivian through the spatial portal. The next moment, their figures appeared before a cliff. Even with Sumyubai's current vision, he could not see the other side of the abyss. Looking down, his view was filled with dense, annihilating death energy. He couldn't see the bottom at all. The space beside Sumyubai trembled slightly, and two figures slowly emerged. They were the prodigies Aoshin and Juxiayu. Feeling the dense, overwhelming aura of death rushing toward them, their pupils constricted. This is the abyss of the underworld. Extra update for today, Chapter 773. Abnormal death energy within the abyss of the underworld. The fame of the Forbidden Land known as the abyss of the underworld was not limited to the Death Realm alone. Throughout the myriad worlds, there were many legends associated with it. Just standing near the abyss, the dense aura of death was enough to make any master of laws below the level of a high god shrink back in fear. Even mid-level gods of the death element dared not touch the terrifying death energy within the abyss. The only reason Vivian could stand there was entirely due to the protection of Sumyubai's power. As for Aoshin and Juxiayu, although they were only at the mid-level god realm, their combat power was no less than that of a late-stage high god, so they naturally did not fear the death energy here. Of course, this was only the death energy at the very periphery of the abyss. The deeper one went, the more dense and viscous the death energy would become. The vast majority of high gods would find it difficult to even take a step once they entered the abyss. Not only that, but there was also a strange energy within the abyss that suppressed soul power, significantly reducing the perception of any master of laws. Under such circumstances, The difficulty of dealing with the crises that could appear at any moment in the abyss would increase exponentially. It was said that there had even been top-tier world lords who attempted to venture deep into the abyss, only to eventually perish within it. This was the reason why Oshin and Juxiaoyu were so surprised. They had never expected that after entering Bai's inner world, they would emerge directly at the abyss of the underworld. Oshin withdrew his gaze and looked at Sumyu-bai with some confusion. "My lord, isn't it a bit too hasty to enter the abyss of the underworld now?" Beside him, Juxiaoyu's eyes also held a strange expression. This guy, Bai, really does dive into wherever it's most dangerous. Daring to come to the Death Continent under the current circumstances was already bold enough. But with those powerful disguise methods, it could be explained. However, what kind of place was the abyss of the underworld? Here, disguise methods were completely useless. Vivian's father is currently right here in the abyss of the underworld. Sumyu-bai stepped forward, looking down into the bottomless abyss. His voice calm and indifferent. "Master." These words instantly filled Vivian's eyes with tears of gratitude. For a moment, she didn't know how to express the depth of her appreciation. Sumyu-bai patted Vivian gently and smiled. "Don't worry, your father will be fine." As his voice faded, Vivian's figure vanished from where she stood. Given her current strength, she could not withstand the pressure within the abyss of the underworld. For the journey ahead, she would naturally have to remain within Sumyu-bai's internal world. Aoshin and Juxiaoyu, however, were different. Both were prodigies of the dragon and god races respectively, beyond their combat power capable of challenging those of higher ranks. They naturally possessed powerful treasures to protect themselves. If one were to account for these treasures, both of them possessed the strength to battle a peak upper god. As to exactly what level of combat power they could reach, Sumyu-bai was not entirely sure. The main reason he had brought them out was that both had previously entered the abyss of the underworld for training. Although neither had ventured very deep in the past, they could still provide Sumyu-bai with a better understanding of the abyss. After tucking Vivian into his internal world, Sumyu-bai turned his head to look at Juxiaoyu, his brows lifting slightly. "What? Are you afraid?" "HMPH, it's not like I haven't been in before. What is there to be afraid of?" Juxiaoyu let out a soft huff, immediately taking the bait of Sumyu-bai's provocation. As a proud and haughty prodigy of the god race, how could she ever admit that she was inferior to Bai? As for Oshin, he didn't need any provocation at all. As Sumyu-bai's follower, he would naturally accompany the one he followed. "Since you aren't afraid, then let's go." Sumyu-bai smiled faintly and jumped directly off the edge of the abyss. Juxiaoyu, and willing to be outdone, followed closely behind. Oshin shook his head helplessly before diving into the abyss as well. As the three of them plummeted at high speed, the whistling of the wind filled their ears. The dense aura of death that permeated the entire abyss was instantly drawn to the presence of the living, swirling toward their divine bodies to envelop them. However, this outer layer of death aura was not yet enough to affect the three of them. Powerful divine energy condensed into a protective shield on the surfaces of Aoshin and Juxiaoyu's bodies, easily isolating the aura of death. Sumyu-bai, on the other hand, had no protection at all, bathing in the aura of death without any restraint. To him, the successor of the Death Sovereign, what difference was there between this aura of death and nourishment? Sumyu-bai's brow furrowed quickly, for he keenly sensed that the aura of death within the abyss seemed somewhat strange. In the next moment, he released a golden skeleton king from his internal world, after being doubly enhanced by the world tree and the sea of death. This skeleton king's strength had reached the threshold of the 10th order saint extermination level. Compared to Sumyu-bai's own combat power, the 10th order saint extermination level might seem weak. But after slaughtering the vampires and werewolves within the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, he still had trillions of such golden skeleton kings in his internal world. Most importantly, the changes brought about by the mutated life force of the world tree had yet to be fully revealed. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Yet, the moment this golden skeleton king appeared in the outermost reaches of the abyss, large amounts of white smoke began to rise from its surface. The aura of death here instantly eroded it until not even a scrap remained. As the last wisp of soul fire flickered out, every trace of this golden skeleton king's existence was completely erased. Don't bother testing it. The aura of death in the abyss can only be resisted through sheer, powerful strength. Seeing this, Juxiaoyu spoke coldly. Sumyu-bai nodded thoughtfully and continued to descend deeper. Just now, besides releasing the Golden Skeleton King, he had also attempted to absorb this aura of death, but he could only absorb a small amount through the back of his left hand. That was because the mark left by the Death Codex resided there. However, while the rest of his divine body could not absorb this abnormal aura of death, it was not being eroded by it either. Could this place really be related to the Death Sovereign? Sumyu-bai narrowed his eyes, recalling the rumors that the abyss of the underworld had been carved out by the Death Sovereign, and he found himself believing it a little more. Following this, with a thought, 2 streams of death attribute divine energy surged from within his body, wrapping around the surfaces of Aoshin and Juxiaoyu's bodies respectively. Both of them immediately realized they were no longer being eroded by the aura of death and looked at Sumyu-bai in astonishment. What kind of technique was this, to be able to prevent the aura of death in the abyss from eroding divine bodies and souls? Sumyu-bai did not explain, his gaze remaining fixed on the depths of the abyss. Having flown downward for so long, aside from the aura of death becoming slightly denser, the surrounding environment had not changed at all. The 3 of them were like people falling into a bottomless pit, with no end in sight. A long time later, the surrounding aura of death was already more than twice as dense as it had been at the outermost edge. Sumyu-bai suddenly asked with curiosity, "Tell me, besides the Death Sovereign, has anyone else ever reached the bottom of the abyss?" Hearing this, Aoshin and Juxiaoyu shook their heads in unison, answering with certainty, "Not even the God of Death." Sumyu-bai narrowed his eyes slightly. "No, otherwise there would have been some news circulating throughout the myriad worlds." The 2 shook their heads again. "Is that so?" Sumyu-bai nodded slightly, though he did not agree with this answer, because the scythe of the God of Death contained a secret, one that concerned the reason for the fall of the God of Deathbach, as well as all the wealth he had left behind, and that secret was located precisely at the bottom of the abyss of the underworld. First update delivered. My head is still a bit dizzy, but I'll try my best to write 3 chapters. Chapter 774, Special Undead. As of now, it was clearly not yet the time to head to the bottom of the abyss. Although Sumyu-bai had confidence in his own strength, he did not yet believe he had surpassed the God of Death. Furthermore, the death cannon within his body showed no reaction at all. It wasn't clear whether it was because they hadn't delved deep enough, or if it simply deemed Sumyu-bai's current combat power insufficient. However, Sumyu-bai didn't pay it much mind, as the purpose of his trip was merely to rescue Bloomer. A journey to the bottom of the nether abyss was not an urgent matter for now. The restrictions here were just as powerful as Vivian had described. Methods involving teleportation or instant movement were completely unusable within the nether abyss. Therefore, the 3 of them could only continue flying toward the depths. Along the way, Aoshin kept describing the conditions inside the nether abyss to Sumyu-bai. I do not know how much time had passed, but although everything in the surroundings remained unchanged, Sumyu-bai suddenly felt as if he had crossed into another world. It was as if he had pierced through an invisible membrane. Aoshin's expression also became solemn at this moment. "My lord, we have crossed the outer perimeter and entered the inner region. We need to be a bit more careful from here on out." The nether abyss is generally divided into 4 major areas: the outer perimeter, the inner region, the core, and the bottom. That top-tier world master level existence from the past had fallen deep within the core region, and now, the inner region that the 3 of them had entered was already capable of posing a threat to peak high gods. Aside from the abnormal death aura, which was over 10 times denser than before, the real reason was the special undead lurking within the nether abyss, ready to launch sneak attacks at any moment. Compared to normal undead creatures, the undead in the nether abyss possess no soul fire. To be precise, they can no longer be considered true living beings. Calling them dead objects seems more reasonable. However, these special undead can still be killed, so they are not truly inanimate objects either. Are they somewhere between living beings and dead objects? Sumyu-bai narrowed his eyes slightly, involuntarily thinking of Yuyi and the others in his internal world. Once they've fully absorbed those 3 top-tier godheads, they would completely transform into perfect god-level nether beings, becoming a type of dead object that had never appeared in the myriad worlds before. Could the special undead in the nether abyss be nether beings that failed to complete their transformation? With this thought, Sumyubai suddenly became interested in the special undead here. It was a pity that his divine sense was also heavily suppressed here and could not extend very far. So he had yet to discover the presence of any special undead. Who had been silent for a long time, glanced at Sumyubai with some surprise again after entering the inner region of the nether abyss. Because the death divine power lingering on her skin was currently still allowing her to be immune to the erosion of the abnormal death or within the nether abyss. This was no small matter. The deeper one went into the nether abyss, the more divine power was required to resist this erosion. If she didn't need to resist it at all, she could unleash her full strength without restraint during battle. Just then, Sumyubai suddenly turned his body and reached out to grab the space beside him. The next moment, a special undead was bound in his palm by his divine power. He held no weapons, but the bone claws that flickered with a cold light were clearly shrouded in a large amount of abnormal death aura. If one were to be grabbed by this fellow even once, their soul and divine body would inevitably be crazily eroded by that abnormal death aura. The appearance of this special undead looked no different from a normal undead creature. The only difference was that there was not a glimmer of light in its eyes. They looked like devoid-like holes, with not a trace of soul fire existing within them. Special undead vitality, 28 worlds. Realm, mid-stage high god. Combat power, mid-stage high god. A special undead that only exists in the nether abyss. Hiding within the death aura, they will attack all approaching living beings. The status window for the special undead was extremely brief, containing only 3 pieces of information: vitality, realm, and combat power. However, having vitality meant they still fell within the category of living beings. Even without soul fire, they could only be considered semi-living beings. Why does this thing not have? Sumyubai spoke in confusion, but stopped halfway through his sentence. The reason he was confused was that when the special undead launched its sneak attack just now, his soul power hadn't given him a single warning. Although his soul power was restricted by the nether abyss, it was still capable of covering a radius of nearly 1,000 kilometers. At this distance, he hadn't sensed the crisis until the very moment the opponent's attack was about to land on him. This was simply incredible. However, as Sumyubai spoke, he already understood. The special undead had no soul fire at all, so his soul power naturally couldn't sense the opponent's existence. That makes perfect sense. Don't look at the fact that this guy's combat power was only at the mid-stage high god level, when it couldn't be detected. Combined with such a dense abnormal death aura, it could sometimes even take down a late-stage high god through a sneak attack. However, the 3 people present were not ones that this special undead could afford to provoke. After Aoshin and Zhu Xiaoyu took a glance, they continued flying toward the deeper regions. In their view, a mid-stage high god special undead was simply not worth fearing. Sumyubai, however, did not kill this special undead immediately. Instead, after binding it, his gaze sharpened. Golden light flashed in his pupils instantly, and the vertical eye on his forehead opened as well. Mystic Heaven Divine Eye. The next moment, some information appeared on the special undead's status window. A semi-living being eroded by the abnormal death, or researched by the Death Sovereign. Its situation is very awkward. It is neither a living being nor a dead object, and it cannot leave the nether abyss. So, these abnormal death auras were indeed created by the Death Sovereign. Sumyubai continued to channel the Mystic Heaven Divine Eye, and some intermittent images appeared in his eyes. However, these images had nothing to do with him. They looked like things this special undead had experienced before it died. But for Sumyubai, these held no significance. Unable to obtain any more information, there was naturally no need for this special undead to continue existing. Bang. Sumyubai gently clenched his palm, and a burst of violent divine power instantly tore the creature into fragments, causing it to perish completely. Sure enough, the Death Codex could not absorb any soul points or soul fragments from this thing. Sumyubai became even more certain that these special undead within the abyss of the underworld were beings existing somewhere between living creatures and inanimate objects. However, it was clearly impossible for them to truly become dead things like the netherworld itself. This was because the Death Sovereign's research had not truly succeeded. Following this, Sumyubai encountered several more special undead. The weakest among them had the combat power of an early-stage high god. while the strongest were already approaching the peak of the high god realm. Given the harsh environment of the abyss of the underworld, if one were not careful, even a peak high god could fall at the hands of these special undead. Fortunately, Aoshin and Zhu Xiaoyu were protected by Sumyu Bai's death divine power, so they did not need to resist the erosion of the death aura, and their combat effectiveness remained completely unaffected. These special undead did not pose any danger to the two of them. As for Sumyu Bai, it went without saying, he was the strongest of the three, but the next moment, Sumyu Bai's gaze sharpened. He signaled for the two to stop and spoke in a low voice. "Someone is here, chapter 2 is served. There should be another chapter before 12:00 single quotes clock. Chapter 775. The Succubus Clan's Grand Gesture, bonus chapter. Someone. Aoshin and Zhu Xiaoyu were both startled, as their divine soul power had not detected the presence of any other living beings at all. Right below us, at a distance of just over 900 kilometers. Sumyu Bai's deep, dark eyes looked toward the area below, his gaze seemingly piercing through the strange, almost tangible death aura. In reality, his vision did not reach that far here. He was seeing entirely through his divine soul power. How much? Over 900 kilometers. The exaggerated reactions of Aoshin and Zhu Xiaoyu left Sumyu Bai feeling quite puzzled. Was there really a need to be this surprised? Zhu Xiaoyu took a deep breath, her eyes fixed intently on Sumyu Bai. Can your divine soul power really detect things over 900 kilometers away? Is 900 kilometers very far? Sumyu Bai was confused. If they were not inside the abyss of the underworld, with his early stage high god divine soul, let alone 900 kilometers, even 9 million kilometers would be a trivial matter. But the words that followed from Zhu Xiaoyu and Aoshin cleared up his confusion. My lord, it seems you truly are the only candidate for the next Death Sovereign. Aoshin looked at Sumyu Bai. My divine soul power can only detect a range of about 10 kilometers here. Same here. Zhu Xiaoyu added immediately. As far as I know, even for top-tier world lord level powerhouses, under the suppression of the abyss of the underworld, their divine soul power cannot cover a range exceeding 100 kilometers. Beyond the suppression of divine soul power, due to the extremely powerful restrictions within the abyss of the underworld, the power of law lords would dissipate extremely quickly once it left their bodies, with the limit basically being about the same as the range of their divine soul power. Therefore, battles within the abyss of the underworld were almost always conducted at close range. Otherwise, the dissipated power would be unable to cause effective damage to the enemy. Sumyu Bai couldn't help but glance at the back of his left hand. It seemed this was also a benefit brought by the Death Codex. However, this was clearly a good thing. In this way, he would possess an absolute first strike advantage within this abyss of the underworld. In that case, let's get a bit closer. Sumyu Bai waved his hand, leading the two deeper into the abyss. Soon, they arrived at a position just over 200 kilometers away from the people he had sensed earlier. Just a moment ago at the extreme range, he had only seen one target. Now that they had gone 700 kilometers deeper, several more targets appeared within his divine soul detection range, and among them, half were peak high gods of the Succubus clan. These peak high gods were distributed quite evenly, and their speed of advancement was not fast. Their expressions looked very solemn, clearly filled with wariness toward the abyss of the underworld. Are they searching for Bloomer? Sumyu Bai narrowed his eyes slightly. I wonder exactly how many people have come. The abyss of the underworld did not contain any special resources, apart from powerhouses coming here for training. All living beings generally kept their distance from this place. Now that he had suddenly encountered so many peak high gods, and half of them were from the Succubus clan, it was obvious that these people had come specifically for Bloomer. To determine the number of enemies, Sumyu Bai did not rush to continue deeper. Instead, he flew rapidly in a horizontal direction, using his divine soul power to probe the situation below. A moment later, he returned to his original position. What a grand gesture indeed. Sumyu Bai rubbed his chin, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. The temptation of a director's seat at the Death Domain Bank was truly immense. There were over 30 peak high gods who had come to surround and annihilate Bloomer. Sumyu Bai even sensed a powerful auras at the World Lord level. In order to completely eliminate Bloomer and secure the director's seat at the Death Domain Bank, The succubus clan had clearly invested a massive cost. Otherwise, powerhouses from other races would never risk entering the abyss of the underworld to help them deal with Bloomer. The aura of one of the world lords was even significantly stronger than that of the heaven-splitting emperor who had fallen at Sumyubai's hands. As Sumyubai's divine soul power swept over, that world lord immediately frowned. If Sumyubai hadn't reacted quickly, he likely would have been discovered by the other party. The opponent's divine soul power might not be able to cover such a distance, but by sensing the traces left behind, they could have arrived quickly. After all, at the speed of a world lord level powerhouse, a distance of a few hundred kilometers was nothing more than an instant. That divine soul power just now. Otis frowned. At this moment, his figure had already appeared not far from the spot where Sumyubai had just lingered. However, his divine soul power had already extended to its limit, covering a full 70 to 80 kilometers. Yet he still found nothing. The special undead within the abyss of the underworld possessed no divine soul power. In other words, that soul-searching power just now must have belonged to some other creature. It wasn't Bloomer's soul aura. So who could it be? A look of gravity appeared on Otis's face as he vanished from where he stood. His strength was slightly inferior to Bloomer's in his prime. But now that Bloomer was severely wounded, he was no longer a match for him. Coupled with another World Master level powerhouse and the remaining peak high gods, as long as they could locate Bloomer, the man would have no way to escape. But now, the sudden appearance of an existence whose allegiance was unknown would very likely introduce variables. After all, the other party's soul-searching range was even greater than his own. They were clearly a top-tier expert among World Masters. The next moment, his figure appeared beside another World Master. And this World Master was none other than a voluptuous and beautiful succubus matron. Lord Otis, what is it? Otis's sudden appearance seemed to startle the beautiful matron. She hurriedly patted her chest, causing her ample bosom to sway up and down for a moment. Tell everyone to be careful. There's another powerhouse nearby. Today's bonus chapter is here. Finally caught up. Chapter 776. The hunt officially begins. There's another powerhouse nearby. The succubus matron was stunned upon hearing this, murmuring the sentence to herself. Although they were both world masters, Otis's strength was far greater than hers. He was only a hair's breadth away from being a true top-tier world master. Anyone who could be called a powerhouse by Otis was at least on the same level as him. Now that they had finally pushed Bloomer into a desperate situation and were on the verge of completing years of planning, it would be a disaster if this mysterious powerhouse had come to help Bloomer. Thinking of this, the succubus matron couldn't help but furrow her brows. And what Otis said next made her expression turn even uglier. Livia, are there any powerhouses on good terms with Bloomer that we miss? Otis frowned. This person's strength is very likely that of a top-tier world master. Hearing the words top-tier world master, Livia's pupils constricted, and she quickly began to recall. But soon, she shook her head firmly. No, there are none, absolutely none. She had lost count of how many years she had spent plotting for Bloomer's director position. She knew every powerhouse who had any connection to Bloomer like the back of her hand. Although the plan had been forced into motion prematurely because her daughter Lilith's manipulation of Vivian's soul had been exposed, alerting the enemy, she had still succeeded in isolating Bloomer. Over the years, those who were on good terms with him and might interfere with the plan had been corrupted, provoked, transferred away, severely wounded, or had fallen. Therefore, Livia was certain that Bloomer absolutely had no outside help left. Could it be that his daughter could summon a top-tier world master? What a joke! Even if she could, how could that little slut Vivian possibly know that Bloomer was currently inside the nether abyss? There was no way to use communication devices to contact the outside world from here. Thinking of this, Livia's grim expression recovered quite a bit, and she blinked at Otis. Lord Otis, I think this person just happened to pass by. If that is the case, then that would be for the best. Otis nodded slightly, then added, still, tell everyone to be careful and make sure not to offend the other party. The reason he was helping Livia deal with Bloomer wasn't just because he lusted after the succubus clan leader's body. It was mostly for the sake of profit. Understood. I will notify everyone now. Livia also understood the principle of caution. So she hurriedly began to notify the nearby clansmen inside the nether abyss. The soul power of true gods was severely restricted, and communication devices could not be used. Therefore, these 30-plus peak high gods were all staying close to the edge of their respective soul-searching ranges. Vaguely, the positioning of these peak high gods even held a hint of a formation. As long as the nearby companions were notified, the others would soon receive the message as well. Altogether, they were like a vast, spread-out net, constantly chasing the severely wounded Bloomer. As for how they were able to keep tracking Bloomer's location, it was naturally due to Livia's methods. All those years of preparation were not for nothing. Long before the plan officially began, Livia had prepared multiple contingency plans. If it weren't for the problem with Vivian, Bloomer wouldn't even have had the chance to escape. I will return to the formation first. Notify me if there is any situation. Otis left behind these words and vanished from the spot. Soon, feedback messages from everyone arrived, and Livia finally set her heart at ease. It seemed the powerhouse Otis mentioned had indeed just happened to pass by. Bloomer, you won't be able to escape today, Livia snorted coldly, a jade compass appearing in her hand as her divine sense stirred. Immediately after, a drop of divine blood appeared out of thin air and merged into the compass. The compass suddenly radiated divine light, and a blood-colored needle condensed, trembling continuously before finally pointing in a certain direction. The drop of divine blood that had just merged into the compass belonged to Bloomer. This was Livia's method of tracking him. Even inside the nether abyss, she could sense the exact location of the divine blood's owner. I wonder if you have any regrets now. Livia pursed her red lips, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. If you had chosen me back then instead of that bitch, how could you have ended up in this state today? That bitch is already dead. And now it is your turn. And finally, that little slut Vivian, under Livia's command. The hunting net slightly changed direction and continued deeper into the nether abyss. It was clear that they had made ample preparations for this trip. The special undead hidden within the nether abyss did not have much of an impact on these people. Bang! Otis casually crushed a special undead with the combat strength of a late-stage high god, his mind still lingering on that trace of soul power he had felt earlier. However, after sensing nothing for a long time, he gradually set his mind at ease. What these people did not know, however, was that more than 200 kilometers above them, Sumubai was coldly watching them. This time, Sumubai had deliberately avoided the range of Otis's soul power to avoid being discovered again. Watching the group below suddenly change their angle, Sumubai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Are they able to track Bloomer's position in real time? He was able to know where Bloomer was because of the cataclysmic property of the boundary tracking scroll. So then, what were these people relying on? It seemed this trip might yield some unexpected surprises. Sumubai smiled slightly, and with Aoshin and Yushaoyu, he followed the crowd below closely. Although they had already entered the interior of the nether abyss, there was still a long distance to go before reaching the core area. Even though Sumubai could remotely take out some peak high gods right now, he was in no hurry to do so. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The cicada hadn't even appeared yet. So what was the rush? The opposition had so many experts. After all, if he were to strike now, Sumubai didn't have much confidence in being able to wipe them all out in one go. It was better to follow them for now. The people below did not have Sumubai's death divine power to protect their bodies. The deeper they went into the nether abyss, the lower the combat strength they could exert. A long while later, through the information Vivian provided within his internal small world, Sumubai knew they were not far from Bloomer. He stretched, turned his head to look at Aoshin and Yushaoyu, and asked with a smile, "Do you have the confidence to deal with peak high gods here? With your death divine power, my lord, it will definitely be no problem." Aoshin nodded, clearly having sufficient confidence in his own strength. Sumubai's death divine power allowed him to avoid having to specifically resist the strange death aura within the nether abyss. The enemies, however, had to divert a portion of their power to resist it. Now that they had thoroughly penetrated the interior of the nether abyss, these people needed to consume a massive amount of divine power just to withstand the erosion of the death aura. With one side weakening and the other staying strong, coupled with the various treasures he possessed, As long as it wasn't the kind of peak high god at the 9-pattern realm, he had the confidence to defeat them. Ju Xiaoyu spoke up even more directly. If we go a bit deeper, I can even try my hand at anyone below a boundary master. In her tone, one could hear that she was feeling eager to test her skills. It was evident from her constant desire to spar with Sumyubai that this god clan prodigy was also a battle maniac. A full-blown fight against a 9-pattern peak high god was only possible in a special environment like the Nether Abyss. Hearing this, the corners of Sumyubai's mouth curled upward. In that case, the hunt officially begins. Chapter 777, Swift Victory, Crushing Them. On the edge of the pursued net, several peak high gods were each 20 to 30 kilometers apart. This range was already the limit of their soul power detection, each mm. One of them suddenly changed expression, because he noticed that the soul power of his nearest companion had suddenly vanished. Did they run into a special undead with the combat strength of a peak high god? The man frowned, not thinking much of it. After all, they were already deep within the Nether Abyss. It was perfectly normal to encounter special undead with the combat strength of a peak high god. In such a situation, retracting one's soul power to fight with full force was the most correct choice. But immediately after, he remembered the previous notification. There might be other experts nearby. Thinking of this, the 7-pattern peak high god froze, immediately wanting to transmit the situation back. But it was this split second of hesitation that cost him his only chance. A powerful force of death suddenly descended upon his head, rapidly condensing into a hand of death. What? The man's pupils constricted, and he instantly retracted his soul power, his internal divine power surging in response. This was the Nether Abyss. All true god power would dissipate rapidly once it left the body. How could anyone launch such a powerful attack from outside his soul detection range? Such a thing had never happened before, so it was no wonder he was so shocked. After all, who could have guessed that someone already possessed the Death Saint Codex? Once Sumyubai's death divine power left his body, it would not be affected in the slightest within the Nether Abyss. Feeling the terrifying aura radiating from the hand of death above his head, the peak high god immediately gave it his all. Because the attack appeared so suddenly, he didn't even have time to send out a message. It was a pity that everything was in vain. In order to resist the abnormal death aura within the Nether Abyss, he simply couldn't exert his full power. Sumyubai's strength was already above his, and with the amplification of the Death Saint Codex, the hand of death he unleashed was not something Brian could compare to. In an instant, the peak high god was firmly gripped by the hand of death. If Sumyubai wanted to kill the opponent directly with this single hand of death, he certainly couldn't do it. But just to capture someone, that was easy. It wasn't just this one 7-pattern peak high god who suffered this fate, but a total of 6. In that case, the hunt officially begins. As Sumyubai's voice fell, Aoshin and Ju Xiaoyu immediately felt several powerful bursts of death divine power flash by. Immediately following, -1 hands of death appeared before their eyes, each clutching a peak high god of the 7 or 8-pattern realm. Both were startled, clearly not expecting Sumyubai to act with such lightning speed. He had only just announced the start of the hunt, and he had already dragged them in, and he had grabbed 6 of them at once. Wasn't that a bit too many? Who are you? We are with Lord Otis, if you. The 6 peak high gods had just broken free from the restraints of the hand of death, and their expressions were incredibly grim. Sumyubai ignored their words, merely shifting his divine sense. Samsara divine domain activate. In an instant, he and the 4 strongest among them were pulled into the divine domain. Only a single sentence remained in the air where they had stood. Time is tight. Bring out your true means. Let's end this quickly. Sumyubai wanted to eliminate as many troublesome obstacles as possible before the enemy could react. Aoshin and Ju Xiaoyu, hearing this, instantly expanded their own divine domains within the abyss of the underworld. It was impossible to enter the dark space. However, the space here was countless times denser than in the outside world. Even the shockwaves from a battle between world master level powerhouses could not affect a very large area. Now that they were several hundred kilometers away from Otis and the others, as long as they deployed their divine domains, the enemy would have no way of sensing that a battle was taking place here. Inside the Samsara divine domain, the 4 peak high gods at the 8-pattern realm felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. and they immediately deployed their own divine domains. However, what happened next was completely different from what they had imagined. Crack. Before their divine domains could even fully expand, they were already covered in cracks under the suppression of Sumyubai's Samsara divine domain. Bang! 4. In the span of a breath, the 4 divine domains were completely crushed by the Samsara divine domain. Following this came a powerful backlash. PFFT times 4. The 4 of them spat out a mouthful of divine blood in unison, their eyes filled with terror. What the hell kind of divine domain is this? How could it possibly be this powerful? The gap in combat strength between ecchi gods might be significant, but divine domains were different. Working together, they could have resisted even the divine domain of Lord Otis for a long time. Is this person in front of us a monster? He actually crushed the divine domains of all 4 of them with ease, all by himself. They were not world master level powerhouses. Once their divine domains were shattered, they had no way to redeploy them in the short term. Of course, even if they could, the result would just be having them shattered again. Sumyubai didn't waste any words, directly unleashing the full power of the Samsara divine domain. Boom! In an instant, various elemental divine powers surged toward them, the strongest among them naturally being the divine powers of death and life. How is this possible? The moment they saw the divine powers of death and life coexisting, the pupils of the 4 ecchi gods dilated in shock. But the next moment, they were completely submerged in the vast, endless torrent of divine power. Whoosh! Following that, Sumyubai shifted his divine sense, releasing a portion of the Sea of Death from his internal world to flood the entire Samsara divine domain. There was still a major battle ahead. He didn't want to waste too much energy on these small fries, dealing with them while they were suppressed by the abyss of the underworld. The Samsara divine domain and the Sea of Death alone were more than enough. Being inside the abyss of the underworld, even if they deployed their divine domains, the pervasive, abnormal aura of death would still constantly erode every living creature, except for Sumyubai, the successor to the Master of Death. Various types of divine power bombarded them crazily, and the soul-shattering impact of the Sea of Death never ceased for a moment. If they were in the outside world, their combined strength would have been enough to barely contend with existences like Calvin and Ferdinand. Now, with their strength heavily suppressed, facing the dual assault of the Samsara divine domain and the Sea of Death, they naturally had no power to fight back. Ugh! Lord Otis will not let you get away with this. Who exactly are you? Let me die knowing the truth. What a terrifying soul attack! Within the golden glowing Sea of Death, the 4 of them let out shrill screams and unwilling roars. However, this bit of clamor only lasted for a moment before coming to an abrupt end. These 4, who could be called powerhouses throughout the myriad worlds, had already fallen. If they had more help, perhaps they could have held on longer, but with only 4 of them, this was already their limit. Throughout the entire process, apart from deploying the Samsara divine domain and releasing a portion of the Sea of Death, Sumyubai hadn't even made a move himself. After the battle, he remained in peak condition. Chapter 778. How are so many people missing again? Bonus chapter, notification, Death Authority effective. Soul Fragments Kung 10, notification. You have obtained high-grade Divine Spark X1, notification. You have obtained Extra Large Space Ring X1, notification, Death Authority effective. Soul Fragments Kung 10, notification. You have obtained high-grade Divine Spark X1, notification. You have obtained Extra Large Space Ring X1. A series of system notifications rang out. Sumyubai glanced at the resources inside the 4 space rings and casually stored them into his internal world. Compared to his current net worth, these few resources were hardly worth mentioning. However, even a mosquito is meat. He might not need them, but many of his subordinates certainly would. Regardless, the ones he had just killed were 4 ecchi gods at the 8 pattern realm. With a shift of his divine sense, he collected the 4 corpses, and then his gaze fell upon the 4 high-grade divine sparks in his palm. Catastrophe target, high-grade divine spark, promote by 1 tier. As Sumyubai shifted his divine sense, vast divine power and the power of laws appeared out of thin air, surging crazily into the 4 divine sparks. Soon, the facets of these divine sparks increased from 81 to 999. At the same time, Powerful fluctuations of lows radiated from within the divine sparks. Notification. You have obtained top-tier Death Divine Spark by 1. Top-tier Soul Divine Spark by 2. Top-tier Darkness Divine Spark x1. Killing and looting is still the fastest way. Looking at the 4 top-tier Divine Sparks hovering in his palm, a smile couldn't help but curl the corners of Sumyubai's lips. He could create a total of 10 divine-level nether beings, aside from the 3 like Yuyi. He was only short of 7 more top-tier Divine Sparks. Now that he had easily harvested 4, he would have enough very soon. Of course, this was all thanks to the unreasonable catastrophe talent. Otherwise, Sumyubai would have needed to take down World Master level powerhouses to harvest top-tier godheads. However, Sumyubai did not intend to modify these for godheads to create god-level nether beings. He had other plans for them. As for godheads, there were plenty more down below. Do not be fooled by the fact that he had disposed of these for peak upper gods of the 8 pattern realm without any effort. There were still nearly 30 people below, including 2 major World Master level powerhouses. The one Sumyubai was most wary of was the World Master who had discovered his divine soul power earlier. That person's strength was far greater than even the Lition Emperor. If so many people were to join forces, even a cheater like Sumyubai would find it troublesome. Therefore, he prepared to find some temporary helpers for himself. Waving his hand to retract the reincarnation divine domain, Sumyubai's divine soul power reached directly into the divine domains of Aoshin and Jushaoyu. Upon sensing that it was his divine soul, the two did not resist. Since Sumyubai had reminded them to end the battle quickly, they both went all out. With the authorities of space and time being utilized, the enemies they had pulled into their divine domains were already at the end of their rope. As expected of the top 2 prodigies, Sumyubai nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the combat prowess of the two. Although the vast majority of the advantage came from the special environment of the Nether Abyss and Sumyubai's death divine power, it was clearly no small feat to achieve such results while only at the late stage of the Middle God realm. The timing is about as expected. There is still time. It hadn't taken Sumyubai long at all to finish off those 4. Now that the battle between Aoshin and the other was nearing its end, he did not waste time. He summoned the Wheel of Time and Space and increased the flow of time around him by 1,000 times. Immediately after, Sumyubai waved his hand to take out a pile of divine soul spirits and began to absorb them rapidly. A moment later, just as Aoshin and Jushaoyu retracted their divine domains, Sumyubai opened his eyes. The laws of time dissipated, and the flow of time returned to normal. In this short span of time, his soul power had already reached a magnitude of 10 million, my lord. This is that guy's godhead. Aoshin handed a high-tier godhead directly to Sumyubai. Jushaoyu also tossed a godhead over casually. I heard this thing is useful to you. A mere high-tier godhead meant nothing to a prodigy of the god race like her. Moreover, being able to harvest this godhead was all thanks to Baiyi's power of death. The more she interacted with Baiyi, the more shocked Jushaoyu became at his methods and strength. The desire in her heart to fight him at the same cultivation level grew even stronger. Thanks. Sumyubai did not stand on ceremony. He reached out to take the godhead, and his figure instantly vanished from where he stood. At the same time, Livia, who was at the center of the capture net, also received news that 6 of her companions had lost contact. Not good. Livia's heart sank, and she immediately realized that she had encountered the worst-case scenario. The powerhouse Otis had mentioned earlier was targeting Bloomer, but she couldn't for the life of her figure out who else would reach out to help Bloomer. Close the net. A message spread rapidly through the capture net. This meant that everyone would gather together, making it impossible to prevent Bloomer from breaking through from another direction. Livia was forced into this move. If they remained separated as before, they would very likely be picked off one by the opponent. But if they gathered together, with both her and Otis present, it would be much safer. She refused to believe that the opponent could successfully launch a sneak attack right under the noses of 2 world masters. The only good news was that they were finally about to catch up to Bloomer. The target seemed to be entangled by something, as his position had not changed for a long time. Found him. Otis's figure appeared beside Livia, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Yes. Livia nodded and pointed downward. Right there. Then let's hurry, lest things get complicated. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Otis snorted coldly. And as his divine power surged, he prepared to speed up with everyone in tow. In his view, as long as Bloomer was dealt with, the opponent would lose the reason to provide support. By then, this battle might even be avoided. After all, the opponent wouldn't risk their life for a dead man, right? However, just as Otis's divine power enveloped the group, he suddenly froze. How come there are so many people missing again? Extra update for today. My head has been a bit dizzy lately, so there might be a few more typos than usual. Please forgive me, my patrons. If you spot any typos, please me. Thank you. Chapter 779. Won't this really backfire? How come there are so many people missing again? It wasn't until Otis's exclamation reached her ears that Livia suddenly realized that after gathering, there were actually fewer than 20 people left in the entire team. But just a moment ago, there were clearly nearly 30 people who had responded. In just a few breaths of time, how could so many people have gone missing? For a moment, Livia's expression turned extremely ugly, and she even had a faint, ominous premonition in her heart. Could this hunt for Bloomer actually end in failure? This was a death trap she had spent so much time and effort meticulously setting for Bloomer. It must succeed. It cannot fail. Thinking of this, Livia looked at Otis with a solemn expression, her dark purple eyes filled with ruthlessness. Lord Otis, never mind that for now. The most important thing right now is to finish off Bloomer. I understand. Otis nodded slightly, and as his divine power surged, he led the remaining people to increase their speed to the limit. The goal of the person in the shadows was clearly to save Bloomer. If they paused their actions to go look for their missing subordinates, they would be led by the nose by someone else. The two of them shared the same thought. As long as Bloomer could be thoroughly eliminated, everything the other side had done would lose its meaning. As for those missing subordinates, they would simply have to pray for their own luck. In the current situation, to achieve their goal, paying a certain price was inevitable. The remaining dozen or so peak high gods felt their hearts rise to their throats. They were terrified that they, too, might become missing persons at any moment. In the unique environment of the Nether Abyss, facing the powerhouse Otis had spoken of, they felt like nothing more than a flock of lambs waiting for the slaughter. Fortunately, they had tightened their formation and were no longer scattered, which brought them a temporary sense of relief. However, these peak high gods still couldn't help but instinctively try to crowd toward the center. For a moment, the hunting party became somewhat chaotic, as no one wanted to be in the outermost perimeter. After all, who could say for sure that the powerhouse in the shadows wouldn't strike again? Sumyubai had only struck twice, yet this hunting squad, composed of world lords and peak high gods, had unknowingly transformed from hunters into prey. Seeing this, Livia couldn't help but knit her delicate brows. But she had no better options. She could only pin her hopes on reaching Bloomer's location as quickly as possible. As the distance closed, the compass in her hand began to tremble lightly. Nether Abyss, deep within the interior. Above the hunting squad. Sumyubai suddenly vanished. But Aoshin and Yu Xiaoyu were not surprised. They understood that he had surely gone to snatch more people again in the battle just moments ago. In order to end things quickly, both of them had been forced to use their trump cards. Otherwise, even with the unique environmental factors of the Nether Abyss, they could not have ended the fight so swiftly. After Sumyubai left, Yu Xiaoyu suddenly looked at Aoshin with a playful, inscrutable expression. Little Shinshin, when did you master a divine domain? How come this sister didn't know? I just mastered it recently. Aoshin grinned. For the first time, he didn't show any timidity in front of Yu Xiaoyu. Instead, he raised an eyebrow and said, if I couldn't even do this, what right would I have to be your man? A divine domain was an ability that only high gods could master, something that could only be deployed through a godhead. Although the two of them possessed the combat power of late stage and peak high gods, their actual cultivation realm was only that of mid-level gods. In the past, the only prodigy who had mastered a divine domain at the mid-level god realm was Yu Xiaoyu herself. She hadn't expected that this guy, Aoshin, had managed to do it without a sound. Aoshin's uncharacteristic attitude made Yu Xiaoyu look at him with newfound respect. However, she ultimately rolled her eyes at him and let out a soft scoff. HMPH, be my man. Save that talk for when you can actually beat me. Despite her haughty words, Zhu Xiaoyu knew very well in her heart. The difficulty for Aoshin to master a divine domain was far greater than it had been for her. After all, the current dragon clan had long since lost its former prestige and was no longer the leading race of the demon clan, in terms of resources and the support provided to him. Compared to her prodigy of the god clan, he was at a massive disadvantage. Although Zhu Xiaoyu always liked to bully Aoshin, that was strictly limited to her own bullying. If anyone else dared to do so, she would never stand for it. This was one of the reasons why she insisted on competing against Bai Yi for the title of top prodigy. Voluntarily dissolving the follower contract with Aoshin was the wager for her duel with Bai Yi. In reality, given the binding nature of a follower contract, the dragon clan certainly had ways to forcibly dissolve it. But Zhu Xiaoyu knew clearly that with Aoshin's pride, once he had agreed to become Bai Yi's follower, he would never force a dissolution. Therefore, Zhu Xiaoyu wanted to defeat Bai Yi so that he would dissolve it voluntarily. Aoshin was naturally well aware of Zhu Xiaoyu's intentions. However, he did not believe that his fiancée could defeat Bai Yi, especially as they had more contact. He could feel more and more just how monstrous Bai Yi truly was. The two had only exchanged a few words when Sumyu Bai returned as quickly as he had left. Immediately following, Aoshin and Zhu Xiaoyu both dropped their jaws in shock, because returning along with Bai Yi were 14 Pikai gods. Moreover, these Pikai gods were even more powerful than the previous 6. The weakest among them was at the 8-pattern realm, having fused over 85% of a rule Dao. The 4 strongest had already stepped into the 9-pattern realm. Isn't this too many? Aoshin and Zhu Xiaoyu were stunned, instinctively exchanging a glance. Dealing with so many powerhouses at once, wouldn't that be pushing it too far? Don't resist, let's save some time. Sumyu Bai's voice rang out. This sentence, of course, was not directed at the 14 Pikai gods snatched by the hand of death. As his voice fell, he directly deployed his divine domain. This time, Aoshin and Zhu Xiaoyu were both pulled into his divine domain as well. Each of you take on 2. Hearing this, even the usually haughty Zhu Xiaoyu was slightly taken aback. Big brother, are you listening to what you're saying? I'm still a mid-level god. Taking on 2 8-pattern Pikai gods at once, is this even reasonable? Even with the augmentation of your death power, ensuring my strength isn't compromised, this still doesn't seem realistic. She had just used her trump card to quickly finish off one 7-pattern Pikai god. Now that the enemies were 8-pattern, and she had to face 2 at once, the difficulty had soared at least tenfold. Aoshin's expression was also one of bewilderment. He pointed at the 2 people suddenly tossed in front of him by the hand of death, then pointed at himself. The meaning was clear. Fight both of them at once, Lord Bai Yi. You really think highly of me? Just as the 2 were left dumbfounded, Sumyu Bai's Samsara divine domain fully revealed its terrifying might. Boom! The 11 powers of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, life, and death erupted with a roar, surging forth to suppress every enemy within the divine domain. Whoosh, 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 simultaneously. The sea of death instantly flooded the entire divine domain, and an omnipresent soul-shattering impact swept across the area. Chapter 780. What kind of heaven-defying method is this? What kind of divine domain is this? Seeing the reincarnation divine domain and the sea of death for the first time, the 2 of them were completely stunned. Although neither the suppression from the various elemental divine powers nor the soul impact of the sea of death was directed at them, the terrifying pressure still made their hearts tremble. The moment these 2 powers appeared, they clearly felt the momentum of their opponents weaken significantly. The 2 exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with fighting spirit. In this case, it seemed that taking on 2 opponents each wasn't impossible after all. Even more shocked than them were the Pikai gods who were being targeted by the reincarnation divine domain and the sea of death. What is this power? Such a strong soul impact. Why is it endless? Damn it. The divine power of life and the divine power of death are acting at the same time. This feels so strange. Who exactly are they? Do they not hold Lord Otis in any regard at all? Everyone, gather together. There are only 3 of them. Surely they can't kill us all. Exactly. The other 2 are only mid-level gods. Let's kill them first. These people were, after all, experts at the 8 or 9 striped Pikai god level. Although they were extremely uneasy, they hadn't lost their nerve yet. In a short amount of time, they had already identified a breakthrough point. Hearing that everyone had targeted the two of them, Aoshin and Yu felt a tightening in their chests. However, neither of them retreated. Instead, they charged directly toward the opponents Sumubai had chosen for them. They believed that since Bai dared to capture so many people at once, he must have absolute certainty that he could finish them all off. The corrosive, abnormal death or of the underworld abyss, the protection of Sumubai's death divine power, combined with the suppression of the reincarnation divine domain and the soul impact of the sea of death, this was what allowed the two of them to perform such a feat. At the late stage of the mid-level god realm, they were fighting 1 against 2, taking on to peak high gods at the 8th stripe level. Such an achievement was something even Sumubai had never accomplished, because the moment he broke through to the 10th tier Saint Extinction level, he had jumped straight to the high god realm in one go. The mid-level god realm, what was that? Sumubai had never even lingered in that minor realm. HMPH, overestimating yourselves, courting death. Do you really think that just because my strength is suppressed, I can be bullied by mere mid-level gods? Hehehe. Truly a case of a tiger falling to the plains and being bullied by dogs. The eyes of the 4 peak high gods flashed with cold light. Bracing themselves against everything, they decisively launched their attacks at the two. But when the two sides collided, the 4 were instantly dumbfounded. High-level low-grade treasures, you have them too. This or of the god race. You are Ju Xiaoyu, a 5-clawed black dragon, the dragon race prodigy, Aoshin. Being able to reach such combat power at the mid-level god realm and possessing high-level low-grade treasures, the 4 instantly guessed their identities. Furthermore, Aoshin, going all out, had already reverted to his true dragon race form. However, to facilitate the battle, he had specifically shrunk his size to several dozen meters in length. After recognizing the identities of these two great prodigies, the force behind the strikes of the 4 peak high gods weakened by a few notches. Whether it was the god race or the dragon race, neither were factions they could afford to offend. Although the succubus race also belonged to the top-tier demon race and was ranked even higher than the dragon race, how could their status within their own clan compare to a prodigy like Aoshin? If they accidentally killed the other party, their lives would truly be over. Aoshin and Ju Xiaoyu naturally didn't care about all that. They attacked with full force, and for a time, they drove the 4 into a steady retreat. Coupled with the relentless soul impact of the Sea of Death, the 4 were in absolute misery. A moment later, they finally overcame the fear in their hearts and launched a full-scale counterattack against the two. Before, they hadn't dared to go all out for fear of retaliation from the god race and the dragon race. But now that their own lives were on the line, how could they still worry about such things? Boom! The 6 of them instantly engaged in a fierce battle, causing the seawater in the area to churn violently. On the other side, the remaining 10 peak high gods, upon learning the identities of Aoshin and Ju Xiaoyu, decisively turned and charged towards Sumubai. They would rather face this existence whose depth they couldn't fathom than continue fighting the other two. Ju Xiaoyu's previous words had finally shown their true value. As long as she revealed her identity, there were truly very few people in the entire myriad worlds who dared to touch her. In this regard, Aoshin was far inferior to her. After all, since the decline of the dragon race, their overall strength compared to the ever-prosperous god race was far too great. However, was Sumubai really a soft persimmon? On the contrary, he was the toughest one of them all, and he relied not on his background, but on the strength he had gained by cheating his way to the top. Despite facing 10 peak high gods, Sumubai still did not summon the branches of the world tree, nor did he use the power of his rule authority. He merely waved his hand gently, and the Sea of Death surged with monstrous waves, interrupting the offensive of all his enemies. Immediately afterward, looks of confusion appeared on the faces of these peak high gods, because they saw Sumubai suddenly toss out 6 extremely familiar-looking crystals. 999 facets. They are all top-tier godheads. What is the meaning of this? Is he trying to bribe us with top-tier godheads? Why are there only 6? Is he trying to make us kill each other? HMPH, don't be bewitched by him. Everyone kill him. And these top-tier godheads will be ours too. It must be said that these peak high gods at the 8 or 9 stripe realm were quite imaginative. But one cannot blame them. After all, in the myriad worlds, godheads are inherently a type of resource. No one had ever heard of a godhead being used as a treasure. However, well, today they were about to see it. These 6 top-tier godheads had naturally been upgraded from the freebies obtained from those 6 unlucky souls earlier. While capturing these peak high gods for the second time, Sumyubai had incidentally imbued these godheads with the catastrophe trait. Although this consumed a full 5.4 million soul power, his remaining soul power still stood at over 6 million. The consumption of the spirit of divine soul within his inner world was even more negligible. Just as the 10 peak high gods were filled with suspicion and uncertainty, the corners of Sumyubai's mouth suddenly curled upward. Notification. Do you confirm the consumption of 6 top-tier godheads to summon their original owners to assist you in battle? Notification. After use, the original owners of the godheads will persist for a certain duration depending on the intensity of the battle. Notification. Upon summoning, the godheads will disappear. Confirm. With a flicker of his divine sense, Sumyubai confirmed directly. In this battle, he wanted to test exactly what level of combat power the original owners summoned from top-tier godheads could reach, and how long they could last. After all, he had never used this method before. Only by trying it out now could he be mentally prepared for when he might need to use it in the future. The succubus race had invited so many peak high gods to hunt down Bloomer. Weren't they just delivering godheads to Sumyubai on a silver platter? The next moment, the 6 godheads suddenly flashed with blinding light. The grayish-white of the death element, the black of the darkness element, the brilliant purple of the soul element. At the same time, 6 immensely powerful auras descended abruptly. Seeing this scene, the 10 peak high gods widened their eyes in unison, their pupils filled with disbelief. What kind of heaven-defying method is this? Chapter 781. Is there really any chance of winning? Bonus chapter. Amidst the shocked gazes of these peak high gods, the 6 top-tier godheads that Sumyubai had tossed out had actually transformed into 6 figures with powerful auras. The most crucial point was that these figures were not mere clones or similar entities, but the real deal, possessing both divine souls and divine bodies. The aura of any one of these 6 figures was far stronger than their own. These were summoned from top-tier godheads, let alone them. Even Sumyubai, at the early stage of high god, would not be a match for these figures without using various other means. This was because all 6 of these figures had fused a certain great Tao to the 99% limit of the 9-stripe extreme realm. To put it another way, their strength could be considered that of a world lord level. Of course, compared to true world lord level powerhouses, the original owners summoned by top-tier godheads were still somewhat weaker, because they possessed no treasures on their persons, nor did they have the power of rule authority. Even so, it was more than enough to deal with the peak high gods before them. Sumyubai's goal was to see exactly what level the catastrophe trait of the top-tier godheads could reach. The moment the 6 appeared, before the various colors of light had even faded, the abnormal death aura within the nether abyss began to erode them like maggots on a bone. If they were entangled by this death aura, their combat power would inevitably be affected to some extent. Sumyubai naturally would not let the power of the top-tier godheads be wasted on this. He immediately mobilized the divine power within his body, separating a portion to coat the 6 figures with his own unique death divine power. In an instant, those abnormal death auras that had just burrowed into the samsara divine domain seemed to lose their target and receded like a receding tide. All of this happened in a flash. By now, the light on the 6 figures had completely dissipated, revealing their true appearances. Yet, upon seeing the faces of those 6 figures, a look of terror suddenly appeared in the eyes of the 10 peak high gods. Arlen, Sharita, Stanny, how is this possible? What exactly happened to you, World Lord level auras? Why has there been such a massive increase? The 6 people Sumyubai summoned through the godheads looked exactly the same as the 6 peak high gods he had killed earlier. It was just that their current strength had been forcefully elevated to the 9-stripe extreme. It wasn't just their strength. One could say that apart from their appearance, every other aspect of them was completely different from before they fell. Their aura, their comprehension of rules, their combat experience, and even their memories. This could be seen from their unfamiliar, vacant gazes. These 6 people now obeyed Sumyubai's commands completely. Sumyubai sat down slowly, and Death Divine Power instantly condensed into a throne of death behind him. His gaze swept over the 10 dumbstruck peak-high gods, and he waved his hand lightly. Kill them. As Sumyubai's icy voice rang out, the 6 people summoned by consuming the top-tier godheads immediately moved. So fast. Arlen, wake up, it's me. Ugh, as expected. There was no escaping it. Even in a fair fight, these peak-high gods could not be a match for the 6. Not to mention that their strength was now subject to multiple restrictions. The 6 9-stripe extreme powerhouses were like tigers entering a flock of sheep. There was no one who could withstand a single blow. Even if they were slightly weaker than normal World Lord level powerhouses, they could still crush these peak-high gods. The 4 powerhouses at the 9-stripe realm also had no power to resist. The gap between the 9-stripe and the 9-stripe extreme was not just a small margin. Utterly defenseless, sweeping away everything, unstoppable. As soon as the battle began, the shrill screams of the 10 peak-high gods echoed throughout the entire Samsara divine domain. The 6 summoned by the top-tier godheads were like emotionless killing machines, loyally executing the orders of their summoner, Sumyubai. The screams here even affected the battlefield between Aoshin and Jushaoyu. That area suddenly went quiet, and everyone stared blankly in this direction, because they all felt it, the sudden appearance of 6 World Master level auras. Lord Bai's methods are truly endless. Aoshin murmured softly, unable to help but at a thought in his heart. And every single method is so monstrous. Jushaoyu's eyes were filled with confusion. Where on earth did these 6 World Master level powerhouses pop out from? Could it be a summoning? But why had she never heard of such a powerful summoning ability? Faced with this cheat, Jushaoyu, a well-informed prodigy of the god race, began to doubt her own reality for a moment. Competing against this monster, could she really have a chance of winning? Why does it feel like she has less and less confidence? What are you thinking about? Hurry up. Comparatively, Aoshin had gradually become somewhat accustomed to it. He was the first to snap back to his senses and reminded Jushaoyu. Only then did she realize that the battle on Bai's side was already nearing its end. She once again mobilized her divine power, gripped her high-level low-grade longsword, and transformed into a stream of light, piercing toward her target. Both of their opponents were still in a state of shock at this moment, having discovered that those 6 World Master level powerhouses were people they recognized. The shock they received was clearly even greater. Therefore, the attacks from Aoshin and Jushaoyu quickly achieved excellent results. On the other side, Sumyubai rested his arms on his legs, his upper body leaning slightly forward, focusing intently on the battlefield. What he was observing, naturally, was not how the 6 were crushing the 10 peak upper gods, but rather sensing their energy consumption levels. To understand it more clearly, he occasionally issued some commands. For example, 1 against 10, 2 against 1, -1 against 1, and so on. If not for the sake of experimentation, these peak upper gods, whose strength was already heavily suppressed, would have been wiped out long ago. Today's extra update is here. My foster fathers, please send some gifts. Chapter 782. The Succubus World Master. These World Master level powerhouses summoned by the catastrophe characteristics of top-tier godheads have an existence duration that changes according to the intensity of the battle. After a period of sensing and observation, Sumyubai had already understood a portion of the situation. If the original owner of the summoned godhead did absolutely nothing, they could only exist for a maximum of 1 day. Once this time limit was reached, regardless of whether their power had been exhausted in battle or not, they would completely vanish from the myriad worlds. Along with them, the top-tier godhead used for the summoning would also disappear, because the strength of these peak upper gods was heavily suppressed. The consumption was not significant when all 6 world masters attacked simultaneously, and the time they could exist would not decrease by much, because for them, a crushing battle required almost no energy consumption at all. Everyone else, stand down. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow, his divine soul issuing a new command. The next moment, 5 of them instantly flashed to the side of his death throne, acting as guards with eyes like torches, even though Sumyubai had no need for their protection at all. What does this mean? Are they using us as sparring partners? The good opportunity, everyone. Work together and try to see if we can break through this strange divine domain. With the 6 World Master level powerhouses suddenly reduced to just 1, the 10 peak upper gods were very confused, but their hearts were filled with joy. Led by 4 peak upper gods at the 9 pattern realm, everyone used their trump card techniques, attempting to temporarily suppress the last one and seize the chance to escape. But they were clearly overthinking it. The original owners summoned by top-tier godheads might not be comparable to true World Master level powerhouses, but suppressing these peak upper gods was still no problem at all, let alone the fact that their strength was currently heavily suppressed. Even in their peak state, they would never have a chance to escape. The gap between a World Master level powerhouse and an ordinary peak upper god is like the difference between clouds and mud. The World Master level entity left behind was named Arlen before she fell, and she came from the succubus race. She had once been a member of a hunting squad, having fused the soul rule Great Tao to a 73% level, possessing the strength of the 7 pattern realm. In her previous team, such strength could only be considered bottom tier. After all, they were hunting a top-tier World Master. Even if the opponent was severely wounded, peak upper gods below the 7 pattern realm had no qualifications to participate. But now, it was different. In the entire hunting squad, apart from Otis and Livia, the 2 World Master level powerhouses, there was no one left who was Arlen's match. Boom. The attacks of the 10 peak upper gods landed entirely on Arlen, instantly setting off heaven-shaking waves within the sea of death. But she didn't even make a move to dodge. This was naturally also Sumyubai's command. In an instant, the seawater around Arlen was displaced, creating a vacuum zone. The light of various divine powers and rule powers submerged her entire body. Defending against this attack consumed nearly 1% of her energy. Sumyubai on the death throne frowned. He was clearly very dissatisfied with this result, because this consumption was much higher than he had anticipated. It seems that the energy consumption rate of World Master level powerhouses summoned by godheads when defending is much higher than that of normal World Masters. Of course, this also had to do with Arlen taking all the attacks head-on. After finishing the experiment on defense consumption, Sumyubai's divine sense stirred. Begin. Take them down as quickly as possible. Boom! The moment she received the new command, Arlen instantly erupted with terrifying power. The surging divine power shot into the sky, instantly scattering the attacks of the 10 peak upper gods. The previous attacks had been perfectly defended against, without causing her the slightest injury. Following that, powerful soul rules descended, and Arlen's entire divine body became ethereal, faintly revealing a dark purple glow. The pair of small horns atop her head rapidly enlarged, transforming into curved, backward sweeping demonic horns. The demonic wings behind her back unfurled completely, and 10 bright purple soul flames circled around her body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, those 10 soul flames shot out, instantly appearing before the eyes of all the peak high gods. Their pupils constricted sharply, but they were far too slow to react. Only now did these peak high gods realize that in the previous skirmish, Arlen had not even been using her full strength. Before they could even process the thought, they were completely enveloped by the attack Arlen had unleashed. In an instant, the pupils of these peak high gods began to grow and focus, and faintly, one could see red hearts flickering deep within their eyes. Clearly, they had all sunk into the illusion woven by Arlen. The soul law, fused to the extreme of the 9 pattern realm, was not something they could easily break free from. Squelch! At the same time, Arlen's figure had already appeared before one of the peak high gods. The succubus tail at her lower back had, at some unknown moment, pierced straight through the opponent's chest. At the heart-shaped tip of the tail, a beating heart was now impaled. Thump thump, thump thump. Having one's heart ripped out was not a major issue for a master of laws who had condensed a divine body, but this heart was clearly different. Although it had been extracted by Arlen, it remained connected to the peak high god's divine body. As the heart beat, a glowing purple light gradually spread into the opponent's body, and his divine body began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if all its essence were being drained away. A moment later, Arlen flicked her tail. The heart had barely slipped from the tip before it ignited with purple flames and dissipated into the wind. Sharing the same fate as the heart was that peak high god. Until this very moment, he had been unable to wake from the soul illusion Arlen had woven. Even as his divine soul and divine body were completely annihilated, a lecherous and satisfied smile remained on his face. Notification: Death Authority effective. Soul Fragments Kung 10. Notification: You have obtained high-grade Godhead ×1. Notification: You have obtained extra large space ring ×1. The system notification rang in Sumyubai's ears. After he casually used the Godhead for a free upgrade, he stored everything into his internal world. Arlen's movements did not pause for a second, and deep purple light suddenly flashed in her eyes. Having just tested an attack on a single target, the consumption for Arlen was minimal due to the vast disparity in strength out there. For this time, Sumyubai directly ordered Arlen to try attacking everyone at once. The expressions on the faces of the remaining 9 Ecchi gods, who were submerged in the soul illusion, underwent a drastic change. It was as if they had been in heaven a moment ago, only to fall into an endless purgatory the next. One could discern this from the terrified expressions on their faces. Perhaps they could realize that they were being influenced by the soul law and that everything they saw and felt was fake. But as the saying goes, the massive gap in strength made it impossible for them to break free and regain consciousness in such a short time. Arlen's red lips did not part, yet a seductive, bewitching melody resonated through the interweaving of the soul law and divine power. The divine souls of the 9 Ecchi gods seemed to begin trembling in rhythm with the melody, although their expressions had become extremely twisted. The hearts within their pupils continued to beat joyfully. By the time the last Ecchi god's soul was extinguished and he had completely perished, not a single one had managed to wake from the illusion. Even those 4 Ecchi gods at the 9 pattern realm had no power to resist Arlen whatsoever. Chapter 783 Vortex of Death. Notification: Death Authority effective. Soul Fragments Cum 90. Notification: You have obtained high-grade Godhead ×9. Notification: You have obtained extra large space ring ×9. The 10 Ecchi gods had completely perished. Aside from the gains indicated by the system, Sumyubai also obtained 9 intact corpses. The first Ecchi god to die at Arlen's hands had not even left a corpse behind. After eliminating all enemies, Arlen flashed back to Sumyubai's side. From the moment she was summoned until now, her energy consumption had totaled just over 1%. The vast majority of this energy had been spent on tanking the full force strike from the 10 Ecchi gods. If it were only a battle of this intensity, Arlen could easily fight for an hour or two before dissipating, of course. This was also because the strength of those Ecchi gods had been heavily suppressed. Otherwise, without any law-level treasures, Arlen's consumption would have been somewhat higher. The difference between ordinary Ecchi gods and World Master level powerhouses is truly like the difference between clouds and mud. Sumyubai couldn't help but sigh. The final to 0.1% increments every step taken was a major breakthrough. The first was from 99.98% to 99.99%. It seemed as though there was no significant difference. But the former was still just a 9-pattern Ecchi god, while the latter had stepped into the World Master level. The second, naturally, was from 99.99% to 100% complete fusion. This 0.1% gap was an exponential increase, because that meant breaking through to the 12th tier law sovereign realm. If even a pseudo-World Master level powerhouse like Arlen could crush these Ecchi gods, what more of Bloomer, who was highly likely to be a top-tier World Master? Had Bloomer not been severely wounded and his strength significantly reduced, these Ecchi gods wouldn't even have been qualified to participate in the pursuit. Moreover, the unique environment of the Nether Abyss had, in a roundabout way, leveled some of the differences between World Masters and Ecchi gods. On the other side, the battle between Aoshin and Yu Xiaoyu had also come to an end. It wasn't that their killing speed was on par with Arlen's, but rather that Sumyubai had later specifically accelerated time in that area. If the combatants were World Master level powerhouses, Sumyubai's time acceleration naturally would not have been able to keep up. However, the 4 Ecchi gods fighting against Aoshin and the others clearly lacked the ability to do so after their strength had been suppressed by multiple factors. Waving his hand, Sumyubai collected the corpses and godheads sent by the 2 into his internal world before finally standing up from the throne of death. Let's go. Let's head out together to see the remaining powerhouses of the succubus race. In an instant, the Sea of Death, and the divine domain of reincarnation were retracted simultaneously, and the three of them returned to the abyss of the underworld. According to the information provided by Vivian, Bloomer's location had not changed for some time, based on the previous distance. Sumyubai estimated that the succubus race must have already found Bloomer by now. Sumyubai had also placed the 6 members of the Arlen group into his internal world, though they were not placed in the time-accelerated small world. Instead, they stood quietly upon the Sea of Death, by waiting until the battle began to release them. He could catch the enemy off guard. Aoshin and Zhu Xiaoyu followed behind Sumyubai without a word, heading deeper into the abyss of the underworld. After the battle just now, both of them finally understood why Bai Yi dared to run toward wherever the danger was greatest. Possessing such heaven-defying means as being able to summon 6 World Lord-level powerhouses with a wave of his hand, as long as he did not encounter an existence at the 12th tier ruler of Rule's realm. The myriad worlds were vast, but where could he not go, even if he encountered a top-tier World Lord-level existence? Bai Yi could likely retreat unscathed. For a moment, these 2 prodigies, who were among the best in all the myriad worlds, began to doubt themselves. Compared to Bai Yi, could they really be considered prodigies? Zhu Xiaoyu's understanding of Bai Yi came entirely from the world announcements and the few words she had heard from Aoshin. Nothing else mattered. She only knew that the planet where Bai Yi resided had been pulled into the myriad worlds game for less than a year. This was simply beyond the god's ability to complain. Zhu Xiaoyu even suspected that the reason the myriad worlds game was born was entirely tailored for a freak like Bai Yi. As a prodigy of the god race, she knew even more than the average world lord. The 3 of them walked in silence. As they ventured deeper, the abnormal death aura of the abyss of the underworld had almost turned into a liquid state, and its corrosive effect on all living beings became increasingly intense. Without the strength of a peak high god, it would be impossible to step foot here. However, both Aoshin and Zhu Xiaoyu were protected by Sumyubai's death divine power, making them directly immune to the corrosion here. With this cheat, the deeper they went, the stronger the enemies they could face. The previous battle had not taken much time, so Sumyubai quickly sensed the presence of the succubus hunting party. However, this hunting party, which had originally consisted of over 30 people, was now less than half its size, with only 16 remaining. Yet, these remaining 16 were far stronger than those Sumyubai had captured earlier. There were 14 peak high gods at the 9 pattern realm, plus 2 World Lord level powerhouses. One of them even appeared to possess top-tier World Lord level combat power. Sumyubai had never fought such a top-tier powerhouse before, could he? At the early stage of the High God realm, combined with a series of cheats, defeat such a top-tier powerhouse. A fighting spirit surged in Sumyubai's eyes, and he looked forward to the upcoming battle. This time, his soul power did not avoid Otis, but instead wantonly enveloped everyone not far below. Because within the range of his soul detection, he had already sensed Bloomer's aura. A moment earlier, Otis led all the remaining people in a high-speed flight and soon arrived at Bloomer's location. Livia finally understood why Bloomer had stopped here. She saw Bloomer, his face pale, eyes tightly shut, with a faint, bright purple light flickering on his skin as he struggled to resist the corrosion of the abyss's death aura. Normally, even if he were severely injured, he would not be in such a miserable state before entering the core area of the abyss. But Bloomer was just that unlucky. Besides the 3 corpses of special undead at the peak high god realm lying around him, he was trapped in a small vortex. It was a vortex formed by the abnormal death aura within the abyss of the underworld. Ha 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 ha, Bloomer. Didn't expect this, did you? You have your day too. Seeing this, Livia laughed wildly, the expression on her face showing a morbid paranoia. Beside her, Otis narrowed his eyes, looking with some trepidation at the death vortex that kept pulling at Bloomer. This was something that only appeared near the core of the abyss. Compared to it, the special undead hidden in the death aura were nothing at all. For a powerhouse like Otis, the threat of special undead was not great, but the death vortex was different. This thing appeared randomly and silently. Once trapped in it, even he would have to pay a significant price to break free. As for Bloomer now, there was absolutely no possibility of him breaking free. Chapter 784. Bloomer trapped in a desperate situation. Bonus chapter. Being trapped in a death vortex was not most dangerous because the corrosion of the abnormal death ore would increase exponentially, but because once one was completely submerged in it, they would be sent to the deeper parts of the abyss, at the very least, to the core area. And once one entered the core area of the abyss, they basically could not come out. It was said that the top-tier world lord level existence from the past had fallen there. If one were even unluckier and was directly teleported to the bottom of the abyss by the death vortex, then there was really no need to think about surviving. That was a place where only the ruler of death could set foot. Sensing the aura of Livia and the others, Bloomer slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, half of his body had already been swallowed by the death vortex. Even if he could still resist the corrosion of the abnormal death aura, it would not be long before he was teleported to the core or the bottom of the abyss. Coupled with Livia and the others eyeing him like tigers, Bloomer was already in a desperate situation. Yet, there was not a trace of despair on his face. His weathered gaze formed a sharp contrast with Livia's morbid expression. Combined with that perfect, handsome face of the succubus race, Bloomer looked exactly like a melancholic god. It was just that his current appearance looked rather miserable. Livia, do you really think that by killing me, you can take the seat of a director? Bloomer looked at the crowd calmly, his tone flat, as if it were not he himself who had fallen into a desperate situation. The director's seat of the succubus clan was something my father traded his life for back then. Once you are dead, why shouldn't I be able to sit in it? Mentioning the director's seat, Livia's expression suddenly turned somewhat ferocious. Hey, Bloomer shook his head, his gaze sweeping over Otis beside Livia, and he sneered, compared to Nina, you are still just as stupid. There were only 4 director seats in the entire demon race. The succubus clan had indeed paid a great price to obtain that final seat, but how could one sit firmly in that position without sufficient strength? Although Bloomer had severed ties with the succubus clan because of Nina's death, in the eyes of the myriad worlds, he was still a member of the succubus clan. It was only because of him, a top-tier world lord level powerhouse, that the succubus clan had the qualifications to retain this director's seat. With this seat in place, even if Bloomer did not acknowledge it, the succubus clan would still benefit from it. Livia could not possibly fail to understand this point. Yet, she still chose to join forces with outsiders to deal with Bloomer. One could imagine just how stupid she had become. How could Otis's purpose in making a move be simple? However, upon hearing the name Nina, Livia became completely hysterical. That bitch has been dead for so many years. And you are still thinking about her? As she spoke, she furiously mobilized her divine power and the power of Luz, bombarding Bloomer, who was trapped deep in the vortex of death. Kill him. I want him dead right now. Nina was Livia's half-sister. The 2 sisters had both fallen in love with Bloomer, the #1 genius of the succubus clan, back in the day. It was just that Livia had been strong-willed and dark-natured since childhood, so Bloomer had always kept her at a distance, soon falling in love with the gentle and virtuous Nina. Regarding this, Livia had always harbored hatred, believing that Nina had stolen her beloved. Under her series of schemes, Nina eventually died miserably in Bloomer's arms. Back then, she had naively thought that as long as Nina was gone, Bloomer would return to her embrace. It was a pity that things did not go as she wished. For some reason, everything she had done in the shadows was discovered by Bloomer. This was also the fuse that caused Bloomer to sever ties with the succubus clan. The reason Bloomer had spared Livia's life back then was entirely because of her father. It could be said that if it weren't for the old patriarch of the succubus clan, Livia would have died at Bloomer's hands long ago. After so many years had passed, Bloomer had originally thought that after Livia became the succubus clan's patriarch, she had realized her past mistakes. After all, the other party's performance over these years had been developing in that direction. Out of consideration for the old patriarch, who was also his father-in-law, and his past kindness and dying words, Bloomer had gradually let go of the hatred in his heart. But he never expected that this woman would be crazy to such an extent, actually plotting against him in the shadows all along. It was only when he learned that Vivian's soul had been secretly controlled by her daughter, Edith, that he realized the truth. But it was already too late. Livia's scheme was already nearing its end by that time. Sumyubai's forceful erasure of Idith's sole control over Vivian had completely alerted the enemy, forcing Livia to initiate her plan ahead of schedule. Of course, it was precisely because of Sumyubai's interference that Bloomer had a little bit of preparation. Otherwise, he might not have even been able to escape Livia's initial death trap. The moment Livia made her move, a sharp glint flashed deep in Otis's eyes, and he launched his attack simultaneously. Although one could basically not survive after falling into the vortex of death, he still wanted to personally send Bloomer on his way. Only by completely confirming that this guy had fallen could he sit in the director's seat of the Death Domain Bank without any worries. Not only that, but at that time, the entire succubus clan would become a harem for him to taste at will. Thinking of this, a look of excitement could not help but flash in Otis's eyes. With the resources of the Death Domain Bank, he was confident that he could make up for his own shortcomings and become a true top-tier world lord. Besides the two of them, the remaining peak upper gods also attacked in unison. Various types of divine power and the power of laws sweeping toward Bloomer inside the vortex of death. Nina, I am finally coming to accompany you. Facing the overwhelming and powerful attacks, the severely wounded Bloomer had no ability to resist at all. He simply closed his eyes, no longer resisting the erosion of the nether abyss or the pulling force of the vortex of death. Besides Nina, the image of Vivian also surfaced in his mind. At the moment of death, the only thing he could not let go of was this daughter. Vivian, forgive your father for not being able to protect you anymore. Today's extra chapter is delivered, chapter 785. It can't be broken even like this. Thinking of Vivian, Bloomer felt that he had been a very incompetent father when Nina was murdered. Vivian had just been born and knew nothing. Since she was small, she had lacked the companionship of a mother. Later, when Bloomer completely severed ties with the succubus clan and brought Vivian to the Death Continent, it caused her to lack childhood friends as well. Vivian had grown up by the side of Bloomer, a director of the Death Domain Bank, and through constant exposure, she had developed a personality that only liked money. Later, when she took the initiative to suggest that she wanted to be sent down to a local bank for experience, Bloomer could not refuse her. So, he specifically made arrangements to send her to the remote corner of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. And the Cold Abyss Star was even more of a backwater than that. But it was precisely because of this that Vivian was able to meet Sumyubai. What Bloomer hated most about himself was that he thought he had arranged everything. Yet he hadn't even realized that his own daughter's soul had been controlled by someone else. Actually, this could not be blamed on him. Idith's move had clearly taken place after Vivian left the Death Continent. At that time, Bloomer was no longer by Vivian's side. Furthermore, since Edith had taken control of Vivian's soul, she had never once influenced her words or actions, and Bloomer, situated within the Death Continent, had already failed to notice. However, this was no reason for Bloomer to forgive himself. Incompetent, he was simply incompetent. It was just a pity that he would never be able to see Vivian truly grow up from now on. At the moment of death, Bloomer only hoped that Vivian would listen to his final piece of advice: never, under any circumstances, come to the Death Continent. As death drew near, memories of the past replayed in Bloomer's mind like a flickering lantern. Even though he had closed his eyes, he had the strange sensation that the attacks from Livia and the others had slowed down. Slowed down. No, this was not just a feeling. Their attacks had truly slowed down. Bloomer snapped his eyes open, a flash of astonishment deep within his gaze. Could it be that someone had come to save him? But hadn't Ashburn and the others long since been lured away from the Death Realm by Livia using false information? Who, at the same time, sharp shouts erupted from the mouths of Otis and Livia. The attacks they had already unleashed were now slowed by 100-fold. The streams of light tracing long, lingering paths through the abyss of the underworld, failing to land on Bloomer for a long time. Both of them grew vigilant, immediately mobilizing the divine power and laws of nature within their bodies to guard against a sneak attack from their opponent. The mysterious powerhouse from before had arrived. To have captured so many peak upper gods, had they really dealt with them all so quickly? This was the deep interior of the abyss of the underworld. Even someone with Otis's strength would be significantly affected here. How on earth did the opponent manage to do it? The remaining peak upper gods felt their hearts tremble, involuntarily drawing closer to Otis and Livia. terrified of following in the footsteps of their fallen companions. It would be one thing in the outside world, but here in the abyss of the underworld, Sumyubai's elusive and ghostly methods were truly chilling. To be a dignified peak upper god and be snatched away without even seeing the enemy was simply too terrifying. Although Sumyubai had used the Wheel of Time and Space remotely to mobilize time law time deceleration to affect the attacks of Otis and the others, but after all, the opponents included two Realm Lord level existences, and one of them was infinitely close to being a top-tier Realm Lord, even though their strength was suppressed within the abyss of the underworld. Sumyubai's time law could only affect them for a brief moment. This was also the reason why he did not use time stasis or time reversal, because the effects of those two laws were too powerful. The resulting backlash would be even more severe, and it was highly likely he wouldn't even be able to maintain them for a single instant. After all, Sumyubai could currently only mobilize 50% of the time law. The attacks from Otis and the others suddenly erupted with terrifying energy, quickly breaking through the influence of time deceleration and striking toward Bloomer within the death vortex. Sumyubai's time deceleration had not been able to affect them for very long, but this was already enough, because three figures had suddenly appeared right in front of Bloomer. Immediately following, Sumyubai instantly deployed his Samsara Divine Domain, drawing all the attacks into his domain, and then quickly retracted it, as if nothing had ever happened. Seeing this scene, Otis let out a cold snort, seeking your own death. While the attacks could be drawn in, the damage would not disappear. With so many attacks landing inside the opponent's divine domain, it would inevitably shatter it completely. Even if the newcomer were truly a top-tier realm lord capable of instantly redeploying their domain after it shattered, they would still suffer a backlash from the domain being broken. In that case, what else did they have to fight him with? Thinking of this, a cold sneer curled the corners of Otis's mouth. Livia, standing to the side, had reached the same conclusion, a ruthless glint flashing in her eyes, saving someone. So what if they blocked the attack? Could they block the erosion of the abyss of the underworld's abnormal death aura? Could they block the pull of the death vortex? Even if the Heavenly King himself came today, he could only watch helplessly as Bloomer died. Because Bloomer had given up resistance earlier, his divine body had already been severely eroded. Only half of his upper body remained outside the death vortex. In the eyes of Otis and Livia, even if a lost sovereign were to arrive in person now, it would be impossible to save Bloomer, unless the one who came was the Death Sovereign. But there was currently no Death Sovereign in the myriad worlds. In other words, Bloomer was beyond saving. Yet, the very next moment, the expressions on their faces froze, because the person before them showed not the slightest sign of suffering a backlash. The attacks they had all unleashed with full force, after being drawn into Sumyubai's Samsara Divine Domain, were like stones sinking into the ocean, never to be heard from again. At this moment, everyone stared in shock at the three figures who had suddenly appeared, their gazes locked firmly onto Sumyubai in the center. How is this possible? Just how resilient is his divine domain? It couldn't be shattered even by this. For a time, they didn't even dare to act rashly. How could Otis and the others possibly know that their attacks hadn't struck the Samsara Divine Domain at all? Once the attacks were drawn into the domain, they were immediately blocked by a towering, ancient tree that had suddenly appeared. The World Tree was a genuine low-level creation, even if it were just a tiny branch. How could people like them, whose strength was suppressed, possibly shake it? In reality, far from suffering a backlash, these attacks, aside from making the branches of the World Tree tremble for a moment, had not caused Sumyubai the slightest bit of harm. The Death Vortex, seeing Bloomer's current state, the pupils of Aoshin and Yu constricted. Both of them immediately used their divine soul power to inform Bai of the danger posed by the Death Vortex. Teleport to the core or the bottom of the abyss of the underworld. Sumyubai was startled, and taking advantage of the gap where Otis and the others were hesitant to act, he turned and reached out to grab Bloomer. He had to pull him out of the Death Vortex. The bottom of the abyss of the underworld was a place he had to go to, but now was clearly not the time. And it certainly wasn't by way of the Death Vortex. After all, no one knew exactly where this thing would teleport a person to. However, his actions left Aoshin and Juxiayu horrified. My lord, don't let go quickly. You'll be dragged into. Chapter 786, Well played, deserves a reward. Although Oshin and Juxiayu called out to stop him, it was clearly too late. Sumyubai's move was far too decisive. His left hand was already resting on Bloomer's shoulder. In an instant, he felt a terrifying pulling force sweep through his entire body, and the death vortex beneath Bloomer expanded to fold as a result. This heaven-defying maneuver left Otis and the others completely bewildered, and the sense of facing a formidable enemy instantly faded away. They had originally thought a troublesome powerhouse had arrived. Who would have expected it to be a reckless fool? Is a creature trapped in a death vortex something you can just pull out with your hands? Hada Bloomer, is this your lifeline? He's here to be a joke, isn't he? Livia let out a mocking laugh, looking at Sumyubai as if he were an idiot, utterly stupid. Otis also sneered, feeling a sense of relief in his heart at the same time. It seemed there would be no need to fight this battle after all. Aside from avoiding a death vortex the moment it appears, there is only a slim chance of breaking free at the very beginning. Once more than half of one's body is submerged, there is no saving them. Bloomer had been severely wounded at the time, and coupled with the sneak attack from 3 special undead with the combat power of P10 gods, he had lost his chance to escape. Now that someone had touched Bloomer, it wasn't a matter of just letting go if one wanted to. At this moment, the person making contact would bear the exact same pulling force as the one trapped in the death vortex. Throughout the endless ages, there had never been a single lawmaster who could break free once they had sunk this deep into a death vortex. Even a top-tier realm master couldn't do it. What difference was there between this person reaching out to grab Bloomer and throwing his own life away? My lord, why did you sigh? Aoshin wanted to speak but stopped, then wanted to speak again, but ultimately let out a heavy sigh. Then, he actually reached out and grabbed Sumyubai's shoulder, looking as if he intended to lend a helping hand. He knew full well that doing this was completely futile, but could he really stand idly by when it came to the person he had chosen to follow? Besides, just because others couldn't get out didn't mean Lord Bai couldn't. Aoshin felt the peculiar death energy surrounding him. His eyes filled with extraordinary determination. However, his actions gave someone else a headache. Aoshin. Juxiaoyu glared at Aoshin, not even calling him Little Shinshin anymore, clearly left speechless. But she couldn't just watch as Aoshin was teleported away, could she? Though she was unwilling to admit it out loud, this proud prodigy of the god race had long since taken Aoshin to heart. Therefore, she also reached out and grabbed Aoshin's other hand. The difference was that Aoshin did it because he trusted Bai. As for Juxiaoyu, she trusted her own backing. Although communication devices could not be used within the abyss of the underworld, she still had ways to contact the higher-ups of the god race. When the time came, the god race would naturally have a way to bring her out of the abyss, even if a top-tier realm master couldn't get out. Weren't there still main gods, you all? Bloomer's entire body had turned a grayish-white by now. This was the consequence of the abyss's erosion becoming too severe. He looked at Sumyubai, who was reaching for him, with extreme confusion, opened his mouth, but could no longer utter a word. Already severely wounded, he could no longer withstand the abnormal depth or within the abyss, and his soul directly fell into a deep slumber. It wouldn't be long before he was completely eroded and became a half-living, half-dead creature like the special undead. Clap clap, well played, deserves a reward. Seeing that Bloomer had been eroded to this extent, Otis wore a triumphant smile and couldn't help but applaud. In his view, the 3 who had suddenly appeared were already beyond saving. The other P10 gods also completely relaxed, watching the spectacle while chatting and laughing. At this point, there was no need for them to take action. If the other party made a move, they would just stay away. Why waste divine power? In any case, the other party couldn't break free from the shackles of the death vortex. Bloomer, to have these people accompany you to your death, you are truly... Purple light flickered in Livia's eyes as she was about to say something sarcastic, but her voice came to an abrupt halt. It wasn't just her. Everyone, including Otis, instantly widened their eyes. The death vortex is slowing down. The crowd looked at this scene in disbelief, some even rubbing their eyes as if they were seeing a hallucination. But the rotation speed of the death vortex beneath Bloomer had indeed slowed down significantly. This is impossible. Otis's pupils first dilated in shock, but then he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. It's actually the Death Codex. After the shock, he finally realized what kind of power Sumyubai was using. He saw grayish-white light flickering on the back of Sumyubai's left hand, and a powerful death divine force surged into Bloomer's body along with his hand. It was under the influence of this power that the death vortex slowed its rotation. Not only that, but the pulling force emanating from it had also decreased significantly. As the realm master of the death realm, Otis was naturally no stranger to the aura of the Death Codex. That was why he was able to recognize it immediately. In contrast, the two prodigies, Juxiaoyu and Aoshin, only realized it at this moment. Aoshin looked at Sumyubai with pleasant surprise. As expected of Lord Baiyi, he actually possessed the Death Codex. Juxiaoyu also took a deep look at Sumyubai. The human race had actually quietly collected all the books of death. How could the undead race possibly have agreed to that? While both were deep in thought, they exerted their strength, attempting to assist Sumyubai in pulling Bloomer out of the death vortex. As the speed of the death vortex decreased, Bloomer's divine body was truly being pulled out of the vortex bit by bit. Attack! Otis naturally couldn't just watch this happen. The moment they knew Sumyubai possessed the Death Codex, they had already made their move. Naturally, they dared not make physical contact, but closing the distance to unleash long-range attacks was perfectly fine. He refused to believe that the opponent's divine domain could truly be invincible. Feeling the dozen or so attacks whizzing toward him, Sumyubai's gaze sharpened. Samsara Divine Domain activate. This time, the Samsara Divine Domain was no longer a fleeting flash. It expanded violently, enveloping Otis and the others entirely. Boom! In an instant, -1 types of divine power erupted, colliding with the attacks from Otis and his group. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, the Sea of Death instantly flooded the entire divine domain, submerging all the enemies within it. Not only that, but Sumyubai also placed the branches of the World Tree into the divine domain, positioning them as a barrier between himself and Otis's group. Such dense divine power of death and life. The sudden appearance of the Sea of Death and the World Tree stunned Otis, who exclaimed in disbelief, "Could it be the legendary World Tree?" Livia's brows were also tightly whereupon. What a powerful soul shock! Sumyubai's divine domain completely shattered their understanding. When they first entered, they could feel how resilient this divine domain was, but that was still within the realm of comprehension. Now, with 2 rule-level creations manifested, the strength of Sumyubai's divine domain had climbed several levels higher. However, Otis did not give up. To obtain the Death Codex, he had to deal a heavy blow while the opponent was still trapped before they could escape the vortex of death. HMPH, do you really think your individual divine domain can contend with all of us? Otis let out a sharp shout, divine light blazing in his eyes. 10,000-ton divine domain activate. Chapter 787. No need to be nervous, just watch. Bonus chapter. Otis's 10,000-ton divine domain, much like the Samsara divine domain before it had mobilized its various powers, appeared completely empty. Yet, the sensation this divine domain projected was exceptionally dense and heavy. As a powerhouse infinitely close to the peak world lord level, Otis's divine domain actually managed to withstand the suppression of the Samsara divine domain. Expanding bit by bit, Sumyubai, who was in the middle of pulling Bloomer out of the vortex of death, suddenly raised an eyebrow. The rule of force. This is my first time encountering it. Feeling the rule fluctuations radiating from Otis's 10,000-ton divine domain, the image of Bing Shuang flashed through his mind. Back in the Pale Dragon Tomb, after Bing Shuang received the first layer of inheritance, she had grasped the complete law of gravity in one go, and this path of law belonged precisely to the rule of force, one of the 9 supreme rules. Not only that, but after Sumyubai voluntarily dissolved their mount contract, Bing Shuang had awakened a unique SSS grade talent. 1 Force breaks 10,000 laws. For details, see Chapter 593. This talent was clearly capable of touching upon the authority of the rule of force. Sumyubai had little understanding of this rule, and he hadn't expected to run into Otis, who had fused the rule of force to the extreme of 9-fold patterns. Right now, however, he still needed to save Bloomer first. So, he naturally had no time to pay attention to Otis and the others. He would fight, of course, but he had to save his people first. While grabbing Bloomer's shoulder, Sumyubai infused a strand of death divine power into his body to prevent the abyss of the underworld from continuing its erosion. Now, all that remained was to pull him out of the vortex of death. This thing had also entered the Samsara divine domain, but apart from the four of them, it had not swallowed the waters of the sea of death. The vortex of death seemed to care only for living beings. The mark of the death codex continued to emit a grayish-white light, and the speed of the vortex of death was still decreasing. Bloomer's divine body had already been pulled out halfway. Everyone, put in some effort. Sumyubai spoke in a low voice, and Aoshin and Yu Xiaoyu immediately unleashed their full power. However, there was a clear look of worry on both of their faces. With so many powerhouses on the other side, could Bai's divine domain hold up? Thinking of this, the two exchanged a glance, intending to expand their own divine domains to assist him. But Sumyubai shook his head calmly. No need to be nervous, just watch. Hearing this, the two were clearly taken aback, but they still halted the expansion of their divine domains. On the other side of the world tree, as Otis expanded his divine domain, Livia and all the peak high gods also exerted their strength in unison. Illusionary Dream Divine Domain activate, Storm Divine Domain activate, Darkness Divine Domain activate, Hum-Tild. The divine domain of one or two peak high gods might not pose a threat to the Samsara divine domain, but with 14 peak high gods at the ninefold pattern realm, plus 2 world lord level powerhouses opening their divine domains simultaneously, it was a different story. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Although Sumyubai's combat power was strong after using various methods, his cultivation realm was only at the early stage of a high god. Even with the partial reinforcement of the 2 rule-level creations, the Samsara divine domain began to tremble violently when faced with the combined domains of Otis and the others. Rumble! The entire Samsara divine domain shook as if the earth were moving and the mountains were swaying. The sea of death roared and boiled, and even the branches of the world tree began to sway frantically. Crack, 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 faintly. One could hear the sound of cracks appearing in the Samsara divine domain. Break for me, Otis's eyes bulged, his divine body swelling by a large margin, his entire being filled with power. Clearly, at this rate, the Samsara divine domain would soon shatter. But was Sumyubai unaware of this? Since he had stopped Aoshin and the other from expanding their divine domains, it meant he had sufficient confidence. Just as Otis and the others were preparing to welcome victory, 6 figures suddenly appeared at the center point where the 17 divine domains were in contact. Arlen Sharita, you aren't dead. No, this is the aura of a world lord level. How is that possible? The appearance of Arlen and the other 5 shocked Otis and his group immensely. In particular, the terrifying aura radiating from them made it difficult for everyone to accept. How could they have suddenly become World Master level powerhouses when they were only peak high gods at the 7 or 8 stripe realm just moments ago? Just as everyone was filled with doubt, the terrifying momentum of Arlen and the others erupted completely. Charm Divine Domain activate. Crimson Flame Divine Domain activate. In an instant, -1 World Master level divine domains unfolded simultaneously, directly suppressing all other divine domains except for those of Otis and Livia. Crack. This time, it was a clear sound of shattering. Bang, bang, bang. Following that, the divine domains of those 14 peak high gods at the 9 stripe realms shattered one after another. Puff, times 14. Everyone spat out a mouthful of divine blood in unison, their pupils dilated, as if they still could not believe that Arlen and the others had truly become World Master level existences. Arlen, are you trying to rebel? Livia gritted her teeth, her gaze fixed firmly on Arlen, as the matriarch of the succubus clan. Although she sensed that something was wrong, she still attempted to intimidate the other party. But this was clearly a futile effort, because this Arlen was no longer the Arlen they knew, let alone Livia, the clan leader. Even if she were facing a main god, as long as Sumyubai gave the order, she would charge forward without the slightest hesitation. Who exactly is that guy? A flash of terror flickered deep within Otis's eyes. The appearance of Arlen and the others had caused the situation to undergo a polar reversal. The original 16 divine domains opposing the Samsara divine domain had instantly turned into 2 against 7. Moreover, it was the Samsara divine domain leading the 6 World Master divine domains. ruthlessly suppressing the domains of Livia and her companion. But this was not enough to make Otis feel fear. What he truly feared were these unprecedented, heaven-defying methods of Sumubai. Today's extra chapter is delivered. I asked about the publication today. It won't be until the end of the year. I don't know much about this, but when the physical book is released, I will inform you, my patrons. At the end of the chapter, chapter 788, Otis erupts. Facing the powerful suppression of the Samsara divine domain and the 6 World Master level divine domains, Otis and Livia could only passively and continuously shrink their own divine domains. It was not until both of their domains had shrunk to the point where they could barely cover the dozen or so people on their side that they managed to hold out against the suppression of the Samsara divine domain. Even so, everyone within the divine domains could not help but be subjected to various forms of suppression. Livia, tell them to recover quickly. Otis's expression was grim. He threw a punch forward with force, shattering the attacks of Arlen and the other 5. He then took a step forward, actually blocking the path in front of the 6 of them. The terrifying power caused the surrounding space to distort. The law of strength, truly terrifying. With their divine domains shattered, the 14 Ecchi gods had all suffered a backlash, and their strength would naturally be reduced. Otis's move was intended to rely on his own strength to deal with Arlen and the other 5 while simultaneously buying some recovery time for the others. Upon the first contact, he discovered that while Arlen and the others possessed the rule fusion level and divine power of the World Master level, they did not possess a single law level treasure. Such 9-striped Ecchi gods could at most be considered pseudo-World Master level powerhouses. Even with his strength suppressed to a certain degree, he still did not take these people seriously. Facing Otis, a powerhouse infinitely close to the top-tier World Master level, Arlen and the others showed no fear, going all out and unleashing all their methods. In the rear, Livia also understood that this was not the time to be stingy, and she waved her hand to toss out 14 vials of medicine. The eyes of the Ecchi gods lit up, and they swallowed the medicine in one gulp as they caught them. This was a top-tier divine medicine 9 Nether Return to Origin Divine Dew. Even for the vast majority of Ecchi gods, this was a luxurious consumable. Under normal circumstances, only World Master level powerhouses would be willing to use this stuff in battle. It was most suitable for beings of the dark and death elements, capable of rapidly recovering injuries to the divine body and soul, while also restoring a portion of divine power. Most importantly, the 9 Nether Return to Origin Divine Dew was extremely easy to absorb, requiring only a very short time to digest its medicinal power. Even for Livia, the succubus clan matriarch, consuming so many bottles at once made her heart ache. It was not because the 9 Nether Return to Origin Divine Dew was too expensive, but because she didn't have many of them either. Top-tier divine medicine is an extremely rare treasure throughout the entire myriad worlds. But in order for these people to be of help in the coming moments, Livia had to grit her teeth and let them use it. Up ahead, Otis was actually bearing the suppression of the Samsara divine domain and forcibly crushing Arlen and the others. The soul shock attacks from the Sea of Death that Sumubai could currently mobilize seemed to have little effect on him. If it weren't for the vines of the World Tree constantly interfering, some of these 6 pseudo-World Master level powerhouses would have already fallen by now. What is the concept of an existence infinitely close to the top-tier World Master level? Otis's combat power was on par with Sakalnu. It was just that the two had different areas of focus. Sakalnu was strong in his perverted defense and recovery capabilities, while Otis possessed ultimate strength. In terms of pure attack power, he did not lose out to a true top-tier World Master in the slightest. Every punch this guy threw at full power could cause the entire Samsara divine domain to tremble violently, and the Sea of Death to roar and churn. The former Emperor Lishan was a genuine World Master level powerhouse. Without using his rule authority, he had no power to fight back against Sakalnu. It is easy to imagine that Arlen and the other 5 would not last long in front of Otis. If Livia and the others were added to the mix, the situation would be even more dangerous. Attack! We must deal with Arlen and these people before that guy rescues Bloomer. Following Livia's order, the 14 Ecchi gods instantly erupted with terrifying power, launching various attacks toward one of the pseudo-world masters. As for Livia herself, Her figure vanished from where she stood. Otis is enough here. She wanted to bypass the towering tree blocking her path to attack Sumiubai. Previously, the divine domain had blocked her attacks. But now that everyone was already within the divine domain, she refused to believe the opponent could still ignore her strikes. Want to save Bloomer? Then go to hell with him. A cold glint flashed in Livia's eyes. Her entire body transformed into a streak of purple light, intent on bypassing the branches of the world tree. But how could Sumiubai let her come over and interfere at this moment? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dense sound of air being torn apart rang out. Vines from the world tree shot out from the sea of death, sweeping toward Livia. HMPH, get lost, Livia barked sharply. A bright purple light suddenly erupted from her eyes as violent soul divine power and the power of laws exploded outward. However, the next moment, her expression suddenly changed. What on earth is this? Narrowly avoiding the entanglement of several vines, Livia dodged continuously, her heart already in turmoil. What surprised her was not that these vines remained undamaged. It was that her soul attacks were actually being absorbed by more than half by this seawater she had never seen before. At this moment, she had encountered the same predicament as the Lition Emperor. Being experts in soul laws, they were being completely countered by the sea of death that filled the entire Samsara divine domain. To be precise, Livia's performance was even worse than the Lition Emperor's had been, because she had not mastered the authority of the laws. And in terms of soul laws, she was more inclined toward charm and illusions. Relatively speaking, the intensity of her soul attacks was not even as strong as the Lition Emperor's. If it weren't for the fact that the world tree did not have her as its only target, Livia would have been defeated long ago. However, under the relentless pursuit and interception of the world tree's vines, she had no way to bypass the trunk in front of her in the short term to interfere with Sumiubai's rescue. Otis and the others were also being driven to misery by the world tree's vines. He was slightly better off, as the layer of dark red power on his fists was actually able to tear the world tree's vines apart. Even when facing the siege of numerous vines, he was still able to maintain a firm upper hand in the battle against Arlen and the others. But the remaining 14 Pekai gods were not having an easy time. They had originally intended to surround and attack the Tsuda World Master level powerhouses. But with the addition of the world tree's vines, these Pekai gods were already feeling a bit overwhelmed. Although each of them only had to deal with one vine, it had already consumed most of their energy. As a result, while these Pekai gods were countering the vines, they could only barely manage to deal with one pseudo world master. In this way, Otis was unable to resolve the battle here in a short amount of time. This is definitely the world tree. Otis grabbed a vine with both hands and exerted force, actually snapping it in two. Then, he threw a fierce punch to the right, forcing back the other vines that were launching a surprise attack. Immediately after, a pitch-black orb of light suddenly appeared in Otis's palm. His power, divine energy, and the power of laws seemed to have been compressed to the extreme. Seeing that Livia could not break free, Otis finally exploded completely. Power law ruins of annihilation, boom, as he threw the punch. The black orb of light shattered violently. The space in this area shattered completely in an instant, and a terrifying, extreme suction force swept across the surroundings. Whether it was the seawater of the Sea of Death, the vines of the world tree, or Arlen and the others, all were forcibly pulled toward his fist. This punch seemed to have directly manifested countless overlapping black holes. Chapter 789. The special nature of the Golden Scourge Legion. Swish, swish, swish. A massive volume of seawater from the Sea of Death poured into the shattered space, disappearing without a trace in an instant, as if evaporated by Otis's terrifying power. Snap, snap, snap. The vines of the world tree also snapped one by one, their broken ends exceptionally smooth, as if sliced open by a sharp blade. Fortunately, these vines were not the main body of the world tree. After retracting into the branches, they could quickly regenerate new ones. However, this punch from Otis was too terrifying, and the world tree did not extend any new vines for the time being, because it was entirely futile. As soon as they approached, they would be pulled into the shattered space and then severed. Seeing the power of this punch, the Pekai gods felt their heartbeats skip a beat. Gulp! Everyone swallowed hard. watching in terror as Otis displayed his divine might. Fortunately, the target of this punch did not include them, otherwise, none of these peak high gods would have been able to withstand it, let alone them. Even if Arlen and the other 5 joined forces to erupt, it would be difficult to resist this punch from Otis. That terrifying, extreme suction force continuously pulled their figures toward the shattered space. Even Sumubai and the other 2, who were far away at the other end, could feel Otis's strength. What terrifying power! In the entire myriad worlds, there are definitely not many people who can surpass this guy in terms of pure gravity. A look of gravity flashed in the eyes of Aoshin and Yu Xiaoyu. Even when fusing the same law of the Great Tao, the combat power one can exert will be different. Just like the Lition Emperor and Livio, one was skilled in pure soul attacks, while the other was skilled in charm and illusions. The same applied to the power law. What Otis was displaying now was his method of utilizing gravity. This was not a simple law of gravity, but a power law fused to the extreme of 9 patterns. The extreme effect of the power law in terms of gravity, is it? Sumubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Although Arlen and the other 5 were already in a desperate situation, he did not panic in the slightest. Instead, he let out a cold snort, a sneer curling the corner of his mouth. Since you like to suck, then I'll let you suck to your heart's content. As Sumubai's divine sense moved, he instantly opened a gap in his internal world right around Otis. If he wanted to directly pull Otis into his internal world, that was naturally impossible, unless the target actively cooperates. Only those who have completely lost the ability to resist can be drawn into the internal world. However, Sumubai's goal was not to capture him, rather, he was preparing to give him a gift. Otis could naturally sense the descent of the world power. HMPH. Mere parlor tricks, do you dare to show off your incompetence before me? Otis let out a disdainful cold snort, his gaze locked firmly on Arlen and the others, whom he was about to crush with this single punch. Once I finish them off, you're next. Although the expressions of the 6, including Arlen, remained unchanged, they were inwardly extremely anxious. Despite their desperate resistance, they still could not stop their bodies from being pulled toward the opponent's fist. They were not anxious because they were about to die after all. Once their energy was exhausted, they wouldn't survive anyway. The most important thing was that if they fell prematurely, they would fail to complete the mission Sumubai had entrusted to them. Die for this deity. The power in Otis's fist erupted completely, and that already terrifying gravitational force suddenly intensified several times over. Just as Arlen and the others were about to be obliterated, a sudden change occurred. What is this? Otis frowned. He saw countless golden skeletons suddenly appear before him. Although these skeletons were pulled onto his fist by the extreme gravitational force the moment they appeared and were instantly shattered, a massive number of golden skeletons appeared again immediately afterward, with these golden skeletons blocking the way. The gravitational force bearing down on Arlen and the others plummeted. But that wasn't the most critical part. What truly terrified Otis was that after these golden skeletons shattered, both death energy and life energy spilled out from within them simultaneously. How could such undead summons possibly exist? Everyone present, including Otis, stood frozen in place. Sumubai's Golden Scourge Legion was displaying its most unique trait to the outside world for the first time. Skeletons, undead summons. Yet they possessed life energy within them. It was simply defying the natural order. Since when could undead creatures absorb life energy? Wasn't that just plain suicide by poisoning? The death energy that dissipated after they shattered was fine, it simply merged into the sea of death. But those wisps of life energy were like maggots on a bone, clinging firmly to Otis's fist. In just a few breaths, his fist had been completely dyed a vibrant emerald green. The shattered space created by his punch began to gradually recover, and that terrifying gravitational force grew weaker and weaker as a result. The ultimate move, Ruins of Annihilation, which Otis had unleashed by mobilizing the laws of power, had been forcibly interrupted by the golden skeletons that were essentially throwing their lives away. What on earth is this? Boom! Otis's pupils constricted. A powerful repulsive force erupted from his body, attempting to expel the life energy clinging to his fist. Although he was not of the undead race, he belonged to the dark and death-type lineages. For him, life energy was, if not a lethal poison, certainly nothing good. Don't let the fact that the golden skeletons were mere ants to him fool you. The life energy contained within them was extremely pure. After all, it was power derived from the world tree. Arlen and the 6 others, who had been pulled in by the gravity, were instantly blasted away by the invisible force. The golden skeletons released from Sumubai's internal world were annihilated in an instant, leaving not even a scrap behind. Because this time it was a repulsive force, the life energy that spilled out after their death did not attach itself to Otis again. However, the emerald green specks that had originally attached to Otis's fists were not completely cleared away. In that briefest of moments, a portion of them had already penetrated deep into his body, beginning to erode his divine form. Is this damn thing life energy or death energy? Otis was momentarily confused. It was clearly life energy, so why could it erode him just like death energy? A policeman using the tactics of a bandit. Does that even make sense? Although this tiny bit of life energy didn't have a major impact on Otis, it left him with lingering fears. He hadn't even seen the opponent make a real move yet, but the various methods that had never appeared in any of the myriad worlds had already completely shattered his understanding. Who exactly is that guy? As this question surfaced once again, dark red flames suddenly erupted from Otis's body, and he charged toward Arlen and the others, as well as the world tree vines that were attacking once more. Help me deal with these damn skeletons. His sharp shout rang in the ears of the peak upper gods. The group immediately took action, beginning to clear out the remnants of Sumubai's Golden Scourge Legion. But with Otis's cautionary example before them, these people only dared to use long-range methods. They didn't dare to risk their own bodies at all. Those strange life energies were simply too insidious. Otis could withstand them because he was too strong himself, but if they were to be contaminated by too much, they might not be able to hold on. Chapter 790, I'll take on 10. Bonus chapter. The Golden Scourge Legion has this ability too. On the other side of the world tree, a flash of surprise crossed Sumubai's eyes. He had originally only intended to use the Golden Scourge Legion to block that punch from Otis, never expecting such an unexpected bonus. In the past, the Golden Scourge Legion had always been used to deal with small fry. This was the first time they had faced a powerhouse like Otis. The life energy they had absorbed from the world tree had finally found a use, thanks to Sumubai. Even though tens of millions of golden skeletons were lost because of it, it was completely worth it. After all, this number was not even a drop in the bucket for the Golden Scourge Legion. Beyond the unexpected gain, Arlen and the others had also been successfully protected. However, facing the enraged Otis, their current situation was far from easy. Once the unique nature of the golden skeletons was discovered, their effectiveness was greatly reduced. Therefore, Sumubai directly withdrew the world power, letting the world tree continue to deal with those peak upper gods. The 3 of them exerted their full strength, continuously pulling Bloomer out of the vortex of death. The Death Codex was still at work. This rule-based treasure not only significantly reduced the pulling force of the death vortex, but was also absorbing the abnormal death energy within Bloomer's body. Before long, Bloomer was successfully pulled out by the group, and the death vortex, having lost its target, slowly dissipated. At the same time, color returned to his body, replacing the previous ashen gray. The abnormal death energy that had invaded his body was naturally absorbed in its entirety by the Death Codex. Whether it was because the amount absorbed was insufficient or for some other reason, the Death Codex did not show any changes. Sumubai did not pay much attention to this. With a thought, he moved the sleeping Bloomer into his inner world, small world now. Vivian was pacing anxiously, her face filled with worry. Although she firmly believed that her master would be able to change the situation once he took action, she was terrified that her father would not hold on until that moment. The next moment, Bloomer suddenly appeared before her. Father. Vivian burst into tears of joy. Although Bloomer had fallen into a deep sleep and had almost no aura left, she could feel that her father was still alive. Thank you, master. Vivian placed Bloomer on a large bed, looked up at Sumubai with tear-streaked eyes, and expressed her gratitude. Take good care of him. I will adjust the time flow to 500 times speed. Once I have dealt with the trouble outside, I will let you out. Sumubai's divine soul left behind these words before withdrawing from the inner world. Having successfully saved Bloomer, The purpose of this trip to the underworld abyss had already been achieved. However, he had no intention of letting Otis and the others go. Not to mention that these people had seen so many of his secrets. Otis himself had long been an enemy of Sumubai. Among the powerful beings coveting the soul-type rule-based treasure he possessed, Otis was prominently included. And he was also one of the targets of the 28 bounty hunting missions Sumubai had accepted. The Lord of the Prison Quaking Realm. Otis, are you ready? Sumubai's gaze swept over Juxiaoyu and finally landed on Aoshin. With the help of your divine domain, I should be able to handle 4. Juxiaoyu nodded, stating her limit. Although her attribute Tantal combat power was only equivalent to a peak high god at the 0 pattern to 1 pattern stage. Under the influence of the underworld abyss and the buffs from Sumubai's Samsara divine domain, Sea of Death, and World Tree, she could barely manage to deal with 4 peak high gods at the 9 pattern stage. Of course, this also required the help of a special treasure. Otherwise, with such a large gap, even a genius of the god race like her would find it difficult to overcome such a disadvantage. After all, a peak high god at the 9 pattern stage could not be compared to one at the 8 pattern stage. As she spoke, she couldn't help but cast a provocative look at Aoshin. Little Shinshin, you should be able to handle 3, right? However, Aoshin's reply left her stunned. I'm going to fight 10. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Juxiaoyu rolled her eyes, clearly thinking Aoshin was bragging. To this, Aoshin proudly raised his head. Today, I will let you see the true strength of your husband, HMPH, if you die. I'm not collecting your corpse. Juxiaoyu curled her lips and flipped her wrist, revealing a drop of pure black liquid in her palm. The next moment, the liquid merged directly into her body, and a profound, mysterious ripple emanated from her. Boom. Juxiaoyu's aura instantly soared by several levels, and a faint black flame permeated her body, making her look like a deity descending to the world. At the same time, a drop of pure white liquid appeared in Aoshin's palm, which he also absorbed immediately. Boom! The next moment, his aura also surged, and his body was rippling with a pure white flame that was the exact opposite of Juxiaoyu's. Time divine power and space divine power. Sumubai's pupils shrank. No, that's sovereign power. It can also be called supreme divine power. Juxiaoyu smiled, and with a thought, another drop of pure black liquid appeared before Sumubai. I don't have the supreme divine power of death, so you'll have to make do with this. You know the rules of time anyway. My lord, please accept it. That guy Otis likely has sovereign power or even supreme divine power as well. As Aoshin spoke, a drop of pure white liquid flew toward Sumubai. This was a drop of supreme space divine power, and what Juxiaoyu had given Sumubai was, naturally, a drop of supreme time divine power. Then, I won't stand on ceremony. Sumubai raised an eyebrow and stored the 2 drops of supreme divine power into his inner world. Let's go and see just how much capability these people have. Today's extra update is served. Sovereign Power, a classic setting from Coiling Dragon. Raise your hand if you've read it. Chapter 791, Otis doubting his life. This fluctuation, it's sovereign power. On the other side of the world tree, Otis's expression suddenly tightened, and its supreme time divine power and supreme space divine power. The aura fluctuations erupted from Aoshin and Juxiaoyu as they absorbed the 2 types of supreme divine power were instantly captured by him. However, this was not the main reason for his grave expression, because he could feel that even if those 2 absorbed the supreme divine power, they still posed no threat to him. The real trouble was that this meant the opponent was very likely about to break free from the vortex of death. There was no time left. Dark red flames rose from Otis's body, and his entire aura surged instantly. Swish, swish, swish. The world tree vines that were sweeping toward him were snapped apart the moment they touched the dark red flames, completely unable to stop Otis from rushing toward Alan and the others. These dark red flames were not actually fire, but ripples caused by Otis's powerful divine power and rule power distorting space. At some point, a pitch-black gauntlet had appeared on his fist, wrapped in dark red ripples that tore through the space along their path. Authority of Power God Annihilation. To seize this final opportunity, Otis decisively unleashed the power of his authority, intending to wipe out Arlen and the others in one fell swoop before Sumubai and his group could break free. Rumble. The entire Samsara divine domain shook violently under this punch, as if it were on the verge of shattering at any moment. The terrifying pressure brought by this strike completely sealed off all paths of escape for Arlen and his companions. The 6 of them turned pale, forcibly channeling the divine power and the power of laws within their bodies, attempting to block this blow. But Otis was in existence on the same level as Sakongyu in terms of offensive power. He was even stronger than that madman. How could this strike be something that pseudo-world lords like Arlen could withstand? The fist, burning with dark red flames, magnified infinitely in their vision, as if it were filling the entire world. The divine power of the 6 was like fragile pottery before this punch, annihilated in an instant. Even the power of laws, which the 6 had fused to the extreme of 9 patterns, was twisted and shattered by Otis's ultimate strength. Without any surprise, the punch landed squarely on the 6 of them. The space where they stood was instantly torn open, creating a massive gap. The chaotic spatial currents roared wildly, yet they were drawn toward Otis's fist, preventing them from sweeping outward. At this moment, the heavens and earth seemed to be returning to chaos. All the divine power and the power of laws in this region became chaotic. The divine bodies of Arlen and the other 5 vanished in an instant, as if they had never existed at all. Crack! Even the Samsara divine domain was torn apart by Otis's punch. A massive fissure ripped from the heavens down to the seabed, and it continued to expand. If this were to continue, the Samsara divine domain would inevitably shatter completely under this blow. However, Sumyubai's divine domain did not rely solely on his own power. The sea of death surged and roared, and the world tree shook violently, as the power of death and the power of life emanating from the 2 intertwined. Divine light woven with gray, white, and emerald green erupted at the sight of the massive gap. Immediately afterward, the teetering Samsara divine domain gradually stabilized, and the gap began to repair itself rapidly. Without the suppression of these 2 law-level creations, Sumyubai's current divine domain would not have been able to contend with a powerhouse of Otis's caliber. But there were no ifs. The Samsara divine domain had indeed held firm. Otis was not surprised by this. The moment he saw the branches of the world tree, he understood that the opponent's divine domain would not be so easily destroyed. However, his goal had already been achieved. Finally managed to finish those few off. Just as Otis breathed a sigh of relief, his expression suddenly froze. What? Sensing a familiar aura, he suddenly turned to look in Livia's direction, the expression on his face as if he had seen a ghost. There, surrounding Livia, 6 figures had suddenly appeared. They were none other than Arlen and the other 5, who should have died under his punch. Although their auras were much weaker than before, they showed no mercy as they besieged Livia. How is this possible? Otis looked at his own fist, which was still burning with dark red flames, in disbelief. Just a moment ago, clearly. Right, it was the power of death. Otis looked sharply at the spatial turbulence that was automatically repairing itself. A flash of realization deep in his eyes. When that punch had struck Arlen and the others, he had vaguely sensed a power of death. Since some of them also possessed fused laws of death, he hadn't paid it any mind at the time, but now, seeing that Arlen and the others were not dead, he suddenly understood. In that split second, someone had intervened, and they had used the power of authority as well. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to save Arlen and the others from his own authority of power. But did the authority of death have a way to save people? Otis was filled with immense doubt. But Sumyubai clearly would not give him time to think. While saving Arlen and the others, he and Aoshin officially joined the battlefield. Clang! Sumyubai was still in his ash annihilation form. The flaming blade condensed from the tribulation of eternal silence slashed toward Otis instantly. This was his way of saying hello. Aoshin and Zhu Xiaoyu did not stay with him, instead moving directly to intercept the others. In an instant, the Samsara divine domain battlefield was divided into 3 sections. The injured Arlen and his 5 companions besieged Livia, the World Lord. Aoshin and Zhu Xiaoyu faced 14 peak upper gods. The sole impact of the Sea of Death and the suppression power of the Samsara divine domain became the best support for all 3 battlefields. As for Sumyubai, he brought all the vines of the world tree to duel Otis, a powerhouse infinitely close to a top-tier world lord. Who, exactly, are you? Otis struck out with his palm, Responding to Sumyubai's greeting, his expression was extremely grave. He could not discern a single piece of information about this mysterious powerhouse. But whether it was the various miraculous methods from before or the ability to save people just now, it was enough to make him feel extremely wary. He immediately regarded Sumyubai, this mysterious powerhouse, as an existence on the same level as himself, or perhaps even higher. Tribulation of 10,000 races. Sumyubai grinned, stating his bounty hunter CODNAME. At the same time, the World Tree, no longer needing to assist the others, shot out a massive number of vines, sweeping toward Otis. The reason Sumyubai had been able to save Arlen and the others from the opponent's hands was, naturally, by using the power of the authority of death. However, it was not one he had used in the past, but rather death transfer. Normally, death transfer could not transfer someone else's death. After all, the law of death was meant to bring death, not to prevent it. But when could Sumyubai ever be judged by conventional logic? When he first comprehended the law of death transference, its catastrophe characteristic allowed him to transfer the deaths of others onto himself. Now, utilizing it through the power of the authority of death, he could still trigger that catastrophic effect to transfer the deaths of Arlen and the others. Hundreds of millions of golden skeletons within his internal world were instantly annihilated. However, trading hundreds of millions of golden skeletons for 6 top-tier godheads and squeezing out a bit more residual value was clearly a bargain. Only by having them intercept Livia could Sumyubai properly engage in a battle with Otis and see what his current limits were. Chapter 792, Battling Otis. The Battlefield of the Peak High Gods. Where do you think you're going? Aoshin transformed into a 5-clawed black dragon, blocking the path of the 14 Peak High Gods. Having absorbed the supreme space divine power, his aura had climbed to its peak, causing these Peak High Gods to feel immense pressure. So much shatter. Zhu Xiaoyu let out a cold snort and thrust her sword forward. The power of the time god instantly empowered her, and her speed was so great that she appeared before all 4 of them simultaneously. Before the fight began, she had stated that she could handle 4 Peak High Gods at the 9-pattern ultimate realm. And she was doing exactly that now. However, the corner of her eye remained fixed on Aoshin, fearing that he might suffer a loss against the remaining opponents. After all, even she did not have the ability to deal with 10 people at once. Where on earth did this guy Aoshin get his confidence? Wife, don't worry about your husband. Before attacking, Aoshin still had the leisure to wink at Zhu Xiaoyu, acting a bit playful. But even as he spoke, the authority of space had already been activated, directly sealing the space around the remaining 10 people. At the same time, Aoshin's aura, bolstered by the supreme divine power, surged once more, directly surpassing Zhu Xiaoyu and becoming the most powerful presence on this battlefield. Godly descent. Back at the Pale Dragon Tomb, Sumyubai's soul points were insufficient to make Aoshin a believer, but now, that bit of consumption was not even worth mentioning. When Aoshin and Zhu Xiaoyu were previously in his internal world, Sumyubai had taken the time to make Aoshin his believer. And not just any believer, but a fanatic. Therefore, Aoshin was able to borrow his power at this moment. Godly descent. Zhu Xiaoyu looked at Aoshin in surprise, clearly not expecting her fiancé to have such a trump card up his sleeve. However, she was also very puzzled at this moment. From the aura of this power, she could feel that it was the power of the Death Sovereign. But hadn't the Death Sovereign already fallen? Thinking of this, Zhu Xiaoyu's expression froze. The Death Canon, is it by Yi? As a high god, he has actually mastered the abilities of a supreme god. This is simply inconceivable. However, after Aoshin activated Godly Descent, the worry in Zhu Xiaoyu's eyes faded slightly. With the boost from the Godly Descent state, this guy might really be able to take on 10. Even if he couldn't win, at least he wouldn't be in mortal danger. Confirming that Aoshin wasn't just bragging, Zhu Xiaoyu finally focused all her attention on her own battle. Although she had not yet begun to fuse the rules and great douse, under the empowerment of the supreme time divine power, her time laws still made it difficult for these peak high gods to parry. Time acceleration, time deceleration, time stop, time reversal. Various time laws left the enemies mentally disoriented, and the high-level rule grade longsword in Zhu Xiaoyu's hand continuously left deep sword marks on their divine bodies. Of course, These Ecchi gods were not without the ability to fight back. It was just that they were somewhat hesitant when facing Ju Xiaoyu, who had absorbed the supreme divine power. After all, that was supreme divine power, even if the user's original combat strength was far inferior to theirs. The threat was immense, and a moment of carelessness could lead to severe injury. Ashen, whose combat strength had surged once again, completely let go of all restraints. His pitch-black dragon claws reached out casually, traversing space to strike directly at any enemy. At the same time, his body actually split into 5 parts, appearing in different locations, effectively using the body of a single dragon to create the effect of surrounding 10 people. In his hands, the law of space was played with such finesse. Although the attacks of the 10 Ecchi gods were strong, after being weakened layer by layer, they couldn't land on him at all. Ashen had opened a spatial interlayer on his body's surface. Any attack wanting to land on him had to cross a vast distance. If this were in the outside world, his little trick would have been easily broken by 10 Ecchi gods. But don't forget, this is the Nether Abyss. Their attacks dissipated rapidly after leaving their bodies. By the time they crossed the vast distance, they were painless and itchy when they landed on Ashen. Moreover, the spatial interlayer, bolstered by the supreme space divine power, had become incredibly tough, far from something they could break in a short time. This was the first time Ashen had shown such dominance in front of Ju Xiaoyu. So naturally, he had to display his most majestic side, and these Ecchi gods were merely the tools for him to assert his authority as a husband. On the other side, Livia, facing the siege of Arlen and the others, fell directly into a disadvantage and could only struggle to hold on. Her combat strength, compared to Otis, was worlds apart, and fortunately, this foolish woman actually thought she could control Otis, making him a laborer for the succubus race to help her sit in the position of a director of the Death Domain Bank. She had long been blinded by jealousy and hatred, failing to see Otis's true purpose at all. Even without the appearance of Sumyubai, if she had truly succeeded in killing Bloomer, this director position would have ultimately fallen into Otis's hands. As for the succubus race, their strongest member was only an ordinary world lord. What qualifications did they have to become one of the 13 directors of the Death Domain Bank? It was no wonder that before Bloomer died, he was still cursing this woman as an idiot, although Livia desperately wanted to call for help from Otis. Otis, who was facing a formidable enemy, didn't even spare her another glance. Facing a mysterious and formidable enemy like Sumyubai, Otis clearly prioritized his own safety. He was weighing whether he should leave right now. After all, Bloomer had already been rescued. Unless he could finish off Sumyubai, his objective was clearly unattainable. However, Otis lacked the confidence to determine if he could defeat this powerhouse who called himself the calamity of all races. Although he felt wary in his heart, he could not afford to lose face for Balia before a battle had officially begun. Dark red flames surged across Otis's body, causing the surrounding space to distort and tearing apart the many vines attacking from the world tree. Calamity of all races, what a bold claim. Immediately following this, he threw a punch towards Sumyubai. Boom! In an instant, the surrounding seawater was vaporized in massive quantities, causing the area to be shrouded in thick mist. What terrifying power! Sumyubai's gaze sharpened. Naturally, he would not choose to clash head-on with Otis. After all, in terms of raw strength, the gap between him and his opponent was still vast. To attack an enemy's strength with one's own weakness, Sumyubai would never do something so foolish. Under the enhancement of the Wheel of Time and Space, he forcibly mobilized the laws of time to slow down Otis's speed. However, the laws of time he could currently mobilize were still too weak for Otis. Almost instantly, the power of the time laws affecting Otis was shattered. But Sumyubai took the opportunity to use teleportation to dodge the punch in a profound and mysterious manner. One must know that attacks from top-tier world lords are capable of suppressing space. The fact that Sumyubai could still mobilize the laws of space under such circumstances was a testament to the Wheel of Time and Space. With the punch missing, Otis was not surprised. He immediately threw another punch, which reached Sumyubai's face in an instant. The terrifying wind pressure caused the surrounding space to vibrate violently. However, Sumyubai no longer needed to dodge. A massive phantom had already emerged behind him. An extremely dense aura of death permeated the area. The complete form of the death rule phantom had descended. Authority of Death, Death's Descent, Chapter 793, You Forced My Hand, Bonus Chapter. Authority of Death, Death's Descent. The complete death rule phantom merged into Sumyubai's body, and he had become the embodiment of the death rule. Unless Otis's authority was far superior to his, there was simply no possibility of killing him. Moreover, the moment the phantom appeared was when the power of the law was at its most potent. It was just like when Sumyubai first used Death's Descent in the Sakura royal capital. Whether it was the eight-headed serpent's magic circle or the golden pillar of light summoned by Yamamoto Yoji, everything vanished in an instant. Although Otis's attack was now countless times stronger than it had been back then, Sumyubai still used the power of the descending death rule phantom to deflect it with a single slash of his blade. Level 1 Authority. Otis's pupils constricted. Feeling it at close range, he finally understood how much authority Sumyubai controlled. He could not help but be shocked, because a level 1 authority was, in theory, the limit that a peak high god could reach. And whether it was a world lord or a top-tier world lord, they still belonged to the level of peak high gods. Although Otis also controlled the authority of power, it was only a partial control and had not yet reached the level 1 threshold. Otherwise, he would not just be infinitely close to a top-tier world lord, but would be one in reality. At this moment, the desire to retreat in his heart had reached its peak. No matter who this calamity of all races was, he was not someone he could handle. Even if he stayed, it would be useless. Thinking of this, Otis once again mobilized his authority of power and threw another punch. Boom! Dark red flames surged, and space shattered once again. Rule of Power God Annihilation. This was the same move that had just obliterated Arlen and the others. But this time, Otis was not aiming to kill Sumyubai, he was aiming to escape. While throwing the punch, his entire body lunged toward the shattered space, seemingly wanting to leave Sumyubai's divine domain of reincarnation through the gap. But how could Sumyubai let him leave? Relying on the effects of Death's Descent, Sumyubai ignored Otis's attack and moved his divine sense. The drop of supreme godly power of space within his inner world emerged and was instantly absorbed into his body. If he were to freeload another promotion with this item, it would reach the power of the destruction rule realm and would inevitably be rejected by the myriad worlds. Sumyubai didn't even dare to entertain the thought. Immediately after, the wheel of time and space appeared above his head, and powerful spatial laws instantly spread out. This time, it was the spatial laws mobilized by the supreme godly power of space, which were naturally countless times stronger than what Sumyubai had originally used. The spatial gap that Otis had punched open recovered to its original state in the blink of an eye. Otis's chance to escape was lost, and his fist landed solidly on Sumyubai's body. Boom! Violent power erupted, and Sumyubai was sent flying backward, but the space behind him rippled in layers, quickly neutralizing the remaining force of the punch. At this moment, Sumyubai's vitality had instantly dropped to 0 from the 9 realms, yet he remained full of vigor. Rule of Space Lockdown. Power of the World Descent. Divine Domain of Reincarnation Suppression. Under the enhancement of the supreme godly power of space, Sumyubai's triple-layered measures completely cut off any possibility of Otis leaving. If he wanted to leave, fine, he just had to kill Sumyubai. As expected of the Rule of Power, it really packs a punch. The shattered armor on Sumyubai's body instantly restored itself, and his vitality also recovered rapidly under the influence of the World Tree. He took a step forward, returned directly in front of Otis, and brought his battle blade down toward his head. Even Otis had to avoid the edge of this blade, although after these few exchanges, he had realized that Sumyubai's own strength was not that high. But so what? At this moment, Sumyubai was enhanced by the supreme godly power of space. Although it was of the spatial element, this power was, first and foremost, supreme divine power. Even Otis dared not take it head-on. However, avoiding it was no longer an option. As Sumyubai swung his blade, he directly froze the space surrounding Otis. At this moment, every movement Otis made required him to first contend with powerful spatial laws. Not only that, but the vines of the World Tree had recovered and were attacking him once again. Break from me. In this moment of crisis, Otis erupted with all his might. Terrifying divine power and the laws of strength rippled outward, forcibly shattering the spatial freeze. Just before Sumyubai's blade could land on his divine body, a drop of pitch-black liquid suddenly appeared in Otis's hand, which he swallowed in one gulped out boom. In an instant, Otis's aura and strength surged violently. He threw a punch forward with sudden force, clang. The gauntlet collided with the battle blade, producing a thunderous sound of clashing metal. Both were sent flying backward. The incoming vines were also eroded by the black power permeating Otis's body, instantly withering away. The power of a dark main god. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. Although Otis's strength far exceeded that of Aoshin and Jushaoyu, his resources were clearly not as abundant as theirs. Otherwise, what he would be using right now would be the supreme divine power of strength, rather than the power of a dark main god. Clearly, this guy was either reluctant to use it or simply didn't have any. However, the power Otis unleashed after using the main god's power still surprised Sumyubai somewhat. He could clearly sense that the opponent seemed to have a more perfect grasp of the main god's power. At the very least, he didn't suffer from the constant leakage of supreme divine power that he and Aoshin experienced. Calamity of the myriad races, you forced my hand. After absorbing the power of the dark main god, Otis was clearly pained. He stared fixedly at Sumyubai and charged forward once again. Welcome. Sumyubai's gaze sharpened, and a projection of an entire world suddenly appeared behind him. The next moment, a rift in the world opened. As the seawater of the Sea of Death surged out, the soul fire within the eye sockets of countless golden skeletons began to dance. At the very front were the golden death knights and lich lords. Roar! At the same time, 9 massive golden bone dragon emperors soared into the sky, descending like beasts from the starry void. Today's extra update is here, Chapter 794. One move to decide the outcome. What is this? Seeing the world projection emerging behind Sumyubai, Otis stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes filled with shock. Every intermediate god possessed an inner world, but a world within the body was something one could only possess after breaking through to the realm of a high god. Otis naturally possessed an inner world, and it was far more powerful than that of an ordinary high god. But Sumyubai's inner world was something he had never seen before. The vast and endless sea of death roared and surged, even separated by the world. He could feel the incredibly dense power of death and the impact on his soul. And that fleeting glimpse of the world tree completely stunned Otis. Only now did he realize that the vines that had been harassing him were merely a single branch of the world tree, compared to the towering tree in Sumyubai's world projection, which seemed to have no summit. The world tree within the Samsara divine domain was far too insignificant. Beyond that, there was the Golden Scourge Legion marching out from the Sea of Death. Although the individual aura of these undead summons was weak, the sheer, terrifying number of them made Otis's scalp tingle. So many. There were just too many. Otis couldn't even begin to count how many undead were within that world projection. Compared to Sumyubai's inner world, Otis felt that his own inner world was like a mere thatched hut. There was no comparison, it was simply incomparable. He watched Sumyubai with a wary expression. The dark red flames on his gauntlets vibrated violently, and the dark main god's power on his skin rippled, clearly gathering strength to deal with the enemy's next attack. Although he wanted to strike first, the previous collision had made him realize that it was impossible to kill his opponent in a short time. Even with the use of the main god's power, it was impossible, unless he could first exhaust the opponent's authority. What a terrifying fellow. Why have there never been any rumors about him in the myriad worlds? Otis's gaze was like a torch, and his Wonjun divine domain, which had already been compressed to a small range, shrank even further. Soon, the empty Wonjun divine domain condensed into a suit of invisible armor, covering Otis's body. The concentrated power of the divine domain was gathered entirely into his pair of gauntlets. Roar! The 9 golden bone dragon emperors roared at the heavens, their eye sockets flickering with soul fire as their fighting spirit soared. Below, the endless golden scourge legion, led by the death knights and lich lords, raised their weapons in unison and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Kill! At the same time, the death codex appeared in Sumyubai's palm and opened automatically. It really is the Death Codex. Otis's pupils constricted. Although he had sensed the aura of the Death Codex before, he had never seen it, and he had harbored some doubts. Wasn't this supreme treasure divided into 36 books of death? And as far as he knew, The Lord of the Undead Realm, Sean, had been collecting the books of death all along. Now, seeing the book in Sumyubai's hand, he finally confirmed that this was the complete version of the Death Codex. Could this guy be Sean? No, impossible. If it were Sean, there would be no need to hide his identity. How could he possibly be a match for Sean? Otis became increasingly curious about Sumyubai's identity, but no matter what, he could never have guessed that the person before him was the very Bai Yi he had been searching for. This was not Otis's fault. After all, who could have imagined that Bai Yi would be able to possess combat power capable of rivaling a top-tier realm lord so quickly? Regardless of how shocked Otis was internally, Sumyubai's movements would not stop. The power within the Death Codex permeated the entire reincarnation divine domain. Even the two battlefields where Oshin and the others were located fell silent, as everyone turned their attention to the situation unfolding here. This was the first time Sumyubai had mobilized the power of the Death Codex after absorbing the supreme divine power. At this moment, he appeared as if the Lord of Death had descended. The terrifying pressure caused everyone to tremble uncontrollably. Only Otis was able to barely maintain his composure under this immense pressure. Even so, his heart was in his throat, and he prepared himself with a solemn expression to meet the incoming attack. Otis knew very well that his opponent had exhausted almost all of his authority power. This single strike would decide the victor. Therefore, he had already braced himself with 120% of his focus, his soul power, divine power, rule power, and authority power all erupted simultaneously, and his aura climbed steadily, crack, before he even made a move. The space surrounding his fists had already developed numerous cracks, as if it were on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Sumyubai's pupils had long since turned completely ash-gray, filled with the radiance of death divine power. As his divine sense stirred, endless, silent death chi gathered and rapidly merged into the world projection behind him. Death Rule Silent Death Chi. Originally, Silent Death Chi was an SSS rank skill. Beyond allowing Sumyubai to control death energy at will, it could also be used to strengthen a certain number of summoned creatures. Now, by mobilizing the Death Rule through the Death Codex, the effect was naturally countless times more powerful. Vast, endless silent death chi poured continuously into the bodies of the entire Golden Scourge Legion. Click, 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 as the sound of expanding bones echoed, all the undead summons, including the Golden Skeletal Dragon Emperor, saw their sizes swell several times over. Not only that, but the aura they radiated was dozens of times stronger than before. Having been strengthened by the mutated life force of the World Tree, the amount of silent death chi they could absorb was far beyond what the summons of any other Lord of Death type rules could compare to. Yet, even after this strengthening, Otis did not hold them in any regard. His gaze remained locked firmly on Sumyubai, his internal power already pushed to its absolute limit. Playing God, die for this deity. Otis let out a sharp shout. Dark red flames mixed with the power of the dark main god surged into the sky from his body. He transformed into a black hole and slammed violently towards Sumyubai. Power authority endless. At this moment, Otis was like a product condensed from countless black holes. A terrifying gravitational force swept across the entire reincarnation divine domain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The seawater of the Sea of Death was continuously drawn in, only to be instantly reduced to nothingness. No matter how much was pulled, it could not fill the black hole that Otis had become. The vines of the World Tree were also continuously annihilated, and even the main trunk standing within the divine domain felt as if it were about to topple. With terrifying power, Aoshin and Zhu Xiaoyu wore grave expressions. Even at such a great distance, they had only managed to withstand this force by relying on their supreme divine power. Alan and the others were also forced to resist with all their might, which finally gave Livia a moment to catch her breath. She, too, turned to look at Otis with a horrified expression, clearly unaware that he possessed such a powerful means of attack. This strike, even among the top-tier world lords, was definitely not weak, facing Otis's strongest blow. The expression on Sumyubai's face did not change in the slightest. His ash-gray pupils held only coldness, devoid of any emotion. The next moment, the Death Codex in his palm erupted with terrifying power once more. Death Authority Dominion. Bang! As the Death Codex closed, All the summoned creatures within the world projection behind Sumyubai turned into streams of light and instantly merged into his body. Boom! With his aura surging, Sumyubai looked toward the black hole Otis had become, his cold death aura instantly locking onto the letter Death Authority Harvest. The full body projection of the materialized death rule condensed once again. However, this time it did not appear behind Sumyubai. Instead, it enveloped his entire body within it. Sumyubai stood at the center of the death rule phantom's brow, his eyes filled with ash-gray divine light. A dense aura of death had already filled the entire reincarnation divine domain. The death light within the phantom's pupils resembled to immensely huge stars. Scrutinizing the humanoid black hole that Otis had become, death had arrived. HMPH, in the face of absolute power, everything is futile. Although Otis felt immense trepidation in his heart, he did not yield an inch in his words. The arrow was already on the string and had to be fired. The death rule phantom had already locked onto him. He had no choice but to meet it head-on. After using the power authority endless technique, the black hole he had become was constantly absorbing all energy from the outside world to strengthen his own power. Endless meant that there was no limit to the growth. As long as Otis's divine body could withstand it, his power could increase infinitely, and at an extremely rapid pace. By now, Otis's power had reached the limit of what his divine body could endure. Even his soul felt as if it were on the verge of being torn apart. He refused to believe that he would lose to his opponent with this strike. Break for me. Accompanied by a sharp cry, the black hole that Otis had become crashed toward the death rule phantom at high speed. His target was none other than Sumyubai's true body at the center of the phantom's brow. The space along the path was torn asunder, and the violent spatial turbulence was annihilated by Otis's terrifying power before it could even erupt. Sumyubai made his move at this moment. He gently raised his hand, made a grasping motion, and coldly spat out a single word: die. The simple word die resounded throughout the entire reincarnation divine domain. Everyone felt as if they were about to be taken away by death itself. However, Sumyubai's death harvest was not aimed at them, so the sensation felt by the others was merely an illusion. The last time he used this move was in the Black Knight's secret realm, where Sumyubai had killed every werewolf in the realm with a single strike. This time, however, the death harvest was a single target effect. Every ounce of the attack was directed solely at Otis. Sumyubai's words were like a decree of law, and the phantom of the complete death rule followed his movements in perfect synchronization. The materialized giant skeletal hand lunged at the humanoid black hole rushing toward him. It appeared slow, but in an instant, it had already clamped Otis within its palm. The power of the authority of death tightly bound the humanoid black hole that Otis had become. The latter's eyes were wide with fury, and the black hole on his body's surface vibrated violently. The confrontation between the authority of power and the authority of death had officially begun. Die, die, die. A soul-shaking voice emanated from the mouth of the death rule phantom, echoing incessantly within Otis's divine soul. Crack. The collision of the powerful authorities instantly shattered both of their divine domains, forcing everyone back into the abyss of the underworld. Blood spilled from the corners of Sumyubai's and Otis's mouths. This was the backlash from the destruction of their divine domains. Aoshin and the others, sensing the danger, retreated rapidly into the distance, not daring to get anywhere near the area where Sumyubai was. Having lost the suppression of the reincarnation divine domain, those peak-high gods immediately sought to seize the chance to escape. But although the reincarnation divine domain was broken, Sumyubai's spatial lockdown remained. After slamming into the spatial barrier, they were forced to face the attacks of Aoshin and Yu Xiaoyu in despair once more. Having absorbed the supreme divine power, the two of them possessed such formidable strength that the others could not spare any power to break through Sumyubai's spatial lockdown. On the other side, without the influence of the reincarnation divine domain, Livia's strength had partially recovered, finally allowing her to stand her ground against the 6 subordinates of Arlen. However, she had no heart to care about her own victory or defeat at this moment. While fighting Arlen and the others, her attention remained fixed on the battle between Otis and Sumyubai. Livia knew very well that as long as she didn't die, that was enough. The true outcome of the battle depended on Otis. If he won, he could easily suppress Arlen and the others. If he lost, everything would be over. Lord Otis, you must win. Livia bit her red lips subconsciously. her eyes filled with worry. Without realizing it, her mindset had undergone a massive shift. From the initial necessity of killing Bloomer, it had changed to the current desire to simply survive. This was the subtle influence that Sumyubai's authority of death had exerted upon her. Within the giant hand of the death rule, the two authorities were still clashing madly. Everything in the vicinity turned to nothingness under this power. Even the spatial turbulence could not escape this region. This place had long since turned into a void, encompassing the phantom of the complete death rule. Boom! You cannot suppress me, Otis roared at the sky, his immense power erupting completely. And he actually began to slowly pry open the giant hand of the death rule. My power is infinite. The giant hand, formed by the power of rules and authority, was constantly annihilated by his authority of power, only to rapidly recondense again. Otis's condition was not much better. The divine body within the black hole was already covered in cracks, and a large amount of divine power was leaking out. It was clear he had reached his limit. If he continued to push further, he wouldn't even need Sumyubai to attack. He would be severely crippled by his own infinite technique. As expected of the rule of power, it really isn't reasonable. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. He could feel that he was about to lose his grip on Otis. The opponent's power had reached a terrifying level. An ordinary peak high god, even at the 9-pattern realm, would have perished in an instant when facing Otis at this moment. The rule of power was indeed unreasonable, but so what? When had he, Subudmubai, ever been reasonable? When he first broke through, his divine soul and divine body had already reached the peak state of the early high god realm. During this period, he had been constantly strengthened by the Sea of Death and the World Tree, and he was now on the verge of another breakthrough. Since the early stage isn't enough, then let's go up another level. A divine light flashed in Sumyubai's eyes, and he instantly intensified the soul impact of the Sea of Death upon himself. He intended to use this to break through the bottleneck of the early high god realm. Sumyubai's talent and potential, combined with the multiple infusions of origin power into his soul, went without saying. Breaking through was as simple as breathing for him. Everything fell into place naturally. Under the stimulation of the powerful soul impact, Sumyubai's divine soul surged forward significantly. Notification. Congratulations to player Bai for reaching the mid-stage of the high god realm in divine soul. Still not enough. Again. After the divine soul breakthrough, the divine body followed. The world tree within his inner world shimmered with divine light, and a massive amount of life force poured into Sumyubai's body. His already peak state divine body immediately became even more powerful. Notification. Congratulations to player Bai for reaching the mid-stage of the high god realm in divine body. After both his divine soul and divine body broke through, Sumyubai's godhead also underwent rapid changes. The godhead, which originally had only 9 facets, quickly condensed new ones. In the blink of an eye, a godhead with 27 facets naturally took shape. On the godhead, 8 long and 1 short roll patterns shone brilliantly, radiating a dense aura of death. Notification. Your godhead has successfully upgraded to intermediate. Notification. Congratulations to player Bai for breaking through to the mid-stage of the high god realm. 2 system notifications followed one after another. This was only a breakthrough of a minor realm, so it did not trigger a system announcement. Moreover, the improvement brought by reaching the mid-stage of the high god realm was not significant for Sumyubai, but this slight improvement became the final straw that broke the camel's back at this very moment. The giant hand of the death rule phantom, which had been slowly pried open, suddenly tightened as Sumyubai leveled up. What? Sensing Sumyubai suddenly growing stronger, Otis was struck with great alarm. How is this possible? For an existence at the World Lord level, besides grasping more authority, could there be other ways to improve? Although he was utterly baffled, the opponent's strength had indeed increased. Otis was not a ruler of rules and could not see Sumyubai's specific cultivation realm at all. How could he have known that the person who had forced him into a desperate situation was, until just moments ago, only at the early stage of the upper god realm die? The sound of death flooded Otis's divine soul, and the light of death within the pupils of the complete death phantom continued to exert its influence. At this moment, he could finally hold on no longer. His divine soul defenses were completely torn apart, leaving his entire soul exposed to the light of death. A muffled groan escaped from within the humanoid black hole. Had he not been in extreme agony, this powerhouse, comparable to a top-tier world lord, clearly would not have been reduced to this state. The breach in his divine soul was like a fuse, which in turn affected Otis's divine body. Dense cracks covered his entire divine body, and his power authority began to destabilize. Seizing the opportunity, Sumyubai mobilized his death authority with all his might. The power of reaping instantly tore through the defenses outside Otis's body, and the divine power of death surged madly into him through the cracks on his skin. No. Feeling the approach of death, the crumbling Otis let out a roar of unwillingness. He understood that he had already lost, but he was unwilling to surrender without a fight. Driven to desperation, a flash of ruthlessness appeared deep in Otis's eyes. He actually mobilized his power authority once more, continuing to push his already maximized strength even further. Break, accompanied by a roar. The power of the humanoid black hole surged again, transforming into a black fist that slammed violently into the palm of the Death Rule Phantom. Boom! In an instant, the giant palm shattered, and a massive amount of death power and rule power were pulverized and annihilated. The power authority completely gained the upper hand, madly tearing apart the entire phantom manifestation of the death rule. Crack, crack, crack. Starting from the palm, the destruction quickly spread to the entire body, and the death rule phantom rapidly disintegrated. You want to kill this deity? Dream on. The next moment, the black fist transformed into a streak of light, blasting toward Sumyubai, who was at the center of the phantom's brow. He can still improve. Sumyubai frowned, clearly not expecting Otis to have such a trick up his sleeve. However, he did not panic. Unlike the cornered Otis, his own methods were far from exhausted. Sumyubai's divine sense stirred, and he was about to summon the wheel of time and space to execute a time reversal. But the next moment, he stopped his movements, because Otis's aura had instantly shifted from strong to weak. PFFT, a mouthful of thick divine blood sprayed out violently, and the humanoid black hole stopped just short of Sumyubai. At the same time, the death rule phantom completely shattered, revealing Sumyubai's true form, and at this moment, Otis could no longer even maintain his black hole form. As the power authority fell completely silent, Otis's true form reappeared. However, he now looked absolutely miserable. The light in his pupils was dim. This was the result of his divine soul suffering heavy damage. His divine body had become shattered and broken, had it not been for the influence of his divine power. Sumyubai suspected he would have crumbled into a pile of debris. The technique Power Authority Endless could indeed increase strength infinitely, but Otis's capacity to withstand it was limited. His final outburst, while it had shattered Sumyubai's death authority reaping, had also caused a terrifying backlash upon himself. At this moment, Otis was clearly at the end of his rope. He looked at Sumyubai with murky, unwilling eyes, and a hoarse voice sounded, "Who exactly are you?" Now that the outcome was decided, Otis naturally understood his fate. At the moment of death, what he wanted to know most was Sumyubai's true identity. As a veteran powerhouse of the Death Realm, an existence infinitely close to a top-tier world lord, he did not want to die without knowing who his opponent was. However, Sumyubai had no obligation to enlighten him. He merely looked at Otis coldly and stated his codename once more. Calamity of the Myriad Races. As the words fell, the domain of reincarnation expanded once again, shrouding everyone in the vicinity. Although Sumyubai was not a top-tier world lord, possessing the heart of reincarnation allowed him to reopen his divine domain even after it had been shattered. Hey, Calamity of the Myriad Races. This name should soon resound throughout all the worlds. Triple-length chapter. Chapter 795. Still want to self-destruct? Friendly reminder. I have updated the chapter from yesterday to 6,000 words. You can take a look at it first. The update today is separate, and we are back to 3 chapters a day. Main text below. Failing to get the answer he wanted, a flash of disappointment crossed Otis's eyes. His gaze remained fixed on Sumyubai, and a desperate, miserable smile appeared on his shattered face. Ha ha ha. Although this deity has lost today, your future end is destined to be even more miserable. Calamity of the Myriad Races. You won't live for long. This deity will be waiting for you. In Otis's view, no one could bear a code name like Calamity of the Myriad Races. Sumyubai's only possible end was death. Even if he were a member of the god race, it wouldn't matter. The myriad worlds and myriad races would not allow such an arrogant existence to exist. Sure, then you go ahead and take the first step. And wait for me slowly. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow, and concerned. You can't kill me. Otis's eyes were filled with madness. And his weak aura suddenly surged. The remaining divine power erupted violently, and his already shattered divine body began to swell rapidly. Self-destruct. Sumyubai rolled his eyes. So, this is what you meant when you said I couldn't kill you. If Otis were to successfully self-destruct, it indeed wouldn't count as Sumyubai killing him. Furthermore, the self-detonation of an existence infinitely close to a top-tier world master would, even if it couldn't take Sumyubai with it, certainly take Aoshin and the others down. At the moment of death, Otis didn't want to let Sumyubai have an easy time. It was just a pity that he had encountered Sumyubai, a cheater. Still wanting to self-detonate, wishful thinking, the roaring sea of death appeared once again following the expansion of the divine domain of Samsara, instantly submerging Otis. At the same time, the world tree extended a multitude of vines, shooting forth to wrap him up directly like a human-shaped rice dumpling. The power of these two rule-level creations had increased significantly following Sumyubai's breakthrough. They were simply not something that the exhausted Otis could break free from. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't snap even a single vine. A powerful soul shock instantly caused his expression to twist, his pupils dilating and contracting, clearly enduring immense agony. However, compared to another form of torture, the soul shock was nothing. Squelch, squelch, squelch. The vines of the world tree were pervasive, instantly piercing into the cracks on Otis's body. Erga. A massive amount of life force was rapidly drained, and even a powerhouse like Otis couldn't help but let out a painful roar. How could this be? Beyond the roar, Otis was no longer even able to utter a complete sentence. At this moment, he was utterly desperate, because the vines of the world tree, besides continuously draining his life force, were actually forcibly suppressing his self-detonation. The words Otis had just spoken became a complete joke at this moment. In front of Sumyubai, he couldn't even manage to self-detonate. His aura, already weakened from being heavily injured, grew even fainter. At this time, Otis was not even as strong as the Light-Yon Emperor had been back then. Even so, it would still take some time to kill him completely. The life force of a World Master level existence was terrifyingly vast. Unless one possessed overwhelming strength, it was not easy to kill such an existence. Sumyubai flipped his wrist, and the wheel of time and space suddenly appeared in his palm. With a shift of his divine intent, the rule of time was instantly mobilized. A pitch-black light suddenly shone forth, deep and mysterious, as if it could swallow all light. A supreme rule power, profound and unfathomable, governing the rise and fall of all things and the flow of time, suddenly descended upon this space, enveloping Otis within it. Rule of time, time acceleration 1,000 times. Trio of eternal tribulation. For every second that passed in the outside world, 1,000 seconds would elapse for Otis. His aura was weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. His entire divine body was also becoming withered and dilapidated due to the draining of his life force. This scene caused Livia and those peak upper gods to completely panic. Lord Otis has actually been defeated. Who exactly is this calamity of all races? How can his strength be so terrifying? It's over. It's completely over. It's all Livia's fault. How did she investigate? She didn't even find out that Bloomer had such a friend. Damn it. If I had known, I wouldn't have been greedy for the benefits Livia offered. Do you think, if we surrender now, will the other side let us go? In their panic, the group of peak upper gods found the battle situation becoming increasingly unfavorable. Aoshin and Juxiaoyu had no intention of letting them go, and their attacks became even more fierce. The strongest battlefield had already been decided, and they wanted to end things as quickly as possible. Distracted, several peak upper gods were immediately heavily injured by the two. Otis's defeat was like a domino effect, causing a massive impact on the other battlefields as well. Even Livia, at this moment, had eyes filled with despair. She couldn't fathom it. Just a moment ago, Otis had broken through the opponent's authority. So why had the situation suddenly undergone such a polar reversal? After planning for so many years, and with success just within reach. She never expected that everything would be ruined by someone who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Now, let alone killing Bloomer and taking the seat as a director of the Dead Zone Bank. Whether she could even survive was a huge question mark. Livia's eyes shimmered, and she began to think of countermeasures. Otis's fall was a foregone conclusion. She now had to find a way to save her own life. Thinking of this, purple light flickered in Livia's eyes. She used the rule of souls to influence Arlen and the others, and while dodging their attacks, she glanced at her own ample chest. Following that, she gritted her teeth. As long as she could survive, she wouldn't hesitate to offer herself, World Master, Succubus Clan Matriarch, and a married woman. With these three identities combined, she didn't believe the opponent could resist her temptation. At worst, she would even throw in her daughter. That should be enough, right? Sumubai was naturally unaware of Livia's thoughts. However, he didn't need to be. He had never been merciful toward his enemies, especially not a venomous woman like Livia. After using the trio of eternal tribulation to trap Otis, he did not intervene in the battlefield between Aoshin and the others, but instead cast his gaze toward the area where Livia was. Previously, while fighting a powerhouse like Otis, he hadn't been able to spare any extra strength. But now he had finally freed himself. Dense death energy materialized, condensing into a throne of death behind Sumubai. He sat high upon the throne, his cold gaze landing on Livia. The latter felt a chill run down her spine, and her expression changed drastically. Boom. The soul shock she had been enduring suddenly intensified several times over. This was Sumubai mobilizing the power of the Sea of Death to pay special attention to Livia. After breaking through to the mid-stage of the Upper God Realm, the Sea of Death he released was already much stronger than before. Now that it was deliberately targeting Livia, the intensity naturally increased significantly. The suddenly intensified soul shock caught Livia off guard. Fortunately, she was already proficient in soul rules, so she was still able to endure it. However, after the Sea of Death was enhanced, another one of its abilities was also strengthened. Your workhorse author is rushing to write the manuscript. Two more chapters will be presented shortly. Chapter 796, Anything is Possible. In addition to the endless soul impacts, the Sea of Death also possessed the effect of absorbing the enemy's soul attacks. Sumubai's breakthrough had likewise elevated this effect. Caught off guard, Livia suffered a major loss. The soul control she originally thought could briefly influence Arlen and the others plummeted in effectiveness under the weakening effect of the Sea of Death. Boom! Taken by surprise, the attacks from the six landed solidly on Livia. PFFT. She immediately spat out a mouthful of divine blood, her face turning pale. Aside from lacking low-level treasures, Arlen and the others were at the true peak of the 9-pattern realm. Having taken the full force of their attacks, Livia naturally did not have it easy. Although she wasn't critically wounded, it made her already flustered heart even more chaotic. Get lost. With her soul rules erupting at full power to disrupt the minds of Arlen and the others, Livia expended more energy than before, only then barely managing to escape the encirclement. Immediately afterward, she couldn't wait to send a telepathic message to Sumubai on the throne. Lord Calamity of 10,000 races. As long as you can spare me, I will do anything you want. She knew very well that the only way to survive now was to beg the other party. Otherwise, if he used the same methods he used on Otis, she would be on a path to certain death. It wasn't that Sumubai didn't want to, but he couldn't do it just yet. The previous harvest had almost exhausted his power of authority. If he wanted to use it again, he would have to wait for the power of authority to recover. However, with the death scripture, his recovery speed for the power of authority was much faster than other world lords. Hearing Livia's telepathic message, Sumubai raised an eyebrow. Anything, at the same time. His gaze swept up and down over Livia, appearing as if he were somewhat tempted by the proposal. Seeing this, the corners of Livia's mouth immediately curled into a smile. She cast a seductive look at Sumubai and, while dodging and blocking attacks, deliberately struck a provocative pose. HMPH, as expected. No one can resist my temptation, except for that blind man, Bloomer. Anything, if you want. Lord, I even have a daughter. Her seductive voice rang out once more. while sending the telepathic message. She also projected Edith's appearance into Sumyubai's soul. It had to be said. Although Livia was a bit foolish and a bit black-bellied, both she and her daughter Edith were exquisite in figure and appearance. The succubus race truly lived up to its reputation. But how could Sumyubai possibly be interested in her? The only reason he was teasing her was to help Arlen and the others find her flaws. Sumyubai grinned, and his voice rang directly in Livia's mind. In that case, then go ahead and kill yourself. Kill herself. Livia was visibly stunned. I was already prepared to take off my clothes. And you tell me to kill myself. It's one thing for Bloomer to be blind. But are you blind too, you bastard? I'm such a great beauty of the succubus race. And I even brought my daughter into the mix. Yet you tell me to kill myself. Livia immediately felt insulted, and her entire being burned with rage. But that momentary lapse in focus allowed Arlen and the others to find an opening. In an instant, the aura of the six surged to its peak, and their terrifying divine power burned, causing the surrounding seawater to boil and evaporate. The next moment, their attacks landed on Livia. Boom! Divine power and the power of laws erupted violently, shaking Livia's soul and causing her already pale face to turn even ghastlier. She looked at Arlen and the others in disbelief. Are you crazy? You're actually burning your souls. Burning one's soul was the final resort of a true god. Once this was activated, it could not be stopped. Even if they defeated the enemy in the end, they would suffer the fate of having their souls completely annihilated, unless they were prepared to die. It was impossible to burn their souls. Livia could never have imagined that Arlen and the others would choose to burn their souls just to deal with her. Facing Arlen and the others at this moment, Livia was completely suppressed, and her injuries continued to worsen. This was the most powerful killing move of a world lord summoned by a divinity, since they would disappear anyway once their energy was exhausted. Burning their souls to unleash greater power resulted in no real loss, although this would shorten their existence. It was a good trade-off if it meant finishing off the opponent faster. If it weren't for the fact that world lords summoned by a divinity couldn't self-destruct, Sumyubai would have wanted to use them as human bombs. After Arlen and the others burned their souls, their remaining energy was consumed rapidly. But Livia's injuries also became increasingly severe. That's about enough. After sensing the condition of Arlen and the others, Sumyubai nodded slightly. It was more than enough to deal with Livia. Withdrawing his gaze, Sumyubai glanced at the rapidly twitching human-shaped rice dumpling. Under the influence of the 1,000-fold time acceleration, Otis's aura was now weak to the extreme. The backlash he suffered from exceeding his limits to use power authority endless was far worse than the injuries the heaven-splitting emperor had sustained back then. Furthermore, the world tree had been upgraded due to Sumyubai's breakthrough, with one side growing stronger and the other weaker. Although Otis was much stronger than the heaven-splitting emperor, the amount of time he could hold out was far less. Sumyubai sat on his throne, occasionally using various methods remotely to assist the two battlefields, allowing them to end the fights as quickly as possible. With his help, Aoshin and Zhu Xiaoyu were like fish in water, forcing those peak-high gods into a steady retreat. Soon, some fell at their hands. On the other side, Livia's situation was also becoming increasingly dangerous. Facing Arlen and the other five, who were burning their divine power, she had no way to respond other than to curse. No matter what methods she exhausted, she could not escape their encirclement. At this moment, where was the extreme allure that Livia had previously displayed? Even the clothing formed by her divine power had been beaten into tatters, and the overflowing divine blood covered her entire body, obscuring the charms that should have been exposed. Arlen and the others paid no attention to this at all. They simply intensified their firepower, dutifully carrying out Sumyubai's orders. When the last trace of Otis's life force was drained away by the world tree, Livia and the others despairingly welcomed their deaths. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Having finished its meal, the vines of the world tree quickly retracted, leaving behind only a shriveled corpse on the spot. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in Sumyubai's ears. Notification: Death Authority effective. Soul Fragments come 100. Notification: You have obtained top-tier divinity ×1. Notification: You have obtained ultra-large space ring ×1. Notification: Death Authority effective. Soul Fragments come 100. Notification. You have obtained top-tier divinity ×1. Notification. You have obtained ultra-large space ring ×1. Notification. Death authority effective. Soul fragments cum 140. After killing Livia, the energy of Arlen and the others was completely exhausted, and they vanished directly from the spot. The top-tier divinity that summoned them also ceased to exist entirely. However, the people they and Aoshin had killed also provided soul fragments for the Death Codex. Sumyubai waved his hand to collect all the corpses and divinities, his gaze falling on the last two items left behind after the fall of Otis and Livia, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. To more hot potatoes, Chapter 2 delivered. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 797. No need to investigate. Bonus chapter. Death Realm, Psychedelic Realm, Paradise Lost. This great world was entirely controlled by the succubus race, and Paradise Lost was the core of the Psychedelic Realm, as well as the base camp of the succubus race. After experiencing the fall of the old patriarch and the departure of Bloomer, the days of the succubus race had not been easy. Livia became the new patriarch, but she did not focus on leading the succubus race to become stronger. Instead, she had been plotting to eliminate Bloomer. Of course, in her view, this was the very method to lead the succubus race toward prosperity, because as long as Bloomer was eliminated, they could take back the board member position that originally belonged to the succubus race. In this way, with the resources of the Death Domain Bank, the succubus race would surely flourish. Regarding Livia's ideas, the high-level members of the succubus race could only choose to support her, especially after learning that Livia had already forced Bloomer into the Nether Abyss and was about to succeed. They were already preparing to pop champagne in Paradise Lost. However, since there was no way to communicate with the outside world from within the Nether Abyss, they were still waiting for the good news at this time. Yet, the good news did not arrive. Instead, a bolt from the blue struck. Psychedelic Realm announcement. Psychedelic Realm Lord Livia has been confirmed fallen. The position of Psychedelic Realm Lord is changed to vacant status. Psychedelic Realm announcement. Since the former Realm Lord Livia came from the demon race, those from the demon race who meet the requirements may have priority to become the new Realm Lord. If no one from the demon race meets the requirements within 10 days, the priority qualification will be lost. 15. Click to view details. Although Livia was the patriarch of the succubus race, the entire succubus race was merely a branch of the demon race. Although a Realm Lord is strong, the fall of an ordinary Realm Lord was not enough to affect the demon race's ranking on the myriad races list. Therefore, her fall was not enough to trigger a demon race announcement. It only triggered the Psychedelic Realm announcement. The moment these two announcements rang out, the entire Psychedelic Realm boiled over. The patriarch is dead. How is this possible? What exactly happened? How could the Realm Lord suddenly fall? Someone actually dared to make a move against the demon race. This is simply courting death. Compared to the knees of the soul-splitting race, the succubus race was incomparably furious after Livia's fall. Although they were only a branch, they were still members of the demon race. If it were just an ordinary member, that would be one thing. But daring to touch a Realm Lord of the demon race was equivalent to a direct slap in the face. The demon race would never sit idly by regarding such a matter. In the central area of Paradise Lost, there was a magnificent castle. This was where the elders of the succubus race usually held their meetings. The moment the announcement rang out, a group of elders appeared in the conference room. Of course, the vast majority of them were only remote projections. At this moment, the main seat at the conference table was vacant. That was the seat that originally belonged to Livia. Not only that, but nearly half of the seats at the entire conference table were empty. These people were naturally the peak upper gods of the succubus race that Livia had taken with her. They had also fallen together in the Nether Abyss, so naturally, they could no longer appear. Great Elder, what exactly happened? Everyone's eyes fell on the Great Elder. Now that Livia had fallen, she was the one with the most authority within the succubus race. The Great Elder frowned and shook her head. It isn't clear. After the patriarch entered the Nether Abyss, there was no more news. Could it be that she fell into a death vortex? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed. If it really was a death vortex, then they wouldn't even be able to find a target for revenge. It was impossible to destroy the nether abyss, right? The succubus race didn't have that capability. After all, that was created by the Death Sovereign, let alone the succubus race. Even if the elite forces of the demon race were all deployed, it wouldn't work. A moment later, the Great Elder coughed twice, pulling everyone's thoughts back. The demon race will definitely investigate this matter. If it was a death vortex, then so be it. But if it was someone else. Speaking of this, a cold glint flashed in the Great Elder's eyes, and she did not continue. However, everyone already understood what she wanted to express. It is not so easy to slap the face of the demon race. Even if the other party is a powerhouse of the god race, they must pay the price for it. The Death Realm, the Hell Realm, the City of Slaughter. This place is jointly managed by the three great royal clans, and even the Lord of the Hell Realm hails from one of these three. At the very center of the City of Slaughter, a towering, pagoda-shaped structure floats in the starry sky. Even the stars surrounding it appear somewhat minuscule in comparison. This high tower is the palace of the Lord of the Hell Realm, and it also serves as the meeting place for the three great royal clans. Only when truly major events occur do the high-level members of the three royal clans activate the projections here to hold deliberations. The news of Livia's fall has already been reported by the Great Elder. The high-level members of the three royal clans have now gathered here to convene a meeting regarding this matter. The fall of an ordinary realm lord, while not a trivial affair, is not enough to cause a rule sovereign-level existence of the demon race to manifest. Therefore, the one sitting in the chief seat presiding over the meeting is the Lord of the Hell Realm Claist. According to the succubus race, this matter is related to the nether abyss. Claist frowned, however. As for the specific circumstances, I will immediately send people to investigate. Having said this, he paused, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. If it is an outsider, then... But before he could finish his sentence, a figure suddenly pushed open the doors to the conference room. Lord Claist, there is no need to investigate. This matter is an internal affair of the succubus race. Today's extra update is served. Good news. This book will soon be adapted into a manga. I will notify you all as soon as it goes live. Chapter 798. High-level meeting of the demon race. The person capable of reaching this high tower and intruding upon the highest level meeting of the demon race will naturally possesses an extraordinary identity. Among the connections Sumubai has within the demon race, there is only one person who holds such status. Padi, as the current prodigy of the demon race, his strength might not be considered the strongest within this top-tier race, but his status is far beyond what ordinary high-level members can compare to. Therefore, the words Padi spoke as he pushed the door open instantly drew everyone's attention, including the Lord of the Hell Realm, Claist. All the high-level members of the demon race turned their heads to look at Padi, waiting for him to continue. A portion of the high-level members from the Aldrich family could not help but frown. Although the three royal clans are united externally, there is still competition within the demon race itself. The succubus race has always been a force under the banner of the Locke family. Now that Padi has suddenly appeared to intervene in the affairs of the succubus race, it is clearly beyond the expectations of the Aldrich family. It is not just them. The high-level members from the Locke family also cast their gazes toward Padi, who had just pushed the door open, wanting to see what this new prodigy intended to do. As for the last of the three royal clans, it is the Della family. At this moment, the high-level members of this family are also watching Padi with great interest, harboring the intention of watching the drama unfold. Whether it was the previous position of prodigy or the current matter of the succubus race's realm lord falling, neither has caused any damage to the foundation of the Adela family. Therefore, although the high-level members of the Adela family currently have serious expressions, there is a faint hint of gossip-mongering in their eyes. The Lord of the Hell Realm, Claist, also hails from the Adela family. His gaze landed on Padi, who had suddenly intruded into the venue, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. Padi, what do you know? Padi walked to Claist's side with neither servility nor overbearingness, sat down in the seat belonging to the demon race's prodigy, swept his gaze across the people present, and spoke slowly. I presume none of you are strangers to Bloomer, right, Bloomer? That arrogant genius from the succubus race back then. I remember him. His name differs from the Water Sovereign by only one character. Didn't he announce his departure from the succubus race? Does this matter have something to do with him? Given the love-hate relationship between him and Livia, it is indeed possible. That fool Livia. I told her to let go back then. I didn't expect her to still be blinded by jealousy. No wonder we haven't been able to contact Bloomer recently. Was he forced into the nether abyss? Hearing the name Bloomer, the group of high-level members immediately began to discuss at the same time. The atmosphere in the conference room became significantly more relaxed. Bloomer is a powerhouse at the level of a top-tier realm lord, even if he is not a member of the Demon Royal clan. He is still a renowned figure. His announcement of leaving the succubus race back then did not mean he had severed ties with the demon race. So the high-level members of the demon race present were all aware of his existence. What's more, Bloomer is also a director of the Death Domain Bank. His name is known to everyone throughout the entire demon race. If Livia's fall were caused by an outsider, the demon race would certainly not let it rest easily. But if this person is an internal member of the demon race, and a top-tier realm lord like Bloomer at that, then it must be treated differently. Because in that case, it would be a family matter. The high-level members of the Della family were clearly very interested in this. After all, no matter the situation, it would not affect them. To them, Livia falling and Bloomer rising would inevitably affect the power balance between the Locke family and the Aldrich family. A flash of joy appeared in the eyes of the high-level members of the Aldrich family. In their view, since this matter was brought up by Potty, it meant that Bloomer had leaned toward the Aldrich family. As for the high-level members of the Locke family, their expressions were rather unsightly at the moment. Just a short while ago, the position of prodigy belonging to Swidelocke had just been snatched away by Potty. Now, learning the latest news regarding the succubus race from his mouth is certainly not a good thing. That fool Livia. What exactly did she do? Livia naturally did not inform the high-level members of the demon race about the plot to surround and kill Bloomer. This incident had only just occurred, so the interior of the demon race was not yet aware of the specific circumstances. Facing the displeased gazes of the Locke family's high-level members, Potty ignored them entirely and continued. You all should be aware of the entanglements between Livia and Bloomer, but in reality, she has long coveted Bloomer's position as a director of the Dead Domain Bank. Hearing this, a high-ranking member of the Locke family frowned. Fool, without the strength of a top-tier world lord, how could she dare to harbor designs on a director's seat on her own? She naturally lacked the ability. Patty smiled and shook his head. However, Livia managed to enlist Otis. The mention of the name Otis immediately caused all the high-ranking members of the demon race to realize the truth. This powerhouse, who was infinitely close to the level of a top-tier world lord, did not originally belong to the demon race, but he had fused with the top-tier bloodline of the demons. Not only that, but in his ideology, he had also completely leaned toward the demon race. He had even treated his former kin as gifts to be offered to the demons. Therefore, the current Otis could be considered a member of the demon race. Otherwise, how would he dare to set his sights on a director's seat at the Dead Domain Bank? The fallen are never as valuable as the living. As long as Otis could successfully eliminate Bloomer, he would be able to prove his worth. After all, for the demon race, the director's seat would merely be circulating within their own ranks. But clearly, Livia and Otis failed. Otherwise, the former would not have fallen. Just as Patty was speaking, the news of Otis's fall was also reported here. Within a single day, the demon race had lost two world lord level powerhouses in succession, one of whom was in existence infinitely close to a top-tier world lord. This loss was by no means insignificant, but judging by Patty's implication, it was clear that both had been counter-killed by Bloomer. This meant that the matter was merely an internal dispute within the demon race, and the latter was already in existence at the top-tier world lord level. One of the directors of the Dead Domain Bank, even if powerhouses from other races had intervened in this matter, it would only have been to save Bloomer's life. Even if the Locke family wanted to stir up trouble, they could not find a suitable excuse. After a round of discussion, a high-ranking member of the Locke family looked at Patty and asked suspiciously, "How do you know all of this?" To this, Patty merely grinned. "Does it matter?" This answer clearly failed to satisfy the Locke family. Just as they were preparing to continue their questioning, Patty suddenly changed the subject. everyone. The most important thing now should be to elect the new world lords for the illusory realm and the flame prison realm as soon as possible. Right. As soon as these words were spoken, the world lord of the hell realm, Crest, nodded immediately. Patty is right. Everyone, please share your thoughts. As the current prodigy of the demon race, Patty's status was even higher than that of many high-ranking members. At this conference table, the only one who could firmly suppress him was Crest, the world lord of the hell realm. The latter had also been a prodigy in his time, and now he was the #1 person in the demon race below the rule sovereign realm. With both of them speaking at the same time, the high-ranking members of the Locke family found it difficult to say anything more. Chapter 799, Rising Fame. The successive falls of Livia and Otis were not just related to two great worlds. The entire death domain experienced celestial phenomena due to their deaths. Such phenomena had only recently appeared when the heaven-splitting emperor fell, but the momentum this time was clearly even more massive. In every corner of the death domain, every great world, secret realm, small world, and planet, the laws of heaven and earth trembled violently at the same time, presenting a series of shocking phenomena. The starry sky seemed to be torn apart by a pair of invisible giant hands. The once clear firmament was covered by clouds interwoven with dark red and ghostly black. The blood-thick clouds churning incessantly, vaguely. Countless ferocious wandering souls surged out from the cracks, opening their blood-stained maws and letting out roars, as if they wanted to tear souls apart. This was the lament the death domain offered for world lord level powerhouses. The entire death domain fell silent at this moment. Players of all races looked at the phenomena in the sky in shock, unable to recover for a long time. The fall of a world lord is something that might not be seen for countless years. Yet now, it had happened consecutively. This very likely meant that an era of great contention was about to arrive. Compared to ordinary players, those at the rule lord realm perceived a bit more information from the phenomena. The most important point was that the places where the world lord of the illusory realm and the world lord of the flame prison realm fell were both on the death continent. Therefore, at the same time the phenomena appeared, the entire death continent boiled over. Two more world lord level powerhouses have fallen. What on earth is happening? They are both world lords of the demon race. I guess someone is about to have bad luck. The world lord of the illusory realm is one thing, but even the world lord of the flame prison realm has fallen. That was a powerhouse infinitely close to the top-tier world lord level. Even such a powerhouse can fall. The death domain is truly becoming more and more dangerous. Hey, I'm not surprised at all. The appearance of White Knight has attracted who knows how many powerhouses. I dare say there are more powerhouses on the death continent now than anywhere else in the myriad worlds. That's true. Do you remember the news that came out of the bounty hunter's home not long ago? Right. The name Otis seems to be among those missions. The myriad race calamity moves really fast. How long has it been? And they've already completed a hunting mission. Hiss. Even Otis was hunted by him. The other mission targets must be trembling with fear by now, right? It is said that myriad race calamity is a hidden powerhouse of the god race. Is the god race preparing to go to war with the demon race? The fall of Otis left countless rule lords on the death continent in a state of panic, especially the information that had circulated not long ago, which made some races and peak upper gods feel uneasy. When Sumubai posted and accepted the missions, he had no intention of hiding anything. Therefore, his mission targets had already received the news. It was just that before this, the name Myriad Race Calamity was completely unknown in the myriad worlds, even though intelligence reports indicated he possessed World Master level combat power. These races and powerhouses had not taken him to heart, but now, things were different. What kind of figure was the World Master of the Blazing Prison world? That was a peerless powerhouse infinitely close to the level of a top-tier World Master. Furthermore, what he excelled in was the power rule, the most offensively formidable among the 9 supreme rules. Looking across the entire death domain, the number of existences capable of steadily suppressing Otis could definitely be counted on one hand. Yet, such a powerhouse had now actually fallen. Although it was not yet confirmed whether Otis had truly fallen at the hands of the calamity of 10,000 races, such a coincidence inevitably led people to make connections. He didn't fall sooner or later. but happened to fall suddenly right after the calamity of 10,000 races accepted those missions. How could there be such a coincidence? The vast majority of powerhouses on the Death Continent were convinced that this matter was related to the calamity of 10,000 races. The targets of the remaining missions were now also gripped by panic. The targets of the bounty hunting missions were still better off. They were powerhouses themselves and could temporarily unite to deal with the threat posed by the calamity of 10,000 races. But the races targeted by the bounty hunting missions were now filled with anxiety and unease. Being targeted by a powerhouse like the calamity of 10,000 races, how could they possibly sleep at night? Among these races, many powerhouses had also been attracted by Bai and were currently waiting for an opportunity on the Death Continent. When the phenomenon of Otis's fall occurred, many powerhouses decisively chose to return to the great worlds controlled by their own races. Compared to the temptation of Bai, their own lives and the survival of their races were more important. What's more, they had stayed on the Death Continent with the intention of picking up scraps, now that their lives were threatened. What was the point of staying? In an instant, the number of powerhouses hiding on the Death Continent dwindled significantly. All of this was within Sumyubai's expectations. What he wanted was to muddy the waters of the Death Domain. Whether these powerhouses left the Death Continent or not did not have much impact. But the appearance of the calamity of 10,000 races could attract the attention of the vast majority of powerhouses. In this way, the number of powerhouses constantly keeping an eye on Bai would naturally decrease by a lot. Death Domain, Undead Realm. Outskirts of the Starry Sky Graveyard. Inside the dark space, the fierce battle between Sekolmu and the Golden Winged Sovereign was still ongoing. Come to think of it, although both were called madmen, compared to Sumyubai, they were clearly still lacking. Even Sekolmu's reckless fighting style actually left room for maneuver. After all, there were still a large number of powerhouses here. Neither Sekolmu nor the Golden Winged Sovereign could afford to completely exhaust their power of authority. Therefore, their battle was not like the one between Sumyubai and Otis, where the outcome was decided in a single move. In the myriad worlds, there was almost no world master who dared to exhaust their power of authority in one go like Sumyubai, because other world masters did not possess a rule treasure like the Death Cannon, and their recovery speed for the power of authority was not fast. Otis had been completely forced into that position by Sumyubai at the time. Facing such an attack, he had no other choice but to give it his all, because Sumyubai's power of death authority had locked onto him firmly, leaving no possibility of evasion. In the starry sky, Shaon and Yachu stood side by side, confronting a large number of powerhouses. Chixio and Roxy were also still here, and had not left. For peak upper gods, a few days of time were nothing more than a blink of an eye. Moreover, the people present were not ordinary peak upper gods. It wasn't until the phenomenon brought about by the fall of Livia and Otis appeared that many of the powerhouses confronting Sean and the others changed their expressions. What? Even Otis has fallen? Where did this calamity of 10,000 races pop out from? How could he be so strong, with such a major event occurring? Everyone present would naturally pay attention to the relevant information. News of the calamity of 10,000 races had now reached this place as well. The gazes of the crowd could not help but fall upon Chixio and Roxy, clearly very interested in this god race powerhouse who had suddenly appeared. There were also some who silently chose to leave, because their races were among the mission targets of the calamity of 10,000 races. Regarding this, Sean did not stop them. As long as they didn't cause trouble in the undead realm, they could go wherever they wanted. Calamity of 10,000 races. Chixio and Roxy exchanged a glance, a look of confusion flashing through their eyes simultaneously. Who was this? Since when did the god race have such a top-tier world master? If the calamity of 10,000 races were truly a member of the god race, it would be impossible for them not to know. In other words, this guy was very likely a fake. Thinking of this, a cold glint could not help but flash in the eyes of the two high-ranking god race members. Chapter 800, A Crazy Idea. Bonus chapter, Death Continent, Nether Abyss. Inside the Samsara domain, Sumyubai looked at the two tokens in his palm and narrowed his eyes slightly. To more hot potatoes. Notification. You have obtained the Illusion World Master token. Notification. You have obtained the Blazing Prison World Master token. World Master Token Illusion World not activated, cannot be traded, cannot be damaged, cannot be discarded. This is a symbol of the World Master status in the Myriad Worlds game. But possessing it does not mean you will definitely be able to become the World Master of the Illusion World. Only after successfully activating this World Master token can you become the new World Master of the Illusion World. When a World Master is in the great world they control, they will gain certain permissions and be protected by the power of the great world. Click to view details. It originally belonged to Livia, but now it has fallen into your hands. Whether you choose to become the World Master of the Illusion World seems to be a question. World Master Token Blazing Prison World View Details. 1. Travel to the Illusion World and complete the World Master Trial to activate this World Master token and become the new World Master of the Illusion World. You possess the World Master token and have the same priority as the demon race. 2. If someone completes the Illusion World Master Challenge before you, they will be able to know your identity information and coordinates, and will have the authority to challenge you at any time. The winner will receive the activated World Master token and become the new World Master of the Illusory Realm. Please note, this challenge cannot be refused. These two World Master tokens are identical to the one left behind when the heaven-splitting Emperor fell. These are the spoils of war from slaying a World Master, and also a shortcut to ascending to the position of World Master. However, for Sumyubai, this thing is nothing but a hot potato, because he cannot even satisfy the basic requirements to become a World Master. Whether it is the realm of a peak-upper god or the degree of fusion of the 9-pattern ultimate rule Dao, he has not yet reached them. World Master tokens cannot be traded, damaged, or discarded. Even if Sumyubai wanted to give them away, he would have no way to do so. Both of these great worlds belong to the sphere of influence of the demon race. For a top-tier race like the demon race, a World Master challenge is simply not a problem. The 9-pattern ultimate is the threshold for becoming a World Master, but the number of great worlds is not infinite. In other words, not all peak-upper gods at the 9-pattern ultimate realm are World Masters. Within the demon race, there must be powerhouses who possess World Master level combat strength but are not yet World Masters. These people can all pass the World Master challenge. When that time comes, Sumyubai's identity and location will inevitably be exposed. Regarding the previous World Master token of the Heaven-Splitting Emperor, Sumyubai had asked Feng why Yuan. At the time, the old man Feng told him not to worry about it, which clearly meant the human race had arrangements for it. But now that 2 more World Master tokens have appeared, Sumyubai finds himself in a bit of a dilemma. Although he does not understand the specific situation, he understands that because of him, the human race's current situation is not easy. To solve the problem of the World Master tokens, the human race would need to spare a World Master level powerhouse. Given the human race's current ranking on the Myriad Races list, there are clearly not many World Master level existences. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, Sumyubai decided to handle the problem of these 2 World Master tokens himself. If Old Man Feng had arrangements for this, he would naturally notify him. The Illusory Realm is at the territory of the succubus race. Sumyubai weighed the Illusory Realm World Master token in his hand, and a figure flashed through his mind. The succubus race is a branch of the demon race. As for the demon race, he actually has an acquaintance there. Patty, the eldest of the Signal Light brothers, has now become a prodigy of the demon race. Judging from the performances of Aoshin and Ju Xiaoyu, Patty's status within the demon race must not be low. With this thought in mind, Sumyubai immediately dialed Patty's communicator. For other law masters, it is impossible to use a communicator within the underworld abyss. But Sumyubai's communicator possesses the catastrophe characteristic. Your communication will not be blocked by any barrier. Up until now, it was only when he was in the tributaries of the river of time and space or the void rifts that Sumyubai's communicator could not be used. Other than that, even the barriers of the underworld abyss could do nothing to his communicator. The call connected quickly, and Patty's voice rang out. Brother Bai, what's wrong? I killed Livia. Sumyubai got straight to the point and described the general situation. The names Livia, Otis, and Bloomer were not unfamiliar to Patty. A moment later, he nodded. I understand. For the Illusory Realm World Master token, You just need to let Bloomer make a move. With me here on the demon race's side, there won't be any problems. Speaking of this, he paused before continuing, however. The Flame Prison Realm World Master Token is a bit tricky. This great world was specifically reserved by the demon race for those creatures who have fused with demon bloodlines. I can only try my best to fight for you. The high-level meeting has already begun. Wait for my news. Patty hurriedly ended the call and headed to the meeting location. Sumyubai's gaze turned to the Flame Prison Realm World Master Token, a look of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Reserved for creatures who have fused with demon bloodlines. I'm afraid that simply fusing with the bloodline is not enough. One would also need to truly become a member of the demon race. Right. Patty has only been a demon race prodigy for a short time. It is estimated that it would be very difficult for him to solve the problem of the Flame Prison Realm World Master Token. Thinking of this, a thought could not help but flash through Sumyubai's mind. What would be the result if he were to upgrade the World Master Token by 1 tier? Once this thought emerged, it grew wildly in his heart. Sumyubai could not help but move his divine sense. Catastrophe target. Flame Prison Realm World Master Token. Today's extra update is served. Chapter 800, Scatter Flowers. Chapter 801, Ju Xiaoyu's Confidence. What would happen after a free upgrade of the World Master Token? Once this thought appeared, Sumyubai could not suppress the urge to get a free upgrade. So, he immediately moved his divine sense. Catastrophe target. Flame Prison Realm World Master Token. Hint: please select the upgrade grade, Tier 1 to Tier 2, or add a catastrophe characteristic to it. Click to view details. It really can be subjected to catastrophe. Sumyubai's eyes lit up. But he did not rush to upgrade it directly. Instead, he chose to cancel. Because Ju Xiaoyu was still here, and this god race prodigy could not yet be considered one of his own. Sumyubai did not want to expose his trump card in front of her. The previous upgrades of those godheads were all done when she was not present. She already knew enough secrets. After Sumyubai ended the call, Aoshin and Ju Xiaoyu also approached. The latter took a deep look at Sumyubai, and only then did she properly examine the Sea of Death and the World Tree within the Reincarnation realm. Of these two supreme treasures, one contained dense power of death and powerful soul impact, while the other looked exactly like the legendary World Tree. Ju Xiaoyu, this god race prodigy, discovered for the first time that she was at a disadvantage in terms of treasures. And a huge disadvantage at that. Because in addition to these two supreme treasures, Bai also possessed the Death Codex, a supreme treasure that even the undead race had failed to collect in its entirety. Alright. There was also the Wheel of Time and Space, a dual-rule supreme treasure. When exactly did the human race obtain these four-rule supreme treasures? Why hadn't the god race received even a whisper of news? Thinking of this, a strange look couldn't help but flash across Ju Xiaoyu's eyes. The most important thing was, what were the humans thinking to actually entrust such important treasures entirely to Bai to use? A rule-level supreme treasure could barely unleash much power in the hands of a Lord of Laws. What exactly was the human race intending with this move? Shouldn't it have been handed over to a rule sovereign to use in order to manifest its greatest value? Although the human race was currently only ranked in the middle of the myriad races ranking, Ju Xiaoyu understood that there must absolutely be existences at the rule sovereign realm behind them. Even though Ju Xiaoyu was a new generation of the god race born within this epoch, she knew quite a lot. Back when the human race was at its peak, there were many powerful existences who had fused with the bloodlines of other races. In the classification of the Myriad Worlds game, although they no longer belong to the human race, the vast majority of those powerhouses still held a deep sense of belonging to the human race, and were even willing to give everything for it. Among those powerhouses, there were World Lord level existences, as well as Tier 12 Rule Sovereign level existences. Wasn't that Time and Space Sovereign exactly such an existence? If it hadn't been for the issue of bloodline determination back then, the human race would have absolutely been capable of pulling the god race, who had occupied the first place on the myriad races ranking for endless epochs, off their pedestal. Moreover, if the human race didn't even have a single main god-level powerhouse today, it would be absolutely impossible for them to dare to re-enter the myriad races ranking. Regarding this, Xiaoyu was very certain. Precisely because of this, she felt puzzled. Why would the human race hand over all these real supreme treasures to Bai Yi alone to use? How could she know that these real supreme treasures were not bestowed upon Sumyu by the human race at all, but were obtained by him through freeloading and upgrading? Of course, there must have been schemes by Zhu Xingqian and other supreme gods involved, but that was not an internal matter of the human race. Taking a deep look at Bai Yi, Xiaoyu finally withdrew her gaze without asking the question in her heart. What the human race intended? What did that have to do with her? As long as she could have a battle with Bai Yi, that was enough. Although Xiaoyu did not have much confidence at this moment, she still did not give up on this idea. As the #1 genius of the myriad worlds, how could she be willing to accept defeat without a fight? No matter what, she had to have a battle of geniuses with Bai Yi. Ashen, who had transformed back into his half-human form, looked at the World Lord token in Sumyubai's hand, and his brows immediately furrowed. My lord, this thing is not easy to handle. As he spoke, he thought for a moment and continued. After we leave the abyss of death, I will ask the elders if there is any way. Xiaoyu, who was on the side, also spoke up. Although the flame prison world is the territory of the demon race, if you need it, I can also help you mediate a little. Speaking of this, a look of pride flashed across Xiaoyu's face. Although the demon race is strong, they wouldn't go so far as to reject my face over such a small matter. Xiaoyu's confidence came from the god race, her powerful backing. With Bloomer involved in this matter, it could be said to be an internal affair of the demon race. The demon race would certainly not make a big fuss over this. She believed that as long as she stepped in, it would definitely play a huge role. After her words fell, she even glared at Aoshin. The meaning was obvious. The only reason this lady is willing to do this is because of you. Aoshin naturally understood. If it weren't for the fact that the god descent state had passed and he couldn't beat Xiaoyu, he would have wanted to hug her and give her a fierce kiss. This fiancé with a sharp tongue but a soft heart really gave him face when they were out and about. However, Sumyubai shook his head and politely declined their good intentions. Not for now. If I need it, I will ask for your help again. Understood. Aoshin nodded, and Xiaoyu also nodded slightly. Rest assured, I have no other conditions. I only need you to have a battle with me as soon as possible. All right. After I resolve Bloomer's problem. While speaking, Sumyubai put away the reincarnation divine domain, and the three of them instantly returned to the abyss of death. Following that, the special death divine power on the surfaces of Aoshin and Xiaoyu's bodies suddenly trembled and began to slowly dissipate. Regarding this, the two were not too surprised, only thinking that Bai Yi had consumed too much energy in the great battle with Otis and could no longer maintain the two strands of divine power on their bodies. You to go into my internal world first, and come out after we leave the abyss of death. Sumyubai's gaze looked toward the two as he spoke slowly. Understood. Xiaoyu knew that this sentence was only directed at her. After all, Aoshin was Bai Yi's follower and would not refuse such a request. They were already close to the core area of the abyss of death. If she didn't have Bai Yi's special death divine power, she would also need to consume a large portion of her strength to resist the erosion of the death aura. Therefore, Xiaoyu nodded and did not resist Sumyubai's world power. The next moment, the figures of the two disappeared into the abyss of death. Subsequently, the death cannon mark on the back of Sumyubai's left hand emitted a faint light, crazily absorbing the abnormal death aura in the surroundings to quickly replenish the divine power Sumyubai had consumed. In reality, the fierce battle with Otis just now had indeed almost completely exhausted the divine power within his body. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to decide the outcome in a single move. However, within the abyss of death, Sumyubai's divine power could be restored very quickly. The death divine power on Aoshin and the others' bodies was something he had intentionally let dissipate. Now that Xiaoyu was not present, he could finally use catastrophe without restraint to upgrade the Flame Prison World Lord token. Chapter 802 Authority of Luck. Upgrade failed. Impossible. At this moment, the abyss of death was deathly silent. Livia and the others had all perished, and Bloomer had been successfully rescued and was currently recovering from his injuries in Sumyubai's internal small world. Although Sumyubai had used the death cannon to absorb the abnormal death aura that was eroding him, he still needed some time to wake up from his slumber. Moreover, Bloomer had been severely wounded to begin with, and wanting to fully recover was not an easy task. Fortunately, Sumyubai's internal world possessed the world tree, and the rich life force would significantly shorten the time he needed to recover. The death vortex from before had long since vanished. Sumyubai fully expanded his divine sense, and after confirming that no living beings remained in the vicinity, he took out the World Master token once again. Catastrophe target. Flame Prison World Master token. Prompt. Please select the promotion tier, Tier 1, Tier 2, or choose to append a catastrophe trait to it. Click to view details. The wealthy and bold Sumyubai did not choose to append a catastrophe trait first. Instead, he opted for a free upgrade. The massive amount of spiritual soul essence gave him sufficient confidence to see just how powerful a catastrophe trait appended to a rule-level treasure could be. Although the Flame Prison World Master token had no tier, the fact that it could only be sublimated twice and could not be upgraded to a Tier 3 catastrophe meant that once this item was upgraded for free, it would also become a rule-level object. Promote to Tier 1. As Sumyubai's divine intent shifted, the expected system prompt rang in his ears. Please note, if you choose to promote to Tier 1, there is a high probability that the target will be unable to withstand the immense energy and will directly annihilate. You will receive nothing. After all, it was being promoted from a law-level object to a rule level 1. It was normal for the World Master token to have a high probability of failing to withstand the process. To put it bluntly, this thing was merely a symbol of the World Master's identity and could not be considered a true treasure. If it were something else, Sumyubai certainly would not have chosen to force an upgrade. But the World Master token was essentially a hot potato. Even if the upgrade failed, it would still be a good thing for him. In any case, the Flame Prison world was not the territory of the human race. If problems arose later, it would be the demon race suffering the headache. Without the Flame Prison World Master token, the powerhouses who passed the World Master challenge would no longer be able to discern Sumyubai's identity information or coordinates. Therefore, regardless of whether the promotion succeeded or not, Sumyubai would never lose promote, as his divine intent confirmed the action. The catastrophe talent was immediately activated. The rule of death descended instantly, surging madly into the Flame Prison World Master token. However, the energy snatched away by catastrophe this time was not divine power, but a force Sumyubai was exceptionally familiar with. Origin power. Sumyubai was slightly stunned. Could catastrophe even forcibly snatch origin power? The concentration of this snatched origin power was something Sumyubai had never seen before. All the previous infusions of origin power he had received combined did not equal the amount present this time. Just by standing to the side, Sumyubai felt every pore on his body relaxing, and his divine body became active as a result. Not only that, but his comprehension of the fusion law also became much smoother. However, since it was the Flame Prison World Master token absorbing this origin power, the boost to Sumyubai was not as strong as when he received the infusion directly. It was no wonder the Flame Prison World Master token had a high probability of direct annihilation, given that it required such a massive amount of origin power to complete the promotion. Sumyubai, feeling no pressure, looked at the World Master token in his hand with a thoughtful expression. A moment later, crack, a soft sound echoed, and a clear crack appeared on the supposedly indestructible Flame Prison World Master token. Can't it withstand it? Sumyubai was slightly disappointed. He truly wanted to see what kind of effect this thing would have if the promotion succeeded. However, he hadn't held high expectations for it to begin with, so his disappointment was minimal. But just as he thought the promotion was about to fail, a magical fluctuation of power suddenly flashed and vanished in the void. When Sumyubai was weaker, he would have been unable to detect this faint fluctuation at all. Now, with his status window combat power reaching the peak of the upper god realm, he finally sensed this power clearly. Authority of Luck. Sensing the fluctuation of the Authority of Luck, Sumyubai immediately perked up. Following that, the Flame Prison World Master token in his hand finally underwent a change. The dark red token gradually turned grayish-white and became more refined. The Flame Prison characters on the token were slowly erased by the rule of death, and the ruled-out patterns condensed into the two characters, death. Immediately after, the token, still in the midst of promotion, suddenly emitted a suction force. Beyond the rule power and origin power snatched by catastrophe, it began to madly absorb the abnormal death aura within the nether abyss. The entire token trembled gently under Sumyubai's gaze. The crack that had just appeared from failing to withstand the origin power began to heal bit by bit. A long time later, a grayish-white divine light shot into the sky, stirring the abnormal death aura within the nether abyss. And the system prompt rang in Sumyubai's ears. Prompt: you have obtained the Death Domain Master Token. Death Domain Master Token? Sumyubai's pupils dilated, and his breathing became rapid. Does such a thing actually exist? Isn't the Death Domain the territory of the Death Sovereign? Does such an existence even need a mere Domain Master Token to represent their identity? The system prompt that followed immediately resolved the doubts in Sumyubai's heart. Prompt: congratulations to player Baiyi for being the first player in the Myriad Worlds to obtain a Domain Master Token. When you successfully ascend to the position of Death Domain Master, a Myriad Worlds announcement will be triggered. Friendly reminder: before that, you can also use the Domain Master Token to exercise a small portion of Domain Master privileges within the Death Domain. Please note, before successfully ascending to the position of Domain Master, the privileges you can exercise are extremely limited. He was the first player to obtain a Domain Master Token. The system prompt in his ears made Sumyubai's eyes widen in disbelief. Doesn't this mean that a Domain Master Token had never appeared in the Myriad Worlds before? Otherwise, how could he possibly be the first? Could the catastrophe talent actually promote things that didn't originally exist in the Myriad Worlds? Before this, Sumyubai had always assumed that catastrophe could only promote things that already existed. If the item was ordinary, it would simply be upgraded. If he encountered a treasure with a unique attribute, he would simply seize it by force. But this time, directly promoting a treasure that did not originally exist, this seems to be the first time. Right, no, that's not right. At this thought, Sumyubai shook his head violently. If it was truly as he suspected, then this was already the fourth time. The first time was the unique forbidden grade talent itself, catastrophe. Such a talent could never have existed in the Myriad Worlds, otherwise. Given his rate of improvement, any creature possessing this talent would have already stood at the pinnacle of the Myriad Worlds long ago. The second time was the incomplete heart of reincarnation. Although this unknown grade supreme treasure only mutated after absorbing the energy of the Sea of Death and the World Tree. But before its mutation, it had been promoted from the abnormal elemental heart to the defective heart of chaos for free. Sumyubai was very certain that the defective heart of chaos at that time was definitely different from the original heart of chaos. The third time was the wealth of the world profession. After the god of wealth was promoted, it remained a question mark to this day. Therefore, this must be the fourth time the catastrophe talent has elevated something that did not originally exist. A sharp glint flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. After taking a deep breath, he turned his gaze toward the Death Domain Master Token in his hand. Chapter 803, How is this possible? Extra Chapter, Lucky Domain, Prayer Realm, City of Dreams. Inside the Supreme God Palace, Lian was currently in a deep sleep. She had once acquired an ability that allowed her to improve her strength while dreaming. And occasionally, she would dream of peculiar information. At first, Lian was very interested in this information and even traveled across the Myriad Worlds, attempting to find things that corresponded to it. But as time went on, she gave up. Because the information from her dreams could not be found anywhere in the entire Myriad Worlds. It wasn't until the existence of the void was confirmed that she suddenly realized everything she had dreamed of through her ability was actually information from outside the Myriad Worlds. The reason Zhu Xingqian was able to successfully seal the Void Monarch during that Great War was also due to the intelligence support provided by Lian. Otherwise, the entire Myriad Worlds could be said to have known nothing about the Void Monarch. But it was precisely because of this ability of Lian's that she was enabled to participate in the final decisive battle. To be precise, she had used her ability to enter a dream state in order to learn more information. And shortly after she entered the dream world, the void began its expansion. By the time she woke up, everything had changed. The void had been sealed, and the supreme gods like the Master of Fate were declared missing. After helping Sumyubai break through to the Lawmaster realm, Lien had returned to the Supreme God Palace and entered the dream world. However, one could not gain something every time they entered a dream regarding information from outside the myriad worlds. Even Lien, the Master of Luck, could not influence the dream world. This time, she clearly hadn't gained any information, as she hadn't been able to enter a deep sleep state. The moment Sumyubai's luck authority was activated, Lien suddenly opened her eyes and sat up from her exquisite bed. That little thief Su, what has he done again? As Sumyubai's figure flashed through her mind, a smile naturally appeared in Lien's eyes, just as she took out a lollipop and was about to place it between her red lips. Her expression suddenly changed. How could this be? Lien had clearly sensed something. The lollipop in her hand vanished instantly, and with a flick of her finger, she released a colorful bubble. As the colorful bubble burst, a portal suddenly appeared, and Lien stepped directly into it. The next moment, her figure appeared in a world of nothingness. There was nothing here, and there were no directions. Even though she had no feeling of solid ground beneath her feet, she did not fall. She couldn't even sense gravity. If Sumyubai were here, he would know that Lien had entered the Void Rift. After the Myriad Worlds game descended, it fused countless worlds together. The Void Rift was formed by the fusion of the void spaces between each world. Beyond that, this place was also the database for the entire Myriad Worlds game. Sumyubai had once used his master authority to enter the Void Rift twice to look up data. As the Master of Luck, Lien naturally possessed master authority as well. Moreover, her master authority far exceeded that of ordinary god-level lawmasters, let alone Sumyubai's. Without Lien making any movements, countless visible streams of data suddenly emerged from the Void Rift, and the entire space instantly transformed into an ocean of data. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with a pale white light. She was clearly examining the Myriad Worlds game data. Just a moment ago, she had suddenly detected that some data that had not urgently existed had appeared in the database. A moment later, the corners of Lien's mouth curled up slightly. That little thief Su, he really dares to do anything. Clearly, she already knew exactly what Sumyubai had done. Meanwhile, Death Domain, Hell Realm, City of Slaughter, Domain Master's Tower. The high-level meeting of the demon race was still underway. What P10 had said earlier had already defined this matter as an internal affair of the demon race. Therefore, the expressions of the high-ranking officials present were a little less grave. Since it was an internal matter, it was easy to resolve. After listening to the opinions of the other demons, Crest nodded at P10 and then spoke slowly. Regarding the position of the Master of the Illusion Realm, let's follow P10's suggestion and hand it over to Bloomer. Hearing this, everyone present nodded. Bloomer was originally a member of the succubus race, and now that that woman Livia is dead, it is time for him to return. That's right, the Master of the Illusion Realm is settled then. No one objected. It was passed unanimously. P10 was not surprised by this, however. He was frowning at this moment, because the next position, the Master of the Flame Prison Realm, was the one prone to problems. As a newly ascended prodigy, my foundation is still somewhat lacking. P10 pondered his countermeasures, his gaze sweeping over the high-ranking members of the Aldrich family. If he wanted to influence the outcome, the stance of the family's upper echelon was crucial. Although P10 had not been particularly prominent in the family before, now that he had become a prodigy of the demon race, the Aldrich family would naturally support him with all their might. After all, they were family. The higher P10's status, the greater the influence the Aldrich family would wield. It was only the Locke family, whose prodigy position had been snatched away by P10, that might speak up in opposition. After confirming the position of the Lord of the Illusion Realm, Crest immediately opened the next topic. Then, next we shall. Before he could finish his sentence, Crest's expression suddenly changed drastically. It wasn't just him. All the demons present stood up abruptly, their faces filled with expressions of disbelief. This was because a system announcement had suddenly echoed in their ears. Death Realm announcement. Due to unknown reasons, the Flame Prison Realm Lord token no longer exists. Until a new Realm Lord token is born, the position of the Flame Prison Realm Lord will be temporarily vacant. How is this possible? Including Crest, All the demons could not help but exclaim out loud. The Realm Lord token could not even be destroyed by a ruler of rules. So how could it suddenly cease to exist? Could it be the void? Today's extra chapter is served. Chapter 800 for Senior. Is that you? Could it be the void? Once this thought emerged, everyone present felt their hearts tremble. The high-ranking members of the three royal clans looked at Crest simultaneously, their expressions grave. This matter must be reported to the rulers immediately. There cannot be a moment's delay. The position of the Flame Prison Realm Lord being temporarily vacant was not a particularly major issue for the demon race, but the fact that the Flame Prison Realm Lord token no longer existed was a matter of monumental importance. Since the birth of the myriad realms, the destruction of a Realm Lord token had only occurred during one period. That was more than 9 epochs ago, when the void invaded the myriad realms. Other than that, let alone main gods, even supreme gods could not destroy any single Realm Lord token. Although this item was not a powerful treasure, it represented the rules of the Myriad Realms game and was a symbol of identity bestowed upon every Realm Lord by the Myriad Realms game. Therefore, in the eyes of the demon race's high-ranking members, the sudden disappearance of the Flame Prison Realm Lord token must be related to the void. In their understanding, only the void could accomplish such a feat. Matters related to the void were clearly beyond their ability to decide. Reporting to the rulers was a matter of urgency. Although the rulers could also hear the Death Realm announcement, the rulers' whereabouts were erratic. Who could be sure if they were currently within the Death Realm? After all, the demon race controlled more of the Dark Realm than the Death Realm, right? Crest nodded heavily. I will immediately. However, before he could finish his words, a powerful fluctuation of rules suddenly descended into the conference room. No need. We are already aware of this matter. The voice arrived before the person. The calm, steady voice echoed in the ears of the demons, as if it were a shot of adrenaline for them, including Crest, the Lord of the Hell Realm. The high-ranking demons present let out a long sigh of relief. When the sky falls, there are taller ones to hold it up. This mentality existed for creatures of any race. Even though everyone present was a powerhouse, they were no exception, because a ruler of rules was in existence whose strength far surpassed their own. Crest stepped aside immediately, and a figure suddenly appeared in the spot where he had been standing. This ruler of rules had actually torn through space with their true body to arrive. However, the figure was shrouded in a layer of dense black mist, making it impossible to discern their form. Greetings, Dark Ruler. The group of demon powerhouses bowed in salute, and Patty and Crest also bowed slightly, as the current prodigy and the Lord of the Hell Realm. Their status within the demon race was clearly higher than the others. Everyone sit. The Dark Ruler nodded slightly and sat directly in the head seat. The other demons then took their seats one after another, looking at the Dark Ruler, who was obscured by black mist, with burning eyes. Even for them, it was very difficult to see the true form of a ruler. Under normal circumstances, being able to see a human face condensed by the main god's power across worlds was already a rare occurrence. Do not be too nervous for now. The seal left behind by that one has not had any issues. The Dark Ruler spoke slowly. This sentence allowed the hearts of the demon powerhouses present to settle completely. As long as there was no problem with the seal, then it was fine. Where did that fellow Otis fall? Otis's strength was infinitely close to that of a top-tier upper god, and he could be ranked among the existences at the low master level within the entire demon race. Therefore, the Dark Ruler naturally knew his name. It was the Underworld Abyss. Krest spoke immediately. Upon hearing this, the Dark Ruler frowned. The Underworld Abyss, that is somewhat troublesome. It was not hard to hear from his words that the Underworld Abyss created by the Death Ruler was not a place that could be investigated at will, even for existences at the main god level. The Dark Ruler's gaze swept over the crowd, and after a moment of thought, he said, "Set aside the matter of the Flame Prison Realm Lord for now. We will make arrangements only after we confirm whether this matter truly originated from the void." Yes, everyone, be prepared. The myriad realms are destined to be restless from now on. The restless the Dark Ruler referred to was not the turmoil caused by Bai, to be taken so seriously by a ruler of rules. It was clearly a major event concerning the entire myriad realms. After his voice fell, the Dark Ruler stood up, his gaze passing over the others and landing on Patty. Especially you, little one. We look forward to your growth. Having said this, he paused. It is a pity that there is not much time left for you of the new generation. Although he could not clearly see the face of the Dark Sovereign, Patty could still detect a hint of a sigh in the other's voice. Time is running out. What does that mean? Though he was filled with confusion, Patty responded immediately. Please rest assured, Sovereign. Patty will certainly give his all and strive to possess the strength to stand on his own as soon as possible. Good. I hope you can achieve that. The Dark Sovereign turned his head to look at Crest. This little one is now in your hands, Sovereign. I will surely teach him everything I know. Crest nodded heavily, then smiled at Patty. From today on, you shall stay by my side. The Lord of the Hell Realm is personally mentoring me. Patty felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. Although the other party was not a sovereign of the rules, he was still a powerhouse at the level of a top-tier realm lord. Mentoring him was more than enough. Just as Patty was about to express his gratitude to the Dark Sovereign and Crest, the Dark Sovereign's figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. The next moment, he had already appeared right beside Patty. Little one, keep working hard, you. The Dark Sovereign patted Patty's shoulder affectionately, preparing to leave behind some words of encouragement. But his expression suddenly underwent a subtle change. While the high-ranking members of the demon race present could not discern this, the degree of vibration in the black mist covering the Dark Sovereign's body made it clear. The Dark Sovereign must have sensed something extraordinary at this moment. Just as Patty was feeling flattered, the Dark Sovereign's eyes suddenly flashed with an incredibly dazzling black light, as if they were about to devour everything. Following that, the Dark Sovereign's body began to tremble slightly. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Patty by the shoulders, saying in a trembling voice something that shocked every demon present and senior. Is that you? Once these words were spoken, all the demons could not help but turn their heads to look at Patty, their hearts already churning with massive waves of shock. Did we hear that correctly? The Dark Sovereign just called Patty a senior. No, that's not right. He wasn't calling Patty. He clearly addressed him as senior N. But who is N? Although the demons were deeply confused, they dared not make a sound to interrupt. Anyone who could be called senior by the Dark Sovereign must at least be in existence of the same realm. Furthermore, it was even possible that he was a supreme god. The moment Patty heard the Dark Sovereign utter the name N, his pupils visibly constricted, but the next instant, his demeanor and the aura of his soul underwent a heaven-shaking transformation. His previously constricted pupils instantly returned to normal, becoming increasingly profound, as if the depths of his eyes could swallow all light. Compared to the Dark Sovereign's previous words, what Patty said next nearly caused all the demons to collapse to the ground. He looked straight at the Dark Sovereign and grinned. Little Goldie, so it really was you brat, who sat on the throne of the Dark Sovereign. The overworked author is rushing to write. There will be 2 more chapters later. Chapter 805. I remember, Little Goldie. The high-ranking members of the demon race stared blankly at Patty, clearly not expecting to hear such a form of address from him. Is he tired of living? He actually dared to call the Dark Sovereign Little Goldie, but they soon realized that the Patty before them was clearly no longer the Patty from before. They were neither close to Patty nor did they possess Sumubai's mystic heaven divine pupils. They had not noticed that there was another soul residing within Patty's body until now. That was why they were so shocked. However, after the shock passed, all the demons turned their heads elsewhere, acting as if they had heard nothing at all. The Dark Sovereign was clearly stunned. Then he laughed sheepishly and withdrew his hand. Senior, in front of these juniors, please give me a little face. Haha, I'm used to calling you that. I didn't pay attention for a moment. And smiled, then looked the Dark Sovereign up and down, a hint of admiration appearing in his eyes. Not bad. You didn't disappoint me. It is all thanks to your guidance back then, senior. The Dark Sovereign scratched the back of his head modestly, acting entirely like a junior in front of N. Even if N had been truly powerful in the past, he was now nothing more than a wisp of a remnant soul, facing a true sovereign of the rules. He posed no threat whatsoever, but the Dark Sovereign's current attitude clearly showed that N's help had been immensely significant to him in the past. You weren't the only little one back then. To achieve such success, your own efforts were the most important factor. And smiled and patted the Dark Sovereign's shoulder, affirming him. The latter's face lit up with joy, as if he had received the approval of his idol. "Senior, shall we go somewhere else to catch up?" "Let's go." And nodded, and the Dark Sovereign immediately tore through space, taking Patty away with him. Not until the two had vanished from the conference hall did the high-ranking members of the demon race begin to discuss the matter with strange expressions. Crest sat back down at the head of the table, divine light swirling in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "The name man. It sounds so familiar." After the Dark Sovereign left, among the powerhouses present, only Crest had existed for such a long time. Therefore, apart from him, none of the other demons felt any familiarity with the name man. After a long while, he suddenly raised his head. "I remember." As soon as these words were spoken, the gaze of every demon focused on him. "I once heard my grandfather mention this name. He was the very first Dark Sovereign when the myriad worlds were first born." The first Dark Sovereign. Upon hearing this, all the demons gasped in unison. Although they did not know the names of the first sovereigns of the rules of the myriad worlds, they knew one thing. The first sovereigns of the rules were all born from the myriad worlds themselves, and were sovereigns of the rules by nature. One could even say that they were the incarnations of the rules themselves. At this moment, the high-ranking members of the demon race finally understood why the Dark Sovereign's attitude had been so respectful. Recalling his identity, Crest, sitting at the head of the table, shook his head with a smile. It seems Potty does not need his guidance after all. The announcement that the Flame Prison Realm Lord token no longer existed instantly plunged the entire Death Realm into an uproar. Players of all races were stunned, frozen in place, unable to collect their thoughts for a long time. Although the previous phenomenon of a Realm Lord falling was extremely rare, the fall of the heaven-splitting Emperor had already occurred. So the commotion caused by that was not particularly massive. But the Realm Lord token ceasing to exist was a different matter entirely. This was something that had never been heard of before. The vast majority of players did not even know what a Realm Lord token was. What kind of terrifying existence could possibly destroy a Realm Lord token? Of course, even many powerhouses at the High God Realm did not understand what the destruction of the Realm Lord token truly signified. Therefore, everyone merely felt shock and curiosity, with no trace of worry. Only those at the peak of the High God Realm understood the implications behind this announcement. For instance, the group of powerhouses on the outskirts of the Starry Graveyard. The moment the Death Realm announcement rang out, the expressions of all the powerhouses present changed drastically. At the same time, space trembled, and two figures appeared out of thin air. This announcement had actually caused the Golden Winged Sovereign and Sekonyu, who were in the midst of a fierce battle, to stop. At this moment, the golden light on Sekonyu's divine body was slowly fading, and the dense cracks on his skin were rapidly healing. The Golden Winged Sovereign's situation was no better. He was currently nursing a sour expression while recovering from his injuries. Fighting until now, he had already cursed the guy who stole his god-slaying mark countless times. If not for the loss of the god-slaying mark, how could he be merely evenly matched with a madman like Sekonyu? Winshan had fought Sekonyu previously. He had always held the upper hand. The reason he was unwilling to continue fighting was entirely because he was not confident in killing Sekonyu without suffering heavy damage himself. After all, he did not possess the World Tree to rapidly recover from injuries. Moreover, even if he killed Sekonyu, there was no benefit to him. Instead, it would only bring a heap of trouble. The human race was notoriously protective of their own. The Golden Winged Sovereign, having inexplicably lost his god-slaying mark, had now fallen from the ranks of the top-tier realm lords, becoming in existence on the same level as Sekonyu and Otis. Golden-haired chicken, feel free to find me next time you want to fight. Sekonyu hoisted his metal staff onto his shoulder, flashing a signature grin of bright white teeth at the Golden Winged Sovereign. While bloodstains remained elsewhere on his body, the divine blood that had lingered on his teeth had been wiped away by his divine power the moment it touched them. HMPH, if not for the gravity of this matter, I would have pulled out that mouthful of teeth. The Golden Winged Sovereign snorted coldly and flapped his wings, vanishing from the spot. His speed was so great that not even an afterimage could be seen. TCH, all talk and no action. Sekonyu curled his lip and walked over to Yuchu and Sean, frowning as he asked, "How could the Realm Lord token cease to exist?" "I don't know. This matter must have already alarmed the sovereigns. Let's wait for news. Sean shook his head. Beside him, Yuchu's delicate brows furrowed. If it really is the void, then that is truly ominous. On the other side, the fire god Chixio and the water god Roxy exchanged glances, each seeing a trace of worry in the other's eyes. The void that was the enemy of all the myriad realms, compared to this, the soul-type rule treasure that might be on Baiyi was no longer important. However, wasn't the seal left by that person supposed to last for some time longer before breaking? What exactly had happened? Although the two did not leave, a wisp of their divine souls had already begun controlling their projections in the third level of the Pantheon to initiate a meeting. However, this matter was clearly not something they could decide on their own. Everything had to wait for an answer from the fourth level. Aside from Chixio and Roxy, the other realm lords and peak high gods left the undead realm one after another after seeing the golden-winged sovereign depart. After all, the issue of the void was far too serious. One slight misstep could lead to their total annihilation. These two still haven't given up. Sakanyu watched Chixia and Roxy, who remained in place, his fighting spirit surging. Enough. Restrain yourself for now. Yuchu glared at Sakanyu. Let's see what Feng Yuan decides first. Sakanyu, who feared nothing in heaven or earth, actually reigned in his fighting spirit immediately after being glared at by Yuchu. For a moment, the outskirts of the starry graveyard suddenly became quiet. The 5 powerhouses present came from the god race, the undead race, and the human race respectively. Yet at this moment, they were all waiting for news. Chapter 2 is here. There will be another chapter later. Don't miss it, my dear patrons. Chapter 806. Besides the void, who else could bonus chapter? Eternal Realm, Wuotian Realm, Northern Frontier Divine Kingdom, center of the far North Star Domain, within a small secret realm, the human race Great Hall. At the conference table, there were still those 9 figures. Of course, only Feng Yuan was present in his true body, while the others were all projection avatars. Among them, Sakanyu and Yuchu were currently in the undead realm, and the latter would even need to head to the soul-splitting realm in a few days. The other human powerhouses also had their own respective missions. Rising to power ahead of schedule naturally meant paying a price. To minimize that cost, these people had not had a chance to rest during this period. However, the busiest and most exhausted of them all was Feng Yuan, who sat at the command center, on the conference table. Countless inscriptions condensed into various formations. These multiple formations overlapped, and an ordinary person would never be able to discern the mysteries within. Feng Yuan had to exert his divine soul power to its limit at all times to influence and coordinate the human armies located in other worlds or even other realms through these formations. If one were to compare Sakanyu and the others to generals charging into battle, then Feng Yuan was the marshal planning the strategy from behind the scenes. The miniature formations on the conference table actually only served the purpose of energy transmission. The true formations were the massive arrays that Feng Yuan had laid out in various realms long ago. This was done even long before the Void invasion. In other words, Feng Yuan had already begun preparing life-saving measures back when the human race was at the height of its power. If not for his preparations, the human race would never have been able to hold on for so long. After all, following that great upheaval, the human race had to go into hiding to recuperate, and Feng Yuan's own power was sealed away. For these 9+ epochs, all he could do was lay out plans. It was difficult to make any real preparations using his own strength. Despite all the preparations Feng Yuan had made in advance, he was still caught off guard by the sudden and aggressive rise of Sumyubai. If not for the full support of the dragon race, the human race would have been in a precarious position long ago, and this was even without the enemy's rule sovereigns taking action. The main reason was that the name Yuan carried too much deterrent power. No one knew exactly how many contingency plans he had prepared, so no rule sovereign was willing to be the first to stick their neck out. That main god who had once left in a rage only to return in defeat had been a laughingstock ever since, even if there was no threat to their lives. Rule sovereigns still cared about their reputation. Of course, the most critical factor was that beings at the rule sovereign realm did not dare to launch a full-scale assault on the human race. They all vaguely suspected that the sovereign of time and space had not truly fallen. But even so, The current situation of the human race was not optimistic. After the dragon race joined, their help was mostly provided through influence such as persuading enemies to retreat or inviting powerful figures to assist, as their true powerhouses were currently unable to leave the confines of the ancestral dragon ruins. At this moment, within the multiple formations on the conference table, the red zone still occupied more than half of the area. Feng Yuan was surrounded by a large quantity of godheads and spirits of divine souls, constantly replenishing his consumed divine power and soul energy. Countless inscriptions condensed from his hands, merging into the miniature formations on the conference table. At the same time, in one of the worlds across the myriad realms, a formation would erupt with powerful energy, or transmit a specific message to everyone in that region. The moment the announcement that the Flame Prison Realm Lord token had been destroyed rang out, Sakanyu and Yuchu immediately informed Feng Yuan. Right now, he was operating the formations while contemplating a countermeasure. Could it be the void? That didn't seem likely. A sharp glint flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes as he suddenly spoke. Where did Otis fall? The nether abyss. Yuchu's projected avatar spoke immediately. On the other side, Sakanyu added. That place is not easy to investigate. This information was also relayed to the other human race powerhouses on the front lines. Everyone present was frowning deeply. The void was the greatest enemy of the myriad realms, and also the greatest enemy of the human race. If not for the void invasion, the human race would have already stood at the pinnacle of the myriad realms by now. Everyone present was a human race powerhouse who had survived that great upheaval. Their understanding of and hatred for the void went without saying. If the void were truly making a comeback ahead of schedule, then the human race would have absolutely no hope of rising again. Not just the human race, but the entire myriad realms would be doomed. However, they did not voice their opinions, simply watching Feng Yuan quietly, because they believed that Yuan would surely have thought of everything more thoroughly. The Nether Abyss, is it? Hearing this name, Feng Yuan did not frown. Instead, his eyes lit up. Without a second thought, he dialed Samubai's communication channel. A moment later, the call ended, and a meaningful smile suddenly appeared on Feng Yuan's face. Seeing this, the others breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of Yuan, he had thought of a solution so quickly. Due to the protection of the Myriad Realms game, they did not know who Feng Yuan had called, nor could they hear the specific content, but the smile on Feng Yuan's face made them understand that he must have a countermeasure. Sakanyu was the least patient and asked directly, Yuan, stop keeping us in suspense. Tell us what's going on. This matter has nothing to do with the void. Feng Yuan got straight to the point, delivering the news that put everyone at ease. Besides the void, who else could? The old man sitting at the head of the table murmured. Then his expression suddenly froze. He looked sharply at Feng Yuan but did not finish his sentence. Yes. Feng Yuan nodded slightly, confirming the old man's thoughts, and smiled faintly. Senior Q. For a long time to come, only we will know this information. I understand. Q also nodded with a smile. And while Sakanyu remained completely confused, he said, with the void reappearing, the demon race and the machine race should be withdrawing their troops. Extra chapter for today, chapter 807. Compared to a hothead like you, who doesn't have a few tricks up their sleeve. Although the Flame Prison Realm Lord token had been destroyed by Samubai, only the high-level members of the human race knew this information across the entire myriad realms. Especially since the place where this item disappeared was the Nether Abyss. In this way, even beings at the Rule Sovereign Realm would be unable to confirm whether the void had truly begun its invasion for a long time. Facing such a formidable enemy as the void, no matter how much the demon race and the machine race despised the human race, they would prioritize the bigger picture. Firstly, the myriad realms was their home as well, and as long as the human race powerhouses were alive, it counted as an extra bit of strength to resist the void. Secondly, with such an event occurring, even if they were unwilling, they would have to temporarily cease hostilities, because the god race would never allow any race to engage in a racial war while the void was invading. To be precise, it wasn't just the god race, but all the top 10 races on the myriad races ranking. Although the demon race and the machine race were among the architects of this rule, they would not violate it just for the sake of the human race. However, after Q finished speaking, he suddenly frowned. That one probably already knows, right? If she announces it to the myriad realms, the offensive from the demon race and the machine race will not only fail to stop, but it might even intensify. That one Q referred to was naturally the goddess of luck, Lian. The human race had been so powerful back then that they naturally understood the significance of the void rifts and the utility of sovereign authority. Dominion authority, as the name suggests, is the authority possessed by a rule sovereign throughout the entire myriad worlds game. This is the most fundamental difference between the 12th tier rule sovereign realm and the 11th tier law lord realm. Although dominion authority does not increase combat power, a rule sovereign can use it to accomplish many things that those in the true god realm cannot. Of course, dominion authority is not identical for everyone. The authority possessed by a main god is far inferior to that of a supreme god, and Lian is currently the only confirmed living supreme god within the myriad worlds. As for the other supreme gods, they have either been confirmed to have fallen or have never appeared again to this day. With the dominion authority she possesses, she would naturally be able to determine whether the void has begun its invasion through the cracks of nothingness very quickly. This is precisely the problem that Q is worried about. No matter what it is, as long as it involves the void, it is never a small matter. The luck sovereign is highly likely to notify those races at the top of the myriad races ranking, because she would not watch the entire myriad worlds fall into turmoil because of this. There is no need to worry about this. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan stroked his beard with a calm expression. If it were any other supreme god, they would indeed do so. But if it is the luck sovereign, there will be no problem. Yumu had already told Feng Yuan about what happened when Sumubai broke through. That is why he is so certain that the luck sovereign will not tell the myriad races about this matter. Really? The other 8 people were slightly stunned to see Feng Yuan so confident. Could this guy Yuan actually be able to contact even the luck sovereign? Absolutely true. A mysterious smile appeared on Feng Yuan's face. How could the other human powerhouses know that the reason the luck sovereign would not tell the myriad races was entirely because of Bai Yi? Thinking of this, a strange look flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. As expected of young friend Bai Yi, how long has he been in the myriad worlds? He has even managed to eat soft rice from the luck sovereign. And according to Senior Yumu's description, he is even eating it with a hard attitude. Seeing that Feng Yuan did not elaborate, the others did not press further. Q nodded and said, "Since you say so, then I am relieved." As his voice fell, his projection avatar closed its eyes, clearly having gone to bluff the mechanical race. "Liu, is there no problem on your side?" Yachu suddenly spoke, her gaze fixed on the burly man with a beard beside Q. The latter grinned. "Isn't it just bluffing the demon race? Don't worry, it's a piece of cake. I'm heading off to after speaking." His projection avatar also closed its eyes, and his aura instantly became very faint. Initially, the demon race front was handled by Yochu and the dragon race. Later, after Sumubai killed the Light-Yon Emperor, Feng Yuan had no choice but to reassign Yochu, the human powerhouse most suited to controlling the soul-splitting realm. Fortunately, there were some external reinforcements on the mechanical race side, allowing Liu to free himself up to replace Yachu on the demon race front. After Liu left, Yu raised an eyebrow and said to Yachu, "Don't be fooled by this guy's honest and simple appearance. Aside from Yuan, he has the most schemes here." Upon hearing this, Yachu rolled her eyes at Yu with a charming expression. "Compared to a brute like you, who doesn't have many schemes." This sentence left Yu speechless. After Feng Yuan gave a few more instructions, the projection avatars of the group slowly closed their eyes to continue their respective tasks. However, due to the news of a potential void invasion, the situation for the human race will inevitably become much easier. Death Domain announcement. Due to unknown reasons, the Flame Prison Realm Master token no longer exists. Until a new Realm Master token is born, the position of Flame Prison Realm Master will be temporarily vacant. Deep within the underworld abyss, Sumubai was just about to check the specific information of the Death Domain Master token when the system announcement that suddenly rang in his ears made him slightly stunned. The Realm Master token is gone, and even the position of Realm Master has to be temporarily vacant, Sumubai muttered, clearly not expecting the Realm Master token to have such a significant status. Deep Beep, 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 beep. Immediately afterward, his communicator rang urgently. A moment later, Sumyubai ended the call with Feng Yuan, his expression becoming strange. He had only freeloaded a promotion for the Flame Prison Realm Master token, but he never expected that he would accidentally do the human race a huge favor. This was something Sumyubai had never anticipated. However, this was clearly a good thing. Previously, because of him, the human race had to expose themselves prematurely and re-enter the myriad races ranking. Although he was not wrong to rapidly increase his strength, the human race had indeed suffered losses because of it. Now that he could resolve the crisis for the human race, Sumyubai was naturally in a great mood. Putting down the communicator, Sumyubai immediately looked at the gray-white token in his hand with anticipation. Death Domain Master Token activated, cannot be traded, cannot be damaged, cannot be discarded. This is the symbol of the Domain Master status in the Myriad Worlds game. Possessing it, you will have a great chance of becoming the Domain Master of the Death Domain. Only after fully activating this Domain Master token can you become the Domain Master of the Death Domain. When the Domain Master is within the domain they control, they will gain a large amount of authority. Click to view details. A Domain Master token born due to unknown reasons. It has never appeared in the Myriad Worlds before. The panel information of the Domain Master token was not much different from the Realm Master token. However, this thing was indeed something that had never appeared before. It was created out of thin air by Sumyubai's catastrophe talent. The conditions for activation should be different, right? Sumyubai recalled the previous helpful hint. Before this, you can also use the Domain Master token to exercise a small portion of Domain Master authority within the Death Domain. Thinking of this, he immediately opened the details to view. Chapter 808, Acting Domain Master, Epiphany. View details. 1. Full activation condition, become the Death Sovereign. If a Death Sovereign already exists within the Myriad Worlds, you may use this token to challenge them. During the challenge, all of the opponent's permissions within the Death Realm will be temporarily frozen. 2. Partial activation condition, become the successor to the Death Sovereign. Condition met. You may activate partial permissions at any time to temporarily become the acting Realm Lord of the Death Realm. The stronger your strength, the more permissions you will be able to master. It's that simple. Sumyubai was slightly stunned. If one only looked at the conditions for full activation, this Realm Lord token would be completely useless. Once someone becomes the Death Sovereign, they would become the Realm Lord of the Death Realm even without the Realm Lord token. This point was beyond doubt. Therefore, the greatest utility of this Realm Lord token was that it allowed the successor of the Death Sovereign to master a portion of the Death Realm's permissions in advance. And since Sumyubai possessed the Death Codex, he was already the successor to the Death Sovereign, fully satisfying the conditions to activate partial permissions. Looking at the gray-white token in his hand, he immediately moved his Divine Sense, activate, as both his soul power and divine power were injected into the gray-white token. This unique Realm Lord token of the Myriad Worlds suddenly emitted a faint glow. Immediately following, a powerful ripple of rules descended, enveloping Sumyubai entirely. A full-bodied phantom of the death rules condensed instantly, actually forcing back all the abnormal death aura within the nether abyss. The phantom of the death rules that appeared this time was countless times more solid and clear than the one Sumyubai had condensed by mobilizing the power of the Death Authority. Substantial ripples of death swept through the surroundings, and Sumyubai vaguely felt as if he could hear the whispers of death. This is... A flash of joy crossed his eyes. The essence of the death rules. At this moment, Sumyubai felt as if he had returned to the time when he first began to fuse the death rules. How various laws should be integrated became extremely clear in his mind. Such an effect could not even be compared to the complete Death Rule Great Tao that the previous Death Sovereign had entrusted within the Death Codex. Sumyubai immediately calmed his mind and began to comprehend the Death Rule Great Tao with all his might. However, before that, he moved his Divine Sense to summon the Wheel of Time, attempting to use time acceleration to grant himself more time for comprehension. If it worked, he was even confident that he could fuse the Death Rule Great Tao to the limit of 9 patterns in one go. But unfortunately, Sumyubai's idea fell through. After breaking through to the mid-stage of the Upper God Realm, although he could mobilize more time rules, They were completely ineffective against these materialized death rules. The moment the power of the time rules condensed, it was shattered directly. Having no time to be disappointed, golden light flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. The vertical pupil on his forehead opened instantly, and he began to comprehend with all his strength, Huanshan Divine Pupil. For any fusion of a rule Great Tao, the difficulty increases the further one progresses, especially after 90%. The difficulty increases geometrically. Now that he finally had an opportunity, Sumyubai naturally did not want to miss it. Although the Huanshan Divine Pupil was not a death-type ocular technique, with its enhancement, Sumyubai's fusion of various death-type laws also progressed by leaps and bounds. Notification. Congratulations to player Baiyi for successfully comprehending a trace of the true meaning of death. Your Death Rule Great Tao Fusion Degree Kung 0. Notification. Congratulations to player Baiyi for successfully comprehending a trace of the true meaning of death. Your Death Rule Great Tao Fusion Degree Kung 0. System notifications rang continuously in Sumyubai's ears, but he had long since been immersed in the fusion of the Death Rule Great Tao and heard none of them. It was just a pity that the descent of the death rules this time was not meant to help him improve, but merely to activate the Realm Lord permissions. Sumyubai was simply seizing the opportunity to fleece the myriad worlds. As the gray-white token in his palm floated into the air, the phantom of the death rules rapidly shrank and merged directly into it. Following that, the Death Realm Lord token transformed directly into a gray-white stream of light and merged into Sumyubai's body. In an instant, the materialized death rules dissipated completely. Notification. Congratulations to player Baiyi for successfully activating partial Realm Lord permissions. Notification. Congratulations to player Baiyi for temporarily becoming the acting Realm Lord of the Death Realm. Notification. Congratulations to player Baiyi for successfully mastering partial permissions of the Death Realm. Please experience the specific content for yourself. The system notifications rang in Sumyubai's ears, but he did not hear them. As the materialized death rules completely dissipated, Sumyubai also closed his eyes unconsciously. The Death Codex was still emitting a faint glow, and the complete Death Rule Great Tao stored within it seemed to be mobilized. Relying on the scene that had just occurred, combined with the help of the Death Codex and his own exceptionally high comprehension, Sumyubai had actually entered a state of epiphany. Notification. Congratulations to player Baiyi for successfully comprehending a trace of the true meaning of death. Your Death Rule Great Tao Fusion Degree Kung 0. Notification. Congratulations to player Baiyi for successfully comprehending a trace of the true meaning of death. Your Death Rule Great Tao Fusion Degree Kung 0. Within the deathly silent nether abyss, Sumyubai floated quietly in midair. The system notifications that rang from time to time represented that he was still continuously fusing various laws of the death system. At the same time, on his godhead, that ninth, shorter rule pattern was slowly lengthening, having lost the influence of the materialized death rules. The abnormal death aura within the nether abyss spread over once again. However, as these abnormal death auras approached Sumyubai, they became docile, compared to their erosion of other living beings. The abnormal death aura at this moment was being continuously and unconsciously absorbed by Sumyubai, used to rapidly recover the energy he had expended in the battle against Otis. His soul injuries were being recovered by the Sea of Death, and his divine body injuries were being recovered by the World Tree, and the recovery speed was incredibly fast. This was the reason Sumyubai dared to go all out in his battle against Otis. As long as he didn't die, his condition could return to its peak in a short amount of time. This was something other top-tier world lords could not achieve. Only the consumption of divine power and soul energy required him to recover on his own once they were depleted. Now, the absorbed abnormal death aura had compensated for the depletion of his divine power and soul energy. As his strength recovered, the aura Sumyubai exuded became increasingly powerful. It was even stronger than when he had just made his breakthrough, because, in his state of epiphany, he had fused the Great Tao of Death rules to 89. He was only 0.1% away from his rule fusion reaching the 9-pattern realm. However, this 0.1% was clearly a bottleneck. Even though Sumyubai was currently in a state of epiphany, he could not break through it quickly. Of course, the main reason was that the materialized death rules had long since dissipated. Sumyubai's epiphany had lasted for 3 whole days. 3 days later, he suddenly opened his eyes. A flash of grayish-white light flickered in the depths of his pupils, and the system notification sounded in his ears. Chapter 809, The 9-Pattern Realm. Sumyubai's Conjecture, Bonus Chapter, Notification. Congratulations to player Bai for successfully comprehending a trace of the true meaning of death. Your great Tao of Death rules fusion degree Kung 0. At the same time, on Sumyubai's Godhead, the rule pattern that had been slightly inferior to the other 8 finally caught up, standing on equal footing with them. Notification. Congratulations to player Bai for successfully fusing the great Tao of Death rules to the 9-Pattern Realm. Current fusion degree of the great Tao of Death rules, Hu tilde. Sumyubai exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes filled with joy. Before the epiphany, his great Tao of Death rules fusion degree was 87%. Now, he had reached 90% in one go. Do not underestimate this mere 3%. Those who could reach the peak of the upper god realm were all peerless geniuses of their respective races. But those who could reach the 9-Pattern Realm were few and far between. Back then, Ferdinand and Calvin had only fused their darkness rules to 95%. Yet they were already the second strongest experts of the werewolf and vampire races, respectively. Now that Sumyubai's rule fusion had reached the 9-Pattern Realm, although he had just crossed this threshold, he had fused one of the 9 supreme rules. If he were to face Calvin and Ferdinand again, even though his soul and divine body as a mid-stage upper god still had a significant gap compared to theirs, he would be able to defeat them both without using any external items. With my current strength, I have definitely stepped into the level of a top-tier world lord. Sumyubai's lips curled upward. With the existence of the World Tree and the Sea of Death, these 2 rule-level creations, his entry into the top-tier world lord level of combat power also meant that below the rule sovereign realm, no one could kill him anymore. Of course, he was still a bit short of becoming the #1 upper god in the myriad worlds. Sumyubai had seen the scene of the death god Bok facing the sovereign of fire. He was very clear that compared to Bok's peak, he still had a way to go. It's time to go back. Sumyubai withdrew his thoughts and looked down into the deeper parts of the abyss of death. Layers upon layers of abnormal death obscured his vision. Even Sumyubai, the successor to the Death Sovereign, could not see very far here. If he continued to go deeper, he would soon enter the core area of the abyss of death. There, top-tier upper gods had fallen in the past. And while the Death Cannon and the Scythe of Death both contained coordinates within the abyss of death, those 3 coordinates were all located at the even more dangerous bottom of the abyss. Although Sumyubai was confident in his strength, he did not want to act recklessly. Fujiya Tianjia still had a massive amount of wealth that had not yet been converted into his own strength. What he needed to do most now was to bring Bloomer back to the Death Domain Bank, and wait until his strength had advanced further before entering the abyss of death again. Just as Sumyubai withdrew his gaze and prepared to leave, the space beside him suddenly twisted. His gaze sharpened, and he instinctively recoiled from that area. Immediately after, the surrounding abnormal death aura seemed to be attracted, rapidly converging toward that twisting space. In an instant, a grayish-white vortex appeared where Sumyubai had been standing just moments before. So, this is how a death vortex is formed. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. This was his first time seeing a death vortex take shape. However, even with the death cannon, his soul energy could not penetrate the death vortex to see where it would transport those it swallowed. This death vortex was clearly to sizes smaller than the one that had swallowed Bloomer earlier. Sumyubai estimated that a peak upper god at the 9-Pattern Realm could break free from it quite quickly. This thing posed no threat to him whatsoever. After a brief glance, Sumyubai turned to leave, but the next moment, he suddenly frowned and reached out to grab at his side. In the next instant, a special undead was bound in his palm by his death divine power. The special undead in the abyss of death all looked the same. There was not a glimmer of light in their eyes, which looked like devoid holes. And there was absolutely no soul fire inside. The only difference between these special undead was their strength. Special undead vitality, 99 worlds. Realm, peak upper god combat power. Peak upper god 9 pattern. A special undead that only exists in the abyss of death, hiding within the death aura. They will attack all living beings that approach. Did it appear along with the death vortex? Sumyubai looked at the special undead struggling in his hand and retracted his previous thought. If one counted this guy, an ordinary peak upper god at the 9-pattern realm would certainly not be able to escape that death vortex. After all, their strength would be greatly suppressed within the abyss of death. However, this had nothing to do with Sumyubai. Not only would his strength not weaken here, but his divine power could actually recover even faster. The nether abyss was, quite literally, his home turf. Just as Sumyubai was preparing to finish off this special undead creature once and for all, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck his mind. He still remembered that when he first entered the nether abyss, he had used the Zhuanshan divine eyes to examine a special undead creature. The information provided by the Zhuanshan divine eyes at that time was a semi-biological entity eroded by the abnormal death or researched by the death sovereign. Its situation is quite awkward. It is neither a living being nor a dead object, and it is unable to leave the nether abyss. A semi-biological entity eroded by abnormal death, or what would happen if I added mutated life force to it? Sumyubai murmured, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. From the very first moment he saw these special undead, he had felt that what the Death Sovereign was trying to create was likely Netherworld. But clearly, the Death Sovereign had failed. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many semi-living, semi-dead special undead existing within the Nether Abyss. Could it be that what he was missing was mutated life force? The more Sumyubai thought about it, the more excited he became. The world tree within his internal world immediately radiated a rich, dense life force. This power flowed through Sumyubai's palm, forcibly injected into the body of the special undead. With the catastrophe trait, Sumyubai only needed a thought to make any undead creature absorb the life force. As the mutated life force from the world tree entered its body, the special undead suddenly began to tremble all over. Today's bonus chapter is served, Chapter 810, the Zhuanshan Sealing Method. As the mutated life force from the world tree entered its body, the special undead suddenly began to tremble all over. Click, click, click. The magnitude of the trembling was so great that it even caused the sound of bones colliding. Seeing this, Sumyubai felt a surge of joy. It's working. Although he didn't know what this special undead would eventually turn into, as long as there was an effect, changes would inevitably occur. Time ticked by second, but Sumyubai gradually began to frown. Slow. More and more mutated life force was being injected into its body, but although the special undead kept trembling, its aura did not show any obvious changes. There were still matters regarding Bloomer and the Dead Zone Bank that needed to be handled. Sumyubai didn't have so much time to waste here. It seems I need to increase efficiency. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow, his pupils instantly turning golden, and the vertical eye in the center of his forehead opened as well. Faintly, a Taiji-like pattern rotated slowly within the vertical eye. Zhuanshan Divine Eyes. Sumyubai had already examined the hidden information of the special undead through the Zhuanshan Divine Eyes long ago. Although it had absorbed some mutated life force now, no new hidden information had appeared. However, Sumyubai opening the Zhuanshan Divine Eyes at this moment was not to check the changes in the special undead. Rather, he was preparing to use a skill he had never used before. He saw the vertical eye in the center of his forehead suddenly shoot out a brilliant golden light, shining upon the special undead. A profound and mysterious ripple instantly spread out, causing the surrounding abnormal death aura to fall into silence, no longer active, as if it had been sealed. Immediately following this, the special undead in Sumyubai's hand began to struggle violently. However, its struggle was entirely in vain. Sumyubai's comprehensive strength had already stepped into the level of a top-tier world lord. How could a mere special undead at the peak of the 9-pattern upper god realm possibly break free? The golden light penetrated the skull of the special undead and shot straight into the center of its forehead. But then, the golden light paused for a brief moment, seemingly unable to find the special undead's divine soul. This thing didn't even have a soul fire. So where would a divine soul come from? Even Sumyubai hadn't figured out how the Death Sovereign had managed to achieve this. Don't let the fact that these special undead were powerless in Sumyubai's hands fool you. They were elusive, could not be detected by divine soul power, and every strike was a lethal sneak attack. Their combat techniques were seasoned and fierce, which was simply not something a puppet could achieve. But without a soul fire, What else could a special undead rely on to control its divine body? Fortunately, the golden light didn't get stuck on the issue. After failing to sense the existence of a divine soul, it decisively shifted its target to the skeletal divine body of the special undead. Immediately after, strands of extremely profound inscriptions rapidly crawled all over the special undead's body, like countless chains, binding it firmly. The aura emitted by the special undead became weaker, at a speed visible to the naked eye, until it could no longer be felt at all, as if it were a dead object. Its struggles had also long since ceased, though its divine body was still trembling involuntarily due to the absorption of the mutated life force. What Samubai was using was precisely the final special skill he had comprehended from the Zhuanshan treasure mirror, the Zhuanshan sealing method. After condensing his divine soul, all the information regarding the Zhuanshan sealing method and the Zhuanshan grandeur had been forcibly stored in his divine soul by the Zhuanshan treasure mirror. As if through an empowerment, however, information was just information. Use these two abilities well. Samubai still needed to comprehend them himself and master them thoroughly. Although Samubai wasn't yet proficient in the Zhuanshan grandeur, he had at least used it a few times. But the Zhuanshan sealing method was something he had never used before. It wasn't that Samubai didn't want to use it, but rather that without a deep level of comprehension, it was truly somewhat useless to him. Enemies weaker than him had no need to be sealed. Enemies too strong for him couldn't be sealed. It could be described as tasteless to eat but a pity to discard. Precisely because of this, Samubai had never used this skill. Of course, this did not mean the Zhuanshan sealing method wasn't powerful. It was just that Samubai's comprehension was far from enough. After all, he had too many methods and cheats at his disposal, and his strength was increasing too rapidly. Where would he find the time to properly comprehend the Zhuanshan sealing method? However, once he finished with the current stage of affairs, Samubai would still use time acceleration to properly comprehend the Zhuanshan sealing method, because this skill is just as mysterious and powerful as the Zhuanshan grandeur. Zhuanshan sealing method special skill no grade, the supreme sealing technique of the myriad worlds. Accessible only to Zhuanshan successors with exceptional comprehension and an unyielding will. Skill effects. Uses the divine soul as the lock core, divine power as the sealing chain, and heaven and earth as the prison, infusing the power of laws, rules to construct a supreme seal. This method can evolve the principles of sealing across all worlds. Theoretically, it can seal any type of target, whether it be a tangible entity, intangible energy, soul consciousness, conceptual laws, or even fragments of time and space. The deeper your comprehension of the Zhuanshan sealing method, the higher your casting speed and precision will be, eventually reaching the realm where one's words become law, and the seal forms of its own accord. The strength and permanence of the seal depend on your own strength, the depth of your comprehension of the sealing method, the power invested, and the strength of the target. Note, the stronger the target, the greater the consumption. Specific consumption depends on the sealing target, the sealing effect, the scope of the seal, the intensity of the seal, and the power utilized. The Zhuanshan sealing method is the ultimate evolution of the Zhuanshan lineage in the field of sealing, and it is the root of all sealing methods in the myriad worlds. Although this was not the first time he had seen the description of the Zhuanshan sealing method, Samubai still had to sigh at how high-class the Zhuanshan lineage remained. When he was in the No.07 Divine Forbidden Land, he had used many methods to push his comprehension to the limit before he could even open the Zhuanshan treasure mirror. At the time, he felt that comprehending only 3 skills was a bit too little. Only after leaving the Divine Forbidden Land did he realize that these weren't just 3 skills, they were 3 major cheats. First was the Zhuanshan pupil, which not only allowed him to see through hidden information but also helped him comprehend and fuse the rules of fate, eventually becoming a rule-level ocular technique. Not only that, but he had previously forcibly absorbed the power of the time-space divine pupil, transforming it into the Zhuanshan divine pupil, which involved 3 supreme rule paths. The subsequent Zhuanshan grandeur was the root of all formations in the myriad worlds, and the final Zhuanshan sealing method was the root of all sealing methods in the myriad worlds. The more Samubai looked at it, the more he felt that the Zhuanshan treasure mirror did not seem like a product of the myriad worlds. This thing, it wouldn't be from beyond the myriad worlds, would it? Sumyubai couldn't help but mutter to himself. However, he knew almost nothing about what lay beyond the myriad worlds. The only thing he knew was the void, and even that was limited to just the name. He knew absolutely nothing beyond that. Among the supreme treasures he possessed, the heart of reincarnation and the Zhuanshan treasure mirror were the most mysterious. Relatively speaking, the latter was clearly a cut above. After all, regarding the heart of reincarnation, Sumyubai could at least guess that it was related to the reincarnation that the myriad worlds lacked. But for the Zhuanshan treasure mirror, he had no clue at all. It seems I'll have to find a chance to have a good talk with Old Man Feng. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Old Man Feng was now one of the top leaders of the entire human race, and he was also half a Zhuanshan successor. Sumyubai didn't believe for a second that he knew nothing. Chapter 811, Experiment. After pulling back his thoughts, Sumyubai glanced at the special undead in his hand, which was completely devoid of aura and thoroughly sealed. With a flicker of his divine sense, he disappeared from the nether abyss along with it. The next moment, the figures of both appeared within Sumyubai's internal world. The boundless sea of death surged with turbulent waves. The Golden Scourge Legion that had merged into Sumyubai's body earlier due to the power of Death Authority Dominion had now returned to the Sea of Death. This massive legion was completely submerged in the vast, endless Sea of Death, looking as inconspicuous as a drop of water in the ocean. The violent soul shocks ignored them, but the power of death within the Sea of Death was constantly strengthening these undead. The reason they could still slowly improve was entirely due to the World Tree. After absorbing the mutated life force, Sumyubai's Scourge Legion was not only dyed golden, but their limits had also been significantly increased. On the World Tree, which blotted out the sky, hung one green fruit after another. Once these fruits matured, each would become a brand new small world, just like the 9 that had already matured. No, after Sumyubai broke through to the mid-stage of the Upper God Realm, the number of mature small world fruits had actually reached 27. This was exactly the same as the number of facets on his intermediate godhead. It was hard to say there was no connection between the two. Normally, although the internal world of an upper god is much broader than a small world, they would not possess multiple internal small worlds like Sumyubai. All of this was clearly brought about by the World Tree, or rule-level creation. With Sumyubai's current strength, he could not yet change the flow of time for his entire internal world. All he could change were the individual small worlds. However, his entry into the internal world this time was not for the sake of time flow. With a thought, Sumyubai carried the sealed special undead directly to the canopy of the World Tree. The mutated life force here was concentrated to the extreme, having already condensed into a layer of emerald green liquid on the surface of the World Tree's canopy. As Sumyubai moved his divine sense, this liquid mutated life force began to boil, surging crazily into the body of the mutated undead. Soon, its surface was dyed with a faint layer of gold, just like the Golden Scourge Legion. Seeing this, Sumyubai frowned. If things continued this way, wouldn't that special undead just become the same as the Golden Scourge Legion? This was not the result he wanted. What Sumyubai wanted was to perfect the research of the previous Death Sovereign, allowing semi-biological entities like the special undead to become true nether beings. If he could achieve this, he wouldn't have to wait for the Creator's Cataclysm trait permissions to unlock. He could create non-god level nether beings himself. Creating a brand new race would require far more than just Yi and the other 10 god level nether beings. With such a small number, how could they even be called a race when the time comes? If the entire Golden Scourge Legion were to be transformed into netherworld beings, imagine how spectacular that scene would be. Netherworld beings are truly, genuinely inanimate. Death holds no meaning for them, although they can still be annihilated by overwhelming power if the gap in strength is too vast. Many laws and rules are completely ineffective against them. Using an army of netherworld beings to sweep across the entire death realm would be an unstoppable force. However, the current changes in the special undead were running contrary to what Sumyubai had imagined. Could it be that the power of death is insufficient? Sumyubai frowned, then moved his divine sense. Boom! The Sea of Death below roared suddenly, and a water spout surged upward at high speed, carrying an intensely concentrated power of death, injecting it into the body of the special undead. Yet, the pale gold on the surface of the special undead's body only grew increasingly intense. That's not right. Sumyubai's expression froze. I was wrong. As he spoke, he grabbed the special undead and vanished from where he stood. The next moment, the two figures appeared at the roots of the world tree, standing firmly within the sea of death. These two rule-level creations appeared to overlap, but in reality, they seemed to exist in different dimensions, not affecting one another. Yet, while standing within the sea of death, Sumyubai could tangibly touch the world tree, which stood like a wall reaching the heavens. This sensation of space-time distortion was quite strange. Even though this was his own internal world, the presence of both the Sea of Death and the World Tree made it so that even he could not fully comprehend it for the time being. As he carried the special undead from the canopy down to the roots, the waterspout in the high sky plunged back into the sea, continuing to pour the dense power of death into the special undead. However, the mutated life force of the World Tree had stopped its transmission at this moment. Netherworld beings are inanimate. They shouldn't have any life force at all. A flash of contemplation crossed Sumyubai's eyes. He had been thinking about it all wrong before. If he wanted to turn a semi-biological entity like the special undead into a truly inanimate object, how could he let it continue to absorb life force? Wasn't that acting in complete opposition to his goal? Not only must it stop absorbing life force, but it must also have its life force extracted. Having realized this, Sumyubai immediately began to experiment. Tiny vines extended from the massive roots of the world tree, piercing directly into the bones of the special undead. The next moment, the vines faintly shimmered with a verdant green glow. This was a sign that the special undead's life force was being extracted. However, immediately afterward, Sumyubai urgently called a halt to the plan. Countless vines retracted into the world tree in an instant. Crack, crack, crack. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, in less than a tenth of a second, but the special undead, which originally possessed a life force of 99 realms, was now left with a mere 12 realms of life force. The gold that had been faintly visible on its surface had also completely vanished. Even its original skeletal divine body had turned deathly pale and was covered in tiny cracks, as if it were about to crumble into a pile of debris at any moment. If not for Sumyubai's quick reaction, this special undead at the peak of the 9-pattern upper god realm would have been drained dry by the world tree by now. Almost ruined the experimental material. Sumyubai let out a sigh of relief. He had grown accustomed to the speed at which the branches of the world tree in his divine domain extracted life force. And for a moment, he had forgotten that this was the main body of the world tree. Although it was still just a sapling, it was a genuine rule-level creation, a 12th tier existence. Fortunately, Sumyubai hadn't let the world tree fire at full power. Otherwise, no matter how fast his reaction was, this special undead would have been finished. To ensure the experiment could be carried out perfectly, Sumyubai first mobilized life force to restore what the special undead had lost. And only then did he carefully allow the world tree to extend a single, tiniest vine. Shoo! The vine pierced precisely into the center of the skeletal forehead, gently beginning to consume the life force within the special undead. At the same time, the power of death within the Sea of Death continued to pour into the special undead's body without interruption. Chapter 812 Rapid Seclusion. Bonus chapter. This time, Sumyubai deliberately suppressed the consumption speed of the world tree's vine to the absolute minimum to ensure the special undead could withstand it. But soon, he thought of another problem. If I just drain the life force, how is that any different from simply killing it? Thinking of this, Sumyubai couldn't help but frown. For the moment, he really didn't know what to do. After all, this was a problem that even the previous Death Sovereign had failed to solve. So it was only natural that Sumyubai found it tricky. Divine power of death condensed into a throne behind him, and Sumyubai sat down slowly, his gaze fixed on the special undead being drained by the vine, falling into deep thought. Compared to the Death Sovereign, if Sumyubai had any advantage, it was his unique forbidden level talent, Catastrophe. However, the Catastrophe talent was used to upgrade the grade of items, and it provided no help in this regard. Furthermore, the special undead were not created by the Myriad Worlds game, but were born from real living beings being eroded by abnormal death energy. Therefore, the Catastrophe talent could not take effect on the special undead. Besides this, what else do I have? Sumyubai's brows were tightly locked. his gaze following the vine that had pierced the special undead's forehead, landing on the world tree that seemed to partition the entire world. The next moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. The world tree. The Death Sovereign did not possess a rule-level creation like the world tree. Having walked a path of constant cheating, Sumyubai's rate of improvement had been far too fast, and the treasures in his possession were numerous. Although his combat power had already stepped into the level of a top-tier world lord, he had never had the leisure to settle down and truly understand everything he possessed. It was not just the Zhuanshan Grandeur and the Zhuanshan Sealing Method. Whether it was the Wheel of Time and Space, the Death Codex, the Heart of Reincarnation, the Zhuanshan Treasure Mirror, or even the Sea of Death and the World Tree, he had always simply used them, never truly contemplating what profound wonders they might hold. Sometimes, leveling up too quickly and possessing too many powerful items could be a source of frustration. This was not Sumyubai being humble. He had truly encountered such a situation. Then, let's start with the World Tree. Sumyubai sat upright on his throne. With a thought, the vines of the World Tree instantly retracted, and the Sea of Death ceased its output of death energy. The sealed special undead remained standing there, motionless, like a statue. Sumyubai paid it no mind. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the Wheel of Time and Space and accelerated the flow of time around himself by 1,000 times. He prepared to thoroughly study the functions of the World Tree before restarting his experiments. After reaching the 11th tier, the information provided by the Myriad Worlds game's interface had become very simple and vague. Let alone at the 12th tier, many of the World Tree's abilities had no information on the interface at all. After accelerating his time flow by 1,000 times, Sumyubai settled his mind and began to study the abilities of the World Tree. To fully comprehend it in a short time was clearly impossible, even with 1,000-fold time acceleration. But what Sumyubai needed right now was merely to solve the problem regarding vitality. So, it would not take too long. Only half a day later, Sumyubai opened his eyes and waved his hand, dispelling the time acceleration effect around him. Utiled. He exhaled a long breath, a look of disorientation flashing in his eyes. In just half a day, under the influence of the 1,000-fold time acceleration, he had actually spent over a year. This was already longer than the time he had spent since entering the Myriad Worlds game. Although it was an intense period of seclusion, Sumyubai had truly spent that much time, so it was natural to feel a slight sense of maladjustment. However, he adjusted his mindset in an instant. After more than a year of contemplation, he had finally found a solution. So it could be done this way. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow and moved his divine sense. A tiny vine immediately extended from the World Tree. However, this time, the vine was not the vibrant green it had been before, but instead faintly shimmered with a dark green hue. At first glance, the difference was not significant, but the latter gave off a gloomy feeling. This was a power Sumyubai had been unable to mobilize in the past because he simply did not know the World Tree possessed such an effect. If one does not know of an ability, one doesn't even have the thought to use it. So how could it be mobilized? This tiny vine, just like before, instantly pierced into the center of the special undead's brow and began to devour. But this time, what the World Tree was devouring was not merely simple vitality, but the special undead's maximum vitality limit. Not only that, but the vine was also simultaneously extracting the life force from within the special undead. Any living creature, as long as it was alive, necessarily possessed life force. Even undead creatures were no exception. It was just that the life force within undead creatures was very weak. At the same time, the Sea of Death also began to exert its power, continuously injecting death energy and dense death aura into the special undead's body. However, for the sake of caution, all of this was done very slowly. After a long while, the special undead's maximum vitality limit finally dropped by 0.01 rounds. Time acceleration could not play a role in this experiment, because the time rules Sumyubai manipulated using the Wheel of Time and Space were not enough to affect the core of these two rule-level creations, the World Tree and the Sea of Death. It seems it will take some time to see results. Sumyubai stood up, left a divine soul projection in place, and his main body exited the internal world. The next moment, he reappeared within the nether abyss. Looking round, Sumyubai did not find any new special undead. and his figure vanished from the spot. Death Domain Lord Authority Teleportation. Extra update for today, Chapter 813. Who issued the quests? This venerable one will surely grind them to dust. Have you heard? The reason the Lord of the Flame Prison Realm fell was because someone issued a hunting quest at the bounty hunter's home. Who doesn't know that? Those 0 reward quests have already spread throughout the entire Death Domain. It's not just the Death Domain. Other domains have received the news as well. I didn't expect the strength of Calamity of Myriad Races to be so formidable. Even the Lord of the Flame Prison Realm fell at his hands. TSK, I have to say, he is truly bold. Is he not afraid of the demon race's retaliation at all? Indeed, the Lord of the Flame Prison Realm and the Lord of the Illusion Realm, whom he killed in passing, were both high-ranking members of the demon race. I don't believe the demon race will just swallow this insult. What's there to fear? He is a member of the god race. So what if he's from the god race? The demon race is also a top-tier race. How could they just take such a loss? Rumor has it that this matter concerns Director Bloomer of the Dead Domain Bank. Calamity of Myriad Races can only be considered a helper hired by Bloomer. The demon race has no reason to make a move. Could it be such a coincidence, you say? Could those hunting quests have been issued by Director Bloomer himself? SHH, keep your voice down. Can you just say things like that? Be careful, or you won't even know how you died. Sumyubai fabricated the identity of Calamity of Myriad Races precisely to stir up the Death Domain and divert the attention of those who wanted to surround and kill him. Therefore, he had no intention of hiding it at all and directly submitted the bounty quest for Otis remotely. In any case, the quest he issued had no rewards, so it passed the review very quickly. In truth, there was no need for an audit at all, because the phenomena brought about by the fall of a world lord meant that Otis's demise was already known to everyone. Sumyubai only needed to provide the system recording of the exact moment he thoroughly finished off Otis. The recording function provided by the Myriad Worlds game system was capable of capturing soul signatures. As a super faction spanning the entire Myriad Worlds, the bounty hunter house naturally possessed the means to verify whether the individual in the recording was indeed Otis himself. A few days ago, Sumyubai had released 58 reward assassination and hunting missions at the bounty hunter house in one go, and then accepted them with high profile under the identity of Calamity of the Myriad Races, causing quite a stir. Because of this, bounty hunters had been keeping a close eye on the completion status of these missions for days. The moment the status of bounty assassination mission Flame Prison World Lord Otis was updated to completed, the news quickly spread throughout the entire Death Domain. Similar conversations were playing out in every major world across the Death Domain. The name Calamity of the Myriad Races had officially risen to fame, stepping over the corpse of the Flame Prison World Lord. After all, Otis was a powerhouse infinitely close to the level of a top-tier world lord. Looking across the entire Death Domain, there were very few who could surpass him. Under such circumstances, for Calamity of the Myriad Races to have successfully hunted him down in such a short time meant that his strength had inevitably reached the level of a top-tier world lord. Moreover, he was an outstanding figure even among powerhouses at that level. Even an existence like the undead world lord, Sean, had to start taking this suddenly emerged god race powerhouse seriously. For ordinary Myriad Races players, or Lords of Laws, the appearance of Calamity of the Myriad Races was merely a bit of extra gossip. After all, their strength was far too distant from that level. The vast majority of people didn't even know that there were massive gaps in strength between world lords themselves. However, that didn't stop them from thinking that Calamity of the Myriad Races was incredibly badass. But there were some races and powerhouses who were instantly thrown into a panic because of this piece of news. Damn it! How could this Calamity of the Myriad Races be so strong? If even Otis is no match for him, doesn't that mean I'm dead, damn it? If I ever find out who posted those missions, I will grind them to dust. Save it. The bounty hunter house would never expose the information of the mission poster. Yubbo, let's not separate for the time being, so we don't get picked off one by Calamity of the Myriad Races. No, even if we join forces, we won't be a match for Calamity of the Myriad Races. We need to contact more of the targets he's hunting. Is there any news from the god race side? Who exactly is this Calamity of the Myriad Races? Our demon spirit race is also a target of calamity of the myriad races. Elders, what should we do? You're asking us. Who are we supposed to ask? Notify all high-level members, hold a meeting, it's over. It's completely over. If calamity of the myriad races comes for us, what can our ogre race use to stop him? No, I must leave the death domain immediately. It's far too dangerous here. Let's go. Let's go together right now. As for those clansmen who don't have the ability to leave, let them fend for themselves. The sudden fall of Otis was like the sky collapsing for the remaining mission targets. If calamity of the myriad races could hunt down a powerhouse like Otis, then killing them would be effortless. For a time, the 30 hunted races fell into complete chaos. Of the remaining 27 targets, some fled while others gathered together. Those who fled wanted to hide in other domains to avoid being found by calamity of the myriad races. Those who gathered hoped to use their numerical advantage to compensate for the gap in strength against calamity of the myriad races. Sumubai had long anticipated this, and for the time being, he didn't bother with them. With the catastrophe talent, it wasn't difficult for him to find his hunting targets. Even if they ran to other domains, it would be of no use. As for those races, it was even easier to handle. With their massive numbers, where could they possibly hide? Brian's plan to expand the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom was in full swing. During this process, Sumubai's Golden Calamity Legion would also see significant development. When the time came, once the number of the Golden Calamity Legion reached a certain magnitude, that would be when the real hunting of these races would begin. When the catastrophe descended then, it would not be limited to just one planet or one small world, but would descend directly upon an entire major world, or even the entire death domain. In the past, even if the Golden Calamity Legion reached such a magnitude, Sumubai could not have made them sweep through a major world rapidly. But now, it was different. The existence of the Death Domain Lord token allowed Sumubai to become the acting Domain Lord of the Death Domain, granting him early access to a portion of the Domain Lord's authority. As long as he wished, he could open a large number of portals, just as Brian did in the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, and deploy the Golden Calamity Legion to every corner of the Death Domain, because he could now use his Domain Lord authority to open cross-domain portals directly. This was an ability granted to Sumubai by the Death Domain Lord token, and its priority was vaguely even higher than the rules themselves. For example, the Death Domain Lord authority instant transmission he had just used could not be stopped in the slightest by the restrictions and barriers of the Nether Abyss. With a single thought, he returned directly from the depths of the Nether Abyss to the City of Silence. Now, this city was also filled with discussions about calamity of the myriad races and those bounty missions. Hearing this, a curve formed on the corner of Sumubai's mouth, and he then stepped into the tree-lined avenue ahead. Chapter 814. Believers in the Inner World. Cling clang. A series of metallic clashing sounds echoed in Sumubai's ears. This was the melody played by the soul coin bone trees on both sides of the road as they were brushed by the wind. Although this melody was filled with the stench of copper, it also highlighted the immense wealth of the Death Domain Bank. Sumubai was not particularly interested in the large number of soul coins on the soul coin ancient trees. With his current wealth, let alone soul coins, he didn't even think much of soul crystals. However, he was still quite interested in the soul coin ancient tree itself. As his gaze swept over the soul coin ancient tree, Sumubai couldn't help but let his divine sense stir. Catastrophe target. Soul coin ancient tree. Prompt. Please select the promotion grade, first tier, second tier, third tier, or attach a catastrophe trait to it. Click to view details. Second tier. Sumubai raised an eyebrow, opening the details with interest. Option 1. Promote to soul crystal bone tree. No cost. Option 2. Sublime it to soul diamond bone tree. Cost to 10 billion soul diamonds. Option 3. Catastrophize to divine crystal ancestor tree. Cost 1 billion soul power. Option 4. Attach a catastrophe trait individually. Cost 9 soul power. Please note, if you choose the third tier of catastrophe, the target will inevitably be annihilated due to its inability to withstand the immense energy. You will gain nothing, and the consumed resources cannot be refunded. What disappointed Sumubai was that sublimating it into a soul diamond bone tree was already the limit. It wasn't that his catastrophe talent ability was insufficient, but that the upper limit of the soul coin ancient tree was too low. Shaking his head in disappointment, Sumyu-bai withdrew his gaze. "My lord, do you like the soul coin ancient tree?" Vivian had already been released from his internal world. Noticing the change in Sumyu-bai's expression, she quickly spoke up. "When father wakes up, I will have him gift you some." There is no need for that." Sumyu-bai smiled and waved his hand. What were a few soul coin ancient trees? Once he mastered the dead zone bank, all the soul coin bone trees would be his. Even that soul crystal bone tree in the core area of the headquarters would be no exception. After being rejected by Sumyu-bai, a trace of imperceptible disappointment flashed deep in Vivian's eyes. However, she adjusted her emotions instantly and entered the core area of the dead zone bank headquarters with Sumyu-bai. Soon, the two arrived before a crystal building that seemed to have no top. This building, just like a top-tier godhead, possessed exactly 999 facets. This was also the place where the 13 directors of the Dead Zone Bank usually held their meetings. Generally speaking, clients were not allowed to enter, but this time, Sumyu-bai had the qualifications to enter, and like the branch offices, this crystal building had no greeters or guards. It didn't even have a door. Only the soul crystal bone tree outside the building swayed alone in the wind, emitting a crisp, tinkling sound. The two did not stop because of this, but instead walked directly toward the doorless crystal building. Just as Sumyu-bai and Vivian were about to collide with one of the facets of the crystal building, a faint light suddenly flickered within the latter, enveloping Sumyu-bai as well. Immediately following, a light screen appeared on the crystal building, rapidly scanning their divine bodies before vanishing. Sumyu-bai and Vivian took a step forward and, as if passing through a water curtain, walked directly into the crystal building. Only after they had completely entered did the ripples on the facet gradually subside, as if nothing had ever happened. This was the detection method of the Dead Zone Bank's core area. The faint light flickering within Vivian was the entry authorization that Bloomer had once given her. Without this authorization, even a top-tier world lord would be unable to enter. After all, this place once belonged to the forces of the Death Sovereign, and now, the next Death Sovereign had arrived. So the ownership of the Dead Zone Bank should return to its rightful master. After entering the crystal building, the two did not appear in any lobby, but instead appeared directly inside a luxurious villa. This was where Bloomer usually rested and worked. The moment they entered the crystal building, they were teleported directly here. "Master, please sit. I will go brew some tea." Vivian swayed her figure as she walked toward the tea room. In private, her form of address for Sumyu-bai had returned to normal. Sumyu-bai had no interest in examining the decor here. After sitting on the sofa, he released Bloomer from his internal world. Appearing at the same time was Fujiya Changxia. Before entering the underworld abyss, Bloomer had been severely wounded, and later, due to the death vortex, he had suffered from the erosion of massive amounts of abnormal death energy, causing his divine soul to fall into a deep slumber. Although the abnormal death energy in his body had been completely absorbed by the death scripture later on, he had been unable to wake up due to the severity of his soul injuries. Compared to Brian back then, the only difference in Bloomer's current situation was that he still possessed a complete divine body. Moreover, his divine body showed no signs of injury at this moment. During his time in Sumyu-bai's small internal world, with the blessing of a 500-fold time dilation, combined with the life force of the world tree, the injuries to Bloomer's divine body had long since fully recovered. Now, to make him wake up, only the divine soul needed to be repaired, and fortunately, the Sea of Death could only restore Sumyu-bai's own divine soul. For other creatures, it only had the effect of a soul shock. Otherwise, Bloomer might have already woken up by now. Alert, alert. The moment Bloomer appeared, an alarm sounded in the villa, and dark red light flickered all around, creating a tense atmosphere. Detected that Director Bloomer's divine soul is in a deep slumber. Initiating emergency treatment protocol. No. A white light suddenly descended from the ceiling of the villa, shrouding Bloomer. The next moment, his figure disappeared from before Sumyu-bai and the others. "Boss, is this the high-tech method of the mechanical race? It's really not bad." Fujiya Changxia rolled his eyes, clearly interested in the mechanical race. The reason Sumyubai came here was because Vivian had said that there were mechanical race creations here capable of rapidly detecting bloomers' injuries and performing the most appropriate treatment. Don't even think about doing business with the mechanical race. They are the race that hates humanity the most in all the myriad worlds. Sumyubai shook his head. This was something he had heard from Feng Yuan. Where there's a will, there's a way. Fujiya Tianxia smiled, clearly having no intention of giving up. During the time this guy had spent inside Sumyubai's internal world, he had actually spent his spare time teaching the rescued humans how to conduct business. At first, even Fujiya Tianxia had hit a wall. It wasn't that his business acumen was lacking, but rather that those people were simply too difficult to teach. After all, they had originally been kept as livestock by the Blood Clan and the werewolves. Apart from the instincts to eat and sleep, they knew nothing else. Although these humans had made some progress now, there was still a massive gap compared to normal people. However, through Fujiya Tianxia's unremitting efforts, and with the aid of the 500-fold time dilation, he had truly managed to train a few businessmen. The emergence of these people also allowed the humans living within Sumyubai's internal world to further adapt to the myriad worlds. As these humans' self-awareness gradually awakened, their cognition became increasingly clear, especially those who frequently interacted with the pioneers. They had now gradually returned to normal. Most importantly, their faith in Sumyubai had become unshakable. Even before Sumyubai had performed the death bestowal, these people had unknowingly become his believers. Chapter 815, The Power of Faith. Bonus chapter. Current number of believers, 56,800 including 6 fanatic believers. Current believer limit, 2,700. Death energy, 6,528.57. This was the power contributed to Sumyubai by the humans in his internal small world. When he first rescued them, Sumyubai hadn't thought that much about it, because at that time, his believer limit was only a few thousand. But after breaking through to the upper god realm in one go, his believer limit had directly increased to 900. Previously, while battling Otis, Sumyubai had broken through the bottleneck of the mid-stage upper god realm again. His believer limit had reached a staggering 2.7 million. Although not many humans in his internal small world had awakened yet, they had already brought him over 50 points of death energy. If not for this massive amount of death energy, Sumyubai wouldn't have been able to defeat Otis so easily. With the death cannon fully unleashed, combined with the fusion of all the professional powers of the Death Sovereign, Sumyubai's death energy was no longer limited to just activating Death Descent. Whenever he mobilized any authority of the Death Rules, he could consume death energy to amplify the power of that rule's authority. In order to finish off Otis in one strike, he had consumed almost all of his death energy at that time. However, after the limit increased, the recovery speed of death energy had also been greatly improved. Not only that, because the internal world had a time flow 500 times faster than the outside, every so often, Sumyubai would receive a system notification. Notification: you have gained 3 new believers, Kung 3 death energy. Notification: you have gained 5 new believers, Kung 5 death energy. Under the guidance of the pioneers whose souls had been reshaped, more and more humans in the internal small world began to awaken. After they awakened, they were able to guide even more people. The spark had already become a prairie fire. It wouldn't be long before Sumyubai's believers reached the limit of 2.7 million. Once I break through to the 12th tier rule sovereign realm, should this power be called the power of faith? A faint grayish-white glow appeared in Sumyubai's palm. Although it carried a faint aura of death, in essence, it was not the power of death. This was the death energy provided by his believers, but in his view, this power should more accurately be called the power of faith. Initially, Sumyubai had assumed that every true god at the Law Lord realm could bestow gifts upon believers and master the power of faith. But as his horizons broadened, he realized that this was not an ability that a Law Lord could master. Only existences at the 12th tier rule sovereign realm were qualified to bestow gifts upon believers and master the power of faith. True gods at the Law Lord realm were merely the objects of such bestowals. In fact, because rule sovereigns had so many believers, they had to rely on luck if they wanted to activate the god descent state. After all, rule sovereigns weren't so idle that they would listen to the prayers of their believers at any time. In reality, those players who had to rely on luck to activate the God Descent state were already considered fortunate. The most tragic ones in these 10 epochs were those players who had lost their faith during that great upheaval. Although humanity was the race that suffered the most losses, many rule sovereigns of various races had also fallen. Even among the 9 supreme gods, only the sovereign of luck remained confirmed as not having fallen. Changing one's faith was not an easy task. Unless a new rule sovereign was born within that lineage, these players would not be able to regain the ability to activate the God Descent state. Before long, Vivian arrived before Sumyubai carrying a teapot and leaned over to pour him a cup. "Master, please have some tea." In comparison, her attitude toward Fujiya Qiangxia was completely different. "Excuse me, I didn't expect you to come out too. There is water over there. Please don't stand on ceremony." Fujiya Qiangxia didn't mind this. Instead, he looked at the villa, which was still flashing with red light, and asked, "How long will your father need to recover?" The subsequent plan could not proceed without Bloomer's cooperation. Therefore, they had to wait for him to wake up from his slumber. Vivian only possessed the authorization to enter this place. The one who could truly influence the Death Domain Bank was Bloomer, the director. Hearing this, Sumyubai also set down his teacup and looked at Vivian. The latter thought for a moment, then finally shook her head. "Father has never been injured this severely before. I don't know either." Before she could finish, Sumyubai suddenly stood up. "Take me to the room where he is recovering from his injuries." Watching Sumyubai and the other leave the living room, Fujiya Qiangxia did not follow them. Instead, he took out his communicator and contacted Jin Shenqian, who was far away in the No.07 God Forbidden Land. Inside emergency treatment room now. A highly mechanical treatment pod sat in the center of the room. The pod was filled with a dark purple liquid, which was clearly a divine medicine with powerful restorative properties for the soul. Bloomer was currently lying quietly inside the treatment pod, his face as calm as an ancient well, devoid of any expression. His soul remained in a deep slumber. As a director of the Dead Zone Bank, the treatment pod and divine medicine he used were naturally the best available at the Law Lord realm. However, it would still take a certain amount of time for him to wake up. Sumyubai naturally could not wait that long. After attempting to use catastrophe only to receive a prompt that it would very likely cause the treatment pod and the divine medicine to annihilate, he decisively summoned the Wheel of Time. The next moment, a profound and mysterious fluctuation appeared within the treatment room. Time rule time acceleration. 1,000 times. Today's bonus chapter is served. Chapter 816. 100 million soul power. In the living room, Fujiya Qiangxia was still busy making calls on his communicator. Although he had already left the No.07 God Forbidden Land, there were still many things that required his personal attention. For example, cross-boundary trading. The existence of the God of Wealth contract allowed him to now contract with multiple targets simultaneously. Although ultra-long-distance cross-boundary trading required the expenditure of certain resources, this cost was thousands of times cheaper compared to cross-boundary teleportation within the myriad worlds. It was precisely because of the existence of Fujiya Qiangxia's God of Wealth contract that the development speed of the No.07 God Forbidden Land had been greatly accelerated. Of course, all of this was inseparable from Sumyubai's wealth and strength support, to say nothing else. If not for Sumyubai, even with his SSS-grade God of Wealth talent, Fujiya Qiangxia would at most have become the richest player in the Blue Star District. Dreaming of leaving the No.07 God Forbidden Land to reach the myriad worlds would be nothing more than a pipe dream. After finishing a cross-boundary trade, Fujiya Qiangxia opened his character panel for the umpteenth time. The profession column still displayed. His new exclusive hidden profession was still being generated by the Myriad Worlds game. I wonder what it will be once the God of Wealth profession is upgraded. Every second, Fujiya Qiangxia looked forward to the birth of his new profession. I don't dare to dream of being on par with the boss. But after the new profession is generated, I hope to have combat power like Sanchi Kingfeng and the others. A glimmer of longing flashed in Fujiya Qiangxia's eyes. Although he was best at doing business and making money, living in a world of the myriad worlds where the strong prey on the weak, how could he not want to possess powerful combat strength? At the very least, He should be able to protect himself and not cause trouble for the boss, right? While thinking this, he dialed his communicator again to continue making business arrangements. Besides the No. 7 God-forbidden land, Fujiya Qiangxia had also spent some time in the undead realm. Naturally, he had established business forces there as well. However, at that time, Sumyubai had not yet broken through to the 11th tier Law Lord realm. So Fujiya Qiangxia had developed very low-key, not even daring to use the name Myriad World's Chamber of Commerce. Things were different now. His boss's strength had already reached the level of a top-tier world lord. Once the problem with the Dead Zone Bank was resolved, it would be time for the Myriad World's Chamber of Commerce to grow and expand in the Death Realm. What Fujiya Qiangxia needed to do now was to arrange some trivial matters in advance. As a gold medal employee, his awareness was very high. If it was initially just for that 5% profit, what Fujiya Qiangxia wanted now was to follow his boss, Baiyi, to the pinnacle of the Myriad World's emergency treatment room now. Bloomer was still lying quietly in the treatment pod. Although Sumyubai had applied 1,000-fold time acceleration here, those inside the room could not feel it. Sumyubai had long since left, and now only Vivian remained, guarding the treatment pod and waiting for Bloomer to wake up. There were some things Vivian wanted to tell her father the moment he woke up, to prevent him from angering their master due to a lack of understanding. Cultivation room. This was the sturdiest place in the entire villa, and the materials used during its construction were exceptionally rare. Bloomer often tested his various methods here. As long as he didn't mobilize his rule authority, even a powerhouse at his top-tier world lord level would find it difficult to destroy this cultivation room. At this moment, Sumyubai was sitting inside the cultivation room, surrounded by piles of soul spirits. Prompt: you have absorbed a soul spirit. Soul power Kung 10. Prompt: you have absorbed a soul spirit. Soul power Kung 10. One soul spirit after another was absorbed by Sumyubai, and his soul power cap was constantly increasing. During the time he had spent experiencing the effects of the world tree within his internal world, Sumyubai had not stopped absorbing soul spirits. Therefore, his current soul power had already reached a terrifying figure. Current soul power: 105 million. Leaving 5 million soul power should be more than enough. A sharp light flashed in Sumyubai's eyes, and he stopped absorbing the soul spirits. The stronger one's strength, the higher the soul power required to remain conscious. If the soul power was too low, one would fall into a deep slumber, just like Bloomer. If one lacked the means for automatic healing, they could only wait for their soul power to slowly recover while in a slumber, much like Brian had in the past. Therefore, Sumyubai needed to retain a certain amount of soul power to avoid falling into a slumber himself. Even with his current strength, 5 million soul power was absolutely sufficient. In other words, Sumyubai now had a full 100 million soul power points that he could use to catalyze treasures or individually add catastrophe characteristics to them. I remember, adding a catastrophe characteristic to the death scripture individually only requires 10 million soul power. Right. Sumyubai murmured to himself, his divine sense stirring. A faint shimmer flickered across the mark on the back of his left hand, and the death codex immediately manifested. When he had first entered the undead realm, he had been utterly shocked by the consumption required by the cataclysm talent to affect the death codex. But looking at it now, that bit of consumption was no longer worth mentioning. I wonder how heaven-defying the effects will be once the cataclysm trait is added to the death codex. Expectation filled Sumyubai's eyes as he focused his gaze on the death codex. Cataclysm. Target: Death Codex. Prompt: please select the upgrade tier 1 here to or choose to add a cataclysm trait to it. Click to view details. At this moment, even a cheater like him couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Adding a cataclysm trait to a rule-level treasure was a first in history. After taking a deep breath, he moved his divine sense. Add the cataclysm trait to it individually. Just as Sumyubai was waiting in high spirits for the cataclysm talent to take effect, the system notification that rang in his ears caused his expression to shift slightly. Prompt: you have lost 100 million soul power. Current soul power: 5 million. Isn't it 10 million? Why did it become 100 million? Sumyubai was somewhat bewildered. He was certain he hadn't misremembered the figure of 10 million. But why had the consumption suddenly jumped to 100 million? Fortunately, 100 million soul power was not an unaffordable figure for the current Sumubai. As his soul power poured out like a cascading waterfall, the Cataclysm talent officially activated, and a powerful force emerged from thin air, injecting itself into the Death Codex. The Death Codex began to tremble, and the roar radiating from the entire book grew increasingly powerful. The gray-white light of the inscriptions flickering on the cover gradually became more intense. The isolation effect of Bloomer's cultivation room was extremely strong, and coupled with the mini Zhuanshan great array that Sumubai had specifically set up to seal the area, the fluctuations of the aura emitted by the Death Codex did not leak out. After all, this was not creating a new rule-level treasure from scratch, it was merely adding a Cataclysm trait to it. Of course, the existence of the Cataclysm trait would inevitably make the Death Codex far exceed a normal rule-level treasure. Adding a Cataclysm trait to a rule-level treasure was clearly not something that could be completed in an instant. While the Death Codex accepted the power of the Cataclysm talent, Sumubai, filled with confusion, opened the detailed view. He had to figure out why the consumption for adding the Cataclysm trait had suddenly increased tenfold. Chapter 817. The Cataclysm trait of the Death Codex. Filled with confusion, Sumubai opened the detailed view. Immediately after, he was slightly stunned. Detailed view. Option 1. Overwrite the original upgrade effect and re-upgrade it into the rule-level special treasure Death Codex. 0 consumption. Option 2. Overwrite the original upgrade effect and sublimate it into the destruction rule-level special treasure Codex of Ends, costing 100 billion divine crystals. Option 3. Add the Cataclysm trait to it individually, costing 100 million soul power, is 100 billion, and divine crystals. Sumubai had never expected that not only had the cost of adding the Cataclysm trait to the Death Codex increased tenfold, but the cost to sublimate it into a destruction rule-level treasure had increased by a full 1,000 times. Although he currently possessed 100 billion divine crystals and would soon have even more, he had to figure out why the consumption of the Cataclysm talent had suddenly changed. In an instant, golden light flashed in Sumubai's pupils, and the vertical eye between his brows opened accordingly. Zhuanshan Divine Pupil. Not only that, he also mobilized the Rule of Fate to augment the effects of the Zhuanshan Divine Pupil. Although Sumubai had only fused 1% of the Rule of Fate, with the augmentation of the Rule Power, the effect of the Zhuanshan Divine Pupil was still greatly enhanced. So that's how it is. A moment later, the golden light in Sumubai's eyes dissipated. A look of sudden realization appeared on his face, and at the same time, he let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. The sudden increase in consumption was not because there was a problem with the Cataclysm talent, but because the original Death Codex had not been fully liberated. The Cataclysm talent upgrades an object by directly and forcibly raising it by an entire tier. If he had sublimated the unliberated Death Codex, he would naturally have obtained an unliberated Codex of Ends. Now that the Death Codex was fully liberated, if he were to sublimate it again, what Sumubai would obtain would be the liberated Codex of Ends. The gap between the two was immense, which was why the consumption had increased so significantly. Even the cost of adding the Cataclysm trait individually had increased tenfold because of this. I knew it. How could it only cost a mere 1 trillion soul crystals to sublimate a destruction rule-level treasure? Sumubai's mindset and vision were no longer what they had been when he first entered the undead realm. Far from being troubled, he felt completely at ease. 100 billion divine crystals, if converted into soul crystals, would be a full 1 quadrillion. This was indeed an astronomical figure, but for Sumubai, it was not a problem at all. At this very moment, Fujia Tianxia possessed over 160 billion divine crystals, which was more than enough to directly sublimate the Death Codex into the Codex of Ends. Once Bloomer woke up, through his authority as a director, he would be able to exchange these divine crystals for new ones. By then, Sumubai's wealth would multiply dozens or even hundreds of times over. Before long, 100 billion divine crystals would also be something that could be described as a mere 100 billion. Resources, for Sumubai, who possessed the Cataclysm talent, were almost as abundant as he wanted them to be. Of course, the premise was not to drain the myriad worlds dry. What he had been worried about before was whether there would be other problems if sublimating a destruction rule level treasure was so cheap. Now that the consumption had increased, it actually made him feel reassured. Moreover, he would not choose to sublimate the Death Codex before meeting Zhixingchen, because Sumubai currently had no way to resolve the issue of rejection from the myriad worlds. After all, even the supreme gods had no solution for this thing. After a long while, the Death Codex hovering in front of Sumubai suddenly retracted its divine light and slowly landed in his palm. At the same time, a system notification sounded in his ears. Notification: you have lost 100 million soul power and successfully added the Cataclysm trait to the Death Codex. It's finally done. Sumubai couldn't wait to examine the changes in the Death Codex. Death Codex. Profession exclusive White Knight special item cannot be dropped, cannot be damaged, cannot be traded, can be summoned or retracted at will. A supreme treasure created by the Lord of Death, carrying the great Tao of Death rules and the authority of death left behind by him. Specific effects, omitted. PS. Please see Chapter 712 for details. Current level of mobilization for the Great Tao of Rules. Current level of mobilization for the Authority of Death, Level 1, Cataclysm trait. You can summon a projection of the previous Lord of Death through the Death Codex. Please note, after summoning the projection of the previous Lord of Death, you will be enabled to mobilize the Authority of Death through the Death Codex for a period of time. The Death Codex had only one effect added by the Cataclysm trait, but this single effect caused Sumubai to suddenly spring up from the ground. What? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, finally confirming that he hadn't misread it. The Cataclysm trait of the Death Codex was indeed the ability to summon a projection of the previous Lord of Death. As the saying goes, the Cataclysm trait had never disappointed him. The previous Lord of Death had clearly fallen, yet he could summon a projection of the entity out of thin air. This was one of the 9 supreme gods. Even if it were just a projection, it was definitely not something in existence at the 11th Order Law Master realm could contend with. With this Cataclysm trait, even if I encounter a Rule Master at the main god realm, I have the ability to protect myself. Having suddenly obtained such a powerful trump card, Sumubai was overjoyed. The only uncertainty now was what specific strength the summoned projection of the Lord of Death possessed, and how long it could last. Since I'm not sure, I'll just test it out. With a thought from Sumubai, his figure instantly disappeared from the cultivation room. Naturally, one must understand the strength of a life-saving trump card. In any case, he now possessed a portion of the domain owner's authority over the Death Realm. And the next thing he needed to deal with was the matter of the Death Domain Bank. Even if he couldn't mobilize the authority of death within the Death Codex for a while, it wouldn't be a problem. Inside his internal main world, that special skeleton was still having its maximum life force drained. Sumubai glanced at it, then stopped paying attention and summoned the Death Codex with a thought. The next moment, the Death Codex suddenly erupted with a blinding gray-white divine light, and a power filled with the aura of death descended. Supreme Death Divine Power, the Great Tao of Death rules. The power of the Authority of Death. The 3 forces blended together, and a terrifying pressure radiated outward. Whoosh, 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 wrestle, wrestle, wrestle. The Sea of Death stirred up monstrous waves, and the World Tree suddenly began to sway. In the high sky, a faint, giant human face first appeared. Immediately after, the Lord of Death manifested from the gray-white divine light, his majestic body seemingly forged from extinguished stars and the origin of death. His head was shrouded in a rotating halo, and his black hole-like eyes devoured vitality. The torso covered in bone armor was inscribed with flowing death runes. His left palm held the Death Codex in the void, while his right hand gripped a strangely shaped weapon. His lower body was hidden in the churning death energy, with countless pale bone hands floating within it. He was the embodiment of death itself walking in the world. Even though it was only a projection, the pressure made Sumubai's internal world tremble. Chapter 818. Projection of the Lord of Death. Bonus chapter. Is this the pressure of the Rule Master realm? It is truly terrifying. Sumubai was under immense pressure at this moment, and he was even pushed directly into the depths of the Sea of Death. To personally experience how strong the Lord of Death was, he had specifically asked the summoned projection to release its pressure against him. But this pressure alone was already difficult for him to bear. Back when he was in the Fusion Secret Realm, He had seen the wine god Yumu, and it was his true body. However, the other party had not displayed his power in front of him. Therefore, this was the first time Sumyubai had faced the power of a rule master level head-on. Only now did he realize just how vast the gap between himself and the rule master realm truly was. And this was only a projection of the Lord of Death. How strong must the true Lord of Death be? Not to mention Zuxingchen, the Lord of Time and Space, and the Void Monarch from beyond the myriad worlds. They were all existences at the rule-breaking realm, and their strength far exceeded that of the Lord of Death. For a moment, Sumyubai couldn't help but calm down. During this period, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, jumping from the weakest zero-pattern peak upper god to the level of a top-tier world master. Now it seemed that the road ahead was still very long. Even with a unique forbidden level talent like Cataclysm, reaching the rule-breaking realm was not an easy task. Moreover, in Sumyubai's estimation, there must be another realm beyond the rule-breaking realm. This could be seen from the incomplete heart of reincarnation. An unknown level supreme treasure was clearly a creation that transcended the rule-breaking level. After taking a deep breath, Sumyubai moved his divine sense, and the terrifying pressure on his body instantly vanished. The next moment, his figure appeared beside the projection of the Lord of Death. Feeling the extremely powerful energy within the entity, a smile couldn't help but rise on the corner of Sumyubai's mouth. After all, when it comes to trump cards, the stronger, the better. The stronger the projection of the Death Sovereign, the greater the confidence Sumyubai has as he traverses the myriad worlds. The catastrophe trait remains as unreasonable as ever. While the Death Sovereign's projection exists, it does not consume a single shred of Sumyubai's own power. What sustains its existence is the power of the great Tao of Death and the authority of death contained within the Death Codex. This is the power the Death Sovereign entrusted to the Death Codex, and it is inherently complete. The only reason Sumyubai can only mobilize a small portion of it is entirely due to his own insufficient strength. The strange phenomena that appeared when the Death Sovereign's projection condensed have already vanished. At this moment, its aura is completely restrained, feeling very similar to the impression Yumi gave Sumyubai back then. However, Sumyubai is well aware that if this projection were to erupt, its combat power would absolutely reach the level of a main god. What Sumyubai regrets is that, aside from combat instincts, this projection possesses no self-awareness. Looking into the pupils of the projection, Sumyubai feels as if he is staring at himself. This is not the first time he has experienced such a sensation. Could it be? Sumyubai narrows his eyes slightly, his divine sense stirring. The next moment, he possesses two perspectives simultaneously. It actually works. The same sentence is uttered simultaneously by both the projection and Sumyubai. The voice of the Death Sovereign's projection sounds like the voice of the Great Tao, carrying endless majesty. Just as he had taken over the bodies of Yu Yi and the others, Sumyubai has taken over the projection of the Death Sovereign. After experiencing it firsthand, he also understands the limits of what this projection can achieve. The duration of each summoning is closely related to the strength it exerts. But even when facing an opponent at the level of a main god, the Death Sovereign's projection can maintain its full power for about half an hour. That is already enough. Sumyubai is very satisfied with this. After confirming this, the Death Sovereign's projection slowly dissipates into the heavens and earth. The Death Codex also returns to Sumyubai's palm. The power of the authority of death within it has temporarily fallen into dormancy. However, because the projection did not consume much power during this summoning, Sumyubai does not need to wait too long. He only needs to wait a few hours before he can summon the Death Sovereign's projection again. Of course, if the projection were to exhaust all its power, the dormancy period of the authority of death within the Death Codex would lengthen accordingly. But compared to saving his own life, being unable to mobilize the authority of death for a period of time is no problem at all. Besides, Sumyubai has far more methods at his disposal than just the authority of death. In the cultivation room, Sumyubai's figure appears instantly, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. With the Death Sovereign's projection, the things to come will be much simpler. If handled correctly, the Death Sovereign's projection can be used for far more than just combat. At this moment, a series of unconventional plans are already taking shape in Sumyubai's mind. The 100 million soul power required to add the catastrophe trait to the death codex is already high. The wheel of time and space will surely be even higher. Sumyubai pulls back his thoughts and whispers to himself. Then, let's start by adding the catastrophe trait to this thing. As he speaks, a grayish-white token appears in Sumyubai's palm. Death Realm Master Token. He is very curious to see just how powerful the catastrophe trait of the Realm Master Token will be. Catastrophe target. Death Realm Master Token prompt. Please select the promotion rank, Tier 1 to Tier 2. Or add a catastrophe trait to it. Click to view details. Just as Sumyubai is about to check the cost, Vivian's excited voice rings out from outside the cultivation room. Lord Bai, my father has woken up, finally awake. Sumyubai raises an eyebrow, quickly glances at the cost for adding the catastrophe trait, and rises to leave the cultivation room. Outside the door stands Vivian, looking forward with eager anticipation. Sumyubai pats her head and smiles. Let's go. Let's go see your father. Extra update for today, Chapter 819, The Victim. Mr. Bai, you saved my daughter back then, and now you have saved my life as well. Such great kindness and virtue are truly hard to repay. If there is anything you need in the future, just say the word. The moment he sees Sumyubai in the reception hall, Bloomer stands up, his eyes filled with gratitude. At this moment, from his appearance, his injuries have completely healed, though his soul ore remains very weak. Even for someone like him, a wealthy and influential director of the Death Domain Bank, it would take time to fully recover from such severe soul injuries. Although he had the time acceleration rule provided by Sumyubai, Bloomer wanted to meet with Bai the very first moment he regained consciousness. Especially after hearing Vivian recount some things about Bai, he became even more impatient. He had heard the name Bai more than once. Of course, it wasn't through Vivian's mouth back then, but from the Myriad Worlds announcements. For this human monster who has broken the history of the Myriad Worlds time and again, it would be difficult for Bloomer not to take notice. When Sumyubai successfully comprehended the Great Tao of Rules at the 9th rank, he had been tempted. After all, the temptation of a supreme treasure related to soul rules is hard for any powerhouse to resist. Moreover, Bloomer is a top-tier realm master of the succubus race, and his greatest expertise lies in soul rules. However, at that time, because Vivian's soul had been controlled, he was fully focused on investigating Livia's conspiracy and had no heart to search for Bai's whereabouts. Now that he knows Bai is the savior of both himself and his daughter, the lingering thoughts in Bloomer's heart vanish instantly. Mr. Bloomer, please. There is no need for such formalities. Sumyubai smiles slightly and sits down on the sofa with Bloomer. Vivian bows to pour a cup of tea for Sumyubai, then winks at the two of them. My lord father, please take your time talking. Mr. Bai, just call me Bloomer. Then you should stop calling me sir. It sounds awkward. Ha. Very well. Have some tea. Bloomer wore a smile as he raised the cup in front of him in a gesture of invitation. The difference was that while Sumyubai's cup contained tea, his own held a dark purple liquid. The liquid radiated a dense aura of divine soul energy. It was clearly a divine medicine meant for healing injuries to the soul. When Vivian pushed the door open and stepped out of the reception hall, Bloomer set down his teacup, his expression turning serious. Bai brother, between you and Vivian. Hearing this, Sumyubai paused slightly and also set down his teacup. What is this situation? Why does it suddenly feel like meeting the parents? No, that's not right. He and Vivian aren't in that kind of relationship. So why is he nervous? That you might have misunderstood. Vivian and I are not. Before Sumyubai could finish, Bloomer spoke up again. I know. I am referring to Faith. When he said this, a clear look of confusion flashed in his eyes. Because Vivian had previously suffered from having her soul controlled, Bloomer had immediately checked her divine soul after waking up. Only after confirming that his daughter's soul was no longer under anyone's control did he feel at ease. But this check had also revealed to him that Vivian had developed a faith. Normally, players of the succubus race have a total of 3 sovereigns they can choose to worship. Of course, they do not worship all 3 simultaneously. It is a selective choice. The feedback received from a divine descent is not necessarily greater just because the worshipped sovereign is stronger. The sovereign whose power system is more compatible with one's own will provide a greater boost during a divine descent. In the past, the succubus race primarily worshipped the sovereign of death and the sovereign of souls. A small minority worshipped the sovereign of darkness, however. Since no new sovereigns of death or souls have been born in the myriad worlds, the vast majority of the succubus race has lost their faith. Bloomer and Vivian were among those succubi who had lost their faith. Now that he had suddenly discovered Vivian had a faith, how could Bloomer not be shocked? Upon further questioning, he was even more stunned than he could have imagined. The one his daughter worshipped was actually Bai. But how is this possible? Only a sovereign of rules is qualified to be an object of worship. How exactly did Bai manage to do it? Although the other party was his savior, when it came to his daughter's soul, Bloomer still wanted to get to the bottom of it. So that's what you were referring to. Sumyu-bai didn't know why he suddenly felt relieved. He looked at the slightly tense Bloomer and smiled faintly. Because I am the next sovereign of death, as he spoke. The mark on the back of his left hand shimmered with a faint light, and the death codex instantly appeared in his palm. If he wanted Bloomer to work for him, he had to make him one of his own. Exposing the death codex was a decision Sumyu-bai had made after careful consideration. Doing so would not only demonstrate his strength but also serve to intimidate the other party. At this moment, Sumyu-bai was thinking about how to make Bloomer truly one of his own. After all, this was a top-tier world lord level powerhouse. Even if his soul injuries hadn't fully healed, he wouldn't be easy to control. A life-saving grace is indeed a massive favor, but for a favor to have value, the other party must acknowledge it. Sumyu-bai only knew a little about what kind of person Bloomer was from what Vivian had told him. The next sovereign of death. Bloomer's pupils constricted. He then stood up abruptly, looking at the ancient book in Sumyu-bai's palm in disbelief, and exclaimed, "The Death Codex, back in the Nether Abyss." When Sumyu-bai used the Death Codex, Bloomer had already fallen into a deep sleep, so this was his first time seeing it. As one of the top-ranked world lords in the Death Domain, he understood the significance of the Death Codex better than most. Possessing this supreme rule-based treasure meant that becoming the next sovereign of death was almost a certainty. It wasn't just because the Death Codex was powerful, it was because those who were not qualified to become the sovereign of death could never obtain the Death Codex in the first place. With the Death Codex as a supreme treasure, it's no wonder you could have followers before reaching the sovereign of rules realm. Bloomer couldn't help but sigh with emotion before sitting back down. His reaction was exactly as Sumyu-bai had expected, let alone a top-tier world lord. Even a sovereign of rules would be shocked upon seeing the complete Death Codex. Bloomer drank the divine medicine in his cup in one gulp, seemingly trying to suppress his soul injuries. After a moment of deliberation, he looked at Sumyu-bai and spoke slowly. "I have one more question. Of course, it's not an interrogation. I'm just having trouble wrapping my head around something." At this point, Bloomer paused before continuing. "What kind of method did the human race use to collect the books of death? I didn't even notice a single thing." The human race collecting the books of death. Why would you notice? Just as Sumyu-bai was feeling puzzled, Bloomer's next words made his expression turn somewhat awkward. "Although I didn't go out of my way to collect them, over these many years, I still managed to obtain 2 books of death." At this point, Bloomer's meaning was clear. Evidently, this was another victim who had been plagued by the Cataclysm talent. Chapter 820. "Didn't you say you wanted to become one of my own?" For a moment, Sumyu-bai really didn't know how to explain this issue. The ability of the Cataclysm talent to forcibly seize and plunder was truly too inconceivable. So what if he was a top-tier world lord? Even a sovereign of rules would be helpless in the face of Cataclysm. This thing is completely unreasonable. It even tries to rob the myriad worlds. Just as Sumyu-bai was thinking about how to fool Bloomer, his eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't this an excuse delivered right to his doorstep? He suddenly coughed twice, a look of hesitation appearing on his face. Cough, cough. "This matter concerns a secret of my human race." Upon hearing this, a flicker of imperceptible disappointment flashed through Bloomer's eyes. However, he was merely curious and had no intention of getting to the bottom of it. After all, the other party was his savior. "All right then, I won't." Yet, Sumyu-bai shook his head, interrupting him. If you really want to know, it's not entirely impossible. Oh, you are truly willing to tell me? Bloomer was taken aback. Why would Bai Yi want to tell an outsider like him such a secret? Thinking of this, his heart suddenly gave a jolt. Oh no, could it be that Bai Yi is actually coming from my daughter? Sumyu Bai was naturally unaware that Bloomer had misunderstood. So, he nodded and said, as long as you become one of us, Brother Bai Yi, you don't need to say any more, I understand. Bloomer took a deep breath. The expression on his face somewhat complex. Is Bai Yi outstanding? He is far too outstanding. Looking across the entire myriad worlds, one could not find a young talent more exceptional than him. Even the word outstanding was no longer sufficient to describe Bai Yi. He was a complete monster, but as a father, even if his daughter's choice was exceptional, he still felt a sense of loss, as if his precious pearl was being snatched away. However, Bloomer knew very well that Vivian had likely already fallen for him long ago. He could tell this from the way Vivian had been stealing glances at Bai Yi ever since they entered the room. It made sense too. Who could possibly resist a monster like Bai Yi? Thinking of this, Bloomer looked up at Sumyu Bai. The latter still had a look of confusion in his eyes. Didn't you say you understood? What is the meaning of these rich expressions on your face? Is that really necessary? If it's really not possible, then let's just forget it. Sumyu Bai frowned. But what Bloomer said next left him stunned. If Vivian is willing, I, as her father, have no objections. As he spoke, Bloomer even forced a smile and told a cold joke. From now on, we'll keep our own separate titles. I'll still call you Brother Bai Yi. Stop, stop, stop. Sumyu Bai hurriedly waved his hands. You've misunderstood. What is all this? I saved your life, and you actually want to be my father-in-law. Didn't you say you wanted me to become one of your own? Bloomer was clearly somewhat bewildered. A misunderstanding? Where did the misunderstanding come from? I'm practically handing my daughter over to you. Does that not count as being one of your own? Looking at Bloomer's bewildered expression, a few black lines appeared on Sumyu Bai's forehead. What I meant was, you should also become my believer. Just that. Bloomer was stunned. You should have said so earlier. As a top-tier world lord, becoming a believer of another law lord was urgently an impossible thing. But since Bai Yi was not only his and Vivian's savior but also held the Death Codex, a supreme rule-based treasure of the death element, he was destined to become the next Death Sovereign, provided he didn't fall along the way. Upon learning that Bai Yi wasn't interested in Vivian, Bloomer instantly understood. The other party saving him was definitely not just for the sake of a believer like Vivian. In terms of strength, since Bai Yi could deal with Otis so quickly, he was clearly no weaker than himself. Therefore, his own value was clearly the position of a director in the Death Domain Bank. So, the talk about becoming one of us before he could be told the secret was merely a pretext to open the conversation. Bai's true goal was definitely to use him to intervene in the internal affairs of the Death Domain Bank in advance. Having figured this out, Bloomer couldn't help but take a deep look at Sumyu Bai. This young human in front of him was far more capable than he had been at that age. Confirming that he didn't need to give away his daughter, Bloomer pondered for a moment and nodded heavily. All right. After experiencing this ordeal, he had become indifferent to everything except his daughter. Although many powerhouses in the Death Domain were currently searching for Bai's tracks, no one knew how many trump cards the human race possessed. In Bloomer's view, the probability of Bai Yi becoming the Death Sovereign was at least 70%. Since that was the case, boarding the ship now was likely his best choice. Sumyu Bai hadn't expected Bloomer to agree so quickly. He thought for a moment and tried to suggest, before that, you wouldn't mind signing a follower contract, would you? Although believers could never betray their deity for life, the myriad worlds were vast, and Sumyu Bai wasn't certain if other law lords had the ability to make his believers betray him. By signing a follower contract first and then bestowing a gift, Bloomer would directly become his fanatic. Doing it this way was clearly much safer. Fine, Bloomer nodded indifferently. Given his personality, once he made a decision, he would see it through to the end. Since he had already agreed to contribute his faith, what was the big deal about becoming a follower? Without waiting for Sumyu Bai to speak again, he decisively knelt on one knee and quickly recited the oath of followership. Subordinate, demon god of the spirit realm Bloomer, is willing to swear by my soul to follow Lord by you to the death. From this day forward, your enemies are my enemies. And wherever your sword points, that shall be my direction." In an instant, a massive amount of soul energy surged from within him. Purple light flashed in his pupils, and dark purple flames ignited on his skin. A blank contract condensed and floated between Bloomer and Sumubai. As the oath of followership concluded, dense inscriptions and clauses appeared on the blank contract. Immediately after, the contract ignited with flames and then transformed into a stream of light that surged into the center of Bloomer's brow. At the same time, two system notifications rang in Sumubai's ears. Notification: Demon God of the Spirit Realm, Bloomer has sworn allegiance to you. Do you wish to accept him as your follower? To this, Sumubai naturally had no reason to refuse. After choosing to agree, the follower contract officially took effect. And the system notification rang in Sumubai's ears once more. System prompt: congratulations. You have successfully contracted the Spirit Realm Demon God Bloomer as a follower. At this moment, Bloomer, a top-tier world lord and director of the Dead Zone Bank, became Sumubai's most powerful subordinate. Lord Bai, I am ready. After signing the contract, the way he addressed Sumubai changed. Sumubai nodded slightly. With a flick of his divine sense, the Death Codex in his palm slowly opened. Death Bestowal. System prompt: do you confirm the consumption of 10 soul shards to bestow upon the target and make them your believer? System prompt: if the target refuses the bestowal, the soul points will be fully refunded. Bloomer's strength was immense, and as a follower, the number of soul shards required to bestow upon him was naturally not a small amount. Fortunately, after the Death Codex was fully unleashed, the remaining soul points had all been converted into higher-tier soul shards. Coupled with the gains from killing those peak upper gods and world lords earlier, Sumubai had enough soul shards to bestow upon Bloomer. Of course, this was also because the authority of death within the Death Codex had temporarily fallen into dormancy. Otherwise, mobilizing the power of the authority would not have required soul shards at all. As Sumubai moved his divine sense, the Death Codex flared with brilliant light. A purple-black orb of light instantly emerged and merged into the center of Bloomer's brow. Chapter 821. That's how it was stolen. Bonus chapter. System prompt: you have consumed 10 soul shards. Current soul shards 328,576. System prompt: you have gained 1 fanatic believer and obtained 100 points of death force. The death force provided by a believer had nothing to do with their strength. It was solely related to the degree of their faith. Therefore, Bloomer, this top-tier world lord, like Alman and the others, only provided 100 points of death force. This amount of death force was nothing to the current Sumubai, but most importantly, from this day forward, Bloomer was one of his own. Spirit Realm Demon God Bloomer, Succubus Race, Dead Zone Bank, top-tier succubus creature. Law Lord Realm Vitality, 99 Worlds Divine Soul, Peak Upper God Divine Body, Peak Upper God Combat Power, Peak Upper God Top Tier World Lord Rule Great Tao Soul Rule, Darkness Rule, Fusion Degree of Rule Great Tao Soul Rule 99.99%, Darkness Rule 99% 9 Pattern Ultimate Authority, Level 1 Soul Authority, Level 1 Darkness Authority, the strongest of the succubus race. Years ago, due to the fall of his wife, he chose to leave the succubus race. One of the 13 directors of the Dead Zone Bank. Looking at Bloomer's status window, Sumubai nodded with satisfaction. He finally had a top-tier powerhouse under his command. However, Bloomer's injuries had not yet fully recovered, and his combat power was still significantly affected. Master, is there anything you need me to do regarding the Dead Zone Bank? After becoming a fanatic believer, Bloomer's form of address changed once again. At the same time, when he looked at Sumubai, a hint of fanaticism appeared deep in his eyes. No rush. You need to recover from your injuries first. Sumubai waved his hand, and the Death Codex vanished instantly, replaced by the yin-yang fish-shaped Wheel of Time and Space. This is the Wheel of Time and Space. The moment he saw the Wheel of Time and Space, Bloomer was shocked once again, immediately understanding why there was a time acceleration rule within the emergency treatment room. Sumubai moved his divine sense, and the Wheel of Time and Space suddenly flashed with pure white light. Space rule spatial transfer. The next moment, both their figures vanished from the reception hall. Didn't you want to know how the Book of Death disappeared? Sumyubai smiled slightly, his gaze fixed on the treatment pod inside the emergency treatment room. This was a product of the mechanical race, and its effectiveness had reached the pinnacle of the 11th tier. Otherwise, a top-tier world lord like Bloomer wouldn't be able to use it. If this thing were successfully upgraded, it could be used to treat the injuries of a rule lord. However, in all likelihood, the upgrade would fail because it could not withstand the terrifying energy brought by Cataclysm. Just like when Sumyubai upgraded those starships back then, only 3 had succeeded in the end, and less. During the upgrade process, the authority of luck could take effect once more. However, Sumyubai had no intention of gambling. There was only one treatment pod, and it was not easy to upgrade successfully. But the dark purple divine medicine inside was abundant. Under Bloomer's puzzled gaze, Sumyubai moved his divine sense, Cataclysm, target, soul condensing divine marrow. Upgrade by 1 tier. In an instant, a powerful surge of energy appeared out of thin air, and the soul rule Great Tao suddenly descended into the treatment room, rapidly merging into the dark purple liquid within the treatment pod. The dark purple liquid instantly formed a vortex, and the aura it emitted grew increasingly powerful. As the energy continued to merge, the volume of the soul-condensing divine marrow began to shrink. The part that disappeared was annihilated because it could not withstand the energy of Cataclysm. Such a dense soul aura. Bloomer had never seen such miraculous means. At this moment, he stood beside Sumyubai like a bumpkin who had never seen the world, eyes wide, muttering to himself, rule-level divine medicine. How is this possible? A moment later, less than 1/10 of the dark purple liquid remained in the treatment pod, but its color had become incomparably deep, and the soul aura it emitted was countless times stronger than before. At this moment, Bloomer completely lost his composure. 9 Nether Death Dew. Isn't this the treasure of the Death Lord? Even with his high status, he could not help but exclaim, because he had once been fortunate enough to see a single drop of this. Yet here, there were thousands of drops before his eyes. Just a few drops of 9 Nether Death Dew would be enough to fully recover his divine soul injuries in a short period of time. Bloomer couldn't help but look at Sumyubai in shock. Naster, this. Too stunned to speak. He no longer knew what to say. If Sumyubai had simply produced such a large quantity of 9 Nether Underworld Dew, he wouldn't have been this shocked. But to just take a look at it, and have the soul-condensing divine essence transform into 9 Nether Underworld Dew, it was simply too inconceivable. What kind of heaven-defying ability was this? Even the Sovereign of Death would surely be unable to accomplish such a feat, right? Sumyubai raised an eyebrow and smiled. That is exactly how I snatched your Book of Death. Snatched? Bloomer froze, then suddenly realized the truth, the shock in his eyes becoming even more intense. All right, hurry up and recover from your injuries. You can keep the excess 9 Nether Underworld Dew for now, and slowly handle it through the Death Domain Bank's auction house later. Sumyubai left these words behind and vanished from the emergency treatment room. He left behind only Bloomer, who was still reeling, standing blankly in place. The heaven-defying effect of catastrophe had completely shattered his perception. He finally understood just how monstrous the existence he served truly was. Sumyubai returned to the previous cultivation room and summoned the Death Domain Master token once again. Next, it was time to see the catastrophe trait of this item. Today's extra update is here, Chapter 822, an unexpected catastrophe trait. Inside the internal world, within the empty No. 5 internal world, atop a high peak, a figure sat cross-legged on the summit, surrounded by a large pile of glowing white crystals. These crystals were all spiritual soul essences. This figure was naturally Sumyubai. However, it was not his true body, but merely a soul projection avatar. After breaking through to the mid-stage of the upper god realm, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his soul projection avatar could also absorb spiritual soul essences. As for the soul power gained after absorption, it would be fed back to his true body. Thus, Sumyubai left the soul projection in the No. 5 internal world to continuously absorb spiritual soul essences without pause. The existence of the soul projection did not affect Sumyubai's true body's actions in the slightest. Therefore, he effectively possessed an automated buff for absorbing spiritual soul essences. Of course, because it was only a soul projection avatar. The efficiency of absorption was not as high as that of his true body. Spiritual soul essence was, after all, a top-tier resource for the level 11 Law Lord realm. Each one contained up to 10,0 points of soul power. Even a World Lord level existence could not absorb them too quickly. However, this was not a problem for Sumubai at all. Because the No. 5 internal world where his soul projection avatar resided was also blessed with the rule of time, with a flow 500 times faster than the outside world. So, even though his automated spiritual soul essence absorption buff had lower efficiency per avatar, overall, it was still dozens to hundreds of times faster than absorbing them in the outside world. Therefore, during the time Sumubai was talking to Bloomer, his soul power cap, which had only 5 million remaining, had been steadily increasing. Finally, I don't have to absorb spiritual soul essences myself anymore. In the cultivation room, a smile tugged at the corners of Sumubai's mouth. With a thought, a gray-white token appeared in his palm. It was the Death Domain Master token.